The bus was terribly crowded. All the people were very upset and asked each other to move over and not push, as it was unbearable. The strangers were arguing because they simply did not have enough space, and everyone was thinking about themselves, trying to somehow squeeze through to get to their destination. Finally, the bus stopped and everyone ran off to do their own thing. There was a lot of traffic at that time of day. The young man quickly ran out into the street and noticed that the road to the university was pure hell. He began to wonder if it was time for him to either drop out or move closer, and he honestly didn't know how he'd gotten here as a freshman. Suddenly, a voice from behind muttered that it was strange to hear such a statement from a retired Special Forces sergeant. The comrade was sure that 2 hours of training would have squeezed all the juices out of him, so that he would never return to them again. The student approached Hanho, saying that only after he had served in the army would they be able to discuss such a topic. But the boy seriously stated that the national unification would win in any case, and he was sure of it. The guy was outraged by such a statement, and he asked if he really wasn't interested in the news, but was just delaying going to the army because of Myeon, since they broke up a long time ago. The friend realized that he was wrong and asked not to mention her anymore, since he still felt uncomfortable remembering the girl. But the guy continued to tell that back in his first year, 3 years ago, he had warned him not to date anyone from the university. After these words, Hanho froze in place and looked after his comrade, who was climbing up the steps. He noticed that he was walking alone and decided to ask if he had gone too far, and the boy was crying. But in response, he only asked to look at the sky. Raising his head, he suddenly wondered if he had really imagined Myeon's face. The guy was shocked and claimed that he saw some letters, but they weren't there, and Songwoo only assumed that he missed his beloved so much that he was already hallucinating. The hero got angry from these words because he was sure that it said loading monsters, and when the percentage reached 100, the inscription disappeared. He pointed his finger at the place where he saw it, but there was nothing there, just the roof of the library and the clear sky. The friend still tried to look at something to support his comrade, but it was pointless. The student suspected that he had simply played too many games, since he was already imagining things like this, and that he had made it all up. Songwoo once again said that it was just his imagination, and that he should drink less. Then no hallucinations would bother him. The boy shook himself and offered to take some coffee as he was going crazy and urgently needed to perk up. But as luck would have it, they didn't have time, because Professor Kim always comes to class on time, and they can't be late. The comrade began to persuade him, but before he could even finish speaking, he realized that he wanted to joke about the Special Forces again. The guys began to say goodbye and agreed to meet for lunch, but at the end, Hanho still added that he really did see those letters. The young man stood by the elevator and waited for it to arrive along with other students. He remembered interesting moments from the previous year of study, as he missed them. In room 404, the professor was giving his lecture. He was a professional in his field and was very enthusiastic in telling the students about the new topic. Songwoo was very sleepy because the teacher's voice was monotonous, which made him feel bored, and he realized that he should have had some coffee after all. Suddenly, a blue sign appeared in front of him, with a question about what kind of activity would be most useful in a destroyed world. The handsome man didn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was a dream or he was imagining things, because this was simply impossible. He started rubbing his eyes, hoping that when he opened them, everything would disappear, and it was just his stupid fanaticism playing tricks on him. Suddenly, all the equipment in the room began to hiss and spark madly from the tension, and then failed. The students were very scared and did not understand what was happening. Someone assumed that it was an eclipse or a short circuit, because the lights in the whole room went out. Sunwoo noted that it was definitely not an eclipse, since the lights couldn't just go out in the middle of the day. One of the students screamed that even his phone didn't work. He was in shock and started to panic. The beauty asked in a frightened voice what had happened, and looking at the wall asked if everyone was seeing the same thing as she was. Rao, or rather a hologram, appeared in front of each student, which persistently demanded that they make a choice right now. The bright light hit their eyes, and everyone started to cover them, but the countdown from 15 seconds made everyone pay attention. Dozens of pictures were circling around the hero. He didn't understand what to do with them, because he had never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. After looking closely at the holograms, he realized that they were cards. They were completely different. Some had witches, Mythical creatures or robbers. Someone from the crowd said that they shouldn't touch them, as it could be dangerous and harm them. But the young man understood that not touching them was even more dangerous. After 15 seconds, something terrible could happen. Xiongwu assumed that he had to choose one of the cards, and was in a hurry since there were only 10 seconds left. Various thoughts came into his head. Perhaps it was something like poker, but he had so little time to choose. While he was looking at the cards, he heard a noise behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a huge sword fall out of nowhere. His classmates discussed his appearance with surprise, because it's not every day that a weapon falls on someone's head. After what happened, the hero had a thought. Could it really be that the card that the guy chose gave him this sword? He remembered that the window said that he needed to choose an activity for living in a destroyed world. Having looked carefully at all the details, the hero noticed that each card had a different number of stars. He still didn't understand anything, but time was running out, and he decided to take the card where there were more of them. The blue plate showed that the young man had chosen the Necromancer class card. A blue light began to emit from the piece of paper. It glowed very brightly, which raised even more questions. Suddenly, time ended. Everything that happened in the moment disappeared. Only on one hologram an inscription appeared that those who did not make a choice will wait for the next time. The classmate picked up his weapon and began to examine it carefully, as the sword was very large. The guys asked what just happened, and someone even noted that he felt as if some entity had entered his body. The boy said that in such a hurry he chose the warrior card, after which this sword appeared. The thought came into the handsome man's head that, in that case, he was now a necromancer, but he did not understand why they did not give him anything. Suddenly, he heard someone scream behind him, which made his body turn to stone and he was afraid to even move. Suddenly, some creature pounced on him from behind and plunged a dagger straight into his shoulder. He screamed for help, for someone to finally take this monster off of him, because the pain was unbearable and he simply could not do anything about it. But all the guys just watched as the blood flowed and their classmate tried to fight for his life. He stretched out his hand to them, helplessly asking them to somehow save him, and only Songwoo dared to come a little closer. The monster was extremely pleased with his deed. He sat on the boy and laughed evilly, holding the bloody weapon. Yellow, huge eyes, sharp teeth, and a long tongue were the first things that caught the eye of those around him. All the students were scared and feared for their safety, as they had never seen anything like this before, and the creature also bit. The hero was left practically alone with an incomprehensible creature that clearly intended to finish him off. The young man understood that if he moved even slightly, the enemy would immediately pounce on him and kill him, but he couldn't stand either. The people even more. The guys turned to a classmate with a sword so that he would use it and not stand there like a pillar, because it could save their lives. The students pushed him forward, because he was the only one who had any kind of weapon, but he just kept refusing. Sunwoo turned to his classmate and asked if he really didn't want to help in this situation, but the boy cried out in tears that they were all freaks and shouldn't force him because he was afraid. The handsome man realized that his friend wasn't even going to help or defend himself, which meant he would have to fight with his bare hands. The monster didn't wait long. He began to head towards the students, growling madly, making it clear that they couldn't handle him. The guys understood that they should have run away from here much earlier, because now there was no point, and there was only one way out. The hero thought that if he turned his back, it would definitely be the end for him, and a brilliant idea came into his head. Turning sharply, which his opponent certainly didn't expect, he pushed off with all his might with his foot, sending the monster flying away. The monster really couldn't even think that this would happen, and that someone would be able to outplay him, but he didn't plan on giving up. The handsome man told the guys not to be afraid, because this is a creature that does not weigh even 15 kilograms, and if it were not for his sharp teeth and weapon, it would be very easy to deal with him. The young man figured out how to neutralize the monster. Lifting a chair, he ran with all his might towards the enemy. Throwing chairs at him, he suddenly disappeared, and just as everyone began to rejoice, they heard sounds behind them. To the students' great surprise, the monster was able to teleport, and he was very pleased with himself that they could not defeat him. The boy certainly didn't expect this turn of events, because now he had angered him, and it had become much more difficult to survive. The adrenaline was pumping, and the student, without thinking twice, hit his opponent, causing him to fall lifeless. The monster was bleeding, Its eyes were closing more and more with each passing second, and its movements were gradually ceasing. The boys began to rejoice, thinking that all the problems were already behind them and their safety was no longer in danger. Suddenly, a sign appeared above the hero's head stating that he had received 10 gold pieces for killing the goblin. The classmates were still scared. They pressed themselves against each other, closing their eyes and mouths in surprise. The handsome man wondered what they were talking about. Some gold, goblins. Had they really ended up in a fantasy game? Suddenly, an inscription appeared stating that the dead were now under his control, as well as a detailed description of his subordinates. The students shouted in one voice that something was happening behind their comrades' back. It was some kind of blue, incomprehensible light. Turning around, he saw sparks bursting out of the goblin's body, and he was turning into some kind of air mass. Now, it is not just a monster, but a whole spirit that hovers in the air and seems to be going through the process of embodiment. Suddenly, the thought came into the boy's head that this was not just an entity, but a skeleton. And indeed, a new appearance of the enemy immediately appeared before him. A crazy energy emanated from his eyes, mixed with a blue piercing light that filled the entire room. He remembered that his class's ability was necromancy, and it seemed like he would be able to summon the dead to help him. The creature stood right in front of him, as if waiting for an order from its master to carry it out immediately. Suddenly, 2 small monsters with daggers and creepy different eyes burst into the room. They growled unbearably, and their empty gazes were directed at everyone around them. Everyone understood that their lives were in danger again. The boys screamed when they saw that this was not the end. Another monster appeared, and there were 2 of them. Suddenly, a sign appeared above one of the goblins, indicating that the undead were awaiting orders. The guy realized that these were his subordinates, and told them to fight and kill the opponents for him. The skeleton immediately turned around, and a bright blue light began to pour out of his eyes. He was determined to carry out his order. Without thinking twice, he attacked the monsters with a dagger, trying to kill them and protect his master. The fight was brutal. A lot of screams, squeals, and blood was spilled every second, but he did not stop. The little monsters fought against each other, not sparing their bodies, because their only goal was victory. The subordinate was already at the end of his strength, since there were 2 opponents, and it was difficult for him to cope alone. The handsome man understood that if he did nothing, he would have to fight them alone. They were not difficult opponents, small as children, and if the young man had had a weapon, he would have dealt with them with ease. Then he remembered that his classmate had a sword and quickly asked for it, but he only looked back with surprise. He hugged the weapon with both hands and did not understand why he should do this, and the boy explained that he wanted to kill the creatures. The student was very scared and shouted that it was his thing, and since he had it, he would not give it to anyone. Without thinking twice, Songwoo pointed his finger at his opponents and said that in that case he should kill them himself. Minsu looked at the monsters that were hissing and making scary sounds. Their yellow glowing eyes looked scary. After this, he became even more frightened and began to scream, as he could not dare to go into battle with them. The handsome man saw this and told him not to even try, because with such zeal he would only be able to peel potatoes. The goblins were fighting among themselves, and the hero, without thinking twice, grabbed a chair and rushed towards them. He threw it at his opponents with all his might to make them lose control of the situation and become weak. The subordinate quickly understood the essence of the situation, straightened his dagger, and hurried to deal with the enemies. The handsome man saw blue signs in front of him, which said that he received 10 gold for killing goblins twice. The monster was pleased with himself, as he had saved his master from evil, and stood before him with a bloody knife. The boy held his breath, as his companion did not look very presentable and even frightening. In turn, he glowed blue and seemed to be waiting for praise from his boss for the work he had done. It was difficult for the hero to look at him, because it's not every day that you get to see evil spirits. His eyes were large and soulless at the same time. Nothing could be seen in them except darkness. The handsome man frowned and said that he didn't like looking at him, asking her to turn away. The subordinate was a little offended by these words, and lowering his head, he became upset, because he tried for the sake of the young man. Suddenly the blue tablet appeared again, informing him that the dead were now under his control, and he could touch it for more information. The students were very worried, and the professor asked what was going on, but Songwoo had no idea. Suddenly everyone heard a loud cry, full of despair and a plea for help, and turned around sharply. The The sweet girl told the professor that she couldn't get through to the police, but he just asked her to calm down. Horrible monster attacks were happening all over campus, and then an idea came to the boy's head. Turning to the window, he saw a bright yellow light shining through the curtains. Coming closer, the handsome man pushed them aside, and what he saw made his body turn to stone. There were a lot of explosions all around. Houses were on fire, and he realized that this was happening all over the country. All the students ran up to see and were horrified that the fire could soon reach them too. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that perhaps this was happening all over the world, and they were in great danger. Suddenly, a man burst into the auditorium and loudly declared that they could no longer stay here. They had to leave immediately. One of the students happily waved the keys and suggested that everyone head to the parking lot and leave. But at the end of the corridor, a surprise awaited them. More monsters who greeted them with a terrible smile. They looked terrifying, with bloody daggers, sharp teeth, and insatiable eyes. Everyone started screaming in panic that they needed to run, and the monsters, without thinking twice, rushed to attack. One of the goblins grabbed a sweet girl who was screaming for help and thought that this might be her last day. Suddenly, the necromancer's subordinate attacked the enemy, trying to protect his master and everyone present. The battle was brutal. Despite their small size, they fought for their own life and the death of the enemy. The handsome man shouted for everyone to run immediately, and he himself would somehow hold off the monsters. Without thinking twice, he pointed his finger at his evil spirits and added that they would deal with their opponents more accurately. The students immediately rushed to the exit, fearing for their lives while screaming and begging for help. Finally, Sunwoo shouted at them to stick together and not even think about separating. In such a situation, it was not the best idea. Then he realized that let them do it the way they knew how, because he was not the boss here and could not be responsible for others. Looking at the card, he didn't understand anything, because they still didn't know the rules of this strange game. He remembered that he was given a class, and with it, power, and there were hostile monsters roaming around. It might have been a stupid idea, but he figured the more he fought, the better his chances of surviving. And the most important thing now is that his subordinates are fighting for him, and he can at least think over the whole situation a little. The creatures continued to fight to the death, defending each of their sides and not sparing the enemy. With each blow, they became weaker and weaker, but they did not even think about stopping or giving up. Suddenly, one of the goblins plunged a dagger straight into the neck of the subordinate evil spirit, causing her head to fly off. The sight was terrible, as the head fell right at Handsome's feet, after which he realized that he was almost alone. An inscription appeared above his head that the subordinate had gone to eternal death and would no longer be able to be reborn. Looking at his opponents, he understood that he still had a chance to win, and he definitely needed to win. The goblins and the undead fought very loudly, shouting and waving their bloody daggers. In an instant, they pounced on each other, causing a bright yellow light to appear, only increasing the tension of the situation. Xianwu was very happy when he saw 2 inscriptions saying that he received 10 gold for killing the goblin. He turned to the evil spirits and praised them, saying that they were great because they protected him and brought him victory. The next sign surprised him a little, as it informed him that he had managed to increase his level from 1 to 2. The handsome man began to carefully examine the system and assumed that since there were levels, perhaps there were characteristics as well. He studied every word, and he was asked to choose a card to move to the next level. It was unexpected. The new perks were distributed randomly, which seemed odd since that's usually the most important thing in games. After drawing a card, he found out that the subordinate limit had increased and another monster had been added to it. In total, there were 4 of them, and above their heads appeared an inscription that the young man now had little mana, only 3 out of 30. Seeing this, the hero thought that this evil spirit was not so expensive, since it had so few mana points. Turning the other way, he said that he found it disgusting to look at it and kindly asked everyone to turn away. The student carefully examined every corner of the building, going down the stairs and looking for some clues. The handsome man exhaled a little and realized that he would slowly level up. And now the main thing was to collect his thoughts. It was unclear what to do next, but his main goal was to survive, and she had to become everything to him. Running to the window, he declared to himself that he would definitely get out of here safe and sound. There was horror in the streets. Goblins attacked ordinary people and killed them mercilessly and brutally. The guy understood that the situation outside was even worse, but staying here was not the best option either. If he stays in the building, he definitely won't be able to survive, so he needs to do something immediately. He sent his subordinates ahead and decided to follow behind in order to at least protect himself a little. The young man ran quickly up the steps with a weapon in his hands, adrenaline filling his body. Suddenly, he came face to face with the evil spirit, which made him hold his breath and freeze in place. Seeing the monster in front of him, the student screamed with all his might because it scared him so much, his whole life flashed before his eyes. To protect himself, he plunged the dagger straight into the enemy's head because first and foremost he was afraid for himself. Xiongwu saw his comrade in such a situation and sighed a little as he killed his subordinate. Hanho raised his head and with frightened eyes from which tears were flowing, quietly whispered his friend's name. The student told him not to be afraid, now these creatures are something like his personal bodyguards. The handsome man asked him if he had chosen a class card, and heard in response that his rank was now robber. The hero grabbed his face in shock and asked how many stars there were, because he understood that most likely there were very few. The comrade happily noted that there was only 1 star, just like Major's, and considered this a good sign. Songwoo wasn't happy about these words, but he had to just accept the fact and not show that this wasn't the best choice. As they walked down the stairs, the boys discussed how they needed to find a safe place, and that they shouldn't be afraid of evil spirits, because they were reliable. Suddenly, a sign appeared before their eyes, indicating that when playing as a team, a synergy effect works. Her best friend was scared of her and asked again if he was the only one who saw this, to which he received a positive answer. They began to think that if they collected several types of weapons of the same class, they could get a buff and become stronger. The handsome man noted that it seemed that the effect was also spreading to his subordinates, because they froze. Songwoo understood that a lot was still unclear, but the prospect was excellent. Even when playing alone, he would be able to receive buffs due to skeletons. Suddenly, as they were descending the steps, they encountered enemies who were already ready to tear them to pieces. The goblins looked scary. They were of different sizes, but all had the same sharp fangs. One of them stood out very much. He was simply gigantic, and his eyes showed a thirst for blood. The students suggested that perhaps this monster was their leader and that he was extremely strong. The blue plaque stated that the goblin group's stats had been reduced by 30% by the death scent ability, and it would activate when there were 4 skeletons present. The handsome man remarked that they were very lucky, saying this with sarcasm, and at that very second the subordinates pounced on their opponents. The monsters were no longer fighting for life, but to the death, and each wanted to please their master with victory. They were bloodthirsty and very persistent. None of them even thought of retreating, and everyone continued the battle. The boy was delighted when he began to understand that he would have to fight for his life not alone, but with the support of evil spirits. The leader was simply furious. Raising his huge fist, he swung it, and light began to radiate from it. Suddenly his palm separated from his entire arm, and sparks and red holograms began to blaze from there. The sign indicated that the goblin chieftain had activated Wild Rage, indicating that the next battles would be very difficult. All the goblins under his command had become incredibly strong, and now the chances of victory were low. The monsters fought and destroyed everything around them, including Handsome's subordinates, who were fighting for their master's life. The student suggested that it was time to get out of there, but in response he only heard that it was still too early. The hero said that they needed to get to know their enemy better, because then, even if they didn't win now, they would know how to act in the future. The boy knew that his skeletons would carry out any order, but what could he do in such a situation? The powerful leader had no plans to give up or weaken his strength. He only glowed brighter with each passing second. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into Songwoo's head, which gave him hope for salvation. While he was thinking about everything, a terrifying picture of his subordinates fighting against the goblins unfolded before him. Suddenly, one of the skeletons jumped up with all his might and swung his sharp dagger at the enemy. His eyes glowed with anger like a blue flame, because the master's order was more than just words for him. It was the meaning of life. He was able to do what he planned. He injured the leader's hand, causing him to growl in a terrible voice. But the skeleton didn't plan to stop. He immediately rushed to his feet to stab him again and knock him down. The subordinate was confident in himself. He did not think for a second before acting, but quickly carried out his task. The little goblins were very surprised by this action. Some watched, while others tried to do something. But the handsome one's evil spirits blazed with their blue flames and were determined to finish what they had started. Again, 3 tablets reported that 10 gold had been received for killing the goblin, and this meant only one thing: victory was near. The leader also did not plan to give up. With the last of his strength, he fought and destroyed his opponents for the sake of his pack. The subordinate evil spirits gathered themselves, straightened their weapons, and were determined to kill the leader despite his impressive size. While everyone was trying to deal with the giant, who was already bleeding, one of the monsters ran in the opposite direction. The leader was on edge. He had been wounded dozens of times, and despite his size, he began to lose control. The boys stood and watched what was happening with great surprise, when suddenly they were informed that 50 gold pieces had been received for the murder of the goblin chieftain. The boys saw that objects fell from these monsters, or rather, mostly powerful weapons. The handsome man picked up everything he could and began to examine it carefully and think about how he could use it in the future. The first item was a sharp spear of a normal class, without effects, with a one-handed grip. Next was a bracelet called Wild Madness. It had a rare class and the effect of increasing damage by 20% against small goblins. The sign said that the attack speed of the skeletons had been increased and that the buff could be used after all the conditions had been met, namely, in the presence of goblin mercenaries. Having carefully studied his inventory, the young man noted that this was not bad. Now he had more opportunities. The subordinate looked at his master with fascination, as if expecting praise or the next order. Songwoo couldn't resist him, patted him on the head, and said that he was a good boy, because he really saved him. The skeleton was incredibly happy to hear these words. Helping the boss was the meaning of his life. Seeing sparks from their subordinate, the students jumped back and asked him not to do it again because it scared them. Then the guys decided to first get out of here, and then think about where they should go. Many people were sitting in a closed room and did not understand what to do and how to act in such a difficult situation. The students saw this and ordered the skeletons to hide so as not to frighten others with their appearance. There was no point in disturbing people unnecessarily. The blonde, handsome man waved his arms and tried to calm everyone down so they could gather themselves and decide what to do next. He put his hand on his heart and said that he had contacted the police and that the student council was currently working to determine the cause of what was happening. The sweet girl was outraged and demanded that the door be opened, declaring that all services would not be able to help now anyway. The young man shook his head and said that the doors would remain closed no matter what happened. The guys started to quarrel and figure out who was right in this situation, since everyone had their own opinion, and it did not coincide. The students came closer to find out what was going on and to somehow stop this panic and loud screams. The handsome man understood that for Chongseok, reputation was above all else, because he was a Casanova and must always keep his head up. Sonwo looked at his weapon and thought about how it happened that such a young man was accepted into the student council. The handsome man's nerves couldn't take it anymore, and he started shouting that no one should dare approach the door, because it was dangerous there. But the boys didn't even have time to touch the handle when they heard it and turned around in surprise in the direction of the noise. The man apologized and warned that he was just a little nervous because they didn't know what was happening. But now everyone was safe and didn't need to worry. The students understood that he was very actively defending his position, and most likely he would greatly interfere with their rescue plan. The young man, with a grin on his face, asked Sonwo if he had chosen a card for himself that morning. Casanova saw a young man standing nearby and noted that he had seen him somewhere, although he rarely attended classes, since he had a lot of other things to do. He continued that everyone should understand that they are in danger, and if someone has a weapon, then they need to join in and help. The guys agreed, but suddenly the question of what class they were followed with a little contempt and distrust. But before he could hear the answer, he himself assumed that most likely they were warriors or something like that and could be useful to him. The young man said that he had already caught green creatures. Although they were small, it was difficult to defeat them even with a weapon, and it was very good that he chose a card with 2 stars. After all, he was considered a warrior protector, and if anything, everyone could hide behind him because he could save people. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a classmate who shouted that he had just heard a goblin from the direction of the stairs. Jungseok told everyone to shut up and go to the cafeteria while he and the other students would protect the entrance. The handsome man, without thinking twice, called his comrade over to share his thoughts and ideas. They stood right in front of the doors from which the orange light emanated and began to examine them carefully. Upon closer inspection, it was written on the door that it was sealed with magic, and to open it, they had to defeat the boss monsters. If they failed, then all the monsters would become stronger. Sonwo was shocked, because they only had 2 hours and 11 minutes, and the door didn't even wobble or show any signs of movement. The comrade suggested that this was some kind of timed quest, and if they failed, they would most likely die. The handsome man said that he didn't know for sure, but it was better to follow the instructions, since it was unlikely that anyone would come to their aid. He understood well that anyone who could not take what was happening seriously would be mercilessly killed. The young man pointed his finger at Minsu and asked if he knew him, since they were the same age. A classmate with a heavy voice and discontent gave a positive answer because he was not happy about it. Casanova said that he would feel safer with them and suggested that they protect the others and stick together, but he thought that acting as a threesome was a bad idea. Hearing this suggestion, the handsome man looked at the student with displeasure and asked if he had any problems. Jungseok claimed that he saw a notice on the door and planned to fight back and wait for reinforcements from the army. Sonwo asked loudly if he really believed this, because if this was happening all over the country, no one would run to save the students. In response, he only heard the question of whether he hadn't served in the army, to which the guy nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, the young man screamed, because he was sure that their military forces were powerful and they would definitely save everyone. The young man knew that if the whole world was going to hell, the army would not care about saving them, and they would have to act on their own. The handsome man sighed and thought that he needed to calm down. There was no point in acting on emotions now. It would only make the situation worse. Seeing his new comrades leaving, he shouted after them to go to the others and not get in his way. Suddenly, the unpleasant young man jumped up and announced that there were goblins right in front of them, causing his body to shake. Indeed, there were 5 monsters standing on the steps, thirsting for blood and reprisals against everyone, and they ran straight towards the guys. The students began to fuss, and the young man declared that everyone with a weapon must immediately protect the cafeteria. The boy pointed his finger in the other direction and noted that they were all over there and climbing straight from the corridor. But this time it was not the goblins, but Sonwo's subordinates who quickly ran to save their master. Jungseok screamed loudly in fear, because he thought that the monsters were attacking from all sides and it was impossible to avoid death. Suddenly, the handsome man raised his spear and ordered not to touch anyone, which made everyone surprised and hold their breath. The guy said that Casanova had good intentions, but there was no need to act rashly, because with a bad leader, everyone would definitely die. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, wondering what class this student was in because such an action had great power. Sonwo turned to face him, a blue light radiating from his eyes, and he simply calmly said that his class was the best. The first level of death smell was activated, and their opponent's stats were reduced by 30%, which was very good. Seeing the evil spirits, the goblins began to panic a little and rush about, because they did not expect such a turn of events at all. The handsome man was overflowing with strength, blue flames emanated from him, and sparks appeared in his body. He looked simply invincible. All the people in the cafeteria watched what was happening through the window, talking to each other with surprise and shock on their faces. The young man screamed and did not understand how this was even possible. This situation even hit his pride a little. The monsters fought mercilessly, swinging their daggers, trying to kill each other and survive themselves. The young man struck the ground with his spear, causing everyone to freeze and turn towards him as the sound was loud. The evil spirits continued to carry out their orders and fight to the last with their boss Songwoo. The blonde didn't understand how he managed to hold them back alone, because he himself was already thinking of running away as far as possible. The vile goblins growled contentedly when they saw their new victims standing to the side. The hero shouted for the guys not to let them escape and quickly blocked the stairs so as not to make the situation worse. The subordinates began to carry out the order and immediately ran in the right direction, after which they heard praise. The young man understood that if the others saw that he could control the skeletons, they would understand that in order to get out of here, they would need to rely on him. Then they will unite and defeat the boss. If you believe the rules, this is the fastest and safest way to survive. Special effects such as the rogue's dagger and critical hit chance increased by 10%, as well as the item Wild Frenzy have been applied. Thanks to the bracelet's effect, goblins are no longer a big threat, but it's unlikely that they're the only ones in this game, as something more terrifying should appear. The students began to whisper, wondering if the young man could really control skeletons and was really that strong. The sweet girl asked him what department he was in, to which she heard in response that he was in creative writing. The evil spirits scattered their opponents and neutralized them with one blow, because now they had become very weak. Songwoo also did not stand still. He fought for his life and the safety of other students, because they had one goal. Finally, the final blow came, after which everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had managed to win this little battle. Many began to rejoice and smile because now nothing threatened them, and they could calmly wait for the army. Everyone was whispering, discussing that the hero was simply incredible, and you couldn't even tell that he was an ordinary scribbler who had never held anything heavier than a pen in his life. Handsome, in turn, examined the territory and the corpses of the monsters, realizing that no items had fallen out of them because they were ordinary. The hologram told him that for killing 20 monsters he would receive a lottery ticket, but he didn't even have an inventory and didn't know how to use it. The subordinates ran up to their master, after which he declared that they had done a good job with the task. At that moment, the little monsters sparkled with blue flames, which looked scary, and they were asked not to do that again. The students walked towards the others with a very proud gait, along with the evil spirits, causing everyone to shrink in fear. The handsome man turned to the young man, wondering if he had really been useful after all, and if he had been wrong earlier. These words made the man blush and get angry, because now in the eyes of people he is no longer the best. The guy walked into the cafeteria and looked around at everyone present, asking if they had seen the sign on the door. Because of this message, no one could enter or exit here, and after realizing this, people began to panic a little. Everyone was worried that the solution to this problem must be somewhere around here, which meant that the monster boss was nearby. Now they have about 2 hours left in which to defeat him, otherwise something obviously bad will happen. After all, if the boss of these monsters is here, then one can hardly count on survival and well-being. Someone from the crowd raised their hand and shouted that they saw him, causing everyone to turn around with fear in their eyes. The young man said that he went out to smoke on the roof, when suddenly a huge monster appeared and killed their professor. After listening to the story, Songwoo looked up and realized that the roof was their new target that they had to overcome. The guy turned around and asked if no one else would go with them, and everyone was afraid to fight for their lives. Handsome knew that his hopes were in vain, because they saw his strength, but their next opponent was the boss. The comrade quietly stated that he would also like to surrender here, but was refused because he had to buff his skeletons. The guy offered to just take his dagger so he wouldn't have to go, but his friend didn't agree because he definitely couldn't handle it alone. Suddenly, someone's voice interrupted their conversation, wondering what would happen next if they could defeat the monster. The confident girl stated that they could try to get to him through the corridors and pointed at them with her gaze. She asked what was the point of taking these cowards if they had real warriors, meaning skeleton subordinates. The beauty was very proud and self-confident. All eyes were on her, and she looked like a goddess. Shanwoo said softly that they couldn't know how strong the boss was, so the more of them, the better. Suddenly he remembered Casanova, who had been boasting about his powers all day, and turning to him he asked if he was going with them. The young man laughed nervously and said that it would be better to stay here, because suddenly the goblins came. Someone had to protect the others. The handsome man understood that he was simply afraid and did not argue, because indeed, someone had to stay with the people. The guys decided to move on since it was unknown how long the journey would take, and they didn't have much time left. The comrade reassured his friend, recalling the words of Lee Sun-sin, who insisted that if you want to survive, you need to fight and concentrate. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a terrible scream and hissing. It was the goblins again, who were preparing to attack the students. Without thinking twice, the guy's subordinates moved forward to protect their master and take the first blow themselves. The monsters surrounded the boys from all sides, and the young man only asked to cover him because he had a plan in his head. The girl quickly rushed into the attack, clutching her weapon and running towards one of the goblins. With a sharp movement of her hand, the beauty was able to fight back and protect herself from the attack of the bloodthirsty monster. Suddenly she saw that one of them was flying straight at her, so she straightened her dagger and positioned it so that it would land right on him. Having fought off her opponents, she straightened her shoulders, stood up, and exhaled, since the battle was not easy, but she still managed. Hanwoo watched this with his mouth open, as such courage from a cute girl was a complete surprise to him. He turned to his comrade and noted that their companion was very cool and strong, and they were lucky to have such a new friend. Hearing these words, the young man turned and looked at his friend with a little confusion in his eyes. The evil spirits continued to fight, and with each passing minute they killed more and more goblins with their sharp daggers. The boy smiled softly and said that Li Sunshin's words were indeed true and very useful. The handsome man simply nodded in response and suggested moving on because time was simply flying by, and they had to move forward immediately. As they walked down the corridor, they suddenly saw the bloody body of their professor lying on the cold floor. The guys ran up to him and called out to him, which made him, barely breathing, say the name of one of the guys with great difficulty. The hero asked how he was feeling, but in response he only heard mutterings about his students. He tearfully claimed that they died because of him, and he felt guilty for their deaths. Sonwo tried to calm the man down so that he would tell him how it all happened, and he noted that he and the guys went to the lab. But it was impossible to stay there for long, and he decided to go up to the roof because they had instructions in case of unforeseen circumstances, so everyone went up. Having heard all these details, the handsome man began to think about the whole situation, and the puzzles began to come together in his head. On the roof they saw a monster, more terrible than anything they had ever seen, and all the students believed the man and followed him. But he could not protect them. He continued to insist with tears that the student should never even think about going up to the roof. To make his point more convincing, the professor grabbed the guy by the jacket and said that he had to survive, no matter what the cost. And unfortunately, after these words, the man could no longer breathe and fell exhausted to the floor. Suddenly, the hologram announced that an exclusive task had appeared. It was revenge for the professor. Something like a repeat point that could change the whole life and influence fate. The young man did not understand why all this had to happen to them and right now. The comrade then asked if they really intended to go there and avenge the teacher's life. But the handsome man was determined to complete this task with pride and honor, which made everyone freeze. Walking down the corridor, they entered the monster's boss room, wanting to deal with it once and for all and survive. Having climbed onto the roof, the guys saw dozens of goblins, many ruins and several fires. Everything looked like complete chaos. This picture made Sonwo very angry, and he clenched his teeth, because it was not difficult to guess what was coming. Hanwoo screamed and was shocked. Fear and hatred were visible in his eyes, because these monsters were destroying and killing everything in their path. He noticed one of the goblins bloodthirstily biting and eating his classmate, with whom he had literally just spoken today. Without thinking twice, the beauty took the weapon in her hands and looked towards her opponents with complete confidence. The guy decided that he needed to focus and think about why all this was happening to them. The thought came to his mind that this was all because they were weak, and in that case they needed to become stronger. Suddenly, the goblins noticed that they were no longer alone on this roof, and that long-awaited guests had come to visit them. The little monsters straightened their daggers and looked towards the boys, preparing to attack. The comrade, frankly speaking, was scared, and until the very end did not want to continue what he had started, suggesting that they run away. But the handsome man was confident and refused such an idea because he knew that he needed to stop this as quickly as possible and act. Plus, they now had more inventory, namely the bracelet Wild Madness, which had many privileges. Sonwo activated it, and with it, for 10 minutes, damage will be increased by 10% and attack speed by 20%. As soon as the goblins saw this, they immediately rushed into battle to quickly finish off the students and take their lives. Only they didn't take one thing into account. The subordinates were skeletons, which meant it would be difficult to damage them with daggers. With each passing minute, the number of monsters with sharp fangs and yellow eyes became less and less, which could not but please. But there was no reason to relax, and the guy came up with the idea of using the bodies of the dead as a shield. The handsome man did not stand still for a second. He fought with the goblins, protecting himself and his friends first and foremost. The sweet girl was strong and very smart. She acted quickly, deftly, and all her manipulations were excellent. The comrade stood behind them and did not understand why he had chosen this particular class, since his powers were limited. At first he thought he was cool, but in reality he was useless, and now he regretted it. But still, he did not plan to stand aside. He straightened his dagger and struck his opponent straight in the heart. The goblins standing nearby jumped from such a well-aimed blow, but the young man himself did not even expect that he could do that. The monsters crowded around their bleeding ally, which made them even more angry. Suddenly, Hanvo remembered that he was a master thrower and had once even won prizes in this sport. This turned out to be to his advantage. Now he knew his strengths and continued to fight with his opponents. Suddenly, his hand began to grow and change with each passing second. It became bigger, stronger, and was not at all like the one it was before. The handsome man grew twice as big. He became more muscular and stronger, and then he realized that this was his talent. After the goblins saw such a big guy in front of them, they became a little scared and began to back away. Scent was activated, and the enemy's stats dropped by 30%, making them much easier to destroy. Evil spirits were flying everywhere, and the goblins watched what was happening as if hypnotized, their sharp fangs looking even more terrible. Without thinking twice, they roared loudly and rushed to attack their opponents, thirsting for their death and blood. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in sight. His voice was unbearable, and his mere appearance filled the boys with fear. All the little monsters fell at his feet and bowed their heads. It was clear that this was their leader and boss. The students also couldn't help but notice him and prepared their weapons, but deep down they were still afraid of him. A blue hologram announced that the boss monster, the great centurion, had appeared and was now standing right in front of them. From that moment on, the goblins felt safe because their master was very strong, and their chances of victory increased. Sonwo, without thinking twice, straightened his spear and ran towards his opponents to quickly end the fight. It was no longer difficult for him to deal with small monsters, since his main task now was their leader. He screamed loudly and ordered his subordinates to kill everyone for him, while he himself planned to deal with the giant. All the guys were fighting not for the life, but for the death of the enemy. They were brave and understood why they were taking such risks. The skeletons handled their weapons very skillfully, destroying more and more goblins with each passing minute. Suddenly, the leader could not stand it any longer and decided to enter the battle himself. He screamed loudly and looked around at everyone present with his empty yellow eyes. Seeing this, the young man loudly ordered everyone to dodge in order to save themselves, because now he would begin the attack. The killed goblins instantly rose as undead, who became subordinate to the handsome man, and he could control them. Dozens of small skeletons rushed to attack the main monster with courage and a desire to protect their master. It was hard to believe. The monster had incredible power, which he skillfully controlled, destroying everything around him. The main character's mana grew, but this became a problem because there were skeletons everywhere, and he couldn't constantly resurrect them. The boys skillfully threw their daggers at the enemy, but he was not an easy one and fought back with his bare hands. The comrade, with a sly smile on his face, asked if he needed help holding back the monster, because he knew that this was his best skill. Suddenly, the leader became even stronger and more evil. Sparks began to burst from his body, and his fangs became even more terrible. Seeing this, the young man asked why he was so furious, and heard in response that his weapon had hit its target. The monster realized who had harmed him and, without thinking twice, headed towards Hanvo, but he began to beg for mercy. The subordinates noticed this and rushed to help their ally in this bloodthirsty battle. The monster's full attention turned to them, and the guy sincerely thanked them for their small rescue. The leader was seriously enraged. He began to destroy everything around him and rushed towards the boys to take revenge. The battle was merciless. With every minute the tension grew and everything became even more dangerous. The skeletons pierced the leader with their daggers, which made him weaker, but at the same time his rage only grew stronger. He was tens of times larger than his subordinates and dealt with them with ease, when suddenly the girl attacked him from behind. The beauty struck him on the shoulder with her sharp sword with great force, causing him to lose his balance a little. The leader bent over and growled loudly in pain, because now there was a huge, deep wound gaping on his back. The young lady was pleased with herself, and said mockingly that she was sorry that the monster was now suffering so much. She smiled softly and stated that she wanted to kill him with one blow, and she succeeded perfectly. Sonwo noticed that his new friend had excellent skills. All her movements were polished and meaningful. She was not just a person. The handsome man understood that now he too should think through a strategy in order to act more confidently. Suddenly the leader rose and growled, as if he had gotten a second wind, but the undead had already surrounded him. The young man mentally ordered his subordinates to attack from behind, as this was the only way to defeat him. The student knew he had to intervene immediately, because the little skeletons wouldn't be able to handle him alone. The guy quickly thrust the spear into the enemy's neck, causing him to scream and grab the wound with his hand. The hologram informed him that his mana was running low, only 30 remained, and now he would only be able to control one skeleton. The monster pointed his finger at his subordinate, and he prepared to defend the honor and life of his master. The handsome man shouted and asked why he was so confident of victory despite the small number of skeletons. But of course the enemy did not respond. With great confidence and fury he rushed at the guys. The blow sent the young man flying back, but the monster was not going to stop. He mercilessly destroyed everything around him. Bad thoughts filled Sonwo's head. He had already begun to think that he would die, and he hoped only for one more blow that could change everything. But this blow was not supposed to be like all the previous ones. It was supposed to be fatal. The sweet girl did not stop for a minute. She tried to save the situation and continued the bloodthirsty fight. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into the guy's head. He saw another sword and took it. Now the chances became greater. Having straightened his weapon, he looked at the enemy and was already ready to start acting because there was little time. The handsome man ordered his 2 subordinates to stay close to him, as this would greatly help him carry out his plan. The small skeletons began to surround the leader, and since he was large, he simply could not keep up with them. But still his dexterity was excellent. With just one blow on the first try, he was able to hit one of them. Then, without thinking twice, he took aim at the second one. It's hard to describe how terrible and exciting the atmosphere was. The monster skillfully dodged swords and daggers. Despite its size, it was very flexible and agile. Suddenly, the subordinate skeleton jumped high into the air and swung his weapon, plunging it deep into the enemy's neck. The handsome guy saw a hologram that said that when playing as a team, a synergy effect works. This was a great help to the students, as their attack speed was now increased by 10%, and their weapon weight was reduced by 50%. They had a one-armed warrior who had an individual synergy. The condition is that if you give him a sword, then the chance to block a blow will reach 88%. Sonwo realized that with the synergy and the weapon he could definitely win now. After thinking over the plan a little, he began to act. Grabbing the table, he shouted that first the monster needed to taste the deadly taste of this couple. The one-armed skeleton and the cute girl confidently ran towards the enemy, straightening their weapons. Because everyone was attacking from different sides, it played into their hands. The monster couldn't decide who to fight off first. Without thinking twice, the beauty hit him in the back with all her might, as hard as she could. The subordinate was also determined and carried out his master's order, waving a sharp sword. The leader was burning with anger. Sparks were coming from his body. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He was growling incredibly loudly. The comrade threw his dagger straight into his forearm. It was a great blow because it confused the enemy. The leader had to look up from the battle to get the weapon out of his hand, where it had been embedded quite deeply. The handsome man quickly reacted, figured out how to take advantage of this, and switched to controlling the skeleton. He literally began to control him and mentally ordered him to sacrifice himself to save everyone. Sonwo said goodbye to him and thanked him for everything he had done, because right now he was giving his life for him. The skeleton served him faithfully during this difficult time, but the time had come to die for the sake of a great victory. The handsome man screamed loudly, and this played into his hands. The leader was distracted, and the evil spirits were able to come closer. The skeleton ran towards the enemy with all his might and mercilessly thrust the dagger straight into his heart. The next sight seriously surprised the guy. He watched what was happening with his mouth open, not understanding what was going on. The blow was very precise, swift and piercing, which is why the leader was unable to stand and withstand it. Suddenly, the subordinate managed to run away in the other direction while the monster was bleeding and trying to survive. The hologram reported that an effect had been applied that gave an 80% chance to block an enemy's attack. For the grandiose murder of the monster boss, the guys received 255 gold, which was very handy. The students received a new 3rd level, and the comrade, with fear in his eyes, asked what his skeleton friend was doing before he died. The subordinate began to sparkle, and the handsome man replied that he was just a goblin, which left everyone confused. After all, now, having absorbed the magic of the monster boss, he became stronger. His defensive power increased sharply, and the commander characteristic was added. Seeing the skeleton's new appearance, the boys were a little scared and began to examine its body. Now a mark sparkling with blue flames appeared on his forehead, and they saw an elite skeleton goblin for the first time. Organized synergy was based on his ability as a commander, and he could now create squads, platoons, and groups, just like in an army. It was necessary to quickly increase the number of skeletons to strengthen the team, since now the rest of the guys had also increased their level. Handsome also confirmed that his level had risen to 3, and now they needed to choose a map again. When moving to the second level, the girl did not pay any attention to the cards, and the guy confirmed that they were completely random, so it was worth relying on luck. The comrade was surprised when he saw the cards and heard that he should choose one of them to get something new. At the second level, the hero chose a skill that gave him more subordinates, and now he got a bone weapon. This was another skill, and Sonwo assumed that now he would be able to create weapons on his own. The hologram reported that they were able to complete an exclusive task, revenge for the professor, and imperceptibly changed their destiny. After seeing this, the handsome man began to remember the man who was mercilessly killed in agony. For completing such a task, he was given another subordinate, and the limit of summoned creatures was also increased. The guy understood that it was not yet clear what impact this would have on his fate, and he needed to be more careful in the elections. Suddenly, something began to fall from the sky, and when the boys caught a piece of fabric, they saw that it was a robber's cloak. Its privilege was that, by wearing it, the wearer increased the chance of hiding from a monster by 50%. After trying it on, his friend declared that it was the perfect escape, but he would not escape again, and from now on his path was a fight. For this test, the beauty also received new equipment. It was the red stone for kindling. The young man assumed that it would not be possible to make fire with its help, but this was a false statement. It was intended to be used to sharpen a sword so that it would catch fire when attacked. The hero suggested trying his new items later, but now it would be better to return to the others. People in the cafeteria were a little panicked, and suddenly a guy turned to a young man with a question. Minsu wondered if they really needed to guard all those students and risk their lives. These words made the young man angry, and he clenched his teeth, and he again thought that he was scared and wanted to run away. The classmate continued that perhaps he should have listened to Songwoo and gone with him to defeat the monster. But before he could even finish speaking, he was grabbed by the shoulder with all his might and pulled very hard. The guy said that he didn't want to risk his life for all of them, and didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. Casanova turned towards the people and started shouting, asking why everyone was so unhappy. He continued that if they no longer wanted to live, then let them leave, and he did not want to suffer for their sake. He shouted that if everyone was so unhappy, then they should run to the roof to help the student, and not sit with their hands folded. The guys also couldn't listen to such nonsense and asked who he was here anyway, to which they heard that he was their savior. The words that he was nobody here, and that those who went to the roof were protecting him, made the young man very angry, and he could not restrain himself. People started arguing loudly, expressing their opinions, calling each other names and creating chaos. The young man stated that if they didn't think the guy on the roof was protecting them, then let everyone go to him, and they would be killed. He was sure that the guys who had risen to fight were already dead, and there was no point in relying on them. Casanova shouted at everyone, wondering why everyone had gone silent and whether they were afraid to face the truth. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, and turning around, several armed skeletons were standing near him. Sonwo heard this whole conversation and asked if he really wanted him dead. The next sight simply trampled the young man because the guys approached the door, and it opened. This meant that they were able to defeat the main monster, and they told the student that he was getting in their way. The handsome man asked if Sunbae wanted to tell him something, but he stood there silently, gritting his teeth. He felt very awkward because he said a lot of nasty things, and the guys risked their lives to defeat the monster. All the people around began to discuss that the young man was a loser and was only pretending to be strong and brave. Once outside, the students carefully examined the area and realized that it was clean for now, and there were no monsters. The young man shouted to everyone inside that the passage was clear, they should hurry and leave this building. Outside there were a lot of dead bodies of people, goblins, blood everywhere, scattered bodies. The sight was unpleasant. The boys walked through the city streets looking at everything, because at any moment they could be in danger. Sonwo noted that they were all killed by goblins, and they were most likely hiding somewhere on campus right now. Suddenly a comrade shouted that he saw people and pointed his finger at them, which made everyone turn around. The strangers looked at the students with disdain, but one of them was friendly and waved to them in greeting. The hero began to look at their weapons, which were covered in blood, and their hands didn't look great either. He realized that these were survivors of the battle, and these guys were undoubtedly very strong. Suddenly, the young man pushed everyone away and shouted the name of one of the strangers with a huge smile on his face. The tall blonde guy grinned, greeted his friend, and asked if everything was okay with him. Jung Seok stated that he knew he would see him again, and that he was incredibly lucky that they met on such a day. The sweet girl whispered with disdain that this man was the president of the council here and had influence. While the guys were discussing everything, the young man began to whisper something in his friend's ear. The friends immediately realized that they were most likely whispering about Sonwo, and the blonde wanted to slander him. The man smiled softly and introduced himself as Park Dae-sung, and he was currently the student council president. He began to tell that today everyone had suffered enough, and they had to fight and survive, just like everyone else. He continued that if everyone united, they would be safe. But suddenly, his subordinates attracted his attention. The handsome man said that they were the result of choosing a class, and in response he heard the question whether he really chose creatures that kill people. Sonvo began to understand that his new acquaintance really wanted to show everyone that he was dangerous to those around him. The man said that if he planned to join them, he would need to get rid of these creatures. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the handsome man asked what would happen if he refused such an offer. But in response, he was bombarded with a multitude of questions about people's safety, and the fact that it was unacceptable for everyone to live next to carrion. And upon hearing this, the comrade became angry, because how dare he call his subordinates that, even though it was true. The student confidently stated that the skeletons would stay with him in any case, since that was his class, and by killing them, he would lose his weapon. But the young man continued to insist, saying that he had misunderstood and that they were protecting him. He smiled very slyly and continued that he was giving them one last chance to kill them and join them. The girl could not listen to this any longer and asked what this ridiculous proposal was for. She confidently continued that they didn't say that they wanted to join and go with them, and just because he worked in the student council, it doesn't mean that he became a big shot. Suddenly, the man asked if she was from the Department of Social and Physical Education. In response, the beauty began to deny, and asked what difference it made where she was from since the university was destroyed. He continued to lure her over to him and calm her down, confirming this by saying that if he didn't do it, he would regret it. The young lady told him to stop pretending to be a savior, and it is known that they spent the student fees by forging checks at the festival. The student council president laughed and said that no one would persuade them, and they could go fight the monsters alone. Afterwards, the guys heard about Maple and that they would definitely regret it, because the synergy effect is the only key to victory. Passing by the benches, the students saw dozens of dead bodies, when suddenly the girl was called out. Friends asked if she really had something with that guy, but she quickly replied that she was just annoyed by such types. He was a rotten man, and showed up at the university to pick up girls, and many Muscovites suffered from his love games. Hanvo got angry at what he heard, and started calling him all sorts of names, as he considered this unacceptable. Right now, their goal was to get out of the campus, and it was best to avoid crowds, as the monsters seemed to like to attack groups. After thinking it over for a bit, the hero suggested going through a different entrance, since they would still get to the gates, but they would meet fewer people. Everyone agreed with his proposal and headed up the large staircase, simultaneously inspecting the area. There was a dead silence in the street, which made the whole situation very depressing and added fear to everyone. Suddenly, Sonwo stopped abruptly, raised his fist up, and asked everyone to freeze immediately. The comrade decided to ask what was going on, but he responded by putting his finger to his lips, making it clear that he needed to behave quietly. Raising their heads, they saw something huge and shining at the very top. The boys tried to carefully examine what it was. This monster had a huge axe, and apparently he himself was not one of the simple monsters. This monster was unlike any of the previous ones. It was very muscular, and its fangs were turned upward. The comrade began to tremble and said with fear that he was even bigger than the goblin leader. The handsome man thought about everything, and realized that after the goblins, an orc appeared before them, and he was merciless. With each passing minute he screamed more and more, in a terrifying voice that no one had ever heard before. Seeing the students, without thinking twice, he ran towards them in order to kill them bloodthirstily as quickly as possible. But this action only made Sonwo happy. He realized that with its help, he could now create new skeletons for himself. After all, this monster was ideal for subordinate material. and he would be able to make himself a small army from one of these. The monster was simply glowing with anger. Red sparks were coming from its eyes, and its teeth seemed extremely sharp. The only thing the young man managed to shout was that everyone needed to immediately dodge if they wanted to survive. The comrade began to panic a little, as he did not understand why such thugs even existed. The first person the orc began to attack was a cute girl, but she tried to fight him off with all her might. But he did not stand on ceremony for long and swung his huge axe right over her head to kill her. But suddenly his actions prevented him from existing. It was one of his subordinates who rushed straight at him. The handsome man shouted loudly for everyone to gather and stop him as quickly as possible, because they didn't have time. The brave elite goblin began to protect his master and everyone around him with weapons. But the enemy found this funny, and it made him even more angry. Smoke began to come out of his nostrils. The hologram reported that the one-armed man's chance of dodging the first attack had increased by 88%. He deftly dodged the monster's blow and was able to jump over its body and strike the bloodthirsty monster first. Sonwo turned to the girl, calling for her to get up, because in order to win, they needed to get to level ground. Jisoo didn't understand how he managed to so easily repel all the attacks of the guys, which didn't require so much effort. Handsome said that no one should dare to approach him, and that they should fight in the same way as with the goblin boss. While they were discussing their plan of action, the orc was approaching them very quickly upwards. Seeing everything very close to them, the students were a little stunned, but they tried not to show it and went to the end. To confuse him somehow, they jumped over the fence and began to attack, hiding a little behind the trees. The guys had a plan. They would sacrifice the skeletons first, because there were a lot of dead bodies, and it was necessary to keep an eye on the mana. There was no point in mindless, destructive attacks in the forest, and this played into their hands greatly. The subordinate skeletons began to gradually surround the enemy to put him in a dead end and attack. Without thinking twice, the young man made up his mind and, with a suspender, threw his dagger straight at this monster, while it didn't even suspect it. The evil spirits began to repeat after their comrade, and each did the same with their weapons. Many sharp daggers flew at the orc, and he was unable to fight them off as there were many of them from different sides. But even this did not kill him. He only became even more angry and began to circle everything around, including his subordinates. Something caught his attention and he was able to distract himself for at least a second before killing the skeletons. They climbed into his arms and held on tightly, which baffled the monster because he didn't expect this at all. While the enemy was still a little vulnerable, the guys decided to attack him immediately in order to finish this off as quickly as possible. The orc growled, making terrible sounds that made everything inside shrink, and just the sight of his teeth brought fear to anyone. But fortunately, the students were very brave and determined, and took turns hitting the enemy with their daggers. And finally, the finishing blow was the thrusting sword of an elite skeleton goblin who jumped on top of him. The hologram reported that 110 gold pieces were received for killing the head of the orcs, and this only meant that he was lighter than their boss but stronger than the usual ones. The guys thought that perhaps it was because of their complex teamwork, and they do everything together and confidently. Unfortunately, it was not possible to call the dead body to be his subordinate because the level of the young man was insufficient. The guy thought about it and asked his friend which card she had chosen, saying that he had a necromancer. The beauty shared that she is a tiger hunter, because she really liked the drawing, and it turned out that the card was for 3 stars. Hearing this, the comrade became a little sad, since it turns out that he only has 1 star, and he is the weakest. Having finished the conversation, the handsome man realized that he had finally accumulated mana, and it was time to test his new skill. It was the creation of weapons from bones, namely the sword, the blunt weapon spear, or arrow, were available to him. Without thinking twice, the hero wanted to create a blunt weapon, since it is higher in level than all the others. The guy managed to make an orc axe, and it was really made of bones, since it was very light in weight. Handsome, he decided to hand out one of these weapons to each of his subordinates, for a more effective battle. The boys gained access to new abilities such as Wild Madness and the Answer in the Club, which gave them many privileges in battle. Damage to medium-sized monsters was added, when suddenly a good idea came to the young man's head. He handed his comrade a sharp sword, which made him very happy, since he would now be stronger. In response, Sonvo stated that he simply asked for support. As soon as he tells his friend, he will have to return him back. The handsome man reminded him of his one-armed subordinate and asked him to be careful, otherwise he would join them himself. The boys were going down the stairs, trying not to lose their vigilance, when suddenly their attention was attracted by something big. Above the cars, a purple hologram announced that the exit was sealed with strong magic, and to get through, you had to defeat the boss monsters. The orc squads have begun hunting, and the students need to choose a suitable place to meet them, as the monster is guided by smell and loves large groups of people. The guys started discussing what they had read and thinking about a plan of action, since working as a team would backfire, when suddenly they heard a terrible growl. Many people turned towards the sound and were stunned by what they saw, as a monster was running straight towards them. The students began to listen to understand where all the screaming was coming from, and assumed that there were people in the building who were in danger. The beauty remembered that the student council group remained there, and it was good that they did not stay with them, since this meant that being in a group is not always good. It was all about synergy, and the hero was sincerely glad that he chose the right card and became a necromancer. Suddenly, a message appeared that the first wave of 5 orcs had begun, and the comrade assumed that the students would be able to handle them. Suddenly, a terrible growl was heard behind them, which made everyone freeze in place because it frightened them. The terrible monsters were evil, with very sharp fangs and strong big weapons. Most likely they came for the teenagers. Having carefully considered the whole situation, having studied the problem they were facing, the young man whispered that he had an idea. The comrade suggested that it would be better for him to run, but the handsome man began to deny it, and suggested taking advantage of the terrain and their friends. 5 orcs walked around the cars and the dead bodies of the goblins, examining the area and looking for new victims. The monsters were very angry, and their rage grew with each passing minute, as they could not find people. The boys began to act according to their plan, and the young man ran out into the center and loudly shouted various insults towards the monsters. From this action, they tensed up. Showing their sharp fangs, the guy tried to show that he was not afraid of them, but they were huge and disgusting. Without thinking twice, the opponents rushed towards their comrade with all their might in order to quickly deal with him. They smashed everything in their path to quickly get to their new victim and growled to scare him even more. The handsome man realized that it was time to act and ordered his subordinates to attack because every second counted. The skeletons threw their weapons and accurately hit their opponents, causing them to become weaker with each passing moment. Seeing this, the guy ordered to attack immediately, and all the students straightened their swords and ran towards the monsters. They did an excellent job with this task, for which they received 100 gold and increased their level to the 4th. The hero's number of subordinates increased by 2, and he assumed that perhaps he could also obtain some kind of ability. Now he had 7 subordinates, but still 50 mana points, and this made the whole situation very tense. The comrade joyfully shouted out that he now had a new skill, and his happiness knew no bounds. His new skill was called speed slicing, which was specifically designed for the dagger. The handsome man turned to his girlfriend and asked what she had been able to get at the new level. The young lady chose strength, and it increased by 2 points. But now there was a feeling as if the whole body had warmed up, and the increase in the attribute was also felt. Without thinking for long, Sonwo turned to his friend with a confident request to give him back the sword. After all, now he will have to use the dagger to develop further, which made him very upset. The boys continued on their way, examining the area, when suddenly the young man stopped abruptly and asked everyone to be silent. Ahead, he noticed a huge crowd of orcs who were smashing the bus and were very ruthless. Seeing all the orcs, the student assumed that there were people in the almost destroyed transport, and they needed to do something. Having studied everything that was happening, one could conclude that someone from the inside was trying to defend themselves with a spear, but they had a high chance of dying. The beauty could not watch this for long and resolutely offered to help, since it was unclear how many people were inside. The guys started to come up with a plan that if they went around the bus and attacked from 2 sides, everything should work out. But it seemed to the friends that everything sounded too easy, and that they needed to somehow more predict the upcoming battle. It is unlikely that the people inside will come to their aid, because in such a situation it is difficult to rely on strangers, especially on those who are very scared and cannot control their actions or emotions at all. Suddenly an idea came into the handsome man's head. He suggested showing these orcs what real civilization is. The students didn't understand what he meant and asked again, after which he pointed his finger in the opposite direction. Inside the bus, people were arguing because they couldn't hit the monsters with their spears, despite having a card related to it. The young man shouted at his comrade to do something too, since he had both a shield and a sword. Many strangers sat in complete panic and sobbed as the realization dawned on them that they were about to die. Suddenly, something else caught the orcs' attention. Turning around, they saw a car that was filled with subordinate skeletons. Looking out the window, the teenagers were extremely shocked, as they had never seen anything like this before. The undead continued to fight with their opponents, and with each passing minute, they dropped more and more of them and killed them. The driver began to panic and ask everyone why these monsters appeared here and how this was possible. Just when they thought all the monsters were gone, a subservient skeleton hovered right above the window of one of the teenagers. The boy was very scared and jumped back in shock, after which he heard a loud knock on the window asking to open the door. The comrade continued to prove that they were people, and strangers could trust them and simply let them in. People hugged and cried, because they had already lost hope of salvation, but it happened, and joy filled them from within. Suddenly, without thinking twice, the comrade took a blunt weapon and smashed the glass of the vending machine with various drinks. Seeing this, the handsome man asked what he was doing, because now was not the time to destroy the city. In his defense, the young man said that he didn't have any cash, but he really wanted some Coca-Cola right now. The stranger asked to step aside and said that he would do everything himself, but suddenly he saw that the machine gun was already broken. The guys met people from the bus and began to discuss everything that was happening in order to somehow move forward. Sonvo remembered that his new acquaintance told him that this thing gives him different objects. The student confirmed this and said that they had tried it themselves, but they lacked gold and were only able to do it once. If you follow the instructions, you can get the item, and it looked like some kind of store. After pressing the monitor, the hero was greeted by an E-class store and asked to press anywhere to continue. The comrade asked if it was true that an object could appear from there, to which he heard the answer from the beauty that the sword had fallen from the sky, and anything could happen. The handsome man carefully examined such a device and declared that if they don't try it, then they will never know. The guys started discussing how many coins each had, because Hanvo had 360, and he had just enough for bronze, and the girl 584. When asked about the amount of gold Sonwo had, he indifferently replied that he had 1,552, and now he has enough for silver. He was glad that he had hunted well earlier, and now he had an excellent chance to use what he had accumulated. The friend didn't understand what his friend was doing and asked him if he was pressing a button that cost 10,000 won. The hands began to spin very quickly, as if on a roulette wheel, and the guys froze in place, waiting for some result. Seeing what they got, luck in first place, everyone was very happy because it was really very important. They were able to reach first place in the golden roulette, and they got a legendary level Sea Spirit tear. Then the teenagers decided to try again, only this time with silver abilities, and were able to obtain the shield of the serpent bearer and the punitive sword. The comrade was very upset when he saw that he had received C-class elixirs, but in response, the friend asked him not to let himself go, and not to humiliate the items. They were good. Raising her head, the beauty saw that the site seemed to be in complete chaos, and offered to go and help the others. Hanvo narrowed his eyes a little and asked if they were really going to show him what civilization was again. Hearing this, the handsome man smiled softly and said that this time they would take something else new. The battle was bloodthirsty. The orcs were killing people every minute, and they could not cope with them. The student council president shouted loudly that only together they could fight their way to the exit, and there was no need to give up. There was a need for emergency help everywhere, and the main man could not be torn apart to save everyone. He asked his subordinate to ignore everyone, because he didn't have time to worry about others. He continued to command that everyone with shields should immediately move forward and begin to attack. Suddenly the orcs froze in place, hearing loud sounds behind them. It came as a surprise to them. A huge bus drove straight at them, crushing everyone who was in its path, which the student driver was extremely happy about. The guys threw their daggers through the windows of the transport, killing more and more monsters with each passing minute. Looking out the door, the young man shouted for everyone to immediately get on the bus, because it was safe there. When they saw Sonwo, they were a little shocked, because they remembered him and knew that they should have followed him then. The brave beauty waved her sharp sword, shouting that they would not give up so easily and would go to the end. All these actions greatly angered the monsters, and they began to destroy everything even faster, killing everyone in their path. After the axe slid across the beauty's sword, she was happy, because now it would be difficult for them to defeat her. The weapon's special effects were more useful than ever, and after such an action the orc simply caught fire. The sharp sword began to spew flames that spread everywhere, and now it became much easier to kill the enemy. She was able to defeat a huge orc with one blow, and this made her very happy. But suddenly her eyes froze from what she saw. In the middle of the crowd stood a huge orc, which had dozens of daggers. But this did not stop him from continuing the battle. All the subordinate skeletons fought against him, but he seemed to be invulnerable and easily passed all the blows by. However, his strength was not eternal, and after several blows he began to lose his balance and gradually weaken. Soon the boss began to fall to the floor from exhaustion. The small skeleton subordinates collected weapons and followed Sonwo's precise and successful strategy. Keeping their distance but constantly attacking was a successful solution, and thanks to the distribution of roles, the orcs did not keep up with them. Previously, the beauty relied only on her strength, and this was stupid. Suddenly she became interested in what her comrade had been doing before. The boys met a group of people, after which the young man smiled softly and asked if they really had a problem. He also continued to remind them that he himself said that they did not even want to stand next to his monsters. The man asked why he was settling scores with them at such a moment, since he thought it was too much. In response, the handsome man said that he had seen him abandon others in an attempt to save his own skin, and that was very low. In his defense, the student said that he had not abandoned anyone. It was just a strategy, and he would have returned later. The guys started arguing, and the guy remembered another argument. Those people from the bus who were left alone. Hearing this, the blonde man became very angry as he was put in an awkward position among such a large crowd. Suddenly, a blue sign announced that the defeat had angered the orc boss, and from such a message the blood seemed to freeze in the body. The men began to look around and shake with fear, but they tried with all their might not to show it, so as not to fall flat on their faces. As they boarded the bus, Sonwo told them that they were leaving, and if they wanted to follow him, maybe he could find a place for them. The guys started talking and realized that they had no choice, no matter how much they wanted to do it. The young man also shouted at them to take off their stupid chainmail, as it really did look funny. The blonde didn't like this statement, and he began to resent the fact that they were actually protecting his body. The handsome man said that this was the price for being under his protection, and they weren't a charity group helping students like some. The hologram said that the level had increased to 5, and now the student could subdue medium-sized monsters, including summoning orcs. Sonwo has picked up a new skill and can control more monsters, but suddenly, something else catches his attention. The subordinate skeleton is dressed strangely for some reason, but he can be trusted more than the others, and all investments in him pay off. The handsome man even gave him a name. Since he only has a right hand, they now call him Right. The hero began to slowly remove the strange jacket from the skeleton, but suddenly someone called out to him from behind. The comrade suggested that they would most likely need another bus, and pointed his finger at the huge crowd of people. But in response, the young man said that they would not travel like this again, and this was the last time, so they did not need new transport. Having collected his thoughts, the student turned to the crowd and loudly declared that now they needed to fight the orcs. Because of the quest, it will not be possible to simply bypass the enemies. Only by defeating the boss will they be able to leave alive. Suddenly, one man reported that he saw them in the gym, but there were about 100 of them there, and they were very bloodthirsty. After hearing this, everyone started to panic a little and were seriously scared by this situation. Due to the fact that more than 10 people in the team did not kill a single monster, a penalty was imposed, and now this made the task more difficult. The handsome man loudly declared that he would fight them alone, because if you have a weapon but don't know how to use it, there will be no point. The comrades began to loudly complain, as they considered this nonsense, and did not want to let their friend go alone. But Sonwo was very persistent and self-confident. He did not want to listen to anyone, and repeated once again that he himself would fight the orcs. The crowd of people began to whisper, was the young man crazy, because not everyone would agree to this. Somewhere at the end of the crowd, the student council president smiled flippantly and said that if he wanted to, then let him go. The blonde confirmed his words, and although he had been lucky before, now they had an excellent chance to get rid of him. Casanova smiled contentedly and said that the stupid boy had finally met his end, which no one expected. The girl did not want to leave it like that, and continued to complain that they needed to fight together, joining forces. The handsome man remembered her words on the first floor that there was no point in sticking together because now skeletons were much more useful than people. And the hero was convinced of this from his own experience. He also decided that the beautiful Jisoo could help him. But now he thinks it is very dangerous, so he made this decision after analyzing all the options. She knew that Sunwo's strategies were foolproof, but this time the stakes were different, and in her opinion, not very reasonable. The young man, as he wanted, set out on his journey alone, taking only his loyal skeleton subordinates with him. Many people watched this through the window and did not believe whether he would really do it alone. But the handsome man was determined and did not plan to give up, only to move forward towards his goal to protect everyone. The friends from the bus were very worried about him and suggested that it would be better to get their friend out of there as quickly as possible. In front of the daredevil stood a whole crowd of bloodthirsty monsters. There were dozens, maybe hundreds of them. They growled very loudly and made terrible sounds, which made everyone around them even more worried. Without thinking twice, the orcs opened their mouths and ran at full speed towards the boy, not hiding their intentions. Seeing this, the hero began to assume that the red monster was most likely their leader, and they needed to start with him. The only thing that confused him was that he hadn't received any message, and it was probably a mid-level boss. The monsters ran and were already dreaming of dealing with their enemy and killing the boy. Without thinking for long, the handsome man made a decision and ordered his subordinates to move forward and act. He himself remained standing a little further away with the elite goblin skeleton to observe everything that was happening. Suddenly he saw a ladder and realized that he didn't have to worry because they were in a small gorge. As he watched his subordinates run confidently towards almost certain death, he quietly whispered that he truly had fun with them, and when they become dust, let them not forget about him, because the enemies were already very close. Wild madness was activated, giving some privileges to the undead, and after the order to kill the orcs, many daggers flew in their direction. Some hit within a few seconds, as the blows were very precise, right in the neck. Seeing all this, the mid-level boss became seriously angry because his kind were being killed so easily. The projectile attack was blocked, and the youth ordered the skeletons to flee immediately. The undead attacked with great determination, and they received a mental message that they needed to act from a high point. The orcs were seriously angry. Their sharp fangs were shining, and the steam from their mouths looked very frightening. Handsome knew he was sending his skeletons to commit suicide, but he couldn't do anything about it. The elite goblin couldn't just stand there and watch his own monsters being killed, and was already ready to join the battle. But suddenly the owner's hand touched his head, and he asked him to wait, since it was not his turn yet. The monsters continued to kill each other, taking more and more dead bodies with each passing minute. This battle was, like all others, very bloodthirsty, but hope died last, and everyone hoped for victory. Without thinking for long, the young man began to revive the already dead orcs in order to subjugate them. Seeing the blue light behind them, the monsters turned around and were surprised, as they did not expect this at all. The undead now obeyed the guy, and he ordered them to kill everyone, calling on them to fight to the last and bring the long-awaited victory in the duel. The battle continued, but the most advantageous thing was that the allies did not even get tired of shedding the blood of their opponents. After all, they were undead, born of death, and this had a very positive effect on everything. Now the hero understood how real necromancers actually fight, and watched everything that was happening. The crowd of people continued to look out the window and comment on every action because they really thought that they were already finished. The students did not understand what was going on there and who the brave guy who was fighting really was. The bus pulled up and the friends inside were pleasantly surprised because they didn't understand when Sunwo had managed to develop his skills so well. The beauty understood that her friend had foreseen everything, and she remembered his words that he had analyzed all the options. The hero saw that the mana was growing, and this is what the effect of the legendary item is. The orcs were weakened by the death smell effect, and their stats were reduced by 30%. The orcs' fighting spirit has risen. The drop in characteristics has been halved, which has played into their hands. Although the monsters had become more vulnerable, fighting them was still difficult and unbearable. Suddenly, the handsome man realized that it was time to act differently, and mentally responded to the right one. He informed him that it was finally his turn and that he could now begin the fight. Without thinking twice, the subordinate skeleton jumped straight into the epicenter of the battle, swinging his weapon. His actions were very clear and planned. Pravyi was truly a master of his craft. Seeing this, the orcs were surprised but still continued to try to kill their opponents. The undead team was very strong and self-confident. They acted in a united manner and carried out the orders of the master. The handsome man whispered for them to get rid of the enemy, and his subordinates immediately began to do so. The monsters were even a little scared when they saw so many strong opponents above them. The hologram said that for killing 100 monsters, the guy gets a ticket to the lottery, which happens very rarely. It also said that this was only the 21st chance in history, and the handsome man became interested in who these people were in front of him. The hero sat on the steps, thinking about new strategies, when suddenly something else caught his attention. The young man saw a fast-moving bus, which surprised him because he did not understand who was driving it. Sonwo was very angry that the guys were trying to escape at such a moment, and were not acting in a united manner. Suddenly, the guy also saw the company of the head of the student council, who had previously been kidnapped by the terrible orcs. The boys screamed for help and begged for mercy, because none of them wanted to die so early. The handsome man didn't understand why no one could just wait, but had to butt in and make the situation worse. The people inside the bus also began to fight and tried not to interfere, but they knew for sure that they would not be able to protect even one person. The student remarked that he enjoyed fighting alone, and in response to the crowd's statement, he only asked not to stand in the way of the skeletons. The young man walked out of the building with his subordinates, who looked very intimidating and confident. The comrade was a little scared because the atmosphere was tense and the interior did not inspire confidence. Suddenly, in the distance, everyone saw some kind of purple light that was shining brightly and emitting sparks. Holding the blue ball in his hands, the handsome man asked who it was and whether they had met the boss. This monster was huge, and behind it stood the company of the head of the student council as hostages. The student shouted loudly that it was time for everyone to gather and begin the battle with the orc boss. The young man was glad that everyone was alive, but he still didn't understand how the enemy could be so advanced as to think of taking hostages. Seeing Sonwo, the blonde screamed loudly and began to ask for his help, because he was very afraid for his life. He begged for mercy and tearfully stated that he did not want to die young, sincerely hoping that they would help him. Casanova's face was broken and bloody because the monsters had really made fun of them. Suddenly, the handsome man ordered them to remain silent, because they had ended up in this situation due to their own stupidity, and they needed to prepare for something like this. The hero continued that he cannot guarantee everyone's survival, because he is not a god to control human lives. Since it is impossible to come to an agreement with their opponents, it means that one cannot show them any weakness. The student came up with the idea that while the orcs were beside themselves with the unexpected attack, he would try to save the hostages. The monsters really didn't expect such actions from people, and this left them a little confused. The crowd screamed loudly and was ready to attack and destroy these monsters who were mocking them. Friends cursed their enemies with the most terrible words, because that is what they really were. The handsome man quickly began to think about what he should do now, because it was difficult to prepare for such a situation. Just the sight of the monster boss made one's blood run cold, and his sharp fangs looked terrifying. Suddenly, a bright purple light illuminated everyone and informed them that everyone had fallen into a state of confusion and suffocation of the abyss. Suddenly, a strengthened boss monster appeared, a low-class black mage. He was also the leader of the orcs. Without thinking for long, the comrade remembered his potions, drank them, but was not very happy since they tasted like poison. After doing this, he called out to his friend, saying that he had an elixir with an antidote. In response, the handsome man told him to leave it for Jisoo and continue to experience the energy of the purple color. He sincerely did not understand what was happening to him now, because all these forces brought him some kind of freshness. The breath of the abyss had greatly increased the amount of mana, and now it became clear why the guy was so confident in himself. The handsome man turned to his opponent to tell him what was going on, but he apparently didn't expect such a turn of events either. The friends behind them shouted for them to work as before on the roof, and the three of them attacked, because they were already ready. Suddenly, Sonwo declared that from now on, nothing would be the same, and smiled very sarcastically after what he said. A multitude of holograms appeared right in front of the boys, reporting that the undead were now subdued. The synergy effect was applied to a group of players, and the number of subordinates was very large. The comrade sincerely did not understand what was happening now, and why he was not alive, and there are so many now. The beauty silently watched what was happening and was very shocked, as she had never seen anything like this before. Sunwo was emitting very bright blue flames that gave him strength, and now he realized that he would show the true power of death. The orc boss couldn't stand aside and began to attack his opponent as quickly as possible. Seeing his former dead allies begin to regenerate and attack him made him very angry. After all, it was now that with every minute there were more and more opponents for him, and the hope of victory was fading a little. The handsome man in his new appearance looked at the boss and grinned, because he knew that he now understood who he was dealing with. After all, no matter how hard he tried now, there would be only one end, and that was death, which made the monster very angry. He tried to somehow defend himself and attack the undead, but it was all in vain because they were very strong. The student smiled because he knew that death passed no one by, and he was more confident than ever of victory. All actions only added to the rage of the orc, which he tried with all his might to kill, but it was unsuccessful. After all, he was almost alone against a dozen skeletons and the same number of previously killed orcs, who were strong. The monster wriggled as best he could. He believed in his victory, despite the fact that his strength was not enough. Sunwo in his new appearance looked very frightening and self-confident. He now looked like a monster himself. Without thinking twice, the handsome man turned to the one on the right and ordered him to finish off the boss and finish this whole thing quickly. He successfully completed his task, for which they received 1,055 gold for defeating the strengthened boss monster. After this, the skeleton goblin's powers were increased by absorbing the orc chieftain's power, and he was now even more powerful. The young man suspected that the skeleton goblins had also advanced after defeating the boss, and decided to open the list of subordinates. Suddenly, a comrade called out to his friend and said that the boss had something in his mouth, and most likely it was some kind of object. The sign said that this item gives its owner the attribute of a demon, and that one will have to make great sacrifices to get rid of it. This didn't frighten the handsome man, since the demon wasn't far from the necromancer, and he reached closer to him. The young man began to carefully examine this ball, or rather the legendary level bloodstone. The breath of the abyss was used and the initial awakening was completed, after which everyone returned to their original form. Come out of the building, people were happy and congratulating on the victory, as the guys were able to catch the boss. Some men started saying that they just didn't want to get in the way, but next time they would definitely come to the rescue. The handsome man thought that he didn't need anyone, although he couldn't be sure what was outside. The strangers began to complain, asking if they could leave, since they saw no point in staying there. Other people whispered to each other, asking where the hero would go, since it was certainly safer with him than on their own. The friends saw that the same thing was happening all over the world, and began to worry about the safety of his parents. Hearing these words, Sunwo became noticeably sad, since the topic of parents was very painful and unpleasant for him. Turning around, they heard a suggestion that buses were better than walking at such a time, and the driver offered to take everyone to the nearest military base if they wanted to join. Hearing this, the handsome man said that everything was fine with them and his house was nearby, although this was a lie. The guy shouted loudly for everyone to get on the transport quickly, and they already had 2 buses, so everyone would fit. Finally, the boy wished Sunwo good luck and heard the same in response, smiling kindly. Hanvo turned to the beauty and asked where she was going now and where her home was. After thinking for a bit, the girl replied that she lived in a hostel because she was not from this city. Turning to Sunwo, she asked if she could go with him, although she wasn't sure she would be of any use. The handsome man thoughtlessly agreed, when suddenly his comrade also began asking to go with them. Smiling slyly, the friend said that he wanted to make another one-armed warrior out of his comrade, only this time a left-handed one. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a young lady who pushed them back and loudly declared that they needed to hide. Something very big in the sky caught their attention, and the boys began to look out for it carefully. The bus driver was forced to brake sharply when he saw it, because if this monster noticed them, they would be in danger. After examining the situation, the handsome man began to understand that most likely it was a dragon, and it was very big. The sign announced that local boss Wyvern Alphamel had arrived, and he looked absolutely terrible. The friends watched as their new opponent easily grabbed the bus and flew off somewhere with it. The young man understood that he was not yet strong enough to fight such huge opponents, but he knew for sure that he could become stronger and would definitely defeat them and save all the peaceful people. The handsome man approached the girl with an offer to go hunting monsters, because there was no way to hide from them anyway. He knew that you can't just adapt to the situation, because each time you need to raise your level, take on more and more difficult goals. After all, humanity must rule the earth, and this is precisely because they always overcome increasingly difficult obstacles. But they don't stay in place and try to somehow adapt to them, which gives them strength and spirit. Having finished their conversation, the guys raised their heads and saw dozens of angry monsters in front of them. The little goblin with bright yellow eyes decided to go on the attack, and opening his mouth roared loudly. The rest of his allies seemed to become a team to begin the long-awaited duel. Behind one of the monsters, a subordinate orc suddenly appeared, who was already swinging his sharp weapon at the goblin. He looked very strong and powerful, his eyes glowed with blue flame, his smile was chilling. Seeing this, the little monsters immediately began to run away because they understood that they could not cope with him. But despite this, they did not make it in time, and their lives were taken by the young man's subordinate without any difficulty. The handsome man saw this and chuckled a little, as he considered such an action very predictable for himself. Behind most of the monsters were undead that were already ready to take the lives of these little guys. After killing a few more monsters, the young man saw a hologram that informed him that his level had increased to 6th. The comrade chuckled and said that his friend had gotten everything all by himself again, but he wasn't too happy about it. After all, he believed that there was little point in hunting goblins. They were just wasting their strength and weapons. The student was again faced with choosing a card, and his decision was to increase his strength by 3. His body seemed to become a little bigger, and the sensations inside were now different, not like before. As he left the room, the guy continued to receive notifications that he was receiving 10 gold for the kill. Seeing her friend, the beauty smiled and said that she now understood where he had disappeared to so quickly. After all, while he was inside, they killed 9 more goblins, and she defeated them all single-handedly. The student praised the young lady, and turning to his comrade, said that he was leaving all his daggers to him. Seeing a huge box with dozens of islands of weapons in front of him, this surprised the boy very much. Handsome continued that now they would just move forward, ignoring all the goblins, and Hanwo didn't understand why. A friend suggested that this was necessary in order to save strength for the last time for stronger monsters. Sonvo confirmed her words because for the victory over the orcs they give 80 gold, and for the goblins only 10. And this means that for other monsters they will give even more. The boys moved along the city streets, carefully examining everything and thinking about what awaited them ahead. The comrade said he felt like they were in a zombie movie when his gaze suddenly fell on the military vehicles. The students came closer to take a closer look and indeed saw many bodies that had most likely fought the monsters and died. Suddenly, a strange man came out and asked if they were really people and what was standing behind them. The handsome man quickly began to calm him down, stating that they were ordinary people and he should not worry. The soldiers approached Sergeant Kim, reporting that they had encountered people, to which they heard in response that he himself could see it. The boys leaned towards the car to look out the window and see who they had the honor of talking to right now. In response to this action, the boy stated that he could not go out to greet them, pointing to his injured leg. The handsome man assumed that he had most likely become the victim of a goblin who had kicked him mercilessly with a dagger. The stranger confirmed these words and said that a small thing the size of a first grader was able to defeat them. After hearing this, the student was horrified because how could it be possible that something like this could happen to the military with weapons? The man began to explain that all the single-shot weapons were broken at that moment, and they could not understand why this was so and fought with shovels. Suddenly, a comrade behind him quietly whispered that he had an elixir that he was given to level up. Seeing this, the stranger cried out, saying that he had seen another player with the same and sincerely asked to take him. The handsome man said that in their situation it is difficult to share things that can be useful for survival. But the military insisted and offered very valuable information in return, and this offer interested everyone. The guys suggested listening to him first, and then deciding, because then they wouldn't understand whether it was useful for them. The stranger began his story by saying that they had seen wolves the size of a huge bull, and that they had not managed to catch a single one because they had escaped. He also continued that he managed to see a blue QR code and asked if anyone else had seen it. He said he had managed to find 2 of them, and they were appearing at bus stops, parking lots, and in the subway. The man scanned them with his phone and was able to connect to a community app. The guys realized that such information was truly valuable and decided to give the elixir. Along the way, while opening the jar, the stranger asked where the students were heading, since they were going to the base. Hearing this, the handsome man decided to object, because he sincerely doubted that the military base was safe now. The man said that when the first players appeared, senior officers told them to fight without weapons using shovels, and they were very wrong. The young man smiled softly and said that they would go their own way, to which they received wishes of good luck in response. Also, at parting, the handsome man asked to carefully watch the sky, because he remembered that he had just recently seen dragons there. He continued that there were huge monsters flying there, and upon hearing this information, the military thanked them. The boys continued their journey through the city streets, studying the area and inspecting everything for any clues. When they reached the bus stop, they immediately noticed a blue QR code and decided to scan it. The handsome man began to carefully study the application, reading various hints and notes, and did not understand who was behind what was happening. The young lady saw that in order to write one post, she had to pay 1,000 gold, and to do this, she would have to kill 100 goblins. The guys also noticed a message from the survivors, who said that they would gather in the apartment where their friend's apartment was located. The handsome man thought about how hard it was for him to reach level 6, and didn't understand how much effort the strangers had to put in to reach level 8. The young man felt that something was wrong here, but nevertheless, for survival, it was better to unite with a strong group. Without thinking twice, the students set out to meet the strangers and continue the battle together. Suddenly, the guys saw that the topic had been deleted, and in their defense, they wrote that someone had simply clicked the wrong button, and they could come back in peace. In fact, all these messages were sent by one of the monsters, but he was surprisingly very smart and in a human body. Goblins continued to attack innocent people who were simply looking for a safe place to survive. The young man tried to save his daughter by fighting off these monsters with a bat, but it was difficult. There were a lot of opponents, and the man couldn't cope on his own, so he tried to call someone for help. People from the window watched everything that was happening and heard him asking to save at least his daughter. But the goblins were bloodthirsty, and every second they came closer and closer to take their lives. Suddenly, a dagger flew straight into the neck of one of the monsters, causing him to fall lifeless to the ground. The monster's allies were shocked to see this, but they had no idea that the undead were standing behind them. The young man covered the little girl with his body, trying to protect her because she is the most valuable thing he has. Suddenly, the handsome man came closer to them and declared that now they could no longer worry. Everything was fine. The young man extended his hand and said that he and his friends would guide them home for safety. The stranger said that they had lost all their food, and in response, the student offered to share at least something. While the boys were talking, the friends began to kill the remaining goblins so that they would no longer bother them. But the monsters quickly understood everything and began to run away, which seemed very strange, because were they really running away out of fear? As the students approached the steps, they saw an icon that most likely meant a dungeon. As soon as the boys decided to go down there, the man behind them warned them that it would be better not to do this. After all, his friends own this karaoke bar, and he heard that something even scarier than green monsters lives in it. Hearing this, the handsome man smiled and said that this information would be very useful to them, and thanked them in return. Upon entering, a message appeared that they had entered a unique dungeon, a sacred land, ancient mucus. The boys were not delighted with what they saw, and began to run away very quickly in order to somehow save themselves. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a silhouette lying right in front of them, which made them stop. It was a small, creepy slime, and thank God it couldn't hurt them in any way. After the undead dealt with this slime, the handsome man received 140 gold for the kill. The monsters could ignite metal but not bones, so the skeletons were their direct enemies, when suddenly something caught the attention of the comrade. The message said that a monster boss, an ancient slime, had appeared, and it looked downright terrifying. She very quickly absorbed her subordinates, thereby killing them, and they went to eternal death. But she could not absorb them, but simply tore them into pieces, after which the remains of the bones fell out. After all, the attacks of the slime and skeletons were useless, and this greatly complicated their position in such a situation. The handsome man came up with a way out. He created a weapon from basic-level bones and prepared to attack. And he ordered all his subordinates to use the bones around, but not to summon skeletons. The slime continued to absorb all the subordinates and kill them forever, sending them to another world. Without thinking twice, the young lady picked up the remains of the goblin and threw them to her friend, who caught them and quickly made a bone weapon. But the slime continued to attack and absorb everything around, destroying and killing every minute. The comrade tried to somehow protect his friend by pushing him away from the opponent, which he successfully did, but they still couldn't save one of the skeletons, and the bloodthirsty slime swallowed the subordinate. This action did not embarrass the handsome man in any way, since there were many bones in his bag, which he could now turn into weapons. The hero created many daggers and axes, after which he ordered to attack and cut the monster until it stopped recovering. The final decisive blow was dealt by an elite goblin who leapt with all his might over the monster and finished it off. For such a strong murder, the handsome man received 2,255 gold and ordered everyone to put all the slime into empty bottles. After all, this is a fairly strong substance, and it will definitely be useful to them in the future to create something. Suddenly, the student's attention was drawn to the core of the ancient mucus, which had the class of unification material. Suddenly, a friend asked his friend to look at the comments on their new app. After looking, the young man saw that the comments were constantly being deleted, and this was indeed very suspicious. A group of people spent 1,000 gold to help others, but their messages were all deleted. The guys started to think about why this could happen, because they found it very strange. A group of strangers sat in a parking lot, discussing and not understanding why people kill monsters. Since killing an ordinary person gives 500 gold, and killing a player gives 1,000, it is very easy to catch them. The man smiled evilly and confirmed the words of his comrades, adding that it was much more fun than monsters. The strangers in the car were discussing the details of their work, and one decided to ask who their boss was. After this, the young man pointed back, and turning around, they saw a familiar face who looked terrible. After all, he was the Red Professor, about whom legends circulated and about whom absolutely everyone knew as a murderer. The man continued his transformation into a bloodthirsty monster, thinking that he was very lucky. Pictures of the murders he had committed just recently appeared in his head, and he was glad about it. Memory after memory came to him, and each death of man and monster gave him pleasure. Having met the monsters, he realized that the world was mired in chaos, and he could use their help. This was one of the handsome man's visions, and after thinking about it, he decided to ask his friend a question. Without thinking twice, he asked if he would ever be able to kill a person in a difficult situation. The stranger became a member of the Vampire Rod group, and after his transformation, all his acquaintances were shocked. Since they only went into the store to steal the necessary materials, but Hyun clearly had other intentions. Every minute he muttered that he needed more blood, ignoring the request not to kill from the victim. But the man was indifferent or praised himself for such an action because blood was very sweet for him. After his bite, the victim began to transform into a huge monster, and he said that he should grow up well before the next meeting. The young man recalled all this and was as if enchanted. Even the cries of his comrade did not bring him back to life the first time. However, having come to his senses, he asked his friend how things were currently going outside. In response, he simply held out his mobile phone, smiled, and said that the guys were already on their way here. Seeing that many people had gathered in the park, the monsters stepped on the gas and drove in that direction. They didn't understand why people would fall for this, since it was an open area and the locals would be quiet, because they were afraid for their lives. No one knew that when their blood bags ran out, they themselves would be next in line. The driver of the car smiled slyly and informed his leader that he already saw their target, and it was right in front of them. On the road, there were 3 dark silhouettes in huge black cloaks standing motionless. Seeing this, the huge monster hissed because it was blood, fresh blood of their new victims. Pressing the gas with all their might and trying to knock people down, they saw only skeletons sparkling with blue flames. The car was going at full speed, and since they passed no people, they were unable to brake quickly. The passengers hit their heads on the vehicle parts, causing them to hiss in a terrible voice and not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, a hand broke through the car window and pulled the enemy out onto the street right behind the ear, which he did not expect. The monster did not understand what was happening and did not even have time to begin to resist. He only fell to the ground. Trying to come to his senses, he wondered what was going on and looked around to see who dared to do this to him. The handsome guy read out the code and asked if he was the owner of these messages and the leader of the group. The man had no choice but to answer in any other way, since the sharp dagger was already near his temple. The young man made these assumptions based on the deleted comments, because what was the point of spending so much money on them and then deleting them? Friends sincerely did not understand why such cruel people still exist and want to profit from such a situation. The student continued that the strangers had given her a live one, but she hadn't thought that they would decide to run them over with their car so stupidly. All these words seriously angered the stranger, and he began to complain about the fact that the handsome man didn't know anything even close. After these words, without thinking, Sunwo kicked the monster, causing it to lose its balance and fly away. The young man continued, asking how many of them were in the group, because if he didn't get an answer, he would cut off his head. The stranger quickly jumped up and began to ask if he knew how to kill people and why he dared to play with him. The elite goblin could no longer watch and listen to his master being bullied, and he jumped up and swung at his opponent. The monster did not expect such a sharp blow. He froze in place, because it was then that his whole life flashed before his eyes. A moment later, he felt pain burning his hand and began to scream loudly because it was unbearable. The partners were horrified to see this, because no one could have imagined that they would not be in control of the situation. The handsome man smiled and said that he was a monster, because even in such a world he was not ready to kill a person. After a short pause, he continued that his guys were different, that at first, that his subordinates would do anything. Then the dead orc straightened his huge axe, already preparing to finish off this enemy and kill him. Suddenly, the young man looked closely at the lying body and thought that he had lost consciousness from pain. Suddenly, the student remembered that there was another man standing next to him and turned to him. Pointing to his subordinate's weapon, he asked him what he should start with, cutting off his leg or his arm. The stranger began to panic and said that he would tell everything and that there were 8 more people behind him. Suddenly, the man who was lying unconscious jumped up, swung his weapon, and killed the second man. The friends did not understand how he could kill his partner and began to examine everything that was happening. Now the stranger's hand had taken the form of a knife, and from it flowed the blood of a man who lay lifeless on the ground. The monster turned his back to everyone and greedily said how delicious and aromatic the blood was on his body now. The student realized that he was mentally unstable and was ready to deal with him so that he would not harm anyone else. After drinking the blood, the monster greatly increased its strength, agility, and endurance, which was only a plus for it. The man began to tell that earlier he chose a card and was a ninja, but recently everything changed. After all, he was bitten by his boss, and now he is a lesser vampire, which gives him more strength and energy. When he became a vampire, he couldn't go beyond the first level, but that wasn't a problem. After all, if you drink the blood of people, not monsters, you can gain experience and do terrible things. The monster now had a strength of 14, as well as agility and endurance of 13. But what was most terrifying was that in rage mode, its characteristics increased by 20%. Having seen all this, the handsome man realized that there were classes much worse than his, and this gave him the excitement to figure it all out. The student asked all his friends to hide behind him so that he could not kill them all at once. Using his power, he mentally ordered his subordinates to begin attacking the enemy. Without thinking twice, they ran towards the vampire and wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible. To their great surprise, he was too fast, and none of them alive could keep up with him. Handsome ordered to surround the enemy, because that is how they will be able to drive him into a trap. But he was incredibly strong, and with just one movement of his hand, he stuck his fingers into the orc's eyes. The vampire's stats were high, and one of his main advantages was his weapon-shaped arms. Having dealt with all the subordinates, the stranger crept up to the handsome man and stood right behind him. The undead tried to somehow protect its master, straightening its weapon and rushing towards him. The monster was a centimeter away from the guy, and in another moment he would have killed him, since he was the leader of these people. But the friends couldn't just stand and watch their comrade being killed, and without thinking twice, they entered the fight. As soon as the monster turned his head away for a moment, a strong blow landed right on the back of his head. The young lady was very smart and cunning. She knew how to act in such situations and attacked. Seeing this, the stranger laughed and said that he thought the beauty was a simpleton, but it turned out that she looked like a lioness. Turning to face her, he continued that he wanted to taste her blood first, and began to attack. Suddenly, the man heard loud sounds and flashes behind him, which confused him a little. The reason for such noise was a comrade who began to throw his daggers, and said that he had forgotten about him in vain. The student attacked him with Gatling knives, which were rapid-fire weapons. The stranger didn't like these actions at all, because they took a lot of his strength, and didn't allow him to finish what he started. A huge advantage was that the vampire ran very fast, which allowed him to skillfully dodge blows. Seeing this, Hanwo became a little afraid, since he was indeed invulnerable, and his strength was not enough to kill him. The elite goblin understood that his comrade could die now and quickly began to protect him. He skillfully delivered all the blows and defended the honor of the owner. Having grouped together, the guys still managed to surround the enemy. The vampire tried to destroy everything around him in order to survive and kill his opponents to obtain blood. But the handsome man had no plans to retreat. With each passing minute, he was coming up with new actions that would stupefy the monster. He, in turn, was extremely dissatisfied, because everyone was in his way, and he believed that they could not compare with him. Suddenly, the beauty who stood behind him swung her sword with a burning flame right over his head. And without thinking twice, she tried to kill her opponent, but he was already in another place. After this action, the vampire laughed, as he considered it too obvious in his direction. The goblin saw that the girl was in danger, and without waiting a second, began to attack the enemy. He jumped up and hit him right in the arm, causing him to start screaming, as he was losing a lot of blood every second. Handsome ordered his subordinates to attack, because the monsters are now vulnerable and they can handle them. Suddenly, voices were heard behind them. They were people with weapons who were running to help their friend. Seeing this, the vampire laughed loudly and said that they were just in time, because now he was becoming incredibly strong. The comrades saw their friend in such a state and were horrified, since he was a real monster, not a man. Suddenly, the piercing pain attacked the vampire again, and blood began to bleed from his body even more intensely. The young lady, while the enemy was talking to his allies, decided to attack him with a sword. She acted very quickly and clearly. Everything seemed to be under her control, after which the undead began to attack. The man began to die little by little, because now the wounds that had formed on his body were large, and the handsome man delivered the remaining blow right to the neck, declaring that his body's regeneration was impressive. But right now he wants to check the regeneration of his head, whether he can survive after this. Well, the enemy's body fell lifelessly to the ground, after which the student received 1,000 gold pieces and was very surprised. It was now that he understood why other people needed all this. They simply wanted to profit from the deaths of others. The strangers understood that they were now in great danger, and grouping together they stood in the center. The handsome guy started to approach them closer and asked if they were the group with the 8th level. Hearing a positive answer, he shouted loudly for them to throw their weapons on the ground, otherwise he would kill them all, and everyone obeyed. The guys started to explain that they didn't know what happened to their boss, because they just followed him and didn't expect everything to turn out like this. After thinking for a while, the young man realized that their boss was the one who made this monster, but he was unclear whether it was human or not, and what class it was. Maybe he's even a 5-star or higher, but at least it's clear now that the strong are just playing with the rest. The student asked how many people they had killed, to which he was told that about 20 had already died. After hearing this, Sunwo became more and more furious with each passing second, because he couldn't believe how it was possible to do such a thing. The handsome man, without thinking twice, ordered his subordinates to attack the people, after which they began to beg for mercy. The friends noticed that their comrade was very angry and decided to stop him, since he was not himself. The young man did not understand that the guys were simply shocked by his decision, but if he did not kill them now, they would definitely start attacking others again. After all, dozens of people died at their hands, innocent people, both ordinary residents and players, and something had to be done about it. The beauty, lowering her head, said that she understood why her friend made such hasty decisions. The soldier sat at his base, read a message in the application, and did not understand what would happen to this world if people began to kill their own kind. After reading the correspondence, which mentioned skeletons, the man realized that the attackers were punished by those amazing guys. The subordinate ran up to the sergeant and shouted that there was an urgent meeting, but he was too carried away. A hand with a glowing screen extended a phone, informing that the whole event had been an amazing performance. The stranger continued that he was very glad that there were still altruists like the handsome man left in the world. As he left the room, he added that it was time for them to get down to business, because everything was only getting more interesting. The guys continued on their way, when suddenly a friend reported that a new article had appeared in the appendix. An acquaintance posted a message and told everyone who wanted to write in the comments, because it cost much less, after which many people began to look for their families. A lot of useful information was learned thanks to this action, even the fact that wolves can jump 2 stories high, thanks to the synergy effect. The students spent a lot of effort to get to Hanwo's house, but they still managed it and finally got there. Looking at the tall building, the comrade began to think about whether everything was okay with his parents now, and whether he was ready to find out. The guys started looking around but tried not to panic and not to lose their vigilance, which was very important. As they climbed the stairs, they saw many dead monsters, including orcs and goblins. The young man prayed to all the gods that when he entered the apartment he would see his living parents, because it was very difficult to get there. Knocking on the door, the comrade shouted loudly, addressing his mother and calling her name, expecting to hear an answer. Suddenly the door swung open and the man and woman were shocked to see their son. All hope was leaving them. Having entered the house, the boys began to eat since the road was long, but suddenly the son realized that his parents had not chosen a map. The boy didn't understand why his mother refused to choose, since she loves to play cards, and the man said that he didn't even have time to touch them. The family began to discuss everything that was happening, and the boy, after hearing what he had heard, said that even a coin could not be trusted. Suddenly, the handsome man remembered that on the way to the entrance, they had not seen the dead bodies of the orcs, and asked how they were able to kill them. After all the apartments in the building were completely destroyed, but for some reason they bypassed this one. Hearing this question, the father quickly replied that they used F-killer, which surprised everyone. The mother continued that her husband sprayed all the monsters with this drug and quickly ran away from them. The student was surprised, but noted that it was indeed a very original idea, and most importantly, it worked. The woman smiled softly and thanked the boys for bringing her son home and offered to treat them to some green tea. Seeing this, the friends were delighted and thanked him, as the hot drink was very welcome now. Hearing his mother thank the boys, the son intervened and said that he was now a great master of daggers and had also tried, but it was to no avail in her opinion. The parents said that their boiler was not working and there was only cold water, but they could rinse off and relax. A group of guys stood on the street, smiling very maliciously because they were clearly planning something bad. The students were talking among themselves when suddenly they were interrupted by a female voice approaching them. Sweet Jisoo came out of the shower and thanked them for letting her borrow her pajamas so she could rest. The woman looked at her and said that she was very fragile and young, and most likely she had had a hard time, but this was not true. The handsome man went into the bathroom and thought about everything that was happening. He was glad, because he had not washed in such peace for a long time. Drops of water flowed down his body, which was very invigorating, and he was sincerely glad that Hanho's parents were okay. He also understood that it was very lucky that the orcs did not react to human scent. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult for all of them to kill them and stay alive, and at such a difficult moment. Especially to stay and live with your family in such a world, when trouble can come out of nowhere and take your life. But suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a scream. Looking to the side, he saw a skeleton who was trying to clean his friend with a brush, and it looked funny. The boys began to prepare for battle, but before that they decided to polish their weapons to make them sharper. Hanho turned to his friends and asked them what they thought, and whether they should stay here at such a time. The handsome man very confidently and quickly replied that this was a bad idea. They needed to move towards the goal. They might encounter some orc patrols along the way, and if they spot them, the boys might come and attack as a group. The student thought that there was one problem left, and that was the goal where they should go, because they had not thought about it yet. Suddenly, a comrade called out to his friend, asking him to look at his phone, and he sighed heavily, because when in this world did Hanho become addicted to social networks? The guy didn't like this answer, and he nodded his head negatively, since he simply saw a new post from the prosecutor. The man claimed that he and his strong team were ready to take a few people and unite, but it was a little strange. After reading the messages in full, the guys began to understand why he wrote such a post yesterday. After these words of their friend, the guys sincerely did not understand what he meant and decided to ask again. The message indicated that the people had a reformer, and perhaps he actually had the ability to defend his territory. But still, in his opinion, it seemed that spending 1,000 gold on others was a stupid decision, because knowing those people, they would not do such a thing. There were a lot of comments under the post, and they were mostly all positive. The student realized that these people were trying to create a good image of themselves in advance by talking about a safe place with a strong leader. This is all for the sake of increasing one's strength. because gold and elixirs are certainly not earned in silence. The comrade didn't like these assumptions, and he asked him if he really thought that no one was ready to help others just like that. Sonwo said that he was not sure about this look. It was just his opinion, and he did not want to discuss it in front of his friend's parents. I, who had older men writing that they had a safe place and were looking for a young girl to live with, was disgusting. Suddenly, the comrade showed another message, which said that the man was also a reformer and was ready to help, but for a certain fee. Everyone was curious about these safe zones, even though they didn't want to pay, but it was a 20-minute bus ride to Suwon. And without thinking twice, all the students decided to go there, but only after Hanho asked his parents. The rested and tired guys gathered and were ready to set off to the designated place with full strength and energy. The young man apologized to his parents for having to go with them, but they didn't mind. The man said that if their son survived thanks to the handsome man, they trust him, because in their area there are not only orcs now, but also thieves. As soon as the friends heard about the thieves, they were very surprised, since it was the first time someone told them about it. The father continued that these were high school students from the local school, and they were robbing all the survivors here. Even such little boys continue to do their dirty deeds, and this is at such a difficult time for everyone. These teenagers were racing their motorcycles without understanding why they were doing it, because for them, it was just fun. With a very unspoken smile, they drove up to the guys and said hello, addressing them as old men. One of the guys said that they didn't hear them laughing last night and that they needed to share their joys with others at gunpoint. As soon as the handsome man heard their threats, he smiled a little but tried not to show it. The students continued to talk about how strong they were and how they wanted to take everything away from them, but something about the others caught their attention. They quickly got back on their motorcycles and took off wherever their eyes looked, because they were very scared of something. The students did not understand what could have shocked them so much, that such seemingly brave people quickly ran away. Suddenly the boys heard some terrible sounds behind them, which were getting closer with every second. Turning towards the direction from which the noise came, the friends froze in place, as they had never seen anything like it before. In front of them were huge yellow eyes and a huge black silhouette that was looking straight at them. But most importantly, there were a lot of them, and it was a pack of angry wolves that were already ready to attack. But for some reason, they didn't do this, and the best solution was to move very slowly so as not to provoke. After all, fighting with an animal hand-to-hand is dangerous. Their fangs, sharp claws, and bodies are much more powerful than weapons, and their bodies are more balanced. And unlike the human ones, they were parallel to the earth, which gave them more support and strength. For if people fall, it will take time to rise and stand firmly, and if they attack at such a moment, it will be the last moment. Running into the building, the comrade asked the handsome guy if it was safe inside, but he answered in the negative, since with the strength that wolves have, they can easily attack here. But no one had any choice as to what to do now. Suddenly, a pack of opponents rushed towards the boys, growling very loudly and frightening them with just their appearance. They all ran inside, ready to tear all the people to shreds and take their lives. But suddenly something prevented them from doing this. It was the green elixir, which flew straight into the mouth. The comrade was shocked, as the handsome man used the liquid with mucus that they had previously collected. The terrible beasts began to growl even more as this liquid destroyed and killed with every second. Without thinking twice, all the guys decided to get out of here while they had such a great opportunity to escape. The student knew that they, the bipeds, had several ways to defeat such beasts, and ordered his subordinate to drop his weapon. After which the young man shouted loudly that it was time to attack, and everyone began to act. The subordinate orc quickly began to carry out all the instructions of his master and threw the weapon straight at the wolves. From such a blow, some lost control and became very vulnerable, which played into the hands of the guys. The final blow came from the elite goblin, attacking from above with his sword while the wolf was blinded by the slime, by plunging his dagger straight into the enemy's neck, after which he died, and the guys received 240 gold for killing the huge wolf. But, unfortunately, these were not all the animals that were ready to tear everyone to pieces. The boys and their subordinates worked together and were able to deal with another enemy, after which the young man's level was raised. The young lady became very sad and said that she thought they were no good, to which the handsome man reassured her and said that they were simply an enemy and difficult. After all, he knew that her class was a tiger hunter, and the more she developed physically, the further she would advance, but the guy did not notice that Hanho was becoming stronger. Handsome tried to call the dead wolf to his subordination, but unfortunately, his level is too low for this, and the guys set off on their way. The military plane flew above the clouds, but did not even suspect that it was surrounded by dozens of monsters. After the men saw that they were in danger, they began to panic and fear for their lives. People were very upset because Sergeant Kim, for some reason, did not report that pterosaurs lived in this area. He continued that while such terrible people as that prosecutor had not yet gained power, they needed to save people. But before I could even speak, a message arrived that a local boss, Vibrant Alpha Male, had appeared. A huge monster grabbed the helicopter with its sharp claws, in which there were people. It began to crush it, and eventually it simply destroyed it, after which it fell to the ground and caught fire. These monsters were incredibly strong. After their actions, they landed on the roof of one of the houses. Just at that moment, the students were inside the building opposite and saw everything. The guys were shocked that the military was now so out of control that they couldn't protect themselves. The huge dragons still remained on the roof and lay down to rest after their long flight. The parents started to panic a little because they didn't understand what to do next, because the safe zone was very close, but it would be difficult to get there. The handsome man said that it was better not to interfere for now, because this monster would go away on its own in time, and for now they could rest. Night fell, but the dragons continued to lie and sleep. No one knew when they would fly away. A group of people remained inside the building, wrapped in a blanket, sitting in a circle, talking. Suddenly a message came asking which class would be best suited to survive in a ruined world. It was for the parents, and a friend asked to choose a class with a bunch of stars, but the father clearly had something else in mind. To their great surprise, the handsome man and the cute girl were also offered to choose, but an additional class card. The young man began to think about why this was happening and how it was connected to the existing classes. Suddenly, the map the student was looking at disappeared, which was very surprising because this had never happened before. The only guess is that someone just took it, and apparently these cards are now being shown to many people. And most likely, it is some kind of battle and you need to act quickly and choose wisely. The handsome man began to think that it was still unknown whether the number of stars really affected anything. The young man understood that he needed to find the most effective class that would help develop the necromancer's skills. After thinking for a while, he found the one that suited him, and it was a black poppy with 3 stars, after which he was able to obtain a new ability. He was given a death aura, a buff for undead, and a debuff for enemies, which was pretty good in this situation. The comrade was upset because someone had managed to take the card with 4 stars that he wanted before him, and he got a priest with 1. His new ability only gave him protection for 10 seconds after killing an enemy, and it wasn't the best. The father turned to his son, asking if he had chosen a good card, but he was very upset about his. The man said that he chose a class that creates safe zones and it has 3 stars. Hearing this, the handsome man was incredibly happy, because he understood that now they would not need to go to Suwon. The head of the family was very happy that he now had such a cool ability, and his hands could multiply. The man laughed and said that he should have learned to do this a long time ago, then he would have had time to do everything. Later, the mother said that she chose the cook card for herself, despite the fact that she should have taken the one that she could fight with. After such a statement, the son's parents were upset because the son wanted them to fight the monsters. The nice lady said that she preferred Hitman, and she has a passive ability, a special sense that activates in a dangerous fight. The young man thought about everything. The beauty noticed that her friend was strong enough and effectively used each person in the team. He was good at planning, had a clear mind, and unfortunately she knew that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be like that. But she didn't want to stay where she was, and if she couldn't be like him, she needed to find her own way to become stronger mentally and physically. The handsome man turned to his friend's parents and asked them to explain their new skills in more detail. After listening to everything, he understood that it would be difficult to create a safe zone right now, and it would also be stupid to act like a guild. Therefore, the student suggested that the man use his skill only in dangerous situations, and for now it would be better to look for a safe place. The comrade heard this, and asked if this meant that they would not go to Suwon at this time. The young man replied that there was no need for this, since the leader of their group would use his influence on the others, and he did not want to do the same with him again. Sonwo suddenly noticed that the new monster was starting to move. Apparently, he had rested and was ready to fly further. The handsome guy asked his friend to look in the community for the location of the store, and he agreed. The boy knew that they could use gold more powerfully, but his thoughts were pushed out by Hanho's voice, which said that there was nothing nearby. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a female voice. It was a friend who ran up to them and called out. The young lady reported that the dragon had flown away, and the boys decided to go out. But on the street, they met the strangers they had seen yesterday. Seeing them, the handsome guy said that if they were robbing people, then they must know where the nearest store was where they could use the stolen gold. The leader of the group cursed, claiming that because of the wyverns they had lost time as they had been sitting in the butcher's shop. The brunette smiled happily and asked Tayson if he could spin the silver roulette, but he refused, since they still needed to collect a little more. Last time the blonde got a stupid survival package, so he hopes that this time he will get something cooler. The school children ran out into the street, joyfully shouting that they would not go out and were not afraid. They had already counted everyone among the dead. But looking back, the young man did not see a single person, and this upset him greatly. Walking through the corridors, they entered one of the communes where they saw their comrades, very dejected. The blonde smiled softly and asked what had happened to them and where Eugene was now. One of the friends said that a man came and Eugene didn't have enough money, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. It was the voice of a sweet girl who covered her face and asked the young man to be quiet. After she took off the mask, the blonde was shocked. He froze in place and did not understand what happened to her. The young lady said that now, because of the human smell, she feels extremely hungry. The handsome man hugged his girlfriend to somehow calm her down, but suddenly he heard someone's voice, which said that he definitely had to look at this. It was a man, dressed entirely in dark clothing, who asked the boy why he had killed Wusiok. He was always too kind and righteous for the leader of a gang of bad people like them. But the young man insisted on his question and continued to ask why he killed him. The schoolboy tried to somehow justify himself by saying that he attacked them, and he had no other choice. The man, hearing this, said that this time he would have to kill Eugene because he had warned that he might not be able to restrain himself. Apparently, he needed to drink blood constantly. The blonde didn't like all this, because due to constant hunger, Wusiok killed many people. After all that was said, the man was furious and said that the guy should be grateful that their bosses were even taken into the business. After all, they simply would not have survived without their protection, but in response, the guy asked to leave them alone, and they could figure it out themselves. The hero laughed terribly and shared that without their protection, they would kill the school children first. He also took the handsome man by the head and continued that if he did not find 10,000 gold coins in 2 days, then his neck would be next. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by someone's unfamiliar voice. Turning around, the man was surprised and asked them to leave. The handsome man smiled softly and said that it was not nice to treat guests like that. Let's understand that they won't go anywhere. The vampire did not expect such an answer and asked what such uninvited guests wanted from him. Sonwo did not stand on ceremony for long and immediately took out his weapon, declaring that he must give them everything. The guy continued that they wanted to get absolutely everything, and he probably didn't expect that someone could rob them. The man laughed loudly and declared that the guys were not guests, but psychos, realizing that there would be a lot of blood here. Suddenly it dawned on the student that the man standing in front of him was the very boss of the building. Hearing this, the monster's entire body was literally filled with anger, as he began to understand who was standing in front of him. These were the guys who killed his people, and without thinking twice, he pounced on the handsome guy. The hero tried to somehow harm the student and deal with him, spreading his sharp claws. But his subordinates were no weaker than him and quickly reacted to such a sudden attack. The schoolboy was shocked when he saw many skeletons in front of him and simply fell to the ground. The vampire tried to defend himself and kill the enemy, but he alone was not enough for such a number of enemies. Blood was spilled, and the blonde still could not come to his senses from what he saw. He sat silently and watched. The vampire fought very weakly, and it began to dawn on him that the young man in front of him could resurrect skeletons. The subordinate orcs held the enemy tightly, after which the young man asked him not to move, otherwise he would cut off his head. He was confident in every word he said, looking at him with a stern gaze, and asked if he was the one in charge here. But the monster was silent, clenching his teeth tightly. He was bleeding and did not want to answer questions at all. The handsome man decided not to stand on ceremony with him for long and stuck his sharp sword straight into the enemy's neck. As a result of this action, the weapon was broken, and the enemy began to scream in an unbearable voice. At one moment, many daggers flew towards him, piercing his body and rendering him harmless. The comrade smiled and repeated his friend's words that he had been asked not to move now. The young lady also did not want to stand at a distance and ran straight towards the enemy with her sharp sword. After a strong blow, the man's hand began to transform and become red in color and of a different shape. The hologram reported that thanks to the effect of the kindling stone, regeneration is now available. But the beauty had no plans to retreat, and running up to the monster's back, she straightened her weapon to strike. Feeling some movement behind him, the vampire quickly turned to avoid another blow. He began to attack the student in response, but she managed to dodge and escape such an injury. Their battle was incredibly brutal and strong. The guys used all their abilities to win. But the vampire continued to attack, despite all the wounds that had been inflicted on him earlier. The girl handled her weapon very skillfully, and fought off new enemy attacks every second. During the duel, he literally snatched her sharp sword with his bare hands to prevent a blow. But the beauty was still able to fight back and launch her weapon straight into his chest, from which sparks emanated. A message came that the special sense was activated, and then it became clear what effect this ability had. The vampire began to sparkle terribly and emit a bright light, but he did not even move. He just stood in place. The message stated that the aura of the dead causes the enemy to freeze in fear, and he becomes the weakest of the subordinates. The guys understood that they would have been able to cope with the power of vampires before, but now the ability does everything for them. The skeletons and orcs continued to kill the man, dropping him every second until he was completely weakened. The enemy could not resist and asked what they wanted from him, to which he was told to negotiate. The vampire understood that the handsome man had a weak physical form and he could kill him with a blow, but he could summon skeletons. The monster came up with a brilliant plan: pretend to negotiate and then strike as soon as he got closer. But his thoughts were pulled out by a sword that pierced him right through the stomach, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The guys tied him to the ceiling and said that he had the body of a monster and that he would be able to talk even in this state. But if he can't, the student said that he would help him because he has many copies of the effect on him. The schoolboy was hiding behind the table and sincerely did not understand who this intimidating guy was in front of him. Who is he that has such great strength and dealt with even his boss without receiving a single blow? The opponent began to shout, declaring that the student should not think that he was stronger than all of them if he caught one. After all, today his boss's plan will be fulfilled, and such small people as they will all leave this life forever. But the young man didn't even want to listen to the end of such a speech, and asked Jisoo to finish him off now. The young lady did not need to be asked twice, but straightened her weapon, ran up to the enemy, and finished him off. After which the guys received 322 gold coins, and this whole spectacle really scared the blonde, who was watching the whole time. The boy started screaming for the guys to save him because the man had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, his requests and screams were interrupted by the voice of a handsome man who responded to the schoolboy, and he raised his head. The student smiled and recalled his words about them having to give back everything they had stolen earlier. There was nothing left to do but agree and hand over everything he had, after which the guys received all the gold. There wasn't much of it, but that was to be expected from a schoolboy, and it didn't surprise Sonwo much. Suddenly, the beauty remembered this battle and, looking at the dead body, asked her friend what kind of boss the man was talking about. The student said that he doesn't know yet, but apparently they are gathering forces for this and taking money from everyone. The friend continued that he quickly dealt with the enemy, although it is difficult for her to imagine that such people exist. But she had the feeling that it wasn't as if they had adapted to the world, but rather the opposite had happened. I found them and told them that they have a hierarchy, a top and a bottom, and there should be some restrictions, but vampires can spread like a virus. A blind eye to them was still unclear, but in order to kill one, there had to be at least 3 people. It was also unclear how to kill all the remaining ones if they started to attack as a group, which is most likely what would happen. Sonwo knew they had to get stronger and said he remembered seeing a store nearby. The blonde warned all his friends to behave normally and listen to the necromancer and offered to help guide them. Suddenly, a message came in, which contained a question about the future of the players who did not choose a map in the second selection. All the guys were shocked because they had never seen a bright yellow window and with such a question. The handsome man understood that this was not a good thing, and he clearly did not like all of this, but he needed to think it over carefully. Suddenly, one of the school children grabbed his head and began to scream loudly, as if something had pierced his body. The blonde grabbed him and asked if he had really not chosen any card for himself. The young man started shouting that he didn't like all this, and that this whole system, in his opinion, was simply stupid. He also continued in his defense that not a single one of them, and all the other guys also didn't choose anything. Suddenly, a message came that if people don't want to become players, they will become monsters, and at that very moment the guy transformed. The handsome man was surprised by such strength, and understood that if he completely transformed, they would not defeat him. The only consolation was that the transition from human to monster did not happen immediately, and they had a little time. Suddenly, Sonwo shouted to his friends to immediately attack their new enemy. The elite skeleton immediately began to carry out the order of its master, and having straightened its weapon, ran. At this time, the parents stood outside the room and thought about the future, what awaits them, and what they need to prepare for. The man and woman discussed that the guys had been inside for a very long time, and most likely, it was not worth going there at all. But the friends had no other choice because these scoundrels were killing other people, and revenge was necessary. Inside the room, the battle only escalated. The subordinates attacked the new monster, trying to neutralize it. The handsome man watched all this and understood that they had no other choice. They needed to act now and decisively. Sonwo honestly didn't understand how the monster was able to destroy a skeleton with such a strong body in just one blow. But the battle continued. Each subordinate was confident in himself and acted very well. Fortunately, they managed to kill the enemy, for which they were able to receive 3,000 gold, because it was a werewolf, and increased the level to 8. The student didn't understand why there was so much money and how strong he would become if he underwent a complete transformation. The hero drew a random card and he got a good bonus, because when controlling skeletons, dexterity will definitely come in handy. After the whole situation, the comrade asked if they would really have to fight such strong opponents in the future. Sonwo understood that in order to win in the future, there was only one way out, and that was to expand the team. Previously, he did not use human corpses for their plan, so as not to create a bad image for himself among the other survivors. But now the situation has changed. There are people who have not chosen a class card, and battles with them will be terrible. In this case, in order to at least stay alive, the young man decided to go beyond his limits and summon bodies. After the new skeleton subordinates were summoned, the handsome man noted that they would now be able to fight the vampire army. The blonde behind him didn't understand what was happening and watched silently, but he clearly didn't like the whole situation. The hero turned to him and asked where the store was in this building, since they needed it now. The young man changed for what he had not managed to say earlier and said that he was in a used car dealership. But unfortunately, there are always terrible people there who take gold from them, but they obey the vampires and mock other people. The group of guys were not embarrassed by this, and they asked to be taken there as quickly as possible and set off on their journey. On the way, the young man noticed that they were moving quite quietly, but there was no one there, and the atmosphere as a whole was strange. Suddenly, the handsome man stopped abruptly and asked them all to shut up and look ahead. A huge monster in the form of a bear stood right in front of the vampires and was already ready to attack them and tear them into small pieces. Suddenly, for protection, the man threw a huge chain around the monster's head to tie it up. The strength of the beast, despite being restrained, was incredible, and he tried with all his might to get out. His paws were also wrapped in chains, which restricted his movement and prevented him from killing the enemy. Seeing this, the handsome man realized that the monster was chained for some reason, but left alive, which was strange. And looking around, the thought came to mind that most likely one bear could have killed all the vampires, since their bodies were lying near him. After thinking about the whole situation for a while, the young man realized that he had been kidnapped as a human, and since he had been unable to choose a card, he had become a monster. It was very surprising that the vampires were killed by the one they exposed, and retribution always comes for one's actions. The surviving man was incredibly angry at the animal and tried to attack it, shouting that it had no right to behave like that to him. Well, even though his paws were chained, he was able to deliver incredibly powerful blows to his opponent. Noticing this, the handsome man realized that he needed to act right now, as he had come up with a brilliant plan. If he succeeds, he will be able to get rid of 2 at once, and it will be an incredible victory. The fight between the bear and the vampire was extremely brutal, with both screaming at each other and baring their fangs. The young man tried with all his might to kill his opponent, despite the fact that he's several times more. Suddenly, their subordinate young men intervened in their battle, distracting the boys with their bright blue color. They pounced on the vampire, throwing him to the ground, causing him to lose his balance and simply fall. They did not proceed to destroy the beast any further, but this was already much more difficult and not entirely successful. The handsome man began to realize that he had made a slight mistake when he made such a decision, and therefore was unable to carry out his plan. The main problem is that wolves are not like bears, and the subordinates were the werewolves. These animals know how to hunt properly, and yet, having gathered his courage a little, the skeleton was able to deliver a strong blow. The student ordered him mentally to attack immediately, and in that case he would have a new friend. The last wound was final, and for killing such a beast, they gave 3,500 gold. But in order to summon it, you need to free up space, the burden joked. Sonwo succeeded in his plan and summoned a dead bear, but it was too huge. Suddenly a friend shouted out his friend's name, saying that it was the bus from their university that Kensu was riding on. Coming closer, the young lady looked at him carefully and confirmed his words, assuming that he was attacked by a vampire. Because the young man was going to take everyone to the military base, but if they were infected, then they had more enemies than they thought. There was no point in deliberately going into danger, and the handsome guy asked again where the store was. The blonde was about to shout out the directions, but suddenly his girlfriend snatched it from his hand, and he called her. Hearing the name Eugene, she loudly wanted to, and said that she finally found out what his name was, and everyone should not worry, because all children are very important. She continued, saying that she was wondering who was killing her children, and looking at the handsome man, she noticed that he was special. The young man began to suspect that she had been possessed, and most likely they had come for the smell of death from his minions, which was very infuriating. The evil spirit continued to tell that she was so talkative because she had to explain herself to the silly ones. That's why they call her a professor, after which she waved her hand and declared that, most likely, this information is not interesting. Laughing loudly, the monster whispered that now all these guys, little bugs, would come to an end. And indeed, strange things began to happen around the handsome man. Namely, a lower-class curse was imposed. The monster shouted various insults, including that death would soon overtake them. But the student did not plan to give up so easily, and fought off the blows with all his might, pushing his opponent to the floor. Sonvo said that there was no point in listening to such a monster, after which his comrade asked him if he was really that man. Seeing a red mark on his hand, which was most likely due to a curse, was unexpected. But no changes occurred in his body. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the friend was wearing new clothes, and he said that the guy was giving off bad energy. And I remind you that he had received a priest's card. The student understood that if the whole country depended on his friend, they would have come to an end long ago. But when does he joke at such a moment? Suddenly a message came that the young man had unlocked the vampire lord's exclusive skill, blood pursuit, and now his location would be shown every 12 hours. The handsome man knew that this was now his task, and he needed to attack the enemy before he became stronger, and he asked where the store was located. But now something else was much more important to him, namely, where the lair of all the vampires was located. The friends approached the store, and the girl noticed that it was not the same as before, since there was no tape measure there. Sonwo volunteered to try it first, and was given 1 ticket of any class, which was quite unusual. The hero remembered that he had a reward for killing 100 monsters, and the platinum level now costs 100,000 gold, and this is 10 times more expensive than before. After thinking it over, he decided that he would take a few tickets, since the price could go up even more, but for now, the gold class would be enough to survive. Later the store offered to choose a balloon, and remembering his previous item, it was best to choose the first option for 300. Excitement began to fill the young man's body. No one knew what exactly would fall out of him now. It could be either terrible or good. Luckily, the guy took first place and received a coupon to purchase a master-level legendary class skill. The friends, looking at all this, were in shock. Turning to them, the friend smiled sweetly and said that he was lucky again. The handsome man hurried to try out the new skill and called his subordinates. Despite the fact that the number was limited, it would be nice to have an infinite inventory. The student also understood that moving the shelter and meeting with survivors also expands the range of the shelter. Let's remember that the boys also went to buy new skills for themselves. Unisha turned to them and asked what they got. The girl managed to get a survival pack with a first aid kit, but her friend was even less lucky because it was just an ordinary protective chest plate. The man hit the ground with his stick and began to think about when everything went wrong in his life. He hoped that everything would be okay, but unfortunately it did, and he shouted loudly to all the people to go to the car. The hero remembered Sonwo, realizing that he had done something stupid, and he still needed to stay with him. The hope for a military base was micro-destroyed when they arrived, only to find the base destroyed by monsters. Everything around there was destroyed, and some buildings were burning brightly with yellow flames, and then they lost hope. The people on the bus were shouting at the driver because they didn't know what to do, since he had promised that they would be saved. Panic grew with each passing minute. The survivors understood that if the military base was in such a state, then it was all over for them. The boy began to get angry and blame himself for what happened, but he was still an ordinary bus driver. Suddenly, a girl behind the vehicle called him and asked him to look at his phone. After reading everything that was written there, he was a little happy, since it said something about a safe zone in Suwon. Without thinking twice, the young man began to start the bus and drive off, but the passengers still did not understand what to do and where to go. Until now, all people were able to bypass these monsters, and the guy understood that they were ready to follow him to the end because they trusted him. Unisho shouted that it was time to leave, but this decision was their end. They needed to be much more vigilant. The biggest problem was that they were expected there, and this turned out to be terrible for all the passengers. People had never seen monsters under human masks before, and no one could even suspect that such a thing existed. The monster began to mock the civilians, pushing and driving them into the desired room. The vampires forced them to work, threatening that if they did not fulfill all the conditions, they would become their food. One of the monsters turned to the other, saying that these slaves were starting to get tired, and it was time to find a replacement for them. They can hunt, take other people's gold, and there are those who are unable to work further, considering their economy amazing. The driver was incredibly bitter and already hopeless as they were planning to kill him and everyone else. The vampires continued to bully people into working for them as quickly as possible, and the slowest ones were fed. Suddenly, one of the main ones stopped abruptly, causing the young man to crash into him and not understand what happened. Everyone around them saw an elite goblin in front of them, who was literally glowing with blue energy and stood very confidently. The monsters began to talk to each other, as they did not understand who it was, since they had never seen skeletons like the goblin before. The boys laughed happily, and revealing their fangs, suggested that this seemed to be a new kind of monster. They ran quickly towards him to kill him as quickly as possible and taste his blood. The subordinate was not simple, but no one guessed about it, and he straightened his weapon. He was able to fight back. One of the vampires fell to the floor. Bleeding, he began to shout his dissatisfaction with the enemy. But as soon as he raised his head, a whole group of undead of different sizes stood in front of him. The young man, seeing this, was incredibly happy, because he understood that Sonwo had come to their aid. The handsome man came closer to the guys, and said that he had wished them good luck before leaving. But it seemed that his words had no effect. The student looked at him and was surprised, as he looked stronger than before. But they were both the same age, and how could there be such a difference between them? Suddenly, the fallen vampire began to rise and threaten everyone that they would die very soon. But these were more like his last words, because at that very moment, a bone was pierced into his back. All the other monsters watched this, not understanding what to do now, since they could be next. The students were shocked by what they saw, because first of all, the dead were strong, but they were able to be defeated so easily. Handsome understood that although these monsters looked like people, they were monsters inside, which meant there was no point in saving them. The driver froze in place when he began to watch the girl's actions. Her movements were incredibly confident. She turned out to be much stronger than everyone thought, and I had previously noticed for myself that Songwo and Jisoo were good. But Hanho didn't show any changes in his strength, but continued to hide behind his subordinates. The fanged blondie, after being captured by the skeletons, begged for mercy, offering in exchange that he tell everything he knows. The handsome man thought about it and asked how many people there were at the plant, and asked to name all the vampires, including their levels. The vampire said that there is a leader, and he is at level 5, and there are 12 players, the strongest of whom is at level 4. Having heard all the information, the young man noted that he was very honest here, although he was not going to save him. The monster continued to beg to be left alive, offering in exchange information about the local security. But before he could finish what he said, a dagger, which was in Kensu's hands, pierced his neck from behind. Looking at everyone, he said that he himself knew what was happening at the plant, and that this vampire could not be left alive. After all, he killed all his friends, even though they were stupid and fearful, but they did not deserve such a death. The guy had known these guys for a long time, and they wanted to do so many things together in the future. The handsome man approached the student, patted him on the shoulder, and told him not to blame himself for what happened, and that he needed to move on with his life. Since monsters do not behave this way for no reason, they are probably hiding among ordinary people now, and no matter how desperate the situation is, not everyone makes such a choice. Adaptation and liberation are two different things. Even if this world went to hell, the guys needed to kill all the psychos. The strangers inside the room were discussing something heatedly and decided to call their captain. After the man came closer to them, but he still stood on top and watched as he was in charge. The subordinate showed him all the work he had done and asked him his opinion about it. Pointing to the closed people, the man continued that the director ordered them to be collected, but did not know how many were needed. The leader began to laugh because humanity is just lunch, and it is easier to catch than monsters, and it is not even tastier. And now they need to take care of their evolution. As the great philosophy says, they need to become the strongest species on Earth. The strangers revered their captain and dreamed of being like him, but in response, they were told that they had to work hard to achieve this. He continued that the director found him in an abandoned factory and made him his subordinate, and that he would be able to change his life too. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a voice that declared that it would indeed change life, but only by turning them into a monster. There was a black silhouette standing at the entrance to the room, which attracted attention, but no one understood who it was. The handsome man began to laugh, saying that they call evolution what they call it to justify the fact that they have ceased to be human. Hearing such a statement from the stranger, the director jumped from his balcony and headed towards him. The man began to ask who was standing in front of him and dared to talk like that about their magnificent family. All the people who were in the cages were incredibly happy as they recognized the brave man who had saved them earlier. As soon as the vampire heard all these screams, he became incredibly angry and ordered everyone to immediately shut up. This is confirmed by the fact that his food was not given the right to speak, and everyone was seriously scared, not for the first time. The handsome man looked at the young man and asked if his boss hadn't told him who he was. One of his subordinates recognized him and started shouting that it was he who had killed Mr. Pak a little earlier. Having examined the territory, Sovno asked if they were seriously engaged in business, but the men didn't like it. They said that he was crazy for deciding to come in here alone and what was going on in his head. Hearing such a question, the handsome man smiled and proudly said that he had his abilities in his head, after which he began to glow. Everyone around was very scared when they saw the bright purple light and blue flames in the young man's eyes. A message came that a great aura is being imposed on the selected territory, and one must be careful. No one understood what was happening, as they were seeing this for the first time, and their bodies seemed to freeze in place. The vampires began to panic as the death curse was cast, and all attributes began to decrease. The subordinate skeletons immediately began to attack the vampires, but they tried to somehow defend themselves. The leader began to shout for everyone to immediately gather and come to their senses, because they only needed to kill one. But with each killed monster, even more vampires arose as the young man resurrected them. The monsters were incredibly confused, because despite their strength, they could not cope with one player. The leader tried not to panic, but to continue fighting. His chances of winning were slim, but hope was not lost. The handsome man stood right in front of him, with many purple sparks and bright light emanating from him. Without thinking twice, the guy threw a bottle of slime right into his opponent's face, causing him to scream. This is what Hanvo did, and he was very happy that there was a hole in this particular window and he was able to get in. The vampire was incredibly evil, as his face was covered in a terrible liquid that was destroying his body. The young lady straightened her weapon and announced to her comrade that she had managed to free all the captives. And without waiting long, people started running to the exit, as a bus was already waiting there to take them to a safe place. Seeing this, the monster became even more angry, since his food was now running away, but he did not see who was waiting for him. The elite goblin skeleton attacks the enemy from above, dealing blows and activating DIKAEB madness. The vampire was cursed with death and infected with the devil's blood, causing his health to decline. The handsome man squeezed all these attributes in his hands so that they began to act even more effectively. The right one was excellent at his job. The student mentally praised him because he could always be relied on. After everything that happened, the guys began to inspect the area with a leaky roof, thin walls, and broken windows. There is no better place for vampires than this abandoned factory. But if they have come to this, then it is definitely the end for them. The leader was incredibly exhausted and did not understand how his opponent could be so strong. One of the subordinates turned to his leader and asked to take away his power, since they needed to destroy the handsome man. The guys saw this and became very tense, but only Hanho, as always, was scared because what was in front of them caused fear. One of the vampires performed a transformation and shouted that he would protect his director and everyone would die for the sake of his savior. Everyone got the message that the high-class vampires were angry, but it was hard not to notice. The student looked at him carefully and asked if this was his true appearance. Apparently, he had already forgotten how he was a human. The enemy began to scream unbearably loudly and terribly. His body was filled with anger, and he was already about to attack. Krasavchenko ordered all his subordinate skeletons to kill everyone as quickly as possible. Their battle was very exciting because despite all the students' strength, the enemy was now also strong. A huge advantage of vampires was their speed, which was much greater than that of skeletons. The monster skillfully fought off everyone after the transformation. He was no longer an ordinary person, but a real monster. The heroes attacked the skeletons more and more every second, despite the fact that they were of different classes. He easily destroyed orcs and even wolves, but his subordinates did not lose hope and continued the bloody battle. The young lady could no longer just stand and watch this. She straightened her weapon and ran to attack. The girl skillfully jumped over the enemy, found herself behind his back and stumped him, but did not seriously injure him. The vampire continued to shout various insults at the enemy, thinking that this would at least somehow help him. The goblin skeleton also acted confidently, thinking over each of his blows and confusing the man even more. All the subordinates began to surround the stranger, which added a little uncertainty to his victory. The handsome man shouted loudly that he should not even dare to underestimate his bone comrades. After all, with every minute the killed skeleton was reborn and again continued the battle for the sake of its master. The friend watched and noticed that Jisoo was very cool and everything that was happening was incredible, but nothing worked out for them. It was great that due to the loss of blood and wasted energy, the vampire would not be able to hold out for much longer. But the young man was afraid that the skeletons would die earlier, and they would be in danger if the orcs' defense did not work. But the main problem in this situation was that this enemy was only a subordinate of the main one, and the guys couldn't even imagine how strong the leader of the vampires was, and how they would be able to defeat him. Suddenly, Handsome began to understand that the synergy effect had worked and team play had been activated. All this happened because another subordinate appeared. With his help, the forces will increase significantly. The student promised that he would use the ghoul's body to good effect, and now he was confident of his victory. As soon as the vampire saw who was standing in front of him, he was shocked because he did not understand how a pile of bones became this. He tried to somehow defend himself and attack, but it was useless because the enemy was several times larger. The ghoul pounced on the man and was ready to finish him off while he desperately tried to break free. But Handsome decided to deal the final blow by telling him to tell his director that his work in Hwaseong was over. The hero received 10,000 gold for this murder, but it was surprising that even in this guise he was considered a man. All vampires had to have their heads cut off so that they wouldn't regenerate, but summoning the dead without a head won't work. But in this case, the young man decided to try and he succeeded. Now he will work exclusively for him. Suddenly a message came that the guy could look at fragments of his subordinates' memories. It was surprising because he couldn't do this before, and a picture from the office appeared before his eyes. He began to assume that this was part of the necromancer's ability, and watched as the men talked to each other. The stranger, who was dressed entirely in black, asked the others what they thought was the point. Everyone around just looked at each other and remained silent because no one knew the correct answer. One of them said that he didn't have the slightest idea about this, but he knew what needed to be done, namely, call Kim's manager. After which he heard an approving response from his boss and was very happy, so important it was for him. He continued that he was grateful to God in any case for the fact that they now had an excellent chance to get rid of all useless species. After all, it is now that humanity has come to an end and they are simply obliged to destroy everyone and evolve. Watching everything that was happening, Handsome finally realized who the boss of the vampires was. The leader continued that he had one quest and he believed that they could try to complete it together. After hearing this, the group of monsters became happy and began to shout encouragingly that they would do everything. The young man did not understand why everyone was so obsessed with this, assuming that he might be using hypnosis, because their loyalty was too much. But now it became clear how he was able to spread his influence in just a few days. Raising a glass of blood, the vampire boss declared that today was a party in honor of his subordinates, and the first target would be Blowhard. The leader laughed and suggested calling this operation a great feast and inviting everyone to come and have fun. The man continued that Leader Kim would be responsible for food and materials for the farm. The handsome man was incredibly shocked because they were out of their minds, making food out of people, hiring slaves. The plans were nightmarish. They wanted to use people, luring them under the pretext of protection, and it's even funny that this turned out to be a working strategy. Suddenly, the system sent a message that the young man had received an additional task, and this was already the second one after the professor's death. All the people began to leave the room, as they were now safe. The comrade walked around his friend, not understanding what was happening to him, because he stood and did not move, and did not even answer him. Hanho started shaking him by the jacket, assuming that he was shocked by the situation with the vampires, and still couldn't come to his senses. Jisoo watched everything that was happening in silence at first, but then asked her friend to just wait. Suddenly, Sunwo's hand touched the young man's head, and he became a little scared as it was quite unexpected. He continued to hold him, and asked him what he had said about the shocked situation with the vampires. The comrade started making fun of the student, but he didn't understand this and was truly afraid of all his actions. The handsome man smiled sweetly and asked Hanho to go on a quest with him, but he didn't understand what he was talking about. A group of vampires were in a huge dilemma after they were informed that one of their subordinates had been killed. The young lady didn't understand how this happened because he had received the boss's power, but the enemy was stronger than they thought. The vampires didn't understand how weak skeletons could kill the manager, but now they had to think about what to do next. The girl continued to ask and wonder if this guy would really become a hindrance to them, but in response she heard that the boss would never allow this to happen. The beauty apologized for even thinking that their leader would allow such a thing and was a little embarrassed. The man replied that there was some truth in her words, but it was time for them to focus on the quest and not on these bugs. However, they will do this after the great feast, since it is still possible to keep an eye on the young man because of the curse. The surviving people tried to somehow equip themselves with a new location, and most importantly, to make it safe. They didn't figure it out, but the warehouses contained huge boxes of weapons and daggers, which was very tiring. The comrade asked his friend if they really needed to do all this, but he did not understand why he was asking such a question. The beauty intervened in their conversation and said that according to Songwo, something terrible would soon happen in Hwaseong. Therefore, you need to use their chance and protect all survivors, and on the contrary, you should hurry as much as possible. Suddenly the young man shouted and asked to look into the community, as it seemed to him that the opponents were planning something again. The guy started suggesting stopping the monsters by writing a refutation, but the handsome guy realized that he needed to think about everything in more detail, because there was no chance that they could simply convince people who had hope, and besides, the other problems would not go away. But also, if they decide to change their plan, their advantage will disappear, namely leading the guy. So while they have the strength and time, it is better to decide everything gradually and carefully consider each action. The beauty came closer and showed a whole box of elixirs, saying that she found it in the manager's closet. After all, if vampires hunted more people than monsters, then surely they would need the medicine now too. Suddenly Comrade shouted with joy because he was afraid that they would not be able to do without electricity, but now they have it. It was a small charger that acted as a battery and charged other devices. Jisoo called out to Sunwo and asked him to look at the medicine, which was average, as it could cure and alleviate various infectious conditions. After looking at it, the student said he thought they could use it right away. The guys decided to give it to the blonde guy. and he was extremely grateful to them for this gesture. After all, he took them with him, and even cured them, despite the past disagreements between all of them. They were having a hard time, and no one was sure that the elixir would help, but it would definitely have an effect. The handsome man warned that if anyone got infected again and attacked them, he would kill them immediately, and they had to keep a close eye on them. But the student was confused by the fact that the blonde guy kept his eyes on him the whole time and looked at him very suspiciously. After which he decided to add to the guys that he gave the elixir not for free, but would simply give them a job a little later, to which he agreed. Suddenly the young man turned to the man, smiled softly, and asked him to begin what he had planned. Father was very happy, because he would finally be able to use his hidden power. No one understood what was going on. The heroes spread their legs wide, raised their hands to the sky, and began shouting about creating a protective camp. He really did it. And the area is now a pioneer camp, which is why the recovery rate is higher, and there are many other advantages. All the people who were inside began to rejoice, as they felt a sharp relief in their bodies. The boys were incredibly happy because there was also food and they were finally able to live like normal people. The young lady watched all of this and noticed that everyone seemed happy, but all that remained was to solve their problem. The handsome guy didn't understand what was going on and decided to ask his friend if she had received an additional quest, but the answer was negative. The student had a feeling that Jisoo was too focused on preventing the disaster, and it was unlikely that she had received the quest through an unknown means like he had. But even without him, the young man and the leader of the vampires were enemies, after which the guy decided to ask if the girl knew that it was not her task to stop the fight. Cutie understood this perfectly well, but was she really trying so hard out of a sense of justice? In response, the beauty said that if they turned a blind eye to the situation, they would be killed, if not by vampires, then by something more serious, and she just wanted to survive. Suddenly a message came about the start of the main broadcast. The first chapter, a long dark night that will last 7 days. The handsome man began to study all the rules and noticed that the broadcast was only the beginning, and even movement was limited. A friend of the city said that they definitely need to fight to survive in this crazy game. The comrade shouted with displeasure that his friend's decision was too much, namely that he included him in such a crazy quest, but Jisoo did not. Sonvo tried to somehow explain that the girl had already had a hard time with them, which is why he took such a step. He continued that he was sure that his friend could survive on her own, but Hanho wouldn't have lasted a day without them. To somehow change the subject, the friend asked him if he had seen the deformations, since there were comments under his post. The comments were horrible, but it was an expected reaction, and even the prosecutor left a message. There were a lot of comments under his new post, and in it there was something about how they want to create their own society. Apparently, this is why the man left comments, to prove that they are not so bad. The young man said that he was simply incredible in his own way, and that people with ambitions decided to take their place in this world. The comrade did not understand what to do with this situation, and most importantly, where they were heading. The handsome guy said that they needed to level up first, but after hearing that his friend was level 5, he realized that he wouldn't have lasted 2 hours. The driver of the car joyfully shouted that they had already arrived and that the only way to get there was on foot. After the guys got out of the transport, they were surprised, and even Hanho decided to ask again if this was their goal. In front of them, they saw many abandoned cars, from behind which the terrible eyes of monsters peered out. Suddenly, something huge, round and burning, as if it were a fireball, flew at my comrade. Handsome confirmed that these monsters can shoot fire, and they are not like previous opponents. These guys had big ears, bright yellow eyes, and most importantly, they could use magic. But still, despite their skills, they were on the same level, and the skeletons were able to quickly cope. The students tried to defend themselves every minute, and kill more and more of these monsters for the sake of the future good. The friends continued to fight them, but it was not at all difficult compared to what they had already experienced. The comrade assumed that the kobolds were at least equal in strength to the goblins, and if they dodged magical attacks, then they were not dangerous at all. Their new goal is to increase Hanho's level and find new subordinates for the young man, because if he uses stronger creatures, he himself will become stronger. A single skeletal werewolf could handle a low-class vampire, but despite their magic, the kobolds were no match for him. Suddenly, the girl called everyone and froze in place. She looked at the building without opening her eyes. Later, the beauty suggested that this room somehow reminded her of their university. There were a lot of dead people around, and maybe this was a training area, which is why it all happened. The young lady began to assume that perhaps there were still survivors inside, and that this needed to be found out somehow. But in response, only she heard that the more people, the more monsters, and it was unlikely that anyone survived. The young man said that in this case, islands and small villages would be safer, for example, Jeju. Suddenly the student remembered that his friend's family lived on this island, and this worried him a little. But the beauty quickly calmed everyone down, and said that she didn't have the best relationships in her family. And she is sure that they are completely safe because she considered her parents to be good people. Sunwo began to suspect that the girl had problems with her relatives, but it was better not to ask further about it. Upon entering, a message came that the boys had entered a large dungeon, the citadel of wizards, like kobolds. The boys began to look around and were surprised, as it was big, when suddenly a friend's voice called out to everyone. They saw something like a magic circle underneath them, which glowed bright purple. The comrade began to panic a little and be afraid of this, since he had not seen it before and was completely poorly prepared. But as soon as his eyes fell on dozens of yellow eyes and dark little silhouettes, he began to tremble even more. The monsters talked among themselves and were glad that their dexterity had worked, and now they were finished. Hearing this, Sunwo was shocked, as this was the first time the monsters spoke, and it was unusual for them. Having looked carefully at who was in front of him, the young man calmed down a little, since these monsters were the weakest. But suddenly he realized that he was left completely alone against such a number of opponents, and his chances were already less. One of the main ones ordered all his allies to immediately kill the man, because the game was over. As soon as the guy noticed that a crowd of evil monsters was running towards him, he began to scream for help. The most terrible and unpredictable thing was that these opponents also talked, shouting all sorts of nonsense. The comrade had already begun to say goodbye to his parents and ask for forgiveness for the fact that he was dying right now. The greatest surprise came when, after the daggers had been swung, the young man felt nothing. Suddenly, he remembered that he had acquired the ability to create a protective barrier for 10 seconds when killing an enemy. All the monsters were shocked because they had never seen their sharp daggers not cause pain. After this, the student seemed to gain confidence and was ready to fight and struggle for his life. The beauty ran quickly and hurried Kensu, as she knew that they needed to find friends as quickly as possible. If they are together right now, then everything is fine. But if they separate, then something terrible can happen. Hearing a loud scream, the girl turned the corner and saw her friend, after which a question followed about his condition. Hanho stood in front of her with his weapon drawn and a slightly frightened expression on his face. Coming closer, she was surprised as she saw many dead monsters, and all this was done by the young man. The student proudly declared that he was a man who became stronger when his opponent was very weak. But these words only meant that he was not a very good person, and yet the guys should have found Sunwo now. The handsome man fought the monsters confidently because he was not alone, but with his subordinates. In the corridors of this terrible room, there were many dead bodies that had been killed earlier. The student began to think about the state of his friends, and sincerely hoped that his comrades were now with the girl. He continued walking through the corridors, realizing that this was too big a room, and he could not find a way out. Suddenly the guy saw a young man who, at first glance, still seemed alive. But the big problem was his wounds, which even elixirs would hardly help to cope with. The stranger opened his eyes, and the only thing he could do was point his finger in the opposite direction, namely on the box that stood on the shelf and was quite large and mysterious. The handsome man brought it to the man and asked if there was an elixir there that could help him. But when I opened it, there was an unidentified egg lying there. If I don't despise this object, but protect it, then such will be my fate. After seeing this, Sunwo was shocked, as this item was very valuable and rare. The stranger said that there was a monster boss inside, and he took his sign for himself, which is why he suffered so much. It was the master's sign, and the price for it was terrible, but it had already happened and there was no turning back. He continued to tell that this world is unfair and very cruel to all people or monsters. The young man's card was a dragon knight, and it had 5 stars. It was a shame that he died like that. After all, he most likely accidentally ended up in the dungeon when he was looking for a store and took some kind of sign from the local boss. This class had very high demands, and it was unlikely that the young man would have been able to hold out much longer. The new item, namely the unidentified egg, was most likely a dragon's, but it was very attractive in appearance. Now this explains everything, since the stranger, even on the threshold of death, wanted to protect him with all his might. Little monsters ran all over the room, looking for different people to finally kill them all. But unfortunately, they came across skeletons, and now they had no chance at all to survive with their strength. The opponents began to attack, but there was no point in it, and as soon as they realized this, they loudly shouted for all kinds of help. The handsome man understood that he wanted to try to at least avenge the death of the young man and find out what kind of sign this was. Killing a kobold only gave 150 gold, but that wasn't unexpected since they were weak. But for some reason they were very self-confident and continued to attack, not living with the hope of victory. Handsome also didn't understand why they continued to attack mindlessly, since it was obvious that everyone would die. The only guess is that they lack consciousness and attack, die, and immediately become zombies. Suddenly, a bright flame illuminated the room behind the enemy's magic, and the chief magician appeared in the distance. This monster was strong, but the young man was much stronger, and therefore he knew that he could easily kill it. 800 gold was received, since it was a kobold mage, and only after that the monsters began to understand that they had nowhere to run. With each passing minute, more and more opponents were killed, but they did not retreat and continued to attack. Sonwo leveled up and decided to choose the ability, since it would be good to increase the number of subordinates, but he got Corpse Explosion. The kobolds talked among themselves and shouted commands to each other. Namely, they needed to kill the man. The handsome man, in turn, ordered his subordinates not to approach them, which seemed a little strange, but he had just gained a new ability, and he was eager to test it on such opponents. The monsters were simply terrified when they saw a bright light in front of them, which was killing their allies with every minute. The new ability absorbed the enemy, giving them no chance to survive, which was very promising for the future. The other kobolds were just approaching the room and did not understand what was happening because they heard the sound of an explosion and decided to go check it out. But as soon as they opened the door, an elite goblin skeleton immediately attacked them, which they expected, no one was prepared for. His blows were strong and confident, and it was not difficult for his subordinate to deal with the monsters. Seeing this, one of the magicians tried to use his power to somehow protect himself and his comrades, but it looked more funny, since the enemy was agile, and while he was just starting to attack, he stood behind him. Having straightened his weapon, the one on the right began the battle, defending the honor of his master and his life. The handsome man, seeing this, noted that his subordinate was always on guard for his life, and trusted him very much. He also continued that he thought that since there were only monsters here, there must have been important things hidden here. Suddenly he saw roots in front of him, and a message came that the boss of the monster Kolbot Arkimok had appeared, and his main weapon was a shield. Seeing this, the young man now understood why he let everyone and everything in for his own protection. It now became obvious. The leader began to get very angry as he was stalling for time, and they were all already ready to attack and use their low-class magic. The message also said that all players in the dungeon below level 10 would die, and the young man remembered his friends. Now it became clear that all this time, the little kobolds were simply stalling for time for their leader. The handsome man began to understand that the whole idea and plan were very cunning, and most likely it would not be easy to destroy him. But first, it is worth trying to unite all your forces and call your subordinates to you. The enemy sincerely did not understand what was happening, since he had not seen skeletons before and did not know how strong they were. The sight was horrific, as the little monster was wrapped in tree bark and dead bodies lay around it. He began to think about everything. What the guy was planning for his life and why he had moved away. Did he really want to retreat? Suddenly, the student opened the door and said that the poor fellow had been waiting for them for a long time, but now they had to say goodbye forever. The young man decided to use his new ability and threw an explosion straight at his opponent. Everything that was inside began to collapse. All objects flew up and caught fire, and this played into the hands. Sonwo knew the explosion would be powerful, and he was happy about it. But unfortunately, his plan didn't work out as planned. The main Kolbot was still alive, as he was protected by a very strong shield, but now he was at least a little uncomfortable. A message came that due to a threat to life, the Archmage reduced the time for completing the task by half. Seeing this, the handsome man began to worry a little, since there were already few of him, but now the chances of winning were even smaller. After thinking for a moment about what he should do now, he ordered his subordinates to find the core, because he was sure that it was somewhere here. Soon the guys managed to find him, but getting to him was quite a challenge. Without thinking, the elite goblin headed towards it and successfully took possession of it, but they still had 2 more to find. The handsome man decided to hurry up and do everything possible, since there were 2 places left to check, the first floor and the roof. The only good thing about this situation was that the magician's deeds could also be used as minions. The young man also reminded him that he can now check the memories of the dead from their lives. Having looked at everything, the student began to roughly understand where the next core was and hurried to the first floor. Walking through the corridors, I noticed a lot of dead bodies of kobolds, which were simply lying on the floor. Seeing this, Sonwo began to suspect that his friend most likely killed her, and he hoped that she was okay. Seeing that there was another cannonball lying there, the young man confirmed his words, and noted that his friend had left her mark here in this way. But suddenly, there were several more opponents in front of him, monsters who were already ready to attack. The heroes asked Jisoo to find Hanho and Kyungsu because he plans to take care of the remaining core for now. Suddenly, the young man saw his comrade in front of him, who said that he was late and held out the body. The handsome man simply couldn't believe his eyes, as this didn't look like his old good friend at all. The girl claimed that she had destroyed a thing called a core, and the student explained to her that it was all the work of the dungeon master. None of the guys understood what was happening to their friend, as he was very confident and suggested acting faster. The enemies were attacking with every second, which slowed them down a little, but there was no time, and they had to find it. The young lady noticed that they had been looking for so long, but the monsters were shouting that they would never let them get to him. After all, they defend this core with their lives, and therefore they were very determined and confident in the attack. The handsome man decided to act according to his favorite tactics and called the right one to take part in the battle. Without thinking twice, he threw his subordinate up into the air, causing him to fly up, and now there was a huge chance of winning. The opponents, seeing this, became even more angry, since they could not reach him and understood that he would now take the core. Their worries were not in vain, as it happened. The skeleton acted quickly and was able to master the third subject. Seeing this, the young man said that everything was fine and that they could now finish, but the kobolds did not want to leave it all so easily. After all the cores were destroyed, the protective barrier was turned off, and the only thing left for them to do was kill the chief mage. The handsome man was very angry with him because he had to put in a lot of effort, but now he is ready to take revenge on him. The comrade transformed, and during this he wondered if they could quickly catch the boss, remembering that they still had the corpse explosion. The student didn't think it was a good solution since he had already used it, but his friend kept persuading him, saying that he could use something else for him. Friends suggested thinking about this decision on the way to the chief magician because there was no time left. Upon entering the room, the enemy was very shocked because he did not understand how he managed to pull all this off. The subordinates were preparing for the attack, and the young man began to make fun of the boss and his early confidence. Using magic, a bright yellow light filled the room again and scattered everyone to the corners. A message came in that the guys had surrounded a low-class mage, and they were beginning to realize that he was incapable of anything. Suddenly, roots began to emerge from his mouth, and it was an amazing sight, since magicians had never demonstrated anything like this before. The comrade warned his friend that the enemy becomes like that after his own words, most likely through anger. Suddenly, a message came that the true boss of the fallen tree spirit monsters had appeared, and it was huge. His powers seemed endless, and with every passing minute he tried to kill the subordinate skeleton. Yellow eyes added tremors to the body, and his huge body made us say goodbye to our lives. The handsome man watched all this and did not understand what he should do now and how to act in order to win. The only solution that came to the young man's mind was to shout to his friends that they needed to run as quickly as possible. The young lady did not think of retreating and declared that it was just a tree, and she could defeat it with fire. But all her powers seemed to be in vain, and did not cause any harm to the enemy, which began to frighten her even more. Seeing this, the young man asked his girlfriend to be more careful and not to risk her life like that. The monster looked terrifying. It killed everything in its path, even the kobolds that used to serve it. The strong roots literally strangled everything around it. But the guys were smart and figured out how it would die. As soon as the student was overjoyed by this, his comrade warned him that there was a resurrection spell lying around. And at that very moment, the strong opponent really began to recover and become even more powerful, because now he was emitting a bright yellow light, and magic was swirling around him, which was very mesmerizing. The comrade began to panic, as he did not understand how they could defeat him if he was constantly recovering. Suddenly a message came that the enemy's mana had run out and physical strength was being depleted. The handsome man was delighted and considered it a gift for the merciless use of mana, because he was stupid. Hanvo doubted his own strength and asked his friend to be more careful, as he was not sure that he would be able to stop him completely. Looking up, the guy shouted loudly that this was the signal and it was time to retreat right now. All the subordinates, as soon as they heard this, also ran in the opposite direction from the enemy for a second. The friends also followed this instruction and headed towards the exit, which greatly puzzled the monster. The handsome man turned around and asked if he really didn't understand that not all the skeletons were here, and that the main gift was waiting for the enemy on the first floor. After everyone left the room, the young man ordered everything the skeletons saw to be blown up. Numerous skeletons spread throughout the room, causing more and more damage to the wooden monster, which weakened and eventually died. For such a death, the handsome man received 12,840 gold, and even raised his level to 10th, which was unexpected. For this, he was given a roulette ticket, and he was 69 in all history, having an unlimited level, and now you can add another +5 minions. The handsome man pulled out a card, hoping it was something good, and he got the answer of base-level death. After reading all this, the young man was surprised, as he could now summon 10 wandering zombies from the abyss. He needed to somehow increase the number of minions to fight the vampires, and now he has the ability to summon 25. And without thinking twice, Sonvo considered this as a sign for a new task, or rather, for dealing with the cruel vampires. Straightening his sword, he loudly declared that it was now time to hunt vampires. His new weapon is a sword that has lost its owner and had immense power, and it is the key to awakening the unidentified egg. But for this, you need a classification, and to get it, you need to keep the egg for 5,000 days. But every time the sword touches the blood, the number decreases. Seeing this, the young man was shocked, since this number was more than 13 years. And while the friends did not understand how each other managed to raise the level so quickly, Sonwo began to understand that if time was decreasing every time the sword touched blood, then he simply needed to kill more enemies. He received 6 points of strength and a sword. These are very good items and even incredible luck. Suddenly, a friend noticed that the handsome guy's phone was vibrating and told him about it so that he could take a look. It was a message from the blonde guy, who said that he had found many more people, but that they were all okay now. All the survivors went to Hengong Square to see what was happening in the safe zones. Earlier, when the guys were talking, the student asked to send him secret messages if something happened, and a mass murder needed to be prevented. Having heard his assignment, the schoolboy was delighted and said that he would not let him down, because he had previously been able to spend several days with vampires. Sonwo found his acquaintance strange, since it was now difficult to understand who was a vampire and who was a human. But suddenly his thoughts were distracted by his subordinates, who were pointing their fingers towards the exit, indicating that they had found something. Coming closer to the room that the skeletons were talking about, there lay 2 dead bodies of werewolves, and without thinking twice, the handsome man used his power to add them to his subordinates, and now he had 5 of them. Werewolves, the right one, a vampire, an orc knight, a kobold mage, and there were 15 of them, and it was time to go to Swan to show the bloodsuckers real hell. The people around were a little worried, as they were unsure of their safety, but they were assured that there were no monsters nearby. The vampires sat and could not wait for dinner time, and each of them was eyeing a new victim. Suddenly one of them entered the room and announced that it was time to get ready to go out, and that it was time to have a meal. He again stated that they needed to deal with some of the people who attacked their plant. Blondie decided to ask, because they seemed to be planning to catch them after the feast, since it would be better for them to save their strength for the future. But suddenly the monster clenched its fangs and announced that plans had changed and they were now somewhere nearby. Hearing this, the others began to laugh, because it was obvious to them that they ruled here, but still, they had to deal with the guys now. After all, this was the boss's order, and he asked not to leave a single bone of the enemy and to do everything as quickly as possible. Leaving the room, the blondie didn't even notice that a whole group of vampires was passing by him. The group began to discuss that the junior high was near the square and no one thought they would be so close, suggesting that Sionwo didn't know he was cursed. And thus he tries to pretend to be someone other than himself But suddenly, his subordinates called the captain. Right in front of them, on the hood of the car, lay a huge, dead wolf, bleeding to death. The boys began to examine it carefully and noticed that it was fresh, and the claw marks looked like those of a werewolf. But most likely because the body was not eaten, it was obvious that one of the guy's henchmen did it. Following the trail of blood, the captain said that their enemy was no match for them, because he didn't even know how to hunt. What if someone from the crowd said that these bloody footprints lead inside, and most likely they should go there? The man, seeing this, quickly ordered that they all be killed at once, and that they not be allowed to escape under any circumstances. But finally the captain shouted that his minions, the skeletons, should only be careful with werewolves. After all, they were sure that he had a maximum of 5 of them, and it would be easy for them to deal with them themselves. The man was second in importance to the leader of all vampires, so he could easily kill even 2 werewolves at a time. After kicking down the window, the group went inside, announcing that it was time for the boys to pay for their stupid intrusion, and that they would be buried here. Seeing only 3 skeletons and a guy in front of him, the vampire did not understand how this was possible, since the boss said that there were at least 10 of them. The young girl asked if her boss had showered today, since there was so much dirt here, and he would have to get dirty. The vampire laughed loudly and said that he loved this kind of thing, and saw how the handsome man began to run away from them in fear. They shouted after him that he was doing this in vain, because the door was on the other side, and everything there was already closed. Suddenly the young man turned around, gritting his teeth. He loudly declared that this would be the place of their death. This made the vampire freeze in place, as he had not expected their opponent to be so confident. The handsome man continued that he couldn't calmly watch them. And it's true what they say, if you stretch out your hand, they'll bite it off up to the elbow. The student said that although there were many of them, they apparently did not understand what skill he had, and could only see those he controlled. But the vampires were not afraid, because they thought that they were weak. But in response, they heard that their subordinates were not just made of bones, they had enough strength to unwind everyone. Suddenly, the young man burst into blue flames, and a notification came that the Great Purge had begun, after which the handsome man also used his new ability and summoned zombies, about which the enemy was not warned. Sonwo declared that they would all become the ones they eventually defeated, and more vampires died with each passing minute. The list of energy was very large, as many subordinates were of different classes, and this added more chances for them to win. The opponents shouted that they could not see anything and that they should stick together, but with every second their bodies grew heavier. The curse of death, the curse of weakness, the bloody stone of the demon, all this awaits those who go against the undead youth. The young lady in the group couldn't take it anymore and said that this was nonsense, and that they could just kill the person who summoned them. But the very second she started attacking the handsome man, her body was filled with fire and a very bright yellow color. It played into their hands that they had subordinate kobolds, and they knew how to control magic and quickly deal with opponents. Elite goblin skeletons also did not stand aside, but skillfully destroyed players, receiving 2,000 gold for their master. The leader was very angry because he did not understand how the corpses dared to try to kill him and attack him. He tried to fight off the skeletons somehow, but it was difficult because they surrounded him. Waving his weapon and claws, the man continued to shout for the boy to call for more, as he was confident in his abilities. But he did not calculate that his old allies, who had died, had now become his enemies and opponents. Having heard his assignment, the schoolboy was delighted and said that he would not let him down, because he had previously been able to spend several days with vampires. Sonwo found his acquaintance strange, since it was now difficult to understand who was a vampire and who was a human. But suddenly his thoughts were distracted by his subordinates, who were pointing their fingers towards the exit, indicating that they had found something. Coming closer to the room that the skeletons were talking about, there lay 2 dead bodies of werewolves. And without thinking twice, the handsome man used his power to add them to his subordinates, and now he had 5 of them. Werewolves, the right one, a vampire, an orc knight, a magician, a kobold, and there were 15 of them, and it was time to go to Suwon to show the bloodsuckers real hell. The people around were a little worried, as they were unsure of their safety, but they were assured that there were no monsters nearby. The vampires sat and could not wait for dinner time, and each of them was eyeing a new victim. Suddenly one of them entered the room and announced that it was time to get ready to go out, and that it was time to eat. But the word stated that they needed to deal with some of the people who attacked their factory. The blonde guy decided to ask, because they seemed to be planning to catch them after the feast, since it would be better for them to save their strength for the future. But suddenly the monster clenched its fangs and announced that plans had changed, and they were now somewhere nearby. Hearing this, the others began to laugh because it was obvious to them that they ruled here, but still they had to deal with the guys now. After all, this was the boss's order, and he asked not to leave a single bone of the enemy and to do everything as quickly as possible. Leaving the room, the blonde didn't even notice that a whole group of vampires was passing by him. The group began to discuss that the junior high was near the square and no one thought they would be so close, suggesting that Sionwo didn't know he was cursed, and thus he tries to pretend to be someone he is not. But suddenly his subordinates called the captain. Right in front of them, on the hood of the car, lay a huge dead wolf, bleeding to death. The boys began to examine it carefully and noticed that it was fresh, and the claw marks looked like those of a werewolf. But most likely, because the body was not eaten, it was obvious that one of the guy's henchmen did it. Following the trail of blood, the captain said that their enemy was no match for them because he didn't even know how to hunt. What if someone from the crowd said that these bloody footprints lead inside, and most likely they should go there? The man seeing this quickly ordered that they all be killed at once, and that they not be allowed to escape under any circumstances. But finally the captain shouted that his minions, the skeletons, they should only be careful with skeletons and werewolves. After all, they were sure that he had a maximum of 5 of them, and it would be easy to deal with them themselves. The man was second in importance to the leader of all vampires, so he could easily kill the enemy with 2 werewolves at a time. After kicking down the window, the group went inside, announcing that it was time for the guys to pay for their stupid intrusion and that they would be buried here. Seeing only 3 skeletons and a guy in front of him, the vampire did not understand how this was possible, since the boss said that there were at least 10 of them. The young girl asked if her boss had showered today, as there was so much dirt here and he would get dirty. The vampire laughed loudly and said that he loved this kind of thing, and saw how the handsome man began to run away from them in fear. They shouted after him that he was doing this in vain, because the door was on the other side, and everything there was already closed. Suddenly the young man turned around, gritting his teeth. He loudly declared that this would be the place of their death. This made the vampire freeze in place, as he had not expected their opponent to be so confident. The handsome man continued that he couldn't calmly watch them, and it's true what they say. If you stretch out your hand, they'll bite it off up to the elbow. The student said that although there were many of them, they apparently did not understand what skill he had, and could only see those he controlled. But the vampires were not afraid, because they thought that they were weak. But in response, they heard that their subordinates were not just made of bones. They had enough strength to unwind everyone. Suddenly the young man burst into blue flames, and a notification came that the Great Purge had begun. After which the handsome man also used his new ability, and summoned zombies, about which the enemy was not warned. Sanvo declared that they would all become the ones they eventually defeated, and more vampires died with each passing minute. The list of energy was very large, since many of the subordinates were of different classes, and this added more chances for them to win. The opponents shouted that they could not see anything, and that they should stick together. But with every second their bodies grew heavier. The curse of death, the curse of weakness, the bloody stone of the demon, all this awaits those who go against the undead youth. The young lady in the group couldn't take it anymore and said that this was nonsense, and that they could just kill the person who summoned them. But the very second she started attacking the handsome man, her body was filled with fire and a very bright yellow color. It played into their hands that they had subordinate kobolds, and they knew how to control magic and quickly deal with opponents. The elite goblin skeleton also did not stand aside, but deftly destroyed the players, receiving 2,000 gold for its owner. The leader was very angry, because he did not understand how the corpses dared to try to kill him and attack him. He tried to fight off the skeletons somehow, but it was difficult because they surrounded him. Waving his weapon and claws, the man continued to shout for the boy to call for more, as he was confident in his abilities. But he did not calculate that his old allies who had died had now become his enemies and opponents. Seeing that no one was going to answer his question, the vampire declared that it would be better for them to sacrifice themselves for the sake of evolution, after which all those guards who had previously been very friendly began to knock their sticks on the ground. All the vampires instantly took off their masks, and the leader declared that they would now control the future. Having started laughing, the man informed his subordinates that they could begin and wished them a pleasant appetite. A group of vampires were already standing at the ready, and they couldn't wait to drink the blood of these people. The leader smiled slyly and said that he wanted to help these people go to the next world. The friends understood that they couldn't hesitate even for a second, and they needed to help everyone hide as quickly as possible. The vampires were surprised to see this, as they did not understand where the students got the weapons from. But what we didn't see later was even more shocking, as it was a huge bus. The driver quickly began calling everyone inside so that people could be saved as quickly as possible, but the vampires began to attack there too. The comrade noticed that the fence that prohibited exit had disappeared and quickly redirected everyone to the exit. The monsters did not understand where this transport came from, because it was causing their food to disappear and avoid them. The boss began to guess what was going on, since the only one who tried to stop him was Sovno. Suddenly, the young man himself showed up and asked if he was really late for a party with such guests. He began to ask the monsters why they weren't having fun. Were they really scared because the strongest had already been killed? The leader said that he thought the handsome guy would be late, but he arrived on time because they hadn't even brought them any snacks yet. And the vampire continued that he hoped that they would enjoy this party together, smiling wickedly. But the structure of the party itself has changed a little, namely the amount of food, and without it there is no holiday. The leader shouted loudly, addressing the newcomers, and ordered that all those who had escaped must be caught immediately. The man suspected something was wrong when he saw that the student was not even going to help all the people, but he also began to suspect that most likely he had his own comrades in the crowd, and they would cope. As soon as he realized this, the vampire began to laugh, because just the thought of comrades in such a world made him laugh. He loudly declared that he could deal with all of the guy's friends, and even his skeleton subordinates. Seeing a huge monster right in front of him, the vampire froze a little in place, since it was several times larger than him. But still, he didn't frighten him at all, since their forces were far from equal, and his subordinates quickly flew to the side. The big advantage was the diversity of the undead, but even that didn't surprise the opponents at all. The vampire stretched out his hands with sharp claws to deliver a strong blow to the enemy and kill him. The handsome man watched all this and decided to ask if it was necessary to start such a party with a bang. After removing the cloak from the enemy, the leader was surprised to find a dead goblin body underneath, wrapped in bones. And suddenly there followed a very strong explosion and impact, which alarmed everything around and destroyed a lot. The vampire's subordinates began to clutch their heads and scream as they understood that their director was now in great danger. No one understood how this was even possible, but they believed that their leader was not so easy to kill, and they would cope. One of the guys said that everyone should go look for people, and he would stay with the handsome guy and finish him off, and everyone obeyed. Opening the door in front of them, the guys saw only a multitude of dead bodies of monsters that filled the passage. Looking up, the vampire saw that there was a huge hole in the top of this bus, and everyone ran away. The young man, without thinking twice, decided to use his ability and immediately caused a corpse explosion. Everything around started to burn. It was his plan to lock so many vampires in one room and blow it up. The man who remained screamed in horror because he sincerely knew that they could be killed in this way. The guards and some subordinates continued to run after people on the orders of their boss. The young men, turning to the girl, said that they heard an explosion and suspected that something was wrong with their boss. But she was confident in the leader and asked him not to say such things again, because a common man could not defeat him. The cutie remembered the young man and thought that she had not bothered him until today, but if she returned, she would definitely die. The only thing to do now is not to worry and focus on their task. Suddenly, the guards, who had been talking to their friend a second ago, fell to the ground and began to bleed. The girl did not understand what was happening now, and did not even suspect that there was a strong opponent behind her. It was Jisoo, who was completely confident in her actions and ready to finish off the vampire. And she proudly declared that now the end would come for her, and there would be no more forgiveness for all her actions. Seeing this, the young lady was shocked, as it was surprising to her that such a fearless little girl would attack her. The cutie smiled and said that the director would hardly accept her, but someone at a lower level would definitely like her. But the next answer ignited a hostile fire between them, as Jisoo told the old bag to shut up. At the square, a comrade tried to send all the people to a safe place, and the blonde understood that everything was going according to plan. The young man hoped that these bloodsuckers would finally leave them alone, and given Sonwo's skills, this was entirely possible. Also, the chances were increased by the fact that the young man brought blades, and now they have a lot of weapons. But, unfortunately, they were not useful. But Hanvo did not want to accept this, and hoped that his work would still be used. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind them, which declared that it now understood why the director had posted security. It was a handsome young man who continued that he did not want to fight now and planned to simply take the boys prisoner. But he also had a second option to let the guys become her food and pump himself up to a new level. Blondie did not despair and asked his friend not to worry, as he was sure that he could handle it together. Without thinking twice, the guy began to attack, taking revolvers with him because he thought that the vampire was not strong. Seeing this, the student was shocked, as it was stupid to attack an opponent so quickly without studying his abilities. Blondie said that he was very offended to hear such words and that he may be weaker than others, but he is certainly stronger than teenagers. Without thinking twice, the monster straightened its sharp fangs and was ready to attack to drink blood. He grabbed hold of the student from behind, who didn't even suspect that he was so fast and agile. The enemy was already ready to tear the boy to pieces, but suddenly something caught his attention. Looking up, he felt a strong blow to his chest and froze in place. Blondie was not very strong, but first of all, he was agile and brave, so he hit the enemy without thinking. As soon as the comrade saw this jump in the air, he noticed that it made an excellent target. Having straightened his weapon, the guy only gave the command when the vampire would land right on his dagger with his body. Everything worked out as Hanho planned. He accurately threw his blades at the enemy, and they hit him right in the heart. Blondie, however, did not expect this from his friend and praised him for it. Now he considers him cool. The student couldn't believe that he had managed to kill the vampire, but suddenly he realized that he hadn't received the gold, and that meant only one thing. The opponent began to laugh loudly and rise to his feet, declaring that he just wanted to play with the guys, but now his beautiful face was ruined. At the scene, the handsome man stood and looked at the burning bus, realizing that he had destroyed all the lower-class vampires. Looking at all this, the guy understood that now everything would really start, and he needed to act. Suddenly, a huge monster with wings landed on the roof of the hot transport right in front of the young man. Blood dripped from his fangs, and he said he didn't want to repeat himself. But Sonwo was still waiting for the end, and the enemy was sure that he knew that everything would definitely not end easily, but he did not plan to retreat. Gathering his courage, the enemy began to attack the handsome man, but he quickly reacted and gave the order to the skeletons. The student told his orc subordinates to restrain the vampire with a spear and surround him. Without further ado, the boys began to do this, but the enemy had an advantage. He could fly. Vampires are very fast and agile. They are difficult to catch and difficult to kill, but doing so can yield a lot of gold. The hero watched everything that was happening and was very angry since his subordinates did not cause damage. The only good solution at that moment was to call upon the call of death, namely zombies. Seeing this, the vampire was surprised and realized that his opponents were indeed stronger than some of his subordinates. But he was the lord of vampires and was confident of his victory, as his power was infinite and incredible. Suddenly, the next action shocked the monster very much. The head without a body began to bite him. Looking at his opponent, the monster realized that the one who was damaging him was most likely a zombie. It wasn't bad, but the cut they gave him was small, although it bled a little. Still, the vampire did not want to hold out any longer, and using his magic, began to attack. Handsome understood that he had to act right now, and ordered to call a corpse explosion. The enemy stood in a huge bed of blood, surrounded by zombies, but this sight only attracted him more. He spread his arms and shouted bloodfile, and out of nowhere explosions and a very bright yellow light began. The student was very surprised when he realized that he could summon a blood field, and most likely, this was his active skill. There was a lot of blood, and even though their attacks were weaker, he definitely had enough strength to cause a corpse explosion. And since that's the case, it's high time to use the werewolf synergy to somehow deal with such a strong enemy. It makes it much easier to deal with one opponent, but these creatures were much stronger. The vampire began to laugh, wondering if he really thought he could defeat him, relying so much on his strength. Seeing that the Lord had killed 3 werewolf skeletons with one blow, the young man ordered to keep his distance and prepare for defense. The man was upset as he found the battle boring, just like the rest of the people, and stated that evolution had taken a rest on them. As soon as the monster heard the reproach in his direction, he continued that he was stronger than 10 ordinary people. After all, he is a great being, and therefore must subjugate the weak, which in principle he has been doing up until this time. He said that modern, two-faced society considers him a threat to its security. But now the very day has come when someone from above decided to correct the injustice and chose him, not the people. As a being capable of growing and leading others forward, creating a more interesting and powerful world. The young man exhaled and said that this was a great goal, but the methods of achieving it were very stupid. The handsome man asked him if he really believed that in 100 years someone would say thank you to him, and that he had heard a positive answer. The man shared that his very existence is proof of evolution, and they are the ones who descended from humans. Hearing this, the student wondered why such powerful monsters could die at the hands of mere mortals. At that moment, a cry for help from Madame Yang, who was clearly in trouble, was heard in the vampire's head. The girl was incredibly shocked and considered it impossible that some student could beat her like that, namely, to stop the one who was able to evolve in such a world, and also to humiliate her in front of everyone. In her head, this was impossible, since she sincerely believed that their kind was the strongest and best in the world. But the opponent was stronger and faster than an ordinary person, but she was much weaker and slower than her. But to the vampire's great regret, she understood that she was most likely losing, and she needed help. The young lady saw that her opponent was weakening and wondered why her attacks weren't working now. She knew well that they were as strong as Sunwoo, but they were also excellent monster hunters. And thanks to hunting, she not only leveled up, but also gained combat experience. The girls actively fought among themselves, waving weapons and trying to kill each other, but it was difficult. Jisoo stated that she understands that her opponent is very surprised by everything that happened to her. After all, despite all her strength, she wasn't that fast, and her attacks were very simple, namely exhaustion. And Cutie began to suspect that her experience consisted only of observing the vampire lord, and that she alone could do nothing. The beauty swung her weapon very deftly and dodged her opponent's attacks confidently. The vampire became incredibly angry when she realized that she could not kill an ordinary person. With each blow, the student realized that victory was hers, and she thanked the stranger for proving to her that she was not so weak. The girl looked at her lying body, which was bleeding and showed almost no signs of life. The young lady understood that everything would end once the Kanhas had herded all the people and Sunwoo had killed the vampire lord. The guys had no less problems because they came across a difficult opponent. Despite the fact that there were 2 of them, they were not strong. Blondie proudly stated that the students were holding up well for normal people and chuckled a little. He decided to ask if the guys still had the strength to continue their fight, or if they were ready to give up. The vampire stated that it would be a waste of time for him to simply kill them instead of playing around for so long. But then a brilliant question came to his mind, to suggest that the guys become like them, because this is a great chance. Hearing this, the comrade was incredibly surprised, since he would never take the side of the enemy in his life. The man continued that you were given a class card to survive in a destroyed world. But it turned out that they needed to make a choice that was more important than the map, and now they can change everything in their lives. After all, this choice guaranteed them survival and the best way to become a parasite in this world. He asked for people who had never fought against anything, like students, environmentalists, bartenders, and he himself gave an answer to his own question, stating that they would get closer to the one who was stronger and try to survive. And he decided that now it was time for the guys to take his side, since this was the best solution for survival. The comrade quietly muttered that he was right, but the blondie behind him was shocked by such an answer. The student continued talking, wondering what to do if in such a world they are stronger than the vampires. The thing is that there are a lot of them, after which the sound of a motorcycle engine was heard, which drove up from behind. As soon as the enemy turned towards the sound, his comrade immediately threw his dagger at him and understood that now he would definitely not escape. But the man was very agile and fast and was able to prevent this by turning away from the blow. After that, the dagger hit their ally right in the neck, who was sitting on the transport and carrying out his order. The vampire turned to see who had been killed instead of him, but was surprised as he had not expected it. The guys even thought of such a turn of events, and a small goblin sat in front of the guy's chest. The comrade loudly declared that he did not intend to kill the man immediately because he needed the goblin. Turning towards the Hanvo, the vampire saw how he was becoming bigger and bigger with each passing second due to his confidence. He continued that he didn't know what this skill was called, but it wasn't a problem for him to grab a few more bugs. Suddenly he heard some kind of clanging, squinting a little. The hero began to listen to where it was coming from. The comrade, in turn, continued that his body had changed after capturing the goblin, and now the vampire would definitely not win. The guy shouted loudly about multiple cuts, and dozens of daggers flew into the enemy's body. All the guys started attacking the monster, knocking him down more and more every minute so that he would weaken. But he didn't plan to give up, and only continued to report that their attacks would have no effect on him. Blondie was truly shocked when he began to realize that the vampire was still very strong and invulnerable. The comrade tried to somehow hide in order to think over a plan of action and prepare for battle. He quickly turned around and stated that while he was bragging about his race, he was preparing to attack, and that was the difference between them. He dealt many blows, but for some reason they were not reflected in any way and did not come to the young man at all. In turn, the guys tried to finish off the monster and also did not understand why their powers did not work on it. The man understood that their attacks were low level, but they acted in a complex manner, and he was destroyed without giving him a chance to attack. Besides, this giant, according to him, moves very quickly, and all these guys together are very dangerous. The comrade panicked a little because he had created something that was gradually losing its power, and this could not be avoided. But such a cool skill must have a recharge, the Blondie said in an angry voice. And this meant only one thing, that soon the end would come for him, as soon as the guys gathered and attacked. The young man, in order not to lose his enormous size, decided to do the same and throw the dagger, killing the goblin. But the vampire sincerely did not understand why these little monsters just fell from the sky at such a necessary moment. The boy on the roof said that he was asked to bring them there, but the most difficult one was left for the Hanho. The giant stated that only he could kill the goblins that fell from the sky. Does that mean that no one can stop his power? He said that the strongest must kill the weakest in order to survive, and these words at this moment meant that the dead one must be blonde. The man had no plans to retreat and said that real survival was just beginning, namely, when she needs to protect people dear to her, and most likely he has something in mind. The guys go through all the difficulties together, because only in such harmony can one survive and pass all the tests. The students loudly declared that this is their way of survival, love, and peace, and they will cope with everything. The vampire was shocked beyond belief, as he thought it was impossible that humans could kill a creature like him. Everyone around began to attack the monster and ran towards it to deal with it as quickly as possible. With each blow, the man became weaker and weaker. He could no longer dodge the attacks. The Lord of Monsters felt all this perfectly well and shouted that his subordinates were stupid, since they could die at the hands of humanity. Hearing this, the handsome man added that apparently vampires are not so good, and they have more weak points than people. The opponent got angry and continued that he wanted to save the guy's life so he could talk. But now he had made him angry. When the guys were preparing for the attack, they thought through all the weak points and possible plans of action very well. The first drawback of such monsters is the inability to use weapons, which lets them down very badly. The hero thought it was because of the claws, but it's a racial limitation, and a lot depends on the weapon, so it's more of a punishment than a limitation. Their second weakness is regeneration, but it is too strong, so their fighting style is too simple. Vampires rely on it too much, so they don't think through their attacks or plans of action at all. Hearing all these words, the enemy became even more angry and asked them to stop, stating that they were still stronger than humans. The third weakness is that they have no mana fog, and all skills and regeneration depend only on blood. But they don't even know that this can already be considered the greatest punishment for them. Seeing that the dreamer was holding the demonic bloodstone in his hands, the Lord became incredibly angry. The fourth weakness is talkativeness, because it would be better not to talk like a sportsman, but first destroy his necromancer. The vampire couldn't listen to it anymore and shouted Bloodfile very loudly to somehow end it. He understood that it was not too late to do this, and now he wanted to replenish the missing blood with the boy's blood. But something else caught his attention, namely the elite goblin that was flying at him from above. The man began to tell him not to rush, because he believed that it was impossible to kill him like that. Handsome continued that the fifth weakness is that they underestimate their opponent too much. And this situation is an indicator of this, since the one on the right was incredibly skilled and strong, despite his size. He knew how to act and carried out every order from his master with high quality, protecting him. He made his first attack with a bottle of slime to disable the monster and move on to the next battle. The green liquid began to have a very strong effect on the vampire's eyes, causing him to scream in a terrible voice. The handsome man smiled sweetly and announced that the last slime had fulfilled its purpose. Due to such a blow and toxicity, the vampire began to lose his sight, because his eyes were incredibly wounded. In addition, there was too little blood left in the body to restore vision, and the situation was hopeless. Sonwo was tired of all this talking and watching, so he decided it was time to end it. The vampire heard the sounds of footsteps around him and realized that his enemies were surrounding him and he was in danger. But his pride did not allow him to do this, because he considered himself a higher being, and it was not so easy to kill him. The handsome man decided to ask if he would say his last word, realizing that he hardly had the strength left for it. The monster continued to try to dodge somehow, but the only way out was to somehow find blood and heard its aroma from somewhere. Pushing aside his Kelet subordinates, he quickly ran towards the scent to restore his strength. Seeing this, the student was very surprised and ordered to catch him and not let him go, since he could not just run away. Running up to his victim, the vampire smelled the dead werewolf and understood that this was his only chance now. Even though she was a little curled up, it would be enough to restore his strength. He couldn't wait to kill all the people. The vampire realized that he could no longer be distracted when he suddenly saw the blue color and noted that it was stupid to send his subordinates away from them. Suddenly, the young man asked what, in his opinion, the bodies of his subordinates were made of. He continued that there was not a drop of blood in them, and that this was very helpful in the battle with vampires. With one movement, the skeleton pierced the lord's body with a spear, causing him to lose his balance. The man did not fully accept his defeat and considered it impossible because he had to become the ruler of the new world. Hearing this, the handsome man declared that he would not be in the new world and he would try to do everything for this. The hero continued that their party had started well and should end well, after which one of the subordinates struck, and the enemy simply could not resist it. Having risen, something attracted his attention. Reaching out his hand towards the incomprehensible object, he grabbed it, which he later regretted very much. His body began to burn, and the student only wished him and his servants a happy life in hell. The enemy was surrounded by a bright yellow light, and these were his last minutes of life, after which 10,000 gold was received. Dozens of people who were watching all this happening began to rejoice and thank the sun for this. Turning around, the young man was surprised, as he had asked to wait for him in a safe place. The hero understood that now their world was destroyed, but the people around him were alive, and this was the only thing that made him happy. Walking through the streets of the city, all the residents were shocked, as this group of people were able to catch the vampire lord. Nobody knew who they were, but they were now safe, and that was the most important thing. Even the man the guys had saved earlier told everyone about it. The comrade, turning to his friend, stated that they were becoming popular, but this was only because they were gathered together. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to something else, and the happy faces of the people changed to very serious ones. Behind everyone, there was a huge crowd of soldiers, who were completely occupied and with cheats. Nobody understood why there were so many of them, they appeared, assuming that maybe they were deserters. One of them came closer to his friends and said hello, but no one still knew what was about to happen. Suddenly, the guys recognized the sergeant, who said that he didn't even remember that the guys were behind all the big incidents. The handsome man extended his hand to the soldier and said that he was glad that he was okay, and it was all thanks to their elixir, after which the young man came to his senses and decided to ask why there were so many soldiers here. The man began to tell that all this time they had been watching the people who had created the safe zone, but they couldn't even suspect that something like this was happening here because the group of monsters was dangerous. Hearing that the sergeants were watching everything greatly disturbed the young man, because he did not know how this was possible. Most likely, the military guessed that something could happen, but it is unlikely that they would tell him about it. The sergeant apologized for getting straight to the point and continued that a man wanted to meet the handsome guy. Hearing this, the guy was very shocked, as he could not even suspect who needed him. The man continued that the Korean army was still alive, and then everyone began to understand what he was talking about. A tall man with shoulder straps stood in the semi-darkness. It was clear from his appearance that he was a very influential person. Already in a safe environment, The student decided to look at his profile to understand what he was dealing with. The young man was glad that out of 300,000, he received 150 just for this battle. And it's true that killing people costs more than killing monsters. But he was also able to obtain bone armor, which was very strong and looked incredibly impressive. After trying it on, the student noticed that it fit perfectly and was more flexible than it seemed, as he could move quite freely. And even his minions got their own set, despite the fact that they were already strong, but now even more so. And for completing such a difficult quest, he was able to receive another item, namely the gnome's multi-shot crossbow. It was a great ranged weapon, and he also has a dagger, but the crossbow is much more convenient. These items were incredible. With their help, the handsome man became much stronger and more confident in victory. Now he will be able to kill any of his enemies, and will no longer be so weak in battles. As a friend, he was distracted from his thoughts by someone's voice, but it was his own voice, just in his head. The hero heard screams that someone was hot, and someone was calling him for help very loudly and confusedly. Turning around, he saw a burning house in front of him, from which people's voices could be heard. He saw two silhouettes in the distance, who were trying to somehow protect themselves from the ruins and hot flames. Looking closely at them, the young man was able to recognize his father and mother, who were asking for help. The man shouted, declaring that his son was now stronger and must save them as quickly as possible. Sonwo tried to reach for his sword, but he couldn't find it and felt like a little boy again. The parents cried and asked why he didn't save them, because they were in incredible pain right now. They asked the young man not to leave them and not to run away, because he was the only one who could help them now. The man then continued to report that he was a liar and that he had not become stronger since he was still running away. Waking up in a cold sweat, the handsome man realized that it was just a dream, and he heard his friend calling him. The young man continued that the whole day had passed, and he was sleeping, and apparently he was really very tired. The student pointed to the other room and said that Sergeant Kim had arrived with another soldier. The handsome man began to remember the conversation with him earlier, and then he was too tired to go anywhere, invited him to his place. Sonwo asked his comrade to tell them that he would come out to them very soon and would be able to talk normally. He began to think that he still needed to become stronger so that he could survive and protect everyone. As he left the room, Hanvo met a man and had to justify himself by saying that his friend was asking him to wait a little longer. Hearing this, the soldier began to shout and declare that the current situation was not a joke, and he needed to talk immediately. Entering the room, he introduced himself as a lieutenant colonel of the Special 51st Unit. The handsome man turned to the unfamiliar voices and saw several men standing at the entrance. The military man sat down at the table and continued to tell that he wanted to get straight to the point, because he knew the reason for his arrival and sleep. The young man had no choice but to sit opposite and listen attentively, since he did not even suspect what they wanted from him. The man remembered that the guy had killed the criminals, and now he needed him to participate in the investigation and cooperate with them. The handsome man was a little surprised, but still agreed to help with the investigation, only he didn't know what was being discussed. The soldier smiled proudly and pointed his finger at the young man, declaring that he should join his army. These words did not please Sonwo very much, because he himself was doing very well in battles. To somehow dilute the pause, the guy decided to ask again if he really wanted him to join the army. This proposal seemed incredibly strange to him, and he decided to ask why he needed it. The man said that a state of emergency had been declared in the country, and they could legally force him to do so. But in any case, it will be better if he himself wants it and voluntarily joins the service. The handsome man still didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was hearing now, and he guessed that everything here was not just like that. The soldier said that he could help his country by ensuring its protection and restoring control over its territories. He continued that the boy had already been in the army, which meant he understood how important it was in such a terrible situation, and they had to gather as many people as possible. Prosecutor Yongdyung-po seems to be playing with everyone, forming his opposition groups. The young man wants to save the residents of his district and become the leader of the General Korean Guild, ensuring security in his territories. Having previously destroyed the boss of the monsters in his area, he became the leader and is now popular among people. The military decided to ask him if he thought that creating such parties was dangerous, since now all the country's residents must unite. The more difficult the situation, the more severe the measures must be, and for the sake of society and well-being, the orders of the army must be followed. Becoming a soldier, in his opinion, meant becoming a hero, There was a lot of work ahead, and even Gwangwamun, for example. After hearing all the reasons, the handsome man stated that he did not agree and did not think that the army had such rights. When all this happened, the military governments did not help ordinary people in any way, and they call the desire to survive the opposition. Everyone has long since adapted to the new life system with monsters, items, experience points. It's unlikely that the army will help. When offered the chance to become a hero, the young man replied that he would rather continue to be a mercenary and refuse such an offer. The man couldn't stand it and started shouting because he disobeyed an official order, but the guy stood his ground. Sonwo said that this country had done nothing for him and other people, which meant that its meaning was now lost. The soldier became incredibly angry because he considered such an objection to be a rebellion and that he could not do this to his homeland. The handsome man did not want to continue this conversation, pulled his hand away, and declared that their negotiations were officially over. Getting up from the table, the guy began to leave the room, but behind him he heard shouts and requests to stop. Also after this, the man said that he would regret his decision, because working together and discipline are what is needed. Well, finally, the student smiled softly and said that it would be much better for him to fight alone in such a situation. A group of people discussed how they felt safe when the military was around, and now hoped that things would go back to normal. The comrade did not understand what was going on, because they, not the military, had saved everyone, but they could not do anything about it. A friend told me that now people need to believe in something, and in this world, nothing is clear yet. Hanvo said that he felt better because a soldier is stronger than ordinary people in any case. I thought that these guys are real warriors, strong and trained to work as a team, but for some reason they did not inspire confidence in her, and it was necessary to move very carefully and think through every step in advance. The comrade, without thinking twice, came closer to the men and said hello, but they did not understand what. The young man asked if they were Sergeant Kim's subordinates and reminded him that there was another person with him at the time. The student remembered that his name was Soldier Quan and asked again where he was now, since he was not visible. The young men said that, unfortunately, they were prohibited from disclosing information about any soldiers. The boy was surprised by this, but he had not been in the army, so he did not know their rules and took them at their word. A friend overheard their conversation and began to think that it might be forbidden to simply tell how their colleague was doing. The friends started talking among themselves, discussing that it all looked very strange and that they didn't like it. The handsome man said that he would not continue, but wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. The young man did not understand how the man had allowed himself to do such a thing, to talk to him like that, and give orders. Suddenly, the guy was caught up by Sergeant Kim, who had changed, because he sincerely did not want everything to turn out this way. In response, he heard that everything was fine, since one soldier could not be responsible for the entire army, and assumed that they did not want to convince the young man through him. Seeing that the young man hesitated, the handsome man realized that it was true, and that the military really needed him, since they were going to do this. The sergeant grimaced a little and continued that the guy was not true. They needed him, but the way the commander presented it was terrible. He also came a little closer to Sonwo and said that it was a secret, but he wanted to show him something. The young people, together with the elite goblin, walked through the city streets to the designated place. On the way, the handsome man thought about what kind of secret this was, assuming that maybe it was some important information. The soldier stopped abruptly and asked the young man to wait there, since he could not go any further. Normally, any violator would be shot immediately, but now all the soldiers are busy with something else, so nothing will happen. Hearing this, the young man understood that this was a very dangerous matter, but it was important since the sergeant had decided to do this. By passing the patrolman, the boys were able to get closer to the door, and they needed to get inside quickly. As soon as the guy crossed the threshold, he saw something incredible that glowed bright blue. It was a magnificent stone of prophecy, which was hidden in a suitcase so that no one could find it. The sergeant said that he heard that these appear all over the world, and they can show the future, and all the predictions are about the same. In other words, it can be said that it is a symbol of luck, created to bring balance to such a game. All these words made the handsome man think, because if he knew the future, it would make his life easier. As soon as Sunwo touched it, a message came that he was interacting with the Stone of Prophecy, Season 2. The young man literally floated in the air and did not understand where he was now, since earlier, even in his visions, this had never happened. Turning his head, he noticed that a large beast was standing next to him. and it was only by its appearance that it was made clear that it was incredibly strong. Looking around, the handsome man began to understand that these creatures were wyverns, and they too had become his skeletons. There were many dead bodies around, and the undead were walking around the city, but only with red eyes. In front of him, the student saw Gwanghwa Moon, and everything around was incredibly gloomy and dejected. It really did look like a destroyed world, where there was no longer any hope for life. Looking down, the young man saw himself and Jisoo, who seemed to be the rulers of this world. Looking carefully into the crowd, the handsome man also saw Hanho among the people, but he already looked like a zombie. A little further on, the student noticed the one who actually ruled this world, and he looked terrible. It was a lich with huge horns, enormous size, and fiery breath, which frightened him even more. The young man understood that if they had to fight him, they would definitely die in this battle. After all, it was not a living monster, which meant that it would be incredibly difficult to kill it. But what actually happened was unknown. Little by little, the fire began to consume and destroy the young man, which is why he found himself in the present time. The message came that this was the second season of Hell's Time, and the next big update will be on January 1st. Having come to his senses, the student realized that his arm hurt terribly, and he screamed a little from the piercing pain. The sergeant reported that he saw a skeleton in the dead people and immediately thought of Sonwo, so he brought him. The handsome man sighed and declared that this item was simply incredible, and now he had a purpose. But to win the quest, he needs level 15, and there are only 2 months left until the start of the second season. But if he can't change his destiny, everything will be exactly as the vision. It looked cool, but it's not what he needs. The young man decided to ask the soldier if he knew the location of the bosses that lived in each area. The bosses that appeared from the very beginning of the game, he tried to avoid because of the great danger, but he can't do that anymore. They are the best way to raise their level and prepare for the next season to change everything. After thinking, the soldier replied that he knew only one place where the boss was, but the commander also considered it one of the most dangerous. He would like to destroy him first, but due to the great danger without the handsome guy, they definitely won't succeed. Having thought it over, the young man asked the sergeant to tell the man that he agreed to catch the boss with them. Hearing this, the young man was incredibly happy, as he now had hope for salvation. As he left, the handsome man shouted that his services would not be free because the work was not easy. He also continued that he only wants gold. And right now, since it is the only thing that is valued in the world now, the soldiers approached their commander and told him everything, stating the price of 100,000, which surprised him for some reason. The man was incredibly furious, as he considered such demands inappropriate and that the young man had gone crazy. But the young man continued that it was unlikely that their soldiers were as experienced as he was, considering that he was able to deal with the vampires. And the vampires were incredible and very necessary since not every human player can do that. The commander began to think about the whole situation and asked if even Sergeant Khan was giving in to the young man. The soldier continued, "They are different people since Sergeant Khan is strong as a soldier, and this man is like their entire army." But then the question followed. What would happen if he were made a commander, because he too might be able to destroy all the monsters and subjugate the skeletons? The young man said that they shouldn't be afraid of the skeletons, because he just didn't want to waste the lives of their soldiers stupidly. Let there be more of them. But the young man is much stronger, as he said earlier, that the handsome man is a whole army. But the man was still not bothered by the price of 100,000 gold, because he was quite greedy in this regard. The sergeant knew he had to convince the man with all his might, and asked permission to say another word. The military continued that he was a very good soldier in person, and they were confident that he would help them in their difficult mission. The commander thought that they were spending 60,000 on one soldier per day, which means that the pay for the guy is 2 days of the life of an ordinary soldier. The hero frowned and said that he was very sorry, but he would have to agree to this proposal. 01 Fighting Squadron, home to the most terrifying monster he's ever encountered. And if you don't kill him, things won't go any further. Despite the large number of soldiers sent, almost all were killed in the first minutes. If they could move through the air, but first they had to destroy the monster, then the situation would be better overall. The man got angry, because they simply had no choice, and asked to convey that they agreed to such a deal. He was very worried that the handsome man did not want to work with them for free, but demanded payment for his services. The commander's eyes literally sparkled with anger, and he continued to complain that this would still come back to haunt the young men. The young men watched as their commander became angry over money during such a difficult time for everyone. After shaking hands, the military handed him 100,000 in gold, as promised, and this meant that they could now cooperate. The young man who carried out the transfer said that he hoped for good teamwork with the guy. The young man replied that he did not think they could fight for 5 days straight, and asked if he should only worry about what was happening inside. The military said they needed to be careful with the airport to minimize damage, and hoped that 3 days would be enough to do that. Suddenly, a strange man approached them and was introduced as Sergeant Akin, who would now work with the handsome man. He smiled and said that he was glad to meet them, but unfortunately the necromancer would just be his assistant. The man asked what level he was, because if he was lower, he didn't understand why he needed him. But as soon as the military heard that the young man had 10, they were simply shocked and froze in place. The sergeant said that he killed orcs every day and asked if he had found some kind of loophole. In response, the handsome man said that there were monsters stronger than orcs and understood that he had no idea that he had killed vampires earlier. The man said in his defense that he was just joking and that the monster they would be fighting was completely different. The friends didn't want to listen to this any longer and, waving their hands, shouted that they were very grateful for such information. The crowd of people did not understand where the necromancer was now, since he was very cool, and they hoped that he would continue to protect them. The comrade, addressing them, stated that he did not think it would be easy for him to protect everyone who needed help. The man decided to ask if he could make a safe zone now, but in response he heard that he needed to wait a little. People began to discuss their next plan of action and decided that they needed to start making preparations. The boy smiled happily and suggested that they first build a village for the survivors to help everyone. Believe they should take care of each other, as everyone has different classes and professions in this world. And there will definitely be someone who deals with equipment and treatment, and those who can protect them all. Now their goal is safety and gold, and after hearing this, everyone around thought it was an excellent plan, and the young man could be relied upon. But to be honest, Kyungsoo remembered that it wasn't his plan, but Sonwo's, and he actually didn't. He has already failed his people twice, and even his closest people have died because of his stupid actions. Therefore now he does not believe that he will be able to lead others, because due to past mistakes he is afraid to do so. Hearing this, the mother began to cry, as she felt sorry for the young man, because he tried his best. It was hard to take on such responsibility in a broken world, and that was true, but doing so was a big risk. The man continued that even making small decisions is a responsibility, so the guy is great. Now any action also requires courage, and everyone believes that he will be able to cope and overcome his fear. Hanwo's parents offered him to become the leader of their village, but they simply did not want to take on such responsibility themselves and simply passed it on. Everything around was on fire, neighboring houses were destroyed, and people simply could not live here anymore. Sonwo and his subordinates watched all this, as it was part of their plan for victory. The comrade added that it was very easy, and heard in response that at their level anything is easy now. The 3 of them and 1 skeleton were no longer a hindrance to them, because their experience and strength were incredible and confident. And even if the orcs call their comrades, they still won't be able to cope, and the guys will easily kill them. This has been proven more than once, and each time it was fascinating to see the frightened faces of the monsters. The monster thinks that they can kill 3 people, so they attack, but they don't suspect who is in front of them. The handsome man's ability, the corpse explosion, which was a big surprise for them, which kills them in an instant. The rest, those who did not fall under such influence, simply begin to run away from there because they are very afraid for themselves. But even here they are in for a setup, because an enemy appears on the opposite side in front of them, because the guys are acting together. Walking along the corridor, the comrade noticed that there was the same icon here as there once was in the dungeon. There was a drawing of a hammer, and the student assumed it was a workshop, but they needed to go there anyway. Upon entering, a message came that here they could combine and create any item they wanted. Seeing this, Sonwo began to think about what would happen if he combined all 3 of his spheres into one. Previously, he received the Sea Spirit Tear from the shop, the Demon's Bloodstone from the ribs, and the core of Ancient Mucus. The young man said he was very glad they were all there, but his friend began to suspect that the result might be random. This thought also made him happy, because now he would finally be able to get something good for himself. Hearing this, The handsome man turned around and declared that it was unlikely that 2 spheres would make a simple dagger. Looking to the side, the guy saw Jisoo and the right one, and they hardly moved, let alone spoke. The cost of the connection was 100,000. A message came that the unification process had started, and it was recommended to take a couple of steps back. Watching all this, the handsome man began to suspect that it all looked like some kind of joke, but he didn't show it. The merger was completed and the boy received a legendary class crystal house in the form of a sphere. But house wasn't connected to demons, and most likely it was something else and more interesting in this world. Even though the item was legendary, the young man realized that he had to try to increase its class. Friends began to sincerely rejoice for Sonwo and congratulate him on such a great subject because he was cool. Suddenly, the girl noticed that she also had access to a combination that cost 15,000 gold. By combining his items, the result was a sword of wrath that cut with fiery flames, and it was very good, especially for battles. Having rethought the fact that his friends were able to get something cool, his friends started to freak out, because he wanted it too. He leaned over this table, from which the blue light sparkled, but it did not tell him anything, unfortunately. On the way, the handsome man consoled his friend that they had gold, and they would be able to buy him things in the store, and something good would surely appear there. But when they came closer to make a purchase, the friends saw very strange things and did not understand how to use it. The guys began to suspect that the machines that blocked the entrance were for protection from monsters, but Hanho didn't like that option either. When they went inside, the young men noticed that the store was completely destroyed, and the friend was upset as he believed that this place was important to everyone. Friends began to assume that it was unlikely that one of the monsters had done this, since they simply did not need it. On the wall was written the inscription that useless people do nothing for their own survival and must give way to a new and better species. The handsome man said that a monster that knows language and can even write is strange, and if Disney didn't come up with it, then it's somehow creepy. The friends understood that they could not do anything and suggested returning to the village as quickly as possible. But suddenly they met a sergeant who jumped out of nowhere and was incredibly excited. His face looked tired, and the boys wondered what he was doing there at such a time. The young man said that they were destroying monsters in the area, and now this was their group quest. It was a type of daily, and you had to kill a certain number of monsters every day. Everyone became interested in what the reward was for such actions, since it was previously indicated that it was much greater. The soldier said that the attack power and defense the next day increase by about 10%. But the quests are also more difficult. It's as if orcs and goblins appear out of nowhere, but despite this, the prize is still much nicer. The comrade did not understand how this was possible, although they really did not know where all the monsters came from. The young man understood that due to the small amount of information, there was a chance that all deaths were meaningless. Thoughts constantly visited his head and did not give him peace, since he felt his guilt in every wounded person. The young lady decided to ask if anyone had run away, since people probably want to find their families. The sergeant confirmed her words because serving in the army is difficult, but they quickly caught them because in such a situation it is dangerous to separate. And in this case, one can only understand that the army does not even allow people to escape to see their relatives. Unfortunately, in the current situation, they cannot rely on everything they have been trained to do, so they try to take at least the quantity. This meant that they took away the gold and prevented any contact with society, and it was always difficult in the army. The handsome man now began to understand why the Prosecutors Guild was better than the entire army of the country now. The guys decided to move forward to get to a safe place, but they were in for a lot of trouble in the village. The young people tried to somehow defend themselves with a shield and weapons, but the animals were very large. People began to realize that they would not be able to protect themselves and began to run inside, trying to at least somehow not let the monsters get closer. To his great surprise, the boy was left completely alone with such a monster after his proposal. He honestly didn't understand why things like this that threatened safety happened when Sonwo wasn't around. The student tried to somehow defend himself, but his strength was too little, and he began to understand that he could no longer bear it. The enemy was incredibly strong. His sharp teeth and claws were terrifying just by their appearance, and he was also angry. The beast itself did not know why it was attacking, but it worked on instinct and could no longer wait to kill people. The young man tried his best, no matter how hard it was, but he knew that he no longer wanted to give up his people for nothing. Swinging a very sharp spear, he was able to wound the enemy, and he began to scream in an unbearable voice. Kensu was probably happy when he saw that the bear was actually weakened, since he was able to hit it. The guy was already ready to act and finish off the beast, but to do this he needed to somehow buy a little time. Suddenly, huge paws grabbed him from behind, and then he remembered that he had 3 opponents. The bear began to squeeze the hero with incredible force, and it seemed that it was already too late to do anything. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an elite goblin pilot appeared and confidently pounced on the monster. He was able to easily cut off his upper limb and distract his attention from the young man. The very next minute, a dagger flew into the bear's mouth, and without hesitation it plunged right through him. It was Jisoo who, with the help of her fire sword, was able to kill the beast and praise the young man for his courage. After which the third enemy began to attack the guys, but the problem was that he was the largest in size. Watching all this, the comrade began to get angrier with each passing minute, because he was already in a terrible mood today, and at that very second, daggers flew at the bear, very sharp ones, which dug into his skin and killed him. Hanho said that he previously thought that he had little strength, but now, thanks to his opponent, he was convinced otherwise. Behind everyone stood a handsome man who proudly announced that everyone was now safe because they had come to the rescue. The soldiers, seeing their friends in front of them, were horrified, as they had never seen or heard of anything like this before. The students looked absolutely stunning, especially the subordinate young men who were wearing bone armor. The young man noted that not only Sonwo but everyone on his team is very strong, and most importantly, they work well together. But in his opinion, it was too unfair, since they were not as strong as the young man, but they also fought for all their strength. Their warriors may have been skilled in war, but they were certainly not prepared for this, and many gave their lives in battle. The sergeant knew that his men should not die just like that, and remembered all the fragments before the passing of his allies. The man did not understand whether it was right in such a difficult current situation to listen to and follow all the orders of the commanders. The handsome man asked me to convey that all preparations were complete, and they could now begin the fight. He also continued that they could begin an operation to return the takeoff to the runway. People in the village tried to somehow move away from the situation and heal their wounds, because the opponents had caused a lot of damage. The guys began to praise the student, saying that he was a good boy and was able to kill a wild bear, but he did not accept the praise. Sonwo added that this situation is difficult for any person, and everyone knows that he is doing everything possible to protect himself. While the young people were talking, they heard footsteps behind them, which made them turn to see who was coming. The narcissistic man loudly declared that there was chaos in the village, and that apparently many people had died. The handsome man didn't like these words, because this wasn't the best thing to say in a situation like this, when there was an attack by wild bears. The soldier chuckled and said that he had caught one earlier too, and they were really very strong and vulnerable. The student looked at the hero, thinking about what he had heard earlier, that his class was a 3-star striker. His advantage in this unarmed battle was his martial arts, but he had denied this before. The sergeant asked the gentleman if he was ready to move out, since the handsome man planned to start trading as soon as possible. Hearing these words, the man became angry and asked since when he decided to become Sonwo's personal secretary. The young man really didn't expect such an answer, and he could only look on in bewilderment. To prove his strength, the commander stepped on the young man's foot and asked if he remembered his military duties. After all, it seemed to him that no, otherwise why would he grieve over the death of civilians when they had such an important mission? Moreover, gold has become less, while it should be the other way around. So it's time to open our eyes to what's happening. The handsome man listened to how the top brass always knew where they were, and considering that gold was being taken, it was more like slavery. The man did not like this cruel truth in his face, and he began to justify himself by saying that many of his soldiers had died. The sergeant was confident in his mind, and continued that it was because of Captain Quan and his stupid judgments. The gentleman was furious, and said that the guy's task was to collect gold, and he should leave the strong monsters to him. The thing is, his soldiers are dying because of stupidity, because he is a blacksmith, and most likely forgot that his life depends on him. Sergeant Kim was incredibly confused, because he only wanted to help his allies survive. The handsome man did not want to watch this any longer, and said that they were moving on because there was little time. The man began to realize that at this moment he did not look in the best light, but he could not do anything. Pulling his hand back, the hero loudly announced that he had said so earlier, and that he really needed to hurry. As soon as the gentleman left, The military began to discuss him, and not in the best light, and at first it was only that few people respected him. The sergeant changed in front of his friends for such a performance, and in response heard that everything was really fine. The young man continued that indeed, Senior Sergeant Khan was very angry and liked to take out his dissatisfaction on others. But there was little time, and they had to start preparing for the exit, because many battles awaited them. The guys gathered their courage, or someone shouted something from behind, that a man with such a character really has a hard time. The place where all the people arrived was not the best sight, as the helicopters and houses were destroyed. The gentleman asked the handsome man if he was sure that planes could still fly, and in response he heard silence. He also continued that most likely the boss had been here, since he had fought him a couple of days ago, and he was strong. The student was disgusted to hear his words, but he did not want them to fail the raid, but he would be glad if that one failed. In any case, all the information about the boss was previously told to him by Sergeant Kim, when suddenly they heard loud sounds. A message came that a local monster boss had appeared in front of them, and it was precisely a giant troll. When the handsome man saw him, he was simply shocked, as the enemy was much larger than everyone imagined. Despite all his strength, even 4 subordinate bears would not be able to cope with him even close. The young man began to get a little nervous for the first time, as the enemy was looking straight at him and was ready to attack. The gentleman decided to ask if the guy was watching the enemy, because right now, 100,000 gold was running away from his hands. In response, the student said that he had everything under control, and that catching such a large enemy would not be difficult. A message came that a response had been activated in a certain area, and zombie escorts had appeared. The troll didn't like what was happening, but he easily crushed all his subordinates with his steps. Sonwo asked the boys to be careful, as the ground began to shake violently from such a movement. The sergeant couldn't resist asking the handsome guy again if all of his zombies in the mix were really dead, but he heard that it was better to calm down and not panic. The young man began to consider whether he should face his opponent face to face in such a situation. To distract him, he used a corpse explosion, causing the small monsters to fly apart. All the abilities seemed to have no effect on the enemy, because he did not weaken or lose control for a second. The handsome man watched him from the van of the car in order to come up with a plan and not die prematurely from the debris. Suddenly the guy saw that the troll was wounded and part of his arm was hanging down, but it seemed like it didn't matter at all. There was practically no effect from such a wound because the enemy had excellent protection and quick recovery. He was weakened by the curse and the constant attacks, but it wasn't enough despite him not having any special vampire skills. But his advantage was that he was physically very strong and thus became a terrible opponent for the guy. The gentleman decided to find out if the handsome man's tricks were working, and he suspects that no one will get by without casualties. The student had no plans to give up at all because he had another option, the most effective and safest. The friends were delighted as it was finally their turn. They looked at each other and began to attack. The young man told the captain that the prosecutor was gathering people and creating a strange new group. There was also some strange guild called Hwarang that appeared in Busan, which complicated the situation. Despite the soldiers' offer to create a post in the army community, the man refused, as they cannot trust such groups. Information is very important now, and if it falls into the wrong hands, the government and the entire country will be at risk. Nobody knows yet what exactly happened, but the government is very cautious about such gatherings. The young man did not understand whether it was right to trust the authorities in such situations. Even though the site was unofficial, it had influence in society. Even among the military he is popular. What can we say about ordinary people who are losing hope? The man asked if his subordinate had told the soldiers that the handsome man was next after he killed the boss. And anyone who refuses will be liquidated, but the senior sergeant and his 2 squads agreed to this action. The commander was also concerned about whether there would be problems in the future with the young man's henchmen. The young man said that there was something like a sword, but she was a girl, which meant that her strength was questionable. "Comrade, this is just a pawn. He is weak, but he tries to use a dagger, but in fact, he is just hiding behind the necromancer." This answer pleased the man, and he asked to check if everyone was ready, but not to kill everyone at once until they earned gold. The soldier began to realize that this looked more like a robbery than a military mission, since their soldiers were dying simply for gold. The hero knew that his allies must obey and not think any stupid things, but simply follow orders. At this time, the troll was incredibly angry. During the battle with the guys, his appearance made everyone tremble. The comrade tried to distract him somehow with his skill, but, bearing in mind, much stronger attacks were needed. After activating the holy shield, Hanwoo loudly shouted that he was the local king here. Having successfully distracted the monster, the young lady jumped right behind it and swung her sharp sword. The beauty smashed it right into the enemy's back, but this was far from the last blow to the enemy. The troll only became even more angry and began to hiss, showing his sharp fangs. In order to somehow protect himself from the young lady behind him, he swung his hand at her with a sharp movement. Jisoo understood that he was just a local boss, albeit a very big one, but not at all fast, and they would definitely cope. Cutie informed her friend that the rope was ready, and it was time to start acting on their plan. The girl's chosen climbing rope is a class item and cannot be cut in any way. The next thing the guys decided to do was to tie their opponent's legs to immobilize him. The troll didn't understand how to act in his situation, since due to his size, he was not very agile anyway. The commander was very surprised, as he had previously thought that his friends were weak-willed dolls of the Necromancer, but in fact they turned out to be very strong. The students worked together, attacking and defending themselves against such a large enemy in a coordinated manner. The man didn't understand whether the handsome man really wanted to win the fight just because of his two friends. Suddenly, Comrade realized that his protective barrier would soon be disabled and immediately called Sergeant Kim. He was ready and held the tied-up little goblin in his arms to help Hanho. The young man confidently threw his dagger straight at the little monster's head, causing the barrier effect to continue. The military worked in a coordinated manner and fulfilled all the requests of their friends for their subsequent victory. The man sincerely didn't understand why Hanho was killing a goblin to defeat the boss at a time like this. But after taking a closer look, he realized that in order to win, a skill like Comrade's was really necessary. The commander considered that the girl hardly had any military or combat experience. Killing people and monsters were completely different things. Looking at the whole situation, he realized that he had not expected events to develop this way, and perhaps it was worth killing the handsome man now. While the student was observing the whole situation and preparing for his part of the plan, the guys had already managed to tie the enemy's legs. Earlier, when the friends discussed the plan of action, the young man knew that it was dangerous, and it was better to entrust such work to the undead. The young lady didn't agree with this, since they had no room for error with the boss, and the Polovtsi were best suited for her and Hanho. Besides, Comrade has a protective barrier, which means there won't be any problems, but the commander still didn't understand what his friends were talking about. The handsome man said that he needed to think about it, because he had to ensure their safety and the integrity of their lives. After hearing this, Jisoo said that he didn't owe anything because he wasn't their guardian, they were a team, and the guys asked to trust them. At the scene of events, Comrade was already acting with all his might. He deftly tied up the enemy, thereby immobilizing him. The military was incredibly happy when they saw that the monster boss was falling to the ground right now. The handsome man came closer and praised his allies, informing them that it was now his turn to attack. The man was shocked when he saw the guy's appearance, because now it would be almost impossible to kill him. Sonwo took his subordinate's Dragon Knight sword, which was already eager to absorb the enemy's blood. Running quickly, the young man ordered his subordinates to attack and planned to do the same in order to deal with them faster. The skeletons were incredibly strong and united. They knew how to act in such a situation. With each passing second, more and more blows were dealt to the troll, causing him to weaken before our eyes. There were some casualties, as the enemy was clearly several times larger, and the orcs were not even close to matching his strength. Coming closer, the handsome man asked how the troll could not live, continuing that he could feed him something more nutritious. After using the corpse explosion, the guy said that usually after it everyone is left without heads, and he was no exception. A notification came that the local monster boss, a giant troll, had been defeated, for which 220,000 gold was received. After such a victory, the handsome man received many privileges to his level and abilities, and his days were also shortened. For leveling up, he decided to choose a full-fledged custom weapon card so that at least he could improve it in the future. The commander was simply furious because he considered it impossible that the entire battle had ended so quickly. Sonwo stated that their contract was now complete, and he wanted to take the corpse, as his only job was to kill him. The man was thinking about what would happen if they attacked now and killed the Necromancer, since they had more than 20 soldiers. Having rethought everything, the soldier decided to act, simultaneously telling the young man to do as he wanted. In response, the student asked Sergeant Khan what he was thinking about so intensely now, since it was of interest. But not hearing an answer, the guy said that he had already figured everything out himself, after which a blue color began to emanate from his eyes. At that moment, the man realized that they had somehow been found out, and now they needed to act in order to survive themselves. To protect himself, the Lord used a magnetic blast, causing everything to glow with yellow fire. Once everything calmed down, people were able to see the handsome man with the incredible score that saved his life. All these abilities of ordinary soldiers did not harm the necromancer in any way, since he was several times stronger. In an instant, the young man was able to create a weapon to make his subsequent battle with the army commander easier. The young man took every blow from the soldiers with dignity and very easily parried them. The man was furious when he saw such a powerful shield on the handsome man, and the fact that their plan almost failed. The only thing he decided to do now was to order the army to distract the necromancer, and he would attack in due time. Sergeant Khan believed that if the skeleton subordinates had not been there right now, they would have defeated the young man in an instant. The Lord delivered his first blow with a magnum, but it had no effect on the handsome man's stability. The hero was about to inflict a wound with his island of weapons, but the next action left him stumped. Thanks to his physical training, the soldier was able to easily knock the sword out of the necromancer's hands. Seeing this, he laughed loudly and asked if he could now defeat him with empty hands. Only unfortunately, the man did not calculate that all the guy's strength was not only in the sword, but also in his skills and knowledge. Having easily pushed the Lord away, he did not despair and tried to land carefully on the ground. Having slightly injured his nose, the Lord tried to figure out how to attack and win this difficult fight. As soon as he saw that his opponent had a dagger in his hands, he did not understand where it could have come from. The handsome guy, in turn, said that he created it from a shield, and this is the peculiarity of custom weapons. The higher the guy's skill level, the better quality weapons he gets, and he demonstrates it every time. The man became very angry and shouted that he was still superior to the young man in strength and experience. The sergeant began to feel some change in his body, and it was quite unusual and unpleasant. Sonwo explained that bone weapons were made from bones, and pointed to the remains lying nearby with his dagger. The man felt terrible as his body, which was covered with shields of bones, began to spark. The handsome man, seeing that his opponent had transformed, decided to ask if this was all he was capable of. The gentleman became even more angry and shouted all sorts of nonsense, including at his soldiers who did not help him. He didn't understand why his subordinates weren't doing anything, but the guys had long since taken the necromancer's side. The soldier decided to ask if he really didn't know, and they needed to answer this question. Sergeant Kim said he said it was all for survival, but now he no longer sees the point and cleans up for him. The hero became more and more silent with each passing second, and announced that he would kill everyone, since they were now deserters. The soldier continued that they did not protect the entire civilian population, but only hunted and collected gold. All the allies standing nearby confirmed his words, as they could no longer continue to do so. Suddenly, the commander's voice was heard from behind. He was furious, and did not understand what was happening here. The man started shouting that something terrible was happening here, and he didn't understand why help had arrived so late. Sergeant Kim said they had already spoken to other soldiers about what was going to happen today, and they are no longer going to take part in this since it was truly wrong, but only for the benefit of those above. The young man understood what was being discussed, but he believed that it was not necessary to behave like this now, because this world would soon fall apart. He also continued that they would need every person, but no one liked that answer. The guys started discussing that they didn't know if this rebellion had brought anything good, but life in the army was always like that. The commander shouted that he would not leave this all so easily, and would definitely punish the sergeant for such an attitude towards him. But in response, he said that they had already been punished, and now they had a chance to leave, and the friends were sincerely happy for the people. The already powerless man reported that everyone here worked for gold, and he would personally kill everyone for such negligence. The soldier was determined and was ready to kill the gentleman, but one of the soldiers tried to stop him. Seeing that his life was on the verge of death, he continued to shout that the guys couldn't even be normal soldiers. The handsome man, watching all this, changed his expression, because he saw something like an ampoule and did not know what it was needed for. As soon as the young man stuck it into the gentleman, he immediately began to transform into a monster. Sergeant Kim ordered everyone to run immediately and to hurry up with the group of friends to avoid being hit. It was the variable ampoule that turned the gentleman into a monster, and now he cannot control himself. The young man tried to restrain the gentleman, saying that they could still resolve everything and settle it peacefully. But he, in turn, had already undergone a complete transformation and turned into a huge, strong beast. A friend told a friend that the enemy had become a wild tiger, and no one thought that this was possible without choosing a card. The enemy was pouring out unbearable rage and at the same time felt superior, since he was now strong. The man knew perfectly well that his chances of winning were much greater, and without thinking twice he began to attack. The first one to decide to deal with him was Jisoo, who ran to protect everyone around her. She was able to land a blow that weakened the enemy a little, resulting in improved perception during the fight. The beauty knew that she had to defeat him, since her card was about the tiger hunter, and this was her calling. The young lady acted quickly, decisively, and skillfully. She dealt blows to the enemy with every second. She easily managed to pierce the sword into the tiger's hand, but while she was holding on to it, it lifted her into the air. The next moment, the student felt that she was not in the best situation, and could die. The beast pushed her away with a light movement of his hand, causing the heroine to fly away from the enemy. Hitting the ground hard, scarlet blood began to flow from her mouth, and pain pierced her entire body. The handsome man could no longer watch his friend being destroyed, and quickly decided to intervene in the fight. Previously, he thought that he would leave the enemy and extract information, but he had gone too far, and there was no point in leaving him alive. The young man ordered his subordinates to immediately attack and kill the beast in order to finish it off quickly. At the military headquarters, a young man ran to the commander and told him that the soldiers were already here, and he asked him to bring them. Sergeant Kim walked into the building and heard a joyful cry that indicated they were alive, and that was very good. The captain, with a smile on his face, asked how everything went and whether they had managed to carry out the whole plan. The young man decided not to tell everything at once, and began with the fact that they were able to catch and kill the boss. The man put his arm around the soldier's shoulders and praised him, but also asked what Senior Sergeant Khan was doing now. The soldier thought for a moment and said that the vice captain and the other, not both, had died in this battle. The heroes didn't like it, but he wasn't very surprised when he suddenly remembered the necromancer and asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly, a voice behind the military took everyone by surprise, and the gentleman turned to see who it was. The handsome man stood with his face held high and announced that the plan to eliminate him had successfully failed. At night, the soldiers gathered, but they had to dodge the guards who were catching up with them. When his subordinates saw the sergeant, they asked why he was there and not on a mission as he should be. The young people began to panic after they noticed the skeletons, as they realized that this was an uprising. The only thing they could think of doing was asking what was going on with Sergeant Kim. The hero, with a smile on his face, declared to all his guys that from that day on, they were all absolutely free. The door to the chief's office flew open in an instant, as the young man was seriously prepared for this subsequent conversation. The captain sat at his desk and said that he had not previously known that their soldiers were capable of carrying out a coup. He also continued that the lieutenant colonel was disappointed in the man because, if he had seen the signs, he should have intervened immediately. Songwon said he believed that the master knew why this was happening, and that his subordinates had most likely carried out coups in the past as well. In response, the man said that he did not remember him setting up soldiers, because their tactics were infallible. They survived because they adapted immediately. Whether it was war or monsters, their soldiers are ready for anything, so they had to find a way to survive. The handsome guy asked if he meant the energy effect system, which prevents gold from being earned at the cost of the lives of his fellow soldiers. The captain said that on the first day they had a lot of casualties after the monsters appeared, but then they realized how important synergy is. When he received a message that due to the general suffering, this hidden effect was being activated, then a plan came to mind. At that moment, all the soldiers could have died, so they got by with fewer casualties, and that's war. Having heard all this, the guy asked what war he was talking about. Was it really about them with monsters who have no brains? The military said it was a survival game, and until they understood how the system worked, all they could do was follow the game. Handsome said he wanted to cut the chatter and get to the point, and asked why they decided to kill him earlier. After a short thought, he received the answer that sooner or later the necromancer would definitely become a problem for them. Everyone believed that such a world needed people like him. because the crowd was ready to believe in anything just to feel safe. And the army is sure that sleep is an obstacle to their harmonious and friendly world. It is impossible to leave living people who are separated from others. Like the prosecutor. They had been thinking about this plan for a long time and decided that it was the best path to survival and safety. The young man did not understand whether he really believed everything he said, and besides, it seemed strange that he had a crossbow on the table. The handsome man said that he had only shown their soldiers hope, and the master should give the people the gold. The captain did not like these words at all, and he began to shout in anger, believing that all the gold belonged to the army. The student extended his hand and said that it was not an offer, and if he did not want to die, then he should give everything. The man was truly frightened by such words and agreed, but in return asked his friends to leave Hwaseong and Suwon. But one more condition is that you cannot take the soldiers with you, since they must continue to serve their homeland. The hero did not agree with this, since they are not slaves that can be used as desired. After shaking the man's hand, he was indeed given gold, but it was not much, only 45,000. The young man began to suspect something was wrong, as the amount should have been higher due to the synergy effect. He also decided to ask at the end what kind of ampoule it was that could turn an ordinary person into a monster. Turning around, the man said he was not going to answer because it was not part of their deal. To get an answer, the guy said that in that case they could stay here so as not to have to chip in all over the world. The gentleman exhaled and said that they are supplied by solvent sellers and they have things that are not available in a regular store. This all seemed strange to the handsome man, and he continued to ask if he knew where they were from. The man really didn't know because they said that you shouldn't rely on luck, but rather calculate the mechanism of the roulette. At that moment, the Lord was taken in by these words, because they really sound convincing at such a moment. The handsome man remembered that he had already seen the destroyed store and decided not to continue the conversation, but to leave the office. Suddenly, the man called him and asked him to wait, because he had a gift from the army, and pointed the crossbow at the young man. The soldiers began to catch up with the hero in order to kill him immediately, and shouted wishes for death after him. The men saw that they had hit the target, and were already beginning to rejoice, because they had been waiting for this moment for so long. To their great surprise, the young man turned around and said that he knew it, because a person who gave such an order cannot be called a person. The sergeant was shocked, because no one suspected that the enemy was a shield and ordered to shoot at him. Every blow from a firearm was repelled and at the same moment flew back at them, from which they died. The handsome guy received a total of 14,000 gold for killing these players, but he did not want to take their lives because they themselves were to blame for this. The subordinate skeleton had already headed towards the elderly man, and he was incredibly afraid that he would die now. In order to somehow scare his enemy, the soldier asked him to stop immediately, since he had a bomb in his hands. It's a concentrate of the deep. A traveling doctor sold it to him, and he's already tried it on orcs several times. The captain said that if he blew it up now, everyone here would die, and the handsome man agreed to it. The man did not expect at all that his manipulations would not work, and that everything would go so far in this situation. The student continued that since he was able to kill the orcs, he wondered if he could take the necromancer out of life. The soldier continued to somehow get out of the situation, repeating the same thing, that now everything would explode and everyone would die. Suddenly, a window broke behind him, and a subordinate skeleton snatched the bomb and the man himself. The commander began to cry hysterically, as he did not expect this at all, since his hand was badly wounded. The young man noted that for some reason he never once said that the army's job was to save the inhabitants. Based on this, apparently, he is not a soldier but a coward who is trying to save only his own skin and nothing more. The handsome man did not want to continue this conversation, since there was no point in it, and the subordinate finished off the man at that very second. A message came in that the guy got 6,000 gold for killing a level 3 player, and he realized that the enemy had not been spending time on his strength at all. He never understood how the new world worked, since he tried to accumulate gold through synergy, but it was still not enough. The young man's attention was drawn to the cabinet, and he ordered his subordinate to open it immediately. What was inside no one expected, and they were incredibly surprised, as they had never seen anything like it before. Inside were dozens of ampoules and various remedies from the merchants, and it became clear why there was so little gold, because it was all here. Taking one item, a message came that it was a monstrous ampoule, and its effect was a temporary transformation of a wolf. Hanvo decided to ask his friend if the elixirs wouldn't be better than his treatment. Unfortunately, the number of wounded soldiers was very large, and they all needed help. The beauty said that he should develop his skill, and even if his actions are now worse than the elixir, over time, everything will be different. The comrade agreed with her because it sounded logical, but now, unfortunately, he cannot help people. Suddenly, the right skeleton approached the guys and grabbed the student's shoulder with a sweet smile. The young man turned to him and hugged him, because he was worried that something had happened to him, and no one knew where he was. The handsome man came closer and asked his girlfriend if she had been able to recover and heard a positive answer. The girl continued that she thought she could handle the wild tiger herself, but that was too presumptuous. Sanvo supported his friend, saying that her skill was not quite suitable for this monster, but it was better to develop in different directions. At the moment, not all monsters have tiger stats, and this would be better than specializing only on them. The handsome guy told his friend that he needed to work on his heal, because if he was unlucky, they would actually have to fight the Lich and his undead army. The priest must protect them from the undead. He can use heal, create a shield, and attack from afar. This is not the most important thing in the battle, but if he can develop all this well, he will be able to compete from Sunwo. The comrade examined the handsome man and said that he was seeing his cape for the first time, since his was a completely different color. The hero said that he received his in a special chest after defeating the boss, and it was also random. Hanho was upset because he didn't understand why his friend always got the best of everything, while he got nothing. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the military, who said that they had already finished, and many of them had already joined the village. Unfortunately, there are still some stubborn people left whom they want to let go and swim freely from them. The strongest responsible ones had already died in battles earlier, and these pawns were of little use now. Having heard all this, the handsome man declared that it was time to return to the village because they still had a lot of work to do. There were only 3 days left until the wave ended, and they had to keep hunting to win. People were happy in the camp because they felt safe. There was always food and a nice team. Everyone worked incredibly hard, helping each other, healing, and also fighting off the orcs. People were finally able to see the meaning in life and hope for a great future for which they all work. The school children continued to ride their motorcycles, but they no longer caused harm to civilians. The guys tried to kill monsters every day to increase their level and gain experience. Unfortunately, all this happened very slowly, since the opponents were weak, and it took a long time to reach level 15. Now the handsome man's strength was 13 plus 6. He could cope with the orcs, but if someone stronger came across, it would be tragic, because he needed to protect the scythe of the Death King. Chapter 1. The long dark night ended and the gold doubling events were completed. A new test is a meeting with destiny. All survivors go beyond simple survival and gain strength to face the world. At the moment, the main thing was firstly, the raid boss to increase the level. He is the best option. Secondly, it is a warning about angels and demons, since it was not yet clear what this meant and how everything would turn out. Suddenly, a friend asked his friend to look at the application, but he did not understand why he needed to do this. Someone put the ranking by territory on public display, and it was very unpredictable and strange. The first place was level 15, but the handsome guy hunts without rest and is still at level 12. He also has a lot of experience in online games, and was interested in how someone could rise higher. First place wasn't very surprising, but fourth and fifth were strange, because they were from the same group and in the same place. Suddenly the comrade cried out again and asked to look into the community of people as soon as possible. It said that the second-ranked prosecutor of Yongdyungpo wanted to meet the handsome guy. The young man began to suspect something was wrong, because why did they need such a public appeal? In a broken world where survival is the basis of everything, he definitely needed something from it. The student guessed that they would have to meet someday, and he considered his life very tiresome now. During the battle, the man used many of his abilities and blew up his opponents with fire. The ally told the prosecutor that their travel restrictions had been lifted, and they would now have more opportunities to improve their skills. The beauty said that all this is nonsense, angels and demons, this is new. They need much more information about them. Now it is very important to prepare for any outcome and not rely on chance and act on intuition. We must not forget that their task, first and foremost, is to save people, the prosecutor thought without looking up. The young man continued that everything possible must be done to avoid reversing evolution and returning to ancient and dark times. The boy understood that he could always rely on the prosecutor, He had a pure heart, a desire to help, and excellent charisma. All his people were sure that he would definitely save the whole country, and the hero was again overwhelmed with feelings of pride. The beauty said that the boss wanted to find strong new members for the guild, so she searched the community. Unfortunately, she found nothing, and it was as if they did not exist in this world at all. The only thing she decided to do was to contact the necromancer who was in third place. The young man said that he had indeed saved a few people in Suvo, but he doubted that it was completely free. The young lady continued that he did not receive payment for saving everyone, and if he asked for money, then an adequate amount. In a world where there are so many crazy people, this is a preventive measure, and the strongest must unite to save the weak. The beauty said that the guy is currently being discussed in the community more than the prosecutor because he got rid of the vampires. Guys, I like that he is more popular than their boss, but this can be easily changed because there is a difference between popularity and adoration by players. The prosecutor had been listening to his allies' conversation all this time and added that they needed to find out more about the necromancer. According to the young man, the friends worked together as a trio, and with such a number of members in the group, he was able to reach level 12. Besides being ranked first, he turned out to be the most dangerous player, so we need to get to know him better as soon as possible. The beauty had been carefully examining the application all this time, waiting for an answer from the necromancer. Suddenly, she called the prosecutor and reported that the guy had finally written to them about the proposal. The student agreed and they should hurry as they now have to go to Suwon Hwaseong. Sunwo didn't really want this meeting with the prosecutor, but she knew perfectly well that it needed to be done at least once. It might help the guy level up, but hunting alone is unlikely to get him to level 15. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle caught the young man's attention, and turning around, he saw schoolchildren riding straight towards him. The blonde was confused and scared. He quickly tried to explain that they were attacked today. Hearing this, the handsome man was surprised, since, most likely, it was someone new, because the guys dealt with the previous monsters. The young man continued to say that they were strange people, and they took one of the group, namely Yonshik. Most likely, the strangers were looking for some golden deer, and upon hearing that they didn't have it, they attacked, and most likely are somewhere nearby now. The beauty began to assume that they were from a neighboring region, and that they had taken hostages to find out where their village was. The student did not like this whole situation. Gritting his teeth, he asked the young man to take him to these bandits. A group of people were bullying a boy, not understanding why he wasn't saying anything, and decided to just kill him. The schoolboy understood that he had to hold on, because if he told where the village was, he would definitely die, and he had to wait for Taeson. The stranger became very angry because he was infuriating him, and said that he would now kill him and continue looking for the golden deer. Suddenly his actions were interrupted by a voice he heard behind him. It was a group of friends. The man walked away from the young man and was glad that his fugitives had returned, and had even invited their older brother and sister with them. The impudent man asked if they had seen the golden deer, and if they knew where it was, they should tell him. The handsome man said that they were hearing about him for the first time, and did not understand why he needed him. The stranger did not want to answer all the questions or stated that in this case, it was a waste of time. After looking at the guys, the young man continued that the girl was very nice, and he wouldn't mind going on a date with her. Hearing this, the beauty became incredibly angry and said that she would kill him, and someone's voice from behind confirmed her words. The man didn't like this statement, because he believed that she was nobody compared to him, and now he would be convinced of this. The weapon was very strange. It was long and sparkling, but Jisoo was able to easily dodge the blow. The stranger waved it, asking how cool and unusual the girl thought his skill was. The lady could not just stand silently and watch this circus and decided to start attacking the enemy. Such precise and confident strikes made his hair stand on end because he clearly did not expect such professionalism. The beauty easily struck him in the arm, causing him to bend, and his allies began to panic and understand that they needed to kill the girl. One of the strangers raised his weapon and shouted loudly something about fireball. Most likely it was his ability. Jisoo easily blocked the attack, protecting herself with her sword and redirecting the attack towards her opponent. The enemies began to panic a little as one student was able to easily kill their ally. No one understood where such a cute creature got so much strength, confidence, and experience in battles. The strangers were truly scared and screamed for help, because the girl was getting closer to them with every second. Suddenly, a comrade behind him announced that they had attacked a lady, and he would never forgive them for it. The man responded by telling him not to come near, or he would cut off the little schoolboy's head. The hero did all this only to save his life, but he didn't even suspect who was standing behind him. The handsome man took a long time to immediately, and with a quick movement of his hand, he thrust the weapon straight into the enemy's neck, from which he died. The strangers decided to run away, as they could not allow themselves to be killed. Blondie ran up to his friend in fear and asked how he was feeling, but he said he was alive. The comrade tried to find out from his friend why his attacks became stronger, and he said that it was because of the area, and he had offered it to him earlier. Hanho smiled and said that he didn't need such sacrifices, but he knew something that he would really like to receive now. The handsome man suspected that he wanted to get his luck and told his friend not to even come near him, otherwise he would attack. Blondie said that Yonshik suffered greatly because of some golden deer, and they did not understand why they did this to him. Suddenly, the beauty called out to everyone and, pointing her finger in front of her, asked them to pay attention. In front of them stood a real golden deer, which sparkled in the sun and looked simply flawless. A message came that a new task has appeared, namely to catch a lucky golden deer. As soon as the beast wanted to run away, he realized that he was trapped, as he began to be surrounded by a purple color. The handsome man called for help from his zombie subordinates, who surrounded and captured the enemy. However, this task was not easy since the beast was not simple and was able to get out of this situation. The handsome man didn't like the fact that he escaped so easily, and ordered his subordinates to catch up with him immediately. The animal moved incredibly quickly and dexterously. He ran around the corner and tried to somehow disappear from sight. Although the young man was endowed with impeccable strength and experience, he still found it difficult to keep up with the target. Running around the corner, all the boys stopped because there was a huge silhouette standing right in front of them. It was a werewolf who was devouring and tearing apart the dead body of some monster, and his attention switched to the deer. Seeing everyone surrounding him, the enemy began to growl unbearably and show off his sharp fangs. The boys had to gather their thoughts again and engage in battle with a new enemy in order to achieve their goal. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the enemy began to run away, pushing off from the walls and hiding behind houses. The golden deer breathed a sigh of relief, but for a moment he forgot that there was a whole group of opponents behind him. The subordinate skeletons did not think for long, but began to attack the beast and successfully caught it, completing the task. The comrade, turning to his friend, stated that it seemed strange to him that the enemy had fled from them out of fear. The young man thought that this was how other monsters behaved when they felt that their opponent had a clear advantage. A group of people started discussing whether the prosecutor would really come, and they thought it was cool that such an amazing person would meet with Songwoo. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted for everyone to immediately look at the sky, because there was something unusual there. The handsome guy said that he didn't expect the guys to arrive by helicopter, and this really showed the level of the improved Korean guild. People were mesmerized by this view, as it was spectacular and fascinating to watch. The team of people left their flying transport and went out to meet the student to talk. All this time, Xiongwu was thinking that this person was ranked third and he needed to be vigilant. The prosecutor extended his hand and said that his name was Yongdong Po, but the boy could call him Choi Jung-hoon. The young men shook hands as a sign of politeness when they met, but their attention was drawn to a huge flash. It was one of the prosecutor's men who decided to capture such a moment because it could go down in history. The young man also understood that they would even publish a book about their master, as they admired him very much and were proud of him. The handsome man watched all this and thought about what he had heard earlier, how the guild members loved their master very much, because he was very charismatic. His thoughts were not only about this, since the whole situation turned out to be strange, and perhaps the love for the guy was in something else. All the people stood and admired the prosecutor, as they considered him incredibly handsome and worthy of the title of hero. The young man began to suspect something was wrong, since all these residents were seeing him for the first time and were already ready to fall at his feet. Based on his experience, no one had ever looked at even the vampire lord with such admiration, and to Hanho's surprise, he also fell for the hero. The handsome guy pointed with his hand where the blonde should go so that they could talk in a cozy atmosphere. The young people were alone in the office and had something to eat so that the dialogue would proceed more favorably. Blondie said that judging by the local faces, they felt safe, and it was good that he came here. The handsome man asked if this was true and if Yongdong-po was such a safe place in this world. The hero nodded positively and continued that almost all the survivors from Seoul had now gathered there. Many died during the battle, but there were also many survivors, and he is trying to create favorable conditions for them. At the moment, there are already 30,000 of them. Approximately the same number have found refuge in Yeongdongpo and continue to live there. The handsome man was surprised by such a named number and continued that there would soon be more than 40 of them because they were growing rapidly. Songwoo decided to ask if it was difficult with such a number and how the young man was able to manage the community. Blondie said that this is not true, but he just wants to save as many people as possible and give them hope for the future. He also said that he was right. It was difficult with such survivors, and not everyone had adapted to such a world. The handsome man understood that this was so, since those old people and children and sick people were in a difficult situation, and 1 in 4 could be said to be fit for survival. The handsome man understood that this was true, since those old people and children and sick people were in a difficult situation, and 1 in 4 could be said to be fit for survival. The prosecutor at the moment is managing 30,000 of them on his own, and he really needs people he can rely on. The young man said that he had been watching the Necromancer for a long time and would like to invite him to his guild. In response, the young man said only one word that described the rating, namely, that it was low. Indeed, the blonde was not the most successful person, and his proposal rating was proof of that. The hero is not as good as people think of him, and is afraid that he will not be able to handle such responsibility alone. The handsome man decided to ask him if he thought it was strange to say such things at the first meeting. Even though he tries to seem thoughtful and cold, he, like everyone else, succumbs to his emotions. The prosecutor said that he lost his family because of what happened, and when he survived, he began to get angry at the surrounding game. Now he acts only according to the rules, but one day he wants to go beyond these restrictions. Therefore, he simply had to find a person he could rely on, someone who would share his views and strength. After listening to the young man, the handsome man asked him if he thought that he could become his companion. The blonde nodded his head because he didn't know, because he had only seen Sonvo's level, and now he had come to see for himself. The student did not understand what was going on because he thought that it would be better for him simply when he was added to the guild. The prosecutor did not contradict, but after his words he still took out a chest with a prediction stone. The hero continued that this stone was the main reason why he had arranged their meeting today. The blonde just asked the handsome man to put his hand on him so that he could see the future and understand what was being discussed. At one point, the young man found himself in a city familiar to him, and it was gloomy and dejected Yewido. His attention was first drawn to the huge explosion that destroyed everything around and set it on fire. Looking closer, it turned out to be a tree that was growing bigger and bigger with each passing minute. The young man looked up at it and wondered if this was really the tree of peace. The plant wrapped its branches and roots around more and more people, killing them and piercing them to take their lives. But human souls were not enough for it. It also absorbed houses and transport, and in general everything it could. The handsome man removed his hand and saw a message that this was the future that would come true if he did not stop the fallen. The blonde said that this is the end that awaits our world, and they simply need to unite to stop them. The roots of the world tree are in Yewido under the constant protection of raid bosses, as he checked this as soon as the second part began. The student nodded his head as a sign that he understood what was being discussed, and this meant that the guys needed strength for an attack. The prosecutor shouted loudly that it was true, and he needed to gather all the strength he could to defeat the raid boss. Sonwo thought that he could not refuse such an offer, because the world was truly on the brink of destruction. Also, the guy did not plan to talk about another version of the future, since there is a completely different situation there, and it will happen if the level is not raised. The handsome man understood that if he still couldn't complete the quest, the prosecutor would try to kill him and everyone else. After thinking a little more, the young man finally made a decision and agreed to join forces, for which he received gratitude. The hero continued that despite the fact that they would cooperate, he would not join his guild. Extending his hand, the young man declared that they would simply work together, and that in the raid they would share both the task and the rewards. The blonde liked this proposal and suggested contacting him in 3 days to begin the action plan. Suddenly, a comrade ran into the room to call his friend, as the bandits were approaching the village. Dozens of motorcycles were approaching the camp, where peaceful people lived, and they certainly did not have good intentions. When the prosecutor saw everything that was happening, he noted that this was an excellent chance, and his words surprised everyone. The blonde continued that he meant that the handsome man would be able to show his strength before the raid right now. Having called his allies, the prosecutor ordered them to get ready, to which he heard in response words of admiration and complete readiness for battle. There were quite a lot of opponents, and their silhouettes showed that they were confident in their attack. The strange men had many sharp weapons which they always kept with them for safety. The prosecutor decided to ask what class the necromancer was, because they knew better who was who for the future battle. The guy shared that he is the commander of the Crusaders and manages and controls them, creating synergy. The opponents were still discussing trying to figure out which of them was Sonvo, since not everyone was familiar with him, but their target was him. The comrade sincerely did not understand why these guys appeared again like that and changed into different costumes. The blonde man apologized for the show but loudly declared that they needed to find his brother's killer. He also asked how much gold would fall for all the guys, arguing that he was looking for a golden deer and found a gold mine. The prosecutor noted that these strangers looked like villains from the TV screen, and he had not seen such people for a long time. The blonde had a strange feeling that the enemy had already killed many people, which meant there was no point in idle chatter. The young man shouted loudly and ordered his crusaders to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. The men didn't even move from their place, as they were sure that these attacks were just a trifle for them. The bandits easily fought off the attacks with fireballs and an ice spear, as they were indeed stronger. The blonde's group acted together and activated the holy shield as they defended themselves by using joint magic. The opponents laughed loudly and declared that they would destroy everyone here and that their end would definitely come right now. The strangers believed that they had no chance against their weapons and that they would be able to quickly deal with them. After the man delivered his first blow, he was shocked because it did not lead to anything and did not injure the person in any way. The battle was incredibly exciting because everyone was strong and confident in their abilities and knew how to act in such situations. The bandits were stunned because they really couldn't break through the shields of their opponents. Suddenly, the headlights of the cars parked behind him lit up and a man from there shouted for everyone to step aside if they didn't want to die. The young man braced himself and straightened his weapon to fight back against his opponents and strike back. One of the allies continued to agitate people to attack because they need to use all their skill in the fight. The blonde used one of his abilities, namely the cross spear, after which everything was filled with yellow. The enemies were flying up to the sky with every second because the blows were strong and the explosions were deadly. The handsome man was incredibly surprised because the prosecutor managed to destroy 3 trucks with just one blow. The bandits began to panic because they did not expect such strength, assuming that it was all because of synergy. Everyone showed their skills and experience in battles, but the main goal was to defeat the enemy. One of the main blows was an explosion that killed many people and simply fell to the ground. The man could no longer stand this whole spectacle and decided to start attacking himself. On the way to the guys, he lost his weapon between each other, which created red sparks. The stranger declared that no one would be able to escape from his blow from the northern sword because it was truly difficult. The handsome man understood all this perfectly well, that the battle was not easy, and the enemy's weapon was definitely of an unusual level. The blonde's allies were almost ready to surrender. They lay on the ground, shaking with fear. Suddenly, the prosecutor came closer, declaring that it was an interesting toy and even wanted to use it. Hearing these words, the man became even more angry because he did not consider his weapon a toy, but rather an asset. The bandit jumped up, swinging his sword and shouting that the guy had never even dreamed of his level. The blonde repeated all these words that he heard, but with a grin as he broke the swords with one blow. The strangers were shocked because they did not understand how he was able to so easily destroy what they considered to be very strong. The young lady reported that their prosecutor had special protection that could not be found anywhere in the country or even the world. Hearing this, the handsome man realized that this was very confident, and the whole group was like a living fortress, and he had never received even such support from others. The prosecutor continued the battle using the night's radiance and illuminating the entire space around with yellow light. The young man's strength increased with each passing second because this was one of his special features. The beauty said that this skill helps to recover and increase attack power, and with it they are simply invincible. The hero waved his sword and ordered his subordinates to kill all the others and finally get rid of their importunity. Father Hanho wondered if they really had to hide here now, but it was also difficult to give him an answer. The young man tried not to show his fear and said that in such a situation, it was better to stay inside. There were a lot of people here who couldn't fight monsters, and they would only make the synergy worse. The man stated that he did not offer to go fight, but shared his assumptions that the guildmaster was strange. The student was also interested in this and suggested that we carefully go and look out and see what was going on around us. The father was delighted with this proposal and tried to hurry the young man as much as possible because his interest was growing. The boys left the safe room and watched everything that was happening from around the corner. Having looked carefully, they did not understand what had happened, since they saw a lot of dead bodies lying on the ground. The guild fell and no one could get up because they literally could not feel their bodies and could not control them. The enemy laughed ominously as he now used his other weapon, wearing a special mask to avoid being poisoned. He was a very strange man, but the effect he had was truly remarkable. The prosecutor tried to cover his airways with a cloak so as not to inhale too much and die. The blonde understood that the elixir of the abyss was not even a simple poison, but a very bad thing for those around him. In this battle, they just have to show their strength, and the guilds need to demonstrate their skills better. But now you need to kill the enemy as quickly as possible, for which you will have to apply a little more energy than usual. Suddenly, the prosecutor called the handsome man, causing him to turn around and look at him questioningly. The student takes off his cloak and says that he saw the strength of their group, and now they will fight the enemy, because in such a situation, they are much better suited and can bring a little more benefit than others. The man was indignant because they laughed at his miracle elixir, and he did not understand whether everyone knew how expensive this item was. The handsome man in turn didn't even blink an eye, but simply struck a blow, causing the bottle to fall out of the stranger's hands and break. Holding out his hand, the young man said that this was what he expected, and was very happy about it. The student continued that he had previously guessed that this was the very thing for him. Coming closer, the hero, while inhaling the vapor, seemed to receive heavenly pleasure, and reported that he had not experienced anything like this for a long time. Sonvo understood well that the elixir of the abyss was weaker than the skill of the orc commander, but his actions were not bad. And now it's time to show the prosecutor's guild and himself how to really fight against opponents. The bandits did not understand why everything was fine with the young man, and began to suspect that the elixir was a cheap fake. One of the allies decided to make sure of this and take off his mask, and at that moment he felt incredibly ill. The handsome man, in turn, was only happy with every breath as he began to fully feel this effect. In an instant, he decided to use the call of death in a certain area, thereby calling his subordinate zombies. Seeing this, the strangers were shocked because no one had ever treated them like this in battle before, and they did not know what to do. Someone from the crowd shouted that the young man turned out to be the necromancer, and now they have big problems. The handsome man took out his great sword and ordered his subordinates to begin the attack and take the lives of all the bandits. The young people began to understand that they were in danger, and someone shouted that they urgently needed to run away from here. The strangers reacted quickly and got on their motorcycles to save their lives and escape as quickly as possible. The guys watched this, admired the dream, and saw that a surprise was waiting for the enemies on the way, namely a corpse explosion. Suddenly, a voice from behind made me jump and turn around. It was a woman who was asking when it would all end. The opponents noticed the civilians and came up with a plan that in such a situation they simply needed hostages. The leader ordered to immediately seize the people and leave at least one hostage to blackmail later. When the young man saw this, he asked the elderly residents to immediately run inside, and he would try to detain everyone. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jisoo appeared and stood right in front of the guys, protecting them. The bandits were delighted to see her and assumed that they could take her prisoner, but one remembered her. This was the very same beauty who had already once been able to win a battle and destroy many allies. The leader looked at her and heard the screams of his subordinates that the stranger was a monster and that she was going to kill everyone now. Although the young lady was very strong, it was difficult to cope with such a number of people alone. Suddenly, behind everyone, there was a necromancer who easily aimed his sword straight at the enemy's back. This was their last enemy in this battle, after which they were able to close the quest and get an entrance ticket to the hidden task. The blonde watched all this and decided to ask what Sonvo was holding in his hands now. The handsome man replied that he himself didn't know yet, because he had collected a full entrance ticket for the mission and was told that he needed to get ready for the start. All these messages worried the young man incredibly, since he had no idea what awaited him and what he would have to do in the future. At that moment, the necromancer flew into the air, and a bright yellow light began to surround him, which scared everyone. The prosecutor just stood silently and watched, as he himself had never seen anything like this before and did not know what was happening. The hero realized that this was a portal, but he didn't know where it led and why it was gold in color and could only be entered with a ticket. The blonde was trying to study all this and find some detailed information when suddenly during the day there was a flash. The young man smiled happily and admired, because he did not know that the necromancer turned out to be much stronger than he thought. The prosecutor, in turn, asked not to take any more pictures and to hide the camera altogether, since it was inappropriate now. The hero said that photos should only be taken when he allowed it, and at that moment he looked quite threatening. He continued that he knows how hard the guy is trying and his photographs will help people and give them hope. But at the moment they don't know what's behind the portal, and it might just be unsafe. The boy continued to smile happily and said that he understood what was being discussed and would only film when he could. The beauty was trying to understand what was happening all this time and was watching the portal trying to find some kind of clue. The blonde decided to ask his friends if they knew where Sonvo went, and most importantly, why. Jisoo, with contempt in her eyes and fatigue, said that most likely they understand where their friend is now. The prosecutor smiled and asked to tell him while simultaneously using his ability and the war hero. The beauty said that she was unlikely to do this since she had not heard the conversation between the young man and Sonvo. The guild leader was surprised that the girl doubted, and at first it was only because she really had strong self-defense. He also noted that she did not refuse him, and continued that the handsome man and he decided to move forward together. The whole situation left him in a stupor because he didn't know where he went and what was happening to him now. The comrade was about to tell what was happening now, with Onwo as the girl quickly covered his mouth with her hand. The blonde was persistent and began to reproach the beauty that her friend could be in danger now, and she couldn't just wait until he sorted it out himself. Jisoo continued to stand her ground, stating that she would wait, and knew that everything was fine with the handsome man. The heroine continued that she knows that the necromancer has gained access to a hidden place, but neither she nor he knows exactly what is there. They are a very close-knit team and trust each other, so they will just wait and hope for the best. The blonde thanked him for these words and said that he believed that everything was okay with Sunwoo now. The prosecutor continued to talk to the guys and asked the young lady's name, after which she introduced herself. The young man began to destroy her skills because he considered them amazing, and she was well collected and in control of what was happening around her. The young man said that their guild needed strong people to stand together against the terrible thing, just like her. The blonde continued that they could help develop and maximize her skills if she wanted to. In response, the girl, without thinking twice, said that she did not want and did not plan to join their team. The beauty justified this by saying that she already trusted another person, hinting at her friend Sonvo. The young lady took her comrade and headed towards the civilians, but on the way, he begged the prosecutor to remember his name. The blonde's ally was a little angry because he suspected that the beauty did not trust his boss. The guys talked among themselves, noting that the whole situation turned out to be very difficult and incomprehensible for them first of all. The prosecutor noted that these people are not simple, and one must be vigilant and careful when cooperating with them. The handsome man entering the portal did not understand what awaited him, since there was no information about it anywhere. Finding himself in a strange place, he landed on the ground because the speed of the fall was very high. Looking around, a message came that the young man had entered a secret place, namely the Golden Street. Having carefully read the terms and conditions, the guy thought about everything and began to understand that this was just a bonus place. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by someone's ominous voice, which was coming from right behind him. Turning around, Sonvo saw a small goblin with 2 daggers in his hands, but it was unusual and golden. Looking around, the handsome man saw that he was not alone, but there were a lot of them from different sides. The hero stood in place and noted that he had not met goblins for a long time who were not going to attack him. Remembering his subordinate skeleton on the right, he helped him to be thrown out of the portal and land on the ground. Soon the necromancer ordered the skeleton to show all these goblins who the real target of the hunt was. The group of guys still stood near the portal, waiting for at least some action, but nothing happened. The young lady approached the prosecutor and reported that all the wounded had fortunately recovered. The allies gave a health elixir, but it didn't work, so I had to use an antidote to cure it. Hearing this, the blonde was surprised and realized that it all really looked like poison, and giving them an antidote was a pretty reasonable decision. Remembering the object that the enemies attacked with, the leader did not understand what kind of elixir of the abyss it was. The beauty thought that it seemed to be from the category of black magic, because she had never seen such items in the store, and perhaps they had obtained it somehow differently. The blonde was interested in this because it was unusual to get a special item in a special way. The hero was now worried about only one thought: how such a dangerous thing did not work on Sanhwa. The young lady decided to address her ally by slightly mangling his name, and he became angry after hearing it. The beauty continued that she managed to test the young man with her 3-star scout skill, and the debuff affected him the opposite way as a buff. The guy's health immediately increased, and most likely other stats too. The magic of restoration rose to the maximum. Having trampled the remains of the jar, the blonde understood that he still didn't know too much about events like the Dungeon of Events, the elixir of the abyss. The subordinate decided to ask the prosecutor if he was really going to share the reward for the rates with the necromancer. Without thinking, the blonde replied that he couldn't do anything. Otherwise, the handsome man wouldn't even agree to cooperate. In his argument, the prosecutor noted that they could notice how strong the young man's army was and would definitely be useful to them. The beauty smiled and asked to leave the drafting of the contract to her, because she would do everything so that it would be very profitable for them. She also continued that she hoped that the young man understood that they had to take the best, because 30,000 people were relying on them. The heroes listened to all the words and were surprised that she was so insidious and now began to understand what she really needed. The prosecutor agreed to this, but warned that he did not want to make Sonvo their enemy, and the girl confirmed his words because she also did not want to be remembered as a grumpy old woman. The blonde exhaled heavily and decided to ask what his friend thought about the crystal of predictions. The young man was surprised because he thought it was just a thing that gave quests, but the beauty said that she felt a special power from it. The hero understood that this was so, but despite the fact that everyone gets lost when touching him with sleep, this did not happen. The prosecutor asked the young lady to double-check whether the handsome man had touched the crystal of predictions before, as he had doubts. At the scene, the subordinate skeletons acted very confidently and killed more and more opponents with each passing minute. To be more effective, the young man used corpse explosion to deal with the golden goblins and golden orcs. Without hesitation, the handsome man subdued the lifeless bodies, but unfortunately the golden monsters were not particularly strong. This whole spectacle made the guy very happy, because it had been a long time since he had completed a task so easily and quickly. In this situation, he doesn't even have to think. His subordinate skeletons do everything and handle it perfectly. Now he can kill and kill without any fear for his life and possible safety. The biggest plus was that there were no other people around and he didn't have to worry about his comrades. At the scene of the incident, the handsome guy was alone and he was a necromancer, and because of this, the battle seemed the easiest since there was no burden. The hero continued to think about everything that was happening and remembered the voices of his comrades who were always kind to him. Turning around, the young man froze in place as his emotions overwhelmed him a little. In front of him, the young man saw his subordinate skeletons who had already dealt with the monsters and were ready to continue on their way. Walking along the streets of the Golden City, the guy understood that being alone has its pros and cons, but there is not much choice now. The boys followed different paths, looking for clues and carefully examining every detail. Suddenly, the handsome man saw 2 boxes in front of him, but they were strange and also of different sizes. The hero noticed that the left one looked bigger, and based on this, he thought that the reward was probably bigger too. The subordinates, together with the necromancer, began to gradually approach the huge golden chest. The handsome man saw that nothing was happening during this and ordered the skeletons to break the chest. As soon as everything was done, a huge yellow eye appeared from the object, and a message came that a mimic event monster had appeared. The enemy looked quite unusual, as only his sharp teeth and yellow-red eye were visible. The young man was not upset or afraid, because he knew perfectly well that they were still stronger, and there were many more of them. It was strange that the enemy didn't even have limbs, and this suggested that he wouldn't run far. The plan of action was to put him between a rock and a hard place and force the wild wolves and bears to attack, and the rest to attack from behind. After thinking for a bit, Sonvo realized that this was simply an ideal plan, and that he needed to start acting without hesitation. As he got closer to the enemy, he began to make increasingly strange and loud sounds that were a little frightening. Seeing this, the young man hesitated a little, as he began to suspect that something was not going as planned. The monster growled loudly and asked where his food was, thereby pushing away everyone around him. The handsome man saw for the first time that a chest with an eye could talk, and also had such enormous power. The young man flew to the ground, which caused him to hit the ground. Blood came out of his mouth and his consciousness became a little clouded. This blow was a huge mistake, as the enemy smelled fresh blood and became even more excited. Sonwo was a little powerless but tried to run away from the enemy so that the elite goblin skeleton would attack him. The handsome man understood that he was wrong, because he did not expect that the monsters of infinity could teleport. The hero also began to wonder since when he had become so relaxed and since when he had become so careless in battles. The only suspicion is that the abyss buff made him so careless, or maybe everything was going too well before that. Even the dead do not obey him now, only the most devoted move on intuition. Remembering his friends, the young man realized that he had been incredibly stupid when he thought that he didn't need them. The necromancer realized that he was now in a difficult situation. The only solution was to run and, if he survived, become more attentive. The monster was literally breathing down his neck, and the sound of growling and sharp teeth inspired hopelessness for the future. The handsome man literally faced his opponent one-on-one, looking him straight in the yellow eye. The subordinates tried to somehow hold him back from behind in order to save their master, but it was all in vain. The hero realized that he needed to kill him right now and took out his sword to get even with the enemy. The next step was the answer of the dead, which called for zombies. But the enemy did not like this because he was thirsty for fresh meat. The daredevil jabbed his sword straight into the chest and moved away a little to avoid a return blow. The subordinates quickly reacted and tried to close it in order to save the sleep and protect their lives. The elite goblin skeleton tried his best to help and successfully cope with such a challenge. The handsome man understood that he had failed and sincerely apologized to his subordinates for the fact that he had lost. The only solution that came to the guy's mind at that moment was to use a corpse explosion. Having looked around, the young man was very happy because his plan and sudden decision had worked after all. The hero considered it too cruel, but he received 200 points for the murder and successfully completed the task. The daredevil found it quite strange that such an enemy could only be killed in this way. From now on, he should be more careful, as there are not many elixirs left and one more mistake could cost him his life. Let this world turn into a crazy game, but death is real and he must survive and live until the very end. This is the best thing to do in such a situation, considering that most likely no one else from his family survived. The handsome man considered himself a son who abandoned everyone, and this hurt his heart greatly, but there was no other choice. While walking through the corridors of the building, a message came that a guy had entered the awards room, and this was quite unusual. The hero saw that these items cannot be obtained in a regular store because they help improve skills and physical fitness. One of the products surprised him a little. It was a parchment of an oath and no one knew what it was. After reading the description, the young man realized that this was a useful thing and he should get as many items as possible for his points. The handsome man bought a stone for equipment, an ampoule for strengthening muscles, an experience card, and a parchment of an oath, which was the best set. Also, for clearing the hidden place, the young man received a new level and stats, which was an excellent reward. The hero chose to increase his agility by 3 and needs to become faster to avoid such situations. A message came that in 15 seconds this location would close, and the guy got everything he wanted and needed to go back to the guys. Having met the blonde, he told him that he scared him when he disappeared, but he understands that this is necessary for the raid. The handsome man smiled and said that he himself didn't know what would happen and apologized for the delay. The blonde said that everything was fine and that there would be an investment in due time since he had managed to bring a gift. The prosecutor asked if it was possible to send their joint photo to the community. The guys were shocked when they heard this, as they had not previously known that sending photos was even possible. The gentleman said that the guy's class is a photographer and he has the skills and items to do everything necessary. Now we need to show that people have hope, and then they will consider the guys heroes. Even though it seemed like a stupid idea, the handsome guy understood that he was right, and he could benefit from this situation. Having said goodbye, the prosecutors' guild boarded their helicopters and flew away, and everyone watched their spectacular departure. The comrade was very happy and said that the young man was excellent because he left them such a quantity of elixirs. The young lady asked Sonwo if they would go further since the raid was over, to which she received a positive answer. Handsome said that they need to become stronger Now they will hunt and prepare for another raid. The little goblins were unaware of anything and prepared for the upcoming battle by wiping and preparing their weapons. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise near them, and turning around, the monsters saw that they were huge orcs. Without thinking twice, the opponents ran at the goblins with all their might to take their lives as quickly as possible. The battle was bloodthirsty. Everyone had a sharp weapon and used it superbly, killing every minute. The body of one of the monsters fell to the ground and began to glow with an unusual yellow light that blinded everyone. The handsome man saw that this was already the 5th time, and this was a great chance to use his soul sword. The friend really liked the new items, and he wanted to try them out because the name was Stinking Wolf Plate. As soon as my friends saw the box, they asked me to remove it immediately because it had a terrible smell. Hanho said that his mother made it, and it is indeed a great thing for hunting in various battles. The young lady noted that this was the result of unsuccessful cooking, and that they could level up not only through hunting. Uncle uses his buffs to protect the safe zone. This skill is called Korean Roofer. At the moment, it was very good that they didn't have to worry about the safety of the village now. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sounds of a motorcycle. Turning around, they saw their friends who were driving closer. The blonde shouted loudly that he had urgent news that could not wait for him. The handsome guy was outraged that he was called captain, but he continued to listen that the guys had found a store in the south. When they entered, they saw that the room had been destroyed, but who exactly did it was unknown. This was indeed a problem, since electricity runs on gold. If it were not there, things would be very difficult for them. The whole situation looked like getting prey from hunting, but farming was out of the question for now. The handsome man ordered the blonde to contact Kensu as they should secure all the areas around. Looking into the distance, the young man saw several girls and decided to ask why they were standing there. The blonde continued that he heard people say that Sanwo hit Eugene, and now many consider him an abuser. The comrade noted that the guy should be a hero and not the other way around, and hopes that the photo in the community will work for this. The guys listened to all the news and understood that they needed to go and move only forward. The handsome man asked his girlfriend if they would continue hunting, but for some reason she turned away and remained silent. The beauty saw in front of her huge yellow eyes that radiated a slightly red color. Turning in the opposite direction, she shouted to her friend that she knew for sure that there was someone there. Suddenly, a window from a nearby building broke, and a huge monster actually jumped out of it. There were several werewolves, and the subordinates immediately began to destroy them to ensure the safety of their friends. Sonwo also did not stand idle, but began to attack the animals with his crossbow. Suddenly, one of the opponents, who was descending the building, asked the young man not to shoot. The handsome man heard this and was surprised, as it was the first time he had seen such monsters talk. The friends continued to fight despite the fact that they were talking and also continued to attack every second. The comrade fell into a trap a little and called his friend, telling him that he was about to be killed. The opponents shook Hanho a little and were able to pull out a box of bait, which they found very tasty. The wild wolves were incredibly happy, as this delicacy was simply incredible for them. The subordinate skeletons did not think for long, and while the enemies were eating, they surrounded them from all sides. The handsome man said that the animal had previously asked not to shoot, but now he had to explain it. One of the wolves asked what they should do now at their uncle's, but he asked them to calm down, as he thought they still had a chance. Sonvo didn't understand what the animals were chatting about now, because they seemed not to notice everyone around them. Suddenly, one of the opponents jumped up and began to attack the boys, growling loudly, baring his fangs. While he was striking, the wolf shouted that right now he would smash everyone to pieces, and that they had better run away. Handsome did not plan to surrender so quickly and ordered to try to hold the line and attack immediately. The hero skillfully used his crossbow and easily hit one with his arrow. The body began to weaken and fall to the ground, and at the same time the subordinates began to surround and strike. The remaining wolves, when they saw everything that was happening, apologized to their uncle and said that they would not forget him. The handsome man sincerely did not understand how there could be such comrades, and it was surprising that they did not run away immediately. The enemy began to tell that all this happened because of that gray thing, and if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have lost control of themselves. The hero decided to find out what this enemy is and where they get their self-awareness from, because they are animals. In response, the enemy tried to somehow pronounce some words, but it was difficult for him, and the only thing he managed to make out was that this was a quest. They got a quest earlier when they became monsters, but we don't want to complete it completely, and the only thing is, they follow its conditions. Sonvo became interested in everything that was happening, and began to ask what the essence of the quest was. It was all simple. You need to eat people, and once you've eaten 10, you can return to your previous form. The guys started discussing what they thought. Monsters' instincts forced them to attack, and no one knew that this could happen. The subordinate continued to hold the enemy back so that he would not attack, and they asked him if there were others like him. In response, the beast said that of course there is, and many players have become monsters without consent in this game. The hero wondered if it was they who destroyed the store and left a message from another race. The opponent shared that this is not true, because they try to avoid as many crowded places as possible. Now they just want to return to human life, but not everyone is like them, and there are bad ones. Many wolves now attack people for the sake of strength and power, and do not specifically target people. The beauty listened to all this and assumed that this was a union against the human race. In response, the young lady heard a warning, since among these groups there are also people, namely mad scientists. Strangers are in charge of all this, gathering monsters around and creating special dark objects. The hero began to understand and remember that most likely the capsule they saw earlier was their doing. The handsome man decided to ask if he was wasting time waiting for reinforcements, but the answer was negative, since he had been abandoned. The daredevil assumed that he wanted to be spared, but the beast refused, saying that he had been waiting for this moment. Previously, when the class cards came out, he didn't choose anything out of fear and regretted it very much. The worst thing about this situation was that he told his family not to do it, and they didn't agree. The beast continued that his son disobeyed and chose the card because he loved such games, and he had to eat him first, for which he wanted to kill himself. The handsome man listened to all this, asked not to be offended, and said that he would not save his life now. The enemy continued that he would not hold a grudge. He was just a little sad right now because he tried to survive but did everything wrong. The comrade became a little sad, since the enemies have intelligence and they help each other, but Sonvo ordered not to even doubt, since it was either him or him. They had killed many monsters before that had families, and that was true, but there was no other way out in this game. Now it is very important to find those who escaped while their eldest uncle was tied up. The young lady wondered why this needed to be done, since these opponents were still quite small. In response, the handsome guy shared that he just wanted to check what kind of association they have and what kind of people live there. Nobody understood how many more systems would try to destroy people. The mortality rate was already high, and now people monsters had appeared. Some will even feel sorry for those like that in such a situation, which created a lot of problems. Human monsters are part of the system. It will be difficult to eradicate it, as there are more and more of them every day. The bait the guys use to attract monsters, and the monsters, the people who fall for it, are proof of this. The hunt is not for monsters, but for people who cause harm to everyone around them and take lives. The handsome man understood that unfortunately, it was unlikely that they would be able to get along together, and they would have to fight because of this. The boys walked along the city streets, carefully examining everything and not missing a single corner behind them. The comrade didn't understand where the werewolves were, but they had bait, which meant they would definitely come. Suddenly, the beauty pulled her friends by their cloaks and hid them around the corner very quickly. She saw wolves tied up in bandages, unable to move and screaming for help. The little monsters tied up their opponents to present their bodies to their queen to eat. The monsters deftly threw their daggers at the wolves, which made them whine even more, because their lives were at stake. Having completed their entire plan, the little yellow-eyed killers dragged the mummies into their lair. The guys started discussing that even though the kobolds were able to use immobilization magic, it still looked strange. Suddenly, the young lady asked to look away as she saw the sign of the store and the dungeon. Apparently, there is a metro station and a store and a dungeon here, and most likely the latter should be ready. The handsome man, without further ado, persuaded everyone to continue on their way, because they needed to find a good store. Entering the dungeon, the comrade said that they only had a goblin with them today, and that they were planning a simple hunt, and that they needed to be careful, since the local monsters were stronger. Suddenly, the friends raised their heads and saw people tied up, hanging upside down and screaming for help. At that very second, the beauty jumped up and with her sharp, flaming sword tore all the threads, causing the strangers to fall. The man tried to unwind himself and at the same time thanked the girl for saving their lives. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange growling sound was heard, and it was a new spider-shaped monster. The necromancer spoke loudly for everyone to immediately move away, because they could die that very second. The hero decided to use a large explosion and assumed that spiders were laying eggs in living people. In such a situation, it was necessary to group together to see where these monsters might come out from. The guys were seriously surprised, because they didn't understand why there were so many of them, and what kind of strange alliance this was with the kobolds. At that very second, sharp daggers flew at the monsters, killing them instantly, but it was not enough. The comrade was able to throw weapons skillfully, as this was one of his strengths, and he was confident in himself. The guy's ability immediately began to manifest itself, and he said that he would definitely destroy all the bugs. Hanho literally got into the swing of things and began to kill animals faster and faster in order to save his own life. The enemies were shocked that their allies were being killed so quickly, and they could do nothing about it. The comrade did not understand when it had become so easy for him to do this, and he did not plan to stop, but only attacked. The young man also knew that there was no time to discuss any plan. He just needed to crush them as quickly as possible. In his head, Hanho repeated only one word over and over again, and that was to kill and not think about anyone. In such a situation, he doesn't need anyone. It's much more convenient for him to be alone to kill kobolds and goblins. The enemies, seeing that their numbers were becoming fewer and fewer, began to run towards the guy to detain and capture him. Suddenly, the comrade began to realize that a web was being drawn around him, and he was falling into a trap. The handsome man, seeing this, began to understand how such small creatures were able to cope with werewolves. The hero was neutralized, but did not lose hope. He tried to get out and had already begun to be rude to his opponents. The guy said that such a web would not be able to stop him. The strong body easily got out of it. The opponents were shocked when they saw that the boy had become even bigger, and their chances of winning were now less. The comrade was incredibly angry during the fight. His eyes literally glowed, and he called his enemies quite stupid. Still, after his words, he was still able to fall into a huge trap, from which it was difficult to get out alone. The only way out of this situation was to ask the handsome man for help, since he couldn't cope on his own. Sonwo, who used the corpse explosion, said that he was too relaxed, which is why he fell into a trap, and he needs to be careful of his surroundings. The biggest problem in this situation was that there were too many opponents for the three guys. The handsome man didn't want to waste his time anymore, and suggested to finish them off quickly, used the call of death, and summoned zombies. The friends, after a bit of a struggle, were still able to defeat the creatures and clear out all the spiders in the subway and on the tracks. The guys saw in the distance that the passage to another station was closed and assumed that the boss's room was there. The heroes considered that it seemed to be connected to the store and that the dungeon here was probably divided into two zones. In any case, without thinking, they decided to go there, and on the way they saw a lot of dead bodies of monsters. After walking a little further, the handsome man began to assume that this was where the boss's room was located. A message has arrived that 124 players have already died in the cannibal's cave, and they can either leave or enter and receive all the rewards. The comrade began to panic because he understood that it was incredibly difficult there, because he even received a warning about it. The necromancer confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that he really wanted to come in, because they had raids that were much more difficult, and you need to believe in yourself. Once inside, the boys saw a huge, spacious room, and at the end they could see the silhouette of a monster. A small kobold with a feather in his hands asked his friends to come closer to him and called them fools. This stranger was a monster, namely Shaman Kobold, but the guy expected to see the Spider Queen here. The comrade noted that unlike ordinary kobolds, this one speaks quite well and clearly. These monsters had incredible hearing. He heard everything his friends were talking about, and noticed that his body was completely different from the others. At the moment, he has already eaten more than 20 human brains, and this is his success, and the result is visible. Handsome was surprised that he learned their language by eating their brains, and this meant that their monsters really did become stronger by killing people. The enemy spoke unpleasantly, and said that they would not go further, and their brains would become his nearest time. Suddenly the boys began to hear a small earthquake, which deafened them and left them at a loss. Looking up, the monsters could see a giant poisonous spider queen hanging above them. The comrade was shocked, as he did not understand how it was possible for two boss monsters to appear at once in such a situation. The enemy, without thinking twice, was ready to attack, and, jumping on the web threads, began to approach. His small body jumped onto the huge platform, and it was as if he was riding the poisonous queen. The handsome guy doesn't think twice and uses death call on a certain area to buy himself some time. The plan of action was very simple and promising, namely to use a large explosion and, thanks to the skeletons, finish everyone off. Friends noted that they had to be incredibly careful as the queen had released her web. All the subordinate zombies instantly sank into her threads, and their bodies were rendered harmless by her power. The opponents looked very confident and strong. They acted dexterously and quickly, setting traps. The spider's main attack was their web, and the queen easily entangled all of her subordinates. Cobalt hissed and said that the young man would not be able to activate the corpse explosion because he knew its tricks very well. The handsome man noted that unfortunately he not only speaks well, but is also developed as a full-fledged person. Everyone understood perfectly well that first they needed to destroy Cobalt, because he was the brain of this team. The daggers, which were thrown accurately and should have hit hard, simply knocked the web away and flew away. The enemy said that he was the brain and the queen was the body, and she would protect him to the end, since together they were invincible. The enemy continued to laugh ominously and declare that the boys would make a fine dinner for them today. The beauty could not wait any longer and began to attack, using her sharp, flaming sword. Seeing this, Cobalt was shocked as the young lady was able to cut the web with ease. Jisoo stood right in front of them and asked why they were so invincible and their webs burned so well. The opponents have already begun to suspect that this girl will become a big problem for them, and something needs to be done about it. Cobalt, without thinking for long, began to use his magic, namely water, which extinguished the fire. During such a battle, the guys talked to each other and also dealt moral blows to each other. The handsome guy ordered his skeletons to block the boss in order to disable him and prevent him from acting. The comrade did not understand what he needed to do and asked, to which he heard that it was better to follow Jisoo. The necromancer smiled ominously and said that he had an excellent plan for such a situation. The opponents continued to wrap their subordinate skeletons in their web, which they did very well. Cobalt kept screaming for the webs to crush faster so they could eat even more brains. Raising his hand, the handsome man said that if he destroyed it, then he would no longer need any brains. His plan was to fix the already dead spiders and kobolds so that they would side with them, which was successful. The undead actually began to obey the young man and hover in the air, as this place was perfect for his next action. It was amazing to see the skeletons getting bigger and bigger and that they were of different species. Cobalt began to worry because there were too many subordinates, or asked the queen to be more careful. When suddenly one of them managed to injure her paw, for some reason he became simply incredibly angry and merciless. At that very second, the enemy opened her mouth and began to spit poison, seemingly pouring it all over the place. Fortunately, the subordinates did not react to this in any way, since they were in armor and they were skeletons. Cobalt kept asking her not to waste energy in vain, since it wouldn't work because they were fighting corpses. The handsome man noted that he really was very smart and really knew all their strategies in advance. The battle was fascinating and incredibly deadly, as everyone wanted to win and get what was beneficial for them. It was still possible to pass as a nickname, to envelop his subordinates in his web and hang them, but this did not last long. Watching all this, the handsome man understood that the fight was difficult and would not be easy to win. The queen's minions are difficult to deal with, and they all look like ordinary werewolves. Monsters without brains are easy enough to fight, but it's a completely different story with those with intelligence. The opponents used their best abilities to win and destroy the skeletons. Cobalt began to guess that first of all they needed to kill the spellcaster, then the rest would come to an end. In order to somehow protect himself, the handsome man defended himself with a shield, which his enemies clearly did not expect. The necromancer understood that now he alone was stronger than the orcs, but these creatures were much stronger than them. The score would at least keep them going for a little while, but that was no guarantee of any victory. Each blow from the opponents was stronger and stronger, and it became more difficult to defend with each passing second. Cobalt dealt a strong attack and was already beginning to suspect that the guy had finally died, and that was the end of it. This blow was heavy, but it could not damage the young man, and only slightly broke his armor. The handsome man understood that these guys could be easily destroyed. The main thing was to hold out a little longer. The only thing that came to his mind then was the Chaos Stone, because due to the constant attacks, his mana was at 0. The enemies didn't like the fact that the necromancer lasted so long and they couldn't finish him off by taking lives. The heroes understood perfectly well that now he needed to endure the pain and move on to achieve his goal. Hanho definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught without Jisu's protection, so the young man is now playing the role of a tank. To further irritate his opponent, the handsome man asked if he was tired since he could fight all day long. Cobalt really got angry after these words and said that the guy was not like the others, but there was no point in continuing their battle. The opponent reported that he had previously thought a lot, and in the end was still able to find the answer that had been troubling him so much. Suddenly, out of nowhere, dozens of different mummies appeared, with cobwebs coming from them, and they were on the ceiling. The handsome man began to assume that these were all dead bodies of people who had once fallen into this trap. Suddenly, hot fire began to fly out of the enemy's mouth, sparking and filling the entire space. The necromancer realized that the enemy had burned his own minions, who now obeyed him, and was a genius. The subordinate skeletons continued to try to attack the monster in order to take its life and protect their master. One of this monster's main weapons was explosions, and now he put air into action. At that moment, all the skeletons flew in different directions, as the force was incredible and blew them away. Cobalt laughed and said that now the end had come, because the young man had no one else to call upon, and everything was over. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a beauty appeared who declared that everything was over with the enemy, namely the shaman. Leaping above his head, she delivered a swift blow that caused a huge explosion. The enemy was shocked, but not badly hurt, as her sharp sword was able to stop the spider's paws. The beauty asked him why he was so surprised, because if there had been 3 at the very beginning, he could have remembered. The comrade began to insist that it was true, and thanked him for being distracted and forgetting about them. Go Through Them stood his ground and said that these monsters would not do anything to him, hinting at zombies. He also continued that he would destroy everyone, but suddenly noticed that his queen had started doing something wrong. Hanho said that they used a special sauce, and at this point the spider would hardly be able to resist them. Both opponents began to go crazy as soon as they smelled this food, and completely forgot about the battle. Handsome understood that while he was distracting them, Jisu and Comrade were preparing bait, and no werewolf could resist stinky food. Because first of all, they were controlled by animal instincts, and only then by the brain, which they did not use. Cobalt was at a loss and asked his queen to stand, but he himself could not do it, since they needed to escape. Suddenly, the necromancer approached his enemies and said that it was too late to do this, because the treat had to be paid for. Without thinking twice, the guy used his ability and used a corpse explosion in this battle. At this time, a wondrous monster attacked the city, growling and showing off its fangs. Swinging his sharp sword, the blonde was able to destroy the enemy in a matter of minutes. A message came that the prosecutor was able to defeat the boss of the monsters, namely the cannibal bat. Everyone around was incredibly happy, as they felt a sense of victory and congratulated each other on the mission accomplished. The allies noted that this battle was ideal, and the commander was the best of all, and there was no other like him. By joining forces, they improve each other's skills and earn experience, until he is not the first in the ranking, but will become so. The only question that worried the guy at that moment was the interest in the person who occupied first place. No one understood how he could advance through the levels so quickly. Because their guilds were made up of the best forces in Korea, no one else could have gathered so many players. The leader with the first place is first of all a hope. Because he can create a bigger guild, he just has to want it. The blonde understood perfectly well that if he dared to interfere with his plans, then trouble could not be avoided. Suddenly, out of the blue, a voice standing next to me pushed me out, asking me to look at the message in the app. The young man said that the rating had changed, and the young man suspected that some new players had appeared. Seeing this, the blonde began to get very angry, since his place was now taken by a necromancer, and he did not understand how this was possible. At the scene, the guys acted together, and very confidently they dealt powerful blows to the enemy. The comrade was able to make the final attack and receive 300,000 gold for killing the monster boss, the kobold shaman. Hanho reported that he has finally gotten used to the Suvorovs, and can no longer just be a tank in this game. Suddenly, right above the young man's head, a monster appeared that already wanted to take his life. The only salvation in this situation was the one on the right, who reacted deftly and stuck his dagger into the queen's eye. The skeleton goblin was pleased as he absorbed the enemy's mana and became stronger and more powerful, and his level rose to 14. The number of subordinates increased, and now the guys could definitely go on a raid and find the Reaper's cash box. The first awakening will happen very soon, and the guys cannot delay. They need to start preparing for it immediately. The beauty suggested that if they couldn't find the store, they would close all the targets at once. And without thinking twice, the guys went on a search, which they successfully accomplished and visited this room. The handsome man was surprised because he remembered that in the D class, platinum cost 100,000, and apparently something works differently here. The rules in this store were actually a little different, and Comrade didn't understand what kind of nonsense it was. The Necromancer knew that his friends had about 300,000 each, and he had 1,600,000, and they would definitely be able to increase their chances with the help of tokens. A friend volunteered to try it first, as he remembered that Sanwoo is always lucky because that's what he does. Luckily, there were 3 machines, and the guys decided to do it at the same time and were already waiting for their prize. Suddenly, friends started to panic that they were doing something wrong, but it was too late to back out, and they just had to hope that they would get something good. Hanho received a message that he had a bonus chance, and his gold would be sent to the next participant in the game. Watching all these people spinning around, Comrade noticed that most likely they were finished, and they had simply wasted their money. The handsome man believed, and his business was filled with excitement, since he needed to collect 10 more tokens to win. Suddenly, Comrade shouted loudly that he had taken first place in roulette and was taking the main prize. It was a prank of the Goddess of Fortune, legendary rating, and when used, you can get a random skill. The young lady had already lost hope and said that they would rather die here than win anything. The handsome guy decided to put all the tokens and, in fact, he was able to win the first-class award, which was unexpected. He received the Shadow King's ring, which increased his agility, stamina, and attack, and also caused a shadow clone to appear, after which a message came that an additional task had appeared, which was called the Heir of the Shadow King. The collection task to obtain the item, the young man decided to leave for later, since it can only be obtained in the store. The girl was always unlucky, and her friend offered to give her his heroic win bracelet so that she would not destroy the store. The boys were very happy when they saw their heroes returning to the village. Gathered in the room, everyone began to discuss the next course of action and how best to break the future. The military continued to help civilians by carrying various boxes and elixirs. The day came when the raid was supposed to begin, and the friends were confident, because they were completely ready and determined to achieve a good result. Suddenly, Comrade shouted loudly and informed his friend that a new message had appeared in the community. A personal broadcasting station was added, which broadcast the office in online mode. The handsome guy assumed that this was the idea of the Kwanbok Guild, since they can upload photos and broadcast similar ones. The young man didn't understand why, but perhaps this was another method of controlling people, because the community was excited when he took first place in the ranking. The blonde must have been tense about this, since it took his place and pushed him lower in the community. Shanwoo didn't think that the prosecutor was bad, but his ambition might lead him to make the wrong choice in this situation. If the young man doesn't like it, he will try to block the necromancer's path and control him. An example would be restricting his access to upgrades, which would cause him to lose the ability to level up and gain experience. The hero understood that it was unlikely that the blonde would succeed, but remembering the oath contract, he understood that it was time to use it. Suddenly, helicopters appeared in the sky, and the prosecutor's company looked out from there, greeting them kindly. The young man actually came to take second place in the rankings and invited the guys to sit down with him. The necromancer decided to ask if everything would be okay with the helicopters, since there was a wyvern in the sky. In response, the young man smiled and said that nothing was impossible and everything would be fine. At the moment, in the ruined world, their Sageldians are scattered all over Seoul, and they control everything. The pilot said that there is no 100% guarantee of safety, but it is much faster to move this way. Besides, if a large number of people need to be transferred, it is more convenient for the Necromancer's team. Such a scale was impossible. Flying through the air was, however, a good idea and not bad, but the handsome man did not understand why they did not consider other methods. A message came that the guys are starting a group raid quest, and the point is to kill the boss alone. The blonde's ally said that they didn't plan this and hoped that the boss would sort out this quest. Sunwo put his hand to his face, because he knew that he was caught and was not at all prepared to act in such a situation. Monster raid is something like a joint task for people of different classes. In this case, teamwork is very important, since it is impossible to win raids alone. However, if you act in a group, the level will decrease by 90%, but the reward when fighting alone will be much better. The hero understood and felt perfectly well that all this time someone was definitely watching them. The daredevil has put too much effort into leveling himself up to participate in such a raid, and most likely the difficult tasks depend on the player's progress. Thinking over everything that had happened, the young man understood that since everything had turned out exactly this way, then it was meant to be. Now the guy will have to bring the prosecutor and the other leaders, because he is not going to stop there. The civilians read the community and discussed that the blonde was the best leader, because he was preparing to broadcast the raid to everyone. The test was designed by the system to involve a necromancer, and all the people were surprised to hear this. The young man and his colleagues flew over the houses and were already ready to land. Looking up at the sky, a group of kids saw a helicopter landing and were very curious about what the handsome guy looked like. The friends got out of the transport and began to move forward with their subordinates towards the crowd. The blonde welcomed everyone to their guild and hoped they arrived safely. Handsome reported that he saw from above how their camp was organized, and they were well prepared for the raid. Seeing the camera, all the young man's doubts were dispelled. Now it was clear that the prosecutor was arranging this to improve the guild's reputation. The stranger came closer to his friends and asked if he was the same necromancer and if this was really his entire team. The narcissistic young man adjusted his hair and stated that he had heard that there were many survivors in their group. Pointing his stick at the people, he said that they had 31 special players, but they were promised 102 people from Gangnam. The handsome man did not understand why the stranger was attacking without discussing anything, and apparently he had agreed with the prosecutor. The blonde smiled and introduced his comrade as Kanhun, and he was in charge of the survivors from Tahakro. The hero began to remember that he had heard this name before, and he was a great fire mage. After listening, the young man asked if they would send their army, but the player did not understand the essence of the question. Sonwo continued that they always work as a threesome and sees no point in their group at the moment. All the guys were here, and they were going on a raid, not to war, the young man said with a smile. The magician was very angry when he heard these words, but the prosecutor tried to calm him down because the handsome man had a higher level. The blonde continued that a necromancer always has assistants behind him. I am not very strong and confident of victory. The raiding was proof of that, and now they don't have time, so they need to move on to discussing business. A group of people approached a large building to begin their negotiations and think over the whole situation. Having entered, the prosecutor sat down in the center with his allies, which made them look very serious. To their surprise, they were not alone in the room. There were several other strangers who were wounded. The young lady greeted everyone and introduced herself as Song Minhwa, as she was the deputy of the Crusader Guild. The beauty continued that most likely everyone already knows about the task in this raid, and the difficulty is high, so the reward is also excellent. Nobody knew what the benefit was exactly, and most likely it was in gold, so they would divide it all into 12 parts. The young man didn't like all these words, since he didn't need such help at all. The strangers continued to look at the necromancer with distrust, trying to penetrate his soul with their gaze. Sonwo finally realized that all these guys were in cahoots, and that completing the mission would not be very easy. The hero thought that they were dividing it up fairly, since there were 10 leaders from different guilds sitting here now, and it was strange that they all agreed. The number of participants varies, but it can be said that the Crusader Guild is responsible for the entire raid, so if you divide it by 12, they will get 1 part, and the others, 11. The beauty delivered her entire speech that she had planned and asked if anyone had any objections to it. The necromancer understood that he couldn't remain silent now. He raised his hand and nodded positively. Seeing this, the girl asked him to tell her what was going on, since she had previously guessed that he would not be able to keep silent. The hero asked why they should split the reward this way, since the fight with the boss would be one-on-one, and it would be better to give everything to the winner. After these words, the young lady began to understand who was behind this difficult quest. To all the objections that it would not be a completely equal division, the guy replied that it would really be fair. Everyone here has a different level and strength, and in their opinion, the young man will have to give himself up for others. For now, all the guys are just standing on the sidelines because they don't have enough competence to fight. All the people present began to snap back, commenting on these words because they did not think that they would be useless. The stranger stood up abruptly and turned to the necromancer, suggesting that they go outside to talk. It was the king of Inshin Guanseok, ranked 11th, known for his battles with large monsters. The man continued to shout and ask why he couldn't give him an answer, but he heard a request to sit down. The handsome man, gritting his teeth, declared that if he had something to prove, let him prove it on the battlefield. All these words made the king incredibly angry, and he began to literally burn with rage that filled him. The blonde slammed his fist on the table to silence the crowd and said that he agreed to do as the necromancer suggested. The prosecutor asked with a sinister smile whether he would really find it more interesting that way, but there was no answer. Dozens of green monsters, similar to lizards with sharp weapons in their hands, began to attack. The young man saw this for the first time and had no idea what his opponent's weak points were and how to deal with them. The man was still angry at the handsome man, declaring that he should have broken his head right there in the room for his long tongue. The hero still managed to deal with them and take their lives, receiving 3,000 gold for this. Seeing that he had succeeded in doing this quite easily, he laughed loudly, because he thought that there was no one else nearby. Suddenly, more lizards began to crawl out of the bushes with a huge amount of weapons and a fighting spirit. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to something else, namely a burning ball that was falling from the sky towards them. Everything around began to blaze and burn with a bright flame. All opponents exploded and died in an instant. A group of people asked Hen to be careful because if he died, they would all die too. The narcissistic magician declared that the local lizards had taken up residence here, and he hoped that there would be no more such places. The man proudly announced that this was exactly why they came here, because they needed to kill the boss and stop the destruction of the world. The young man said that everyone remembers the bad ending, and that the monsters need to be stopped before they spread throughout Korea. Monsters and people need to protect the world tree from them so that everything is in order, and in the future they can win. After listening to everything, the hero continued that the prosecutor can really be relied upon because he keeps his word, unlike some. Looking up at the sky, the guys were surprised because they saw helicopters, which meant that the broadcast had already started. Suddenly, the young man behind him shouted something about a necromancer, and the guy couldn't understand what had happened. The man only assumed that he was scared and ran away, but in fact he went to Yowido Park. The young people began to discuss that this is where the boss is, and he wants to get to the monster faster than Chung-hun. The necromancer actually went out to find the boss in order to defeat him, as it was part of the quest. One iron shooter, Yang Mengsu, had a talent for shooting before the destruction of the world. From his past experience, he knows that success does not depend on your abilities, but good connections in politics can help. It's very difficult to level up on talent alone, but sharp tongues and good defense will always help. It would be very strange to evaluate a person in society only by his abilities. A keen mind is what is really important. Perhaps that is why the young man was given exactly this kind of weapon at the Prosecutor's Guild earlier. Before giving it to her, the beauty asked the young man not to lose his temper. He, in turn, thought that the head of the guild was probably keeping a close eye on them, Roman. The hero knew that the handsome guy would lose in this raid, and that's why 11 guild leaders are taking part. In such a situation, you just need to wait, and then the golden path of luck will open up before the shooter. Thinking all this over in his head, the young man realized that he had thought so before, but the next vision surprised him. Yang Mensu was shocked when he noticed the beauty with her straightened fire sword, which she wielded perfectly. The young man did not know who this woman was, and why she alone continued to move forward all the time. The next sight also surprised the guy, because Hanho appeared in front of him in all his beauty and energy. Previously, the young man thought that his comrade was just a man, but he was able to turn into a monster, and he did not know where the man got so much strength from. The last problem for him was a monster, namely a handsome necromancer with a huge reputation. The hero didn't understand where his zombies got their equipment from, and now they are called knights in armor. The young man knew that this was the synergy effect of the Crusader Guild, but where he got it from was unknown. The young man kept looking at the handsome man with disdain, trying to discern something special in him. Sonwo smiled sweetly and asked if he also needed armor, but he refused, since he was a shooter. The hero still didn't listen, and spoke about creating a weapon, after which the guys began to be surrounded by bones from all sides. A group of people did not understand why this armor was so light, strong, and now much more convenient to fight with. The man began to understand that this was a real game, and they were now under the protection of synergy. This way they definitely won't have to do anything, the guy realized, and turned to the necromancer with words of gratitude. The young man also said that there was Yowido Station ahead, and if you passed it, there would be a park and the boss's room. You have to be careful around here, as there is water everywhere and its level rises with every step. The young man continued that there would probably be even more of it further on, and visibility was very poor, so it would be better to wait for the others. The shooter understood that even for a necromancer this was too much, when suddenly he called his friends. The subordinate skeletons easily dealt with the lizards, as they were not very aggressive. There were a lot of opponents because the guys entered their territory and they calmly swam in the water. All this could not continue like this, and the young man decided to take advantage of the corpse explosion. People were shocked when they saw that Sonwo easily destroyed dozens of lizard men and received gold for them. Friends began to clear their way and move on to their goal and get to the boss monsters as quickly as possible. The comrade, looking up at the sky, noticed a helicopter that was supposed to film them, but it had been previously agreed that it would monitor the leader's skills. Suddenly, the young people seeing this took out their cameras and were very surprised, considering it incredible. The guys were happy that they were able to film the widely known corpse explosion and recalled the prosecutor's early words. The boys allowed other teams besides the Crusader Guild to take some pictures, so he couldn't miss such a shot. The hero shouted loudly to the operator, informing him that the Crusader Guild was calling, and handed him the phone. The prosecutor was furious and did not understand what he was doing and why he was not going to turn the helicopter around. The young lady snatched the phone and continued shouting that the filming was only meant to control others and not to make them popular. The beauty confidently ordered him to return immediately if his life was important to the guy, and he agreed. The necromancer saw that the transport was flying away, most likely to take off others, and probably something serious was brewing there. The guys were walking along their path, and a message came that they had entered the boss's room. Jisoo noted that Yawido Park now looked like a jungle, and it was a shame to see it. Suddenly, the friends were overtaken by an unpleasant phenomenon, an earthquake which was quite strong. Suddenly, the beauty asked her friend to look ahead because she saw something incredible there. A message came that the raid boss monster Yas Chervon had appeared, and a comrade suggested following him. All the helicopters also could not help but notice the light beam and began to surround it to film this miracle. The boys were surprised why the Crusader team came there immediately as soon as they entered the boss room. The handsome man began to assume that, apparently, they didn't want to take all the awards, and that was what they actually needed the helicopters for. The guild, together with the prosecutor, decided to go straight to the boss because their leader was too ambitious. The contract didn't say that they were to travel only on land, and it was hard to trust a person like Blondie. Hanho didn't understand what to do in this situation and decided to ask his friend. The necromancer stated that they couldn't fly, meaning they would just move forward, but it would be great to get the teleportation skill in that situation. The subordinate skeletons continued to kill all the lizardmen with ease, bringing thousands of gold to their master. The boys watched in silence as the undead took the lives of their opponents and sent their souls to another world. Suddenly, the handsome man saw something strange in his chest, namely a bright blue color that was shining. It was a class experience coupon, and it was an item from that hidden gold dungeon. If it started to shine, it means only one thing. The guy is now level 15, and if he can get the scythe, he will reach the first awakening. The hero quickly agreed to level up by using the coupon, as he had enough experience. Looking forward, the boy also saw his friends, but they were very alarmed and shocked. Sonvo seemed to be immersed in another world, and everything was unknown and dark to him. The handsome man began to assume that perhaps this was a prophecy, but it felt different, as if his body was floating in space. Looking around, the guy saw a blazing light that looked like the sun or a star. Taking a closer look at it, the young man noticed that something was emerging from it, and it was moving towards him. A message came in stating that the Lord of Death had finally arrived, and it was about the boy. An unknown silhouette asked to find a scytheman, thus leaving an exclusive quest. Seeing the information window, it meant only one thing. The being that stood in front of him stood behind the entire system. The hero felt like it was trying to tell him something, but he was too stupid to understand. Apparently, that is why the unknown person talks to him through the system windows so that they can exchange information. The handsome man knew that it was unlikely to cause him any harm, as if he felt that it really existed. Suddenly, an unknown silhouette called out to the guy using the system, writing his name. The next message was about being careful with death, as carefully as possible. The hero began to get a little worried, as he did not understand what this message meant and what he should do. The young man had no choice but to wait for some continuation, and his body began to emerge from the trance. Feeling like he was already on Earth, he could hear his friends calling him every second. The comrade was scared and said that he had just disappeared for 10 seconds and they were very worried. The handsome man began to understand that his body had actually moved there, which meant that this creature was real. Yet one question troubled him, namely what it meant to be careful with death. Perhaps it meant that death was close to him. Suddenly the boys heard a huge explosion and smoke, and they could only assume that the helicopter had crashed. The hero understood that there was no time for doubt, because he would not solve the problem so quickly, which meant he would do what he could and catch the boss. The handsome man called out to his friends and said that they were immediately heading to where the boss was. Turning to the shooters, the young man also stated that if they could not keep up with them, it would be better for them to unite with others. Without thinking twice, the boys became inspired and were ready to move forward to defeat the enemy. The young man landed on the ground and, gritting his teeth, asked what had just happened. Some people said that an unknown person attacked the helicopter, but no one understood how this was possible because he was in the sky. Blondie came closer and closer to his people and loudly declared that everyone needed to gather immediately. The ally called out to the leader, but he responded by telling him that he could use his skill, namely, the territory of faith. The subordinate now understood why they all survived, and he considered his prosecutor the best. Unfortunately, only one person, namely the pilot, died on the spot, and no one was able to save him. The young man continued to encourage his leader and asked him not to hold back his rage on these monsters. The guys who were filming what was happening were happy, because they already had 17,500 viewers, and most likely, they didn't watch only because of the Necromancer. The young lady confirmed that he is of interest to absolutely everyone, and is a hope after all. The Crusaders tried to fight the lizardmen, trying to hold them back, but they were too strong for them. The prosecutor, studying the whole situation, said that they could use a helicopter to kill them all. Blondie also didn't want to hesitate for long and used the cross spear to finish off the enemies. The young lady felt very proud when she saw her leader use his abilities so skillfully. The hero shouted loudly for everyone to prepare for the second raid, and especially for the appearance of the boss. Suddenly the guys who were in the helicopter noticed something strange, something they clearly did not expect. Right in front of them appeared a huge red lizard leader, who was incredibly strong and big. The prosecutor said that everyone should get ready to shoot, and that they should attack the enemy first. The leader received the blessing of the gladiators, and because of this, the damage of most attacks was reduced by 90%. Blondie ordered the shooting to cease, as he suspected that they would not be able to inflict much damage. Unfortunately, there was very little of it, and on top of that, the enemy has a recovery ability and their attacks are simply useless. The monsters, without thinking twice, began to attack people, who in this situation were almost defenseless. The only way to defend yourself was to use shields to keep yourself alive. Suddenly, sound waves unknown to the enemy began to distract him, and he stopped for a moment. The prosecutor asked everyone to step aside, and while he would deal with the leader, the rest of the people should clear the entire area around. Blondie came closer and proudly declared to the monster that now he would have to fight only with him. The monster, without thinking twice, began to attack the player, jumping high on him and straightening out his sharp weapons. The hero, having studied the whole situation, assumed that their forces were approximately equal, and their chances of winning were also equal. The enemy is excellent at ranged attacks thanks to his huge sword. The big plus in this situation was that the Blondie had more speed and was superior to him. Therefore, because of this, it was necessary to use one's skill and thanks to it defeat the enemy. The prosecutor was confident and knew that victory was his, and he would be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. The fight was incredibly exciting because these guys had abilities and skills. The young men from the helicopter were surprised that only one person was able to fight a monster of this level. 2 men ran closer to the scene, and they were the leaders of other guilds to help. Suddenly, in the distance, the Blondie could see skeletons, and this meant only one thing: the Necromancer had already arrived. The prosecutor, in order to finish off his enemy more quickly, decided to use a cross spear. Everything that was happening seemed very strange to him, and he did not understand why it was happening this way. Despite his strength, the enemy never stopped smiling, which was creepy. In this situation, the guy wanted even more to remove the smile from his opponent's face and make his body fall lifelessly. Suddenly, the monster raised its head to the sky and roared in an incredible voice, which sent goosebumps down my spine. One of his abilities was to breathe fire, which he used. But the young man had a shield. The subordinate crusaders had already run up to their leader to somehow protect him, but he pushed them away. The blonde was shocked as his defense and shield disappeared, and the guys informed him that he would die if he got any closer to it. The young man was incredibly scared as he saw the boss of the monsters in front of him for the first time. Looking ahead, the boys began to see something extremely dangerous and something they certainly did not expect. A message came in that the true boss of the monster raid, the Wandering Drake, had appeared, and he looked terrible. Everyone was also informed that the second phase had begun, and the guys began the long-awaited attack. The prosecutor, when he saw Drake standing in front of him, did not understand why he had hidden his true form before. The monster's attacks were incredibly strong and accurate, and it was becoming more and more difficult to fight them off. The hero understood that his defense was about to break, and the enemy was too strong for him. Suddenly he began to notice that the monster was taking a strange pose, which meant that he would attack with his tail. What seemed even stranger was that it wasn't just a tail, but it held a sharp sword in it. The weapon flew right in front of the blonde's head, causing him to be slightly injured and on the verge of death. The commanders of other guilds were already starting to worry, because they understood that their ally would not cope alone. Another attack dealt a tremendous blow, causing the blonde to fall to the ground with a wounded body. The reporters in the helicopter were shocked, as they considered this simply impossible, because they believed in their leader. The monster boss roared in a terrible voice and moved even closer to the young man. The young lady started to cry as she realized that it was all over, and they had failed the raid, and she started to change in front of everyone. The enemy growled smugly, because he thought that he had already won this task and considered himself the strongest among those present. Suddenly, his surprise was caused by a huge explosion, which caused him to get slightly injured and lose control. All this happened with the help of the subordinate skeletons, who had already begun to attack the enemy. They struck him harder with each passing second, weakening him and making him writhe in pain. All the undead acted very confidently and together. They knew how to fight such an enemy. Most of the subordinates were werewolves who acted quickly due to their anatomy. The enemy was weak and could not cope with such a number of enemies alone, since he was also wounded. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a necromancer appeared, jumped on the monster's head and planted his sword. All the correspondents were shocked, as they did not expect to see the young man so effectively and on time. 1,000 viewers began to rejoice when the handsome man appeared, because they knew that he was the main character who appears at the most terrible moment. The young lady knew it was a great relief that he had appeared, and that he did not care what would happen to the reward. At the moment, the most important thing is to end the fight and save all people from death and destruction. Drake tried to push the necromancer off his head, but his sword was still embedded in his forehead. The daredevil landed on the ground and was ready to continue the attack along with his subordinates. The boys were a little surprised when they saw the skeleton had a huge hammer, and this gave him confidence. The guild commanders said that they would stun him and finish him off with a sword. With all the necromancers on the team, victory is possible. Suddenly the young men informed the lieutenant that lizardmen had been spotted from the side of the net. Beauty was angry because they only knew about the one-on-one fight with the boss, but no one said there would be other monsters. The guys began to think that they should have abandoned the quest at the beginning to avoid losses. An order was given for all crusaders to protect the necromancer and other monsters as much as possible. The comrade was already ready to start attacking and assumed his true form during the battle. The enormous power of the subordinate skeletons could not fight with anyone, because they were of different sizes and different types. The allies, seeing that Drake had fallen, began to rejoice greatly and understood that their trouble had passed them by. Looking closer, one could see that the enemy was moving a little, and this was strange. The friends did not understand what was happening, since he had already fallen to the ground and stopped breathing. The necromancer began to realize that something was changing in the enemy, and that he was most likely entering his third phase. A notification came that a hidden raid boss monster, a young warrior who absorbed the seeds, had appeared. The system window was constantly making some changes, and everyone thought that it was laughing at them. A group of people who were trying to protect themselves from various monsters realized that the enemy had some strange eyes. The lizard men looked like zombies and each one had to be killed, but most likely they were berserkers. The handsome man understood that he could safely rely on the Hanhoi Jisoo, and they would be able to stop the berserkers. The biggest problem was right in front of him, and the young man realized that he had to deal with it alone. The enemy began to use fire breath, and in order to save themselves, everyone had to immediately dodge. The flames covered everyone heavily, and many people who tried to fight back simply fell. Seeing this, Sonwo was a little puzzled, as the lower monsters and lizardmen were attacking, and it would be difficult for him to fight them all alone. The huge monster boss, full of strength, was already ready to attack and deal with the handsome guy. The hero tried to use all his abilities, including the corpse explosion, but it was all pointless. The enemy was truly invincible. He took all the blows with ease and fought them off instantly. The bear's turn turned to dust in a second, and in order to win, the enemy had to be quickly outwitted. The necromancer came up with the idea of first distracting attention by summoning subordinate zombies. Suddenly, the young man called out to his friends and said that they needed to leave, which they clearly did not expect. The hero suggested retreating and first dealing with the lizardmen, since they could not fight everyone at the same time. Also, the plan of action included splitting up from other people, since monsters would attack large groups first anyway. At the moment, everyone was in great danger, so it was better to think about yourself first. The guys agreed without thinking twice, because they knew that their friend was absolutely sure of what he was doing. As soon as the Crusaders saw that their friends were retreating, they began to panic and realized that the raid had failed. Walking along the paths of the park, the comrade looked around for any danger, and something caught his attention. As he got closer to the unidentified object, Hanho was able to recognize the prosecutor lying on the ground. The hero tried to find out from him why he was here, because they couldn't just sit and needed to leave. The daredevil tried to help the blonde when suddenly he heard a very menacing growl from a monster behind him. The comrade screamed for help, calling on the necromancer to come to him, and remembered his words that he needed to think about himself first. The young man leaned over the prosecutor as they were both in a hopeless situation, while the enemy was already very close. Suddenly, the one on the right came running to help, straightened his weapon, and began to attack the boss. The elite skeleton goblin stabbed with his sharp dagger very confidently and distracted attention. The subordinate knew how to act in such situations, and all his actions were clear and well coordinated. Watching this, the comrade began to panic, because if the right one was nearby now, it meant only one thing. Suddenly, the voice of the necromancer was heard from behind, who said that he had previously asked to think about himself first. The enemy was ruthless. He kept growling and attacking the guys all the time to take their lives. The leader decided to repeat his attack, which he had done earlier with the help of his tail and a sharp sword. The handsome man was able to skillfully resist such an attack and fight off the weapon to save his life. The monster clearly did not expect this, and since the force of the blow was strong, it was able to injure even itself. The necromancer knew that there was no time to waste and quickly grabbed his comrade's cloak to grab him. The guys were shocked, because it wasn't the real boss who had just fought them, but just his clone. The hero decided to use his item, namely the ring of the Shadow King, because it simply distracted the enemy's attention, but did not cause him any damage. He could try to hit him himself, but the clone only takes half the damage, which made the battle very difficult for them. The enemy had no plans to surrender and was constantly approaching to attack and win. The friends were in a slight panic, as the monster was literally following them on their heels, not allowing them to breathe. The handsome man began to assume that he had most likely gone mad and had chosen them as his target for reprisal. Suddenly, the monster saw something burning near him, namely the beauty's sword, which was very close. Seeing this, Sonwo was unhappy, as he had previously told her that they should split up and run away. But she did not listen. Standing up, the young lady said that she would fight them, since there were always 3 of them. The boys were very touched by these words, and the young man said that he would like to thank her, but there was not enough time for this. The hero continued that he would definitely do this after killing the boss, and used the call of death in a certain area. The zombies surrounded the enemy, trying to distract him and somehow confuse him so that they could get closer to him. The next action to deal damage to the enemy was a corpse explosion, which he definitely didn't expect. Initially, they only needed to catch the boss, but now there is no other way out of the situation, and unfortunately, the explosion did not cause much damage. The handsome man sincerely did not understand why he did not eat his skeleton, and this meant that it would not be possible to blow him up from the inside. It was also impossible to create new subordinates, because they disintegrate into dust faster than friends create them. Suddenly, the necromancer saw that the enemy was about to breathe out his hot fire. The biggest problem with this situation was that Jisoo and Hanho were standing behind and literally didn't see it. The young man saw the only way out of this situation as being to create a weapon during the epicenter of the attack. The friends noticed this action and began to call out to Sonwo, as they understood that he was now in great danger. The handsome man held back the entire blow with great force, because the main thing was to protect himself and his allies. Soon it ended, and the young man barely endured this horror. But there was another problem. The skeletal armor disappeared. Now the guy really is in danger, as he has problems with protection and his physical condition is not at its best. The enemy again began to attack with the help of his tail and a very sharp ball, swinging it over the boys. The comrade, seeing this, could not just stand there and shouted to the handsome man that he would protect him with his strength. Suddenly a message came from the system that the guy's holy shield was disabled, and this was very bad. The monster quickly moved its body and raised its sword right above Hanho's head, intending to kill him. Suddenly the subordinate skeleton jumped up, and using his weapon intercepted the blow and was able to push him away. The right one fought very heroically, and even after breaking his dagger he did not stop, inflicting damage. The monster didn't like all these actions at all, and with every second it became more and more angry. Pravi tried his best to defend himself and, most importantly, to protect his friends from such strong attacks. The subordinate skeleton was really good. He risked his life every time for his master and his friends. Suddenly, the comrade saw that the one on the right was really bad, because he had fallen into a trap and was on the verge of life. The skeleton made his last gesture, raising his hand, as if saying goodbye to everyone and wishing them victory. A notification came that the dead one, who was under their control, returned to the endless darkness. The comrade, seeing this, began to cry, as he had become very close to his subordinate, and shouted to his friends to run. Suddenly, a huge werewolf skeleton took the boys by the arms and headed to the side so that they wouldn't do anything stupid. It was the handsome man's order, and the only thing he said to them at the end was for them to survive and be safe. The necromancer went in the completely opposite direction, and the guys did not understand what was happening. After the death of the right one, Sunwo really came to his senses a little. Now he understood how serious the fight was. Looking at the remains of his friend, he thanked him for his service because he could always be relied upon. The handsome man knew for sure that his sacrifice would not be in vain, and he would try his best to somehow buy time. The hero could no longer simply stand and mourn his comrade, but began to act and avenge him. The reporters who had been watching the whole incident were shocked by what they saw. The young lady knew that he would fight to the end, and one should never lose hope because he is strong. Sovno tried his best to defend and attack his opponent in order to finally defeat him. The battle was incredibly difficult, and nothing like this had ever happened to people before, but no one planned to give up. The handsome man used all his abilities, came up with strategies, and took advantage of the experience he had previously gained. People were already starting to panic, as they saw that the hero's legs were definitely finished, and most likely he would not survive. The monster began to strike with fire, breathing it out of its mouth in order to win quickly. Looking at this, the necromancer understood that he was trying with all his might to avoid death, but would probably die the death of his parents. The daredevil began to remember all the people who were so dear to him, namely his friends, with whom he walked hand in hand. The only thing that made him happy at that moment was that the boys were now okay and would live. A powerful stream of fire that burst from the monster's mouth headed towards the necromancer, enveloping him. The whole way the friends cried and shouted their friend's name because they knew that he alone was going to certain death. The handsome man found himself back in the same place where he had been before, and then realized that he had most likely said goodbye to life. It was a terrible feeling to realize that he had failed to defeat yet another opponent. The only thing that made him happy at that moment was that he had managed to get this far. Sovno knew that he had chosen the right class of weapon, and most importantly, his new friends, with whom he had become very close. The boy wondered if his were-tigers would disappear after death, since they would not be able to survive without him. Suddenly the boy heard someone's voice calling him, and he did not understand who it was in front of him. If you looked closely, you could see that it was the Reaper of Death, and now he would finally be able to see him. The hero asked if he had come to take him away, and claimed that he didn't care whether he went to heaven or hell, as long as it all ended as soon as possible. The handsome man also continued that he would not resist and asked only to finish as soon as possible. The stranger standing opposite began to laugh and said that he was not yet 30 years old, and he did not understand that he had come to finish. The stranger stated that he had not come for this at all, and when he came closer, the young man was shocked by what he saw. Father Sonwo appeared, removing the hood of his cloak, and said that they could finally talk. The young man did not believe that such a thing existed, and he sees his own person, assuming that the system is just joking. The man smiled softly and said that he didn't know for sure, and didn't think it was important now. The necromancer continued that he was already dead anyway, and if you think about it, such an end suits him perfectly. Previously, he was very afraid of death, as the unknown in this world frightened him the most. Everything that symbolizes life is terrifying, but if you know that death is not the end, then it becomes less scary. Because we will be able to face our sins and rethink our whole life once again. The handsome man asked if his father hated him, because there had once been a fire in the house, and he had abandoned it and run away alone. The reason for this was the fear of death, and now he is very surprised that he was able to meet his father. Previously, the daredevil had to endure a lot. He tried and studied to become stronger and overcome everything. At first, he didn't want to take on too much responsibility, but then he felt that he was old enough for it. Despite everything that happened, the hero smiled and said that he was still glad to see them, despite the fact that he was no longer alive. Sonwo saw his close friend, whom he had dreamed of seeing for many years, lower his head. The man laughed loudly and asked if he had really been worried about this situation for so long. The hero continued that he considered the young man to be a grown man, but he was still just a child and began to quote his words. The father knew very well that he was very small then and would not have been able to help, even if he really wanted to. The man said that he had not run away, but had simply fulfilled his request and that he held no grudge at all. He began to remind him of that situation and tell him how everything really happened because they were together then. It all happened very suddenly and the fire engulfed their house literally in the middle of the night, which became a huge problem. The boys tried to run out of the burning area but remembered that their mother was still in the room. The father put his hand on his son's head and asked him not to be offended and not even to think about returning here. He continued that he would definitely save his mother and come for him, smiling softly, which inspired confidence. The handsome man remembers this as if he were reliving the whole situation again, but he was surprised because he had not remembered it before. The father said that they, like any parents, simply wanted their dear son to survive. The necromancer was still shocked because he had completely forgotten about this situation and now understood what kind of people his parents were. That night it all happened, and due to faulty wiring, their house was much older on the inside than it looked on the outside. Handsome has always been a responsible person, but it is not his fault that he is the only one who survived from his family. After listening to everything, the guy said that it meant that he couldn't save his mother, and it turns out that he failed, just like him. The father extended his hand and said that this was not true at all, because his main goal was his son, and he really did survive. The man said these words, trying to calm the young man down and make him understand that he had done exactly the same thing today. The handsome man, after thinking about the situation for a bit, realized that he had sacrificed his life for the sake of his friends. The guys looked into each other's eyes, after which Sonwo prepared himself to say what he wanted so much now. The father could not stand it and asked if he wanted to fight him or go back. The young man chose to go back. The man pointed his finger towards the light, telling him that that was where his way back was, and that he should step in. It was very painful for the necromancer to let go of a loved one whom he had not seen for so long, but he made the right choice. At parting, the young man said that he was glad to meet, to which he heard the same thing and a request to hurry, because many people were waiting for him. Suddenly the father called out to the boy, because he had forgotten the most important thing, why the meeting took place in the first place. Holding out the item, Handsome realized that it was what the task said, and he reached over and took it. At the scene of the incident, the enemy continued to destroy everything around and take the lives of innocent civilians. The young lady tried to think of something with the help of her weapon and build some kind of plan for victory. The friends' thoughts about the death of their friend did not leave them, and tears flowed without stopping, since this was their very close friend. Suddenly, the blond man's voice was heard, saying that now they were definitely finished, since even Sanwoo couldn't cope. The prosecutor noticed that the boys' faces were filled with hatred, and this was entirely to be expected. The commander knew that this was his punishment for his strong self-confidence, and nothing could be changed. The young man began to remember how Hanho tried to save him, and apparently his passive skill helped in this. A group of people were supposed to catch the boss in this raid, but unfortunately they lost the strongest one. The blonde was too overconfident and couldn't adapt quickly to sudden changes. He needs to correct the mistake, because the world is on the verge of destruction, and he can't just stop. The subordinate prosecutors, seeing that he had come to his senses, began to run towards him. as they were sure that he was not alive. The commander turned and looked at the guy angrily, because it was actually Hanho who saved him, and not the one who was supposed to. The ally continued to shout that the monster was already close and that they needed to retreat, to which he unconditionally agreed. The blonde felt guilty and mentally apologized to Sonwo, promising to protect his friends. Suddenly the boys noticed that the bright sky suddenly began to become dark, and the light began to disappear. After examining it carefully, the prosecutor began to understand that it was all a dark aura, and the only assumption he had was in his head. The friends did not understand at all what was happening, since they had not previously known that this was possible, and what would happen after that. The enemy continued to roar in a terrible voice, intimidating everyone around and destroying the area. The reporters from the helicopter watched everything carefully and saw an unexpected green color. Taking a closer look, they actually saw a necromancer, who now looked several times more powerful. Suddenly the boys began to realize that it was not Sonwo, but a lich, but they did not know how it was possible that he had become a monster. The handsome man was able to be revived, but his feelings were gone. He felt nothing and did not know if he was alive at all. Notification has arrived that the state of primary awakening has been reached, and now the great creature, Death with the Scythe, can be summoned. The necromancer liked the fact that he could summon a reaper with a scythe and put him into a lich state. Without thinking twice, the young man decided to fight the enemy since he was now much stronger. Handsome asked Drake if you were still having fun playing with us. The hero knew it was now his time to have some fun with him and activated the second phase, causing the dead to start moving on command. The guys, seeing this, understood that Sonvo's skill had worked, and this meant only one thing: he was still alive. The blonde looked at everything that was happening and also realized that the necromancer had survived, but he did not know how he managed to survive after what had happened. The friends began to recognize their friend and noticed that he was okay and that they were already on their way to him. Coming closer, the comrade began to panic, since the handsome man had become a monster and was no longer the same as before. The young lady was a little smarter, and after examining the situation, she realized that this was not true, and the necromancer had simply completed the awakening quest. The boys began to fight against each other on equal terms, and they were eager to get a sweet victory. Reporters said the skeletons continue to regenerate, and all of the guy's minions have been resurrected. The monster began to attack and growl loudly, which sent shivers down everyone's spine, but not the handsome guy's. Drake decided to strike again with the fire he was breathing, but the boy already knew how to act in this situation. The prosecutor, as soon as he saw that the flame of the breath was directed in their direction, ordered the boys to hide behind it. Suddenly people saw that the right one had returned to life, and this made them very happy, since he was a master of his craft. The comrade quickly ran up to him, hugged him, and asked him not to leave him again, because they would be together until the end. The handsome man didn't understand why the enemy wasn't attacking anymore, assuming that he had run out of energy. Having carefully examined the enemy, he declared that apparently his body had reached its limit, and now it was just a matter of small things. The monster wasted too much energy just maintaining its power, which was very much in vain. The subordinate skeletons began to attack and damage Drake in order to finally complete this trial. Sonwo began creating weapons again to launch an attack and protect himself, among other things. The hero ordered his subordinates to immediately skin the enemy and take his life. By wrapping the chains around the enemy, he simply could no longer deal damage or move freely. The reporters were surprised to see that the young man had actually skinned the enemy alive. They warned anyone watching the broadcast not to continue watching, as the spectacle is not for everyone. The necromancer was confident in himself and asked his beloved right-hand man to deal the final blow to the enemy. The subordinate, without further ado, began to carry out this task, as it was one of his favorite parts. The skeleton acted confidently and carried out each task with honor, protecting the owner and his friends. Strike the sword at Drake. A message came that the time for proving qualifications was reduced. For completing the task, 1,115,000 gold was received, as well as the title of Dragon Hunter, and strength increased. All the spectators were incredibly happy when they saw that it was all over, and were glad that the necromancer had succeeded. The handsome guy began to slowly realize that he was able to defeat the boss, win the raid, and was proud of himself. Sonwo decided to do with this dead body everything he had done before, namely, fix it. The Kristanovites were shocked when they saw such a huge skeleton and did not know how he could control it. The friends ran up to their friend, and he told them that he had died once, after which the girl asked if he could return to his normal form. The handsome man decided to use the heroic level Drake's skin to make armor for his subordinates. The right one ran to his master and handed over a legendary level dragon heart, and it would be great for protection. In this duel, the Necromancer also received the seed of the World Tree, and it seems to be connected to the bad ending of the prophecies. Suddenly, a correspondent ran up and started begging for at least one comment. The heroes slowly turned around and said that they should not trust those who promised to protect them. The handsome guy has already seen enough of fake rescuers who use ordinary people for their dirty purposes. Sunwo continued that if they did not have the strength to enter the fire, then they would not have the strength to come out of it, and they needed to become stronger. The Necromancer said all this very confidently, giving instructions to all the people watching the broadcast. The boys noticed a huge explosion behind them that was happening at Yongdongpo Station. The young lady, seeing this, ran to her captain to attract his attention and inform him of this. Having told everything in detail, the blonde asked who dared to do such a thing at such a difficult moment. After hearing the entire conversation, the handsome man suggested that perhaps the Kwanbok Guild did it. The only solution was to leave the area as quickly as possible, and Team Crusader ran to the helicopter. The hero carefully examined the explosion from which dark smoke was coming out, and it was a sign of the abyss. Most likely this group has a death bomb. Suddenly, the prosecutor and his subordinates returned and, falling to their knees, asked the Necromancer for help. Blondie continued that there were too many common people at that station, and in the current situation he was too weak to protect them. After listening, the young man realized that he also did not know who was behind the attack, but first he would like to talk to him. The commander bowed his head and said that now was definitely not the time for this, and asked for forgiveness for everything. Everyone went to the helicopters, and we had to be prepared and try to get around the dark smoke with transport. A group of people needed help as many were injured and feeling unwell. The man was yelling at the young lady, telling her that there were prisoners escaping right now. The beauty was surprised that they came to their senses and even exchanged gestures with each other. As he got closer, Sunwo realized that the Kwanbok Guild was aware of what had happened, and that this was a meeting of vendors among the prisoners and abnormal scientists. Dark smoke was flying everywhere, causing many injuries to civilians, filling their lungs. Having examined it carefully, the handsome man realized that the color of these fumes had become a little paler, and apparently, the strangers were trying to capture more distant territories. After studying the whole situation, the young man realized that the Crusader Guild was unlikely to help and said that he would try to protect everyone outside. The friends were very worried and suggested that it might be the work of the Demi-Human Union. The boys had been told before that they could become serious problems for them, which is exactly what happened. The Necromancer knew that if Yongdongpo Station was attacked, Suwon Village would be next, and they attacked while the defenders were away. Handsome came up with a plan that they should catch them and see for themselves, and now was the time for Skeleton Drake to make his debut. The room was very noisy, and the monsters were talking to each other, discussing that everyone was currently busy with the raid. The werewolf said that no one expected them to attack at such a time, and it was a great mistake to do so. The stranger continued that they certainly would not have gotten along with them, since they were not at all adapted to the new world. Unfortunately, none of them knew how long this would all go on, but they had no plans to stop. The monster said that wizards would take care of all this anyway, and not everyone would be lucky enough to meet a magical creature. The orc told how he ate an archer, but for some reason did not learn to shoot a bow, but in any case, they are better than these scientists. The monster said that the men had previously asked to collect dead bodies because they wanted to create some kind of elixir. Hearing this, the werewolf became intrigued. He was more interested in his own benefit, namely, part of the item. The boys couldn't imagine that certain death was waiting for them right behind their backs, and the undead successfully dealt with it. The Necromancer followed his goal to try to save as many civilians from trouble as possible. The handsome man noticed that there were few people on the way here and assumed that they were all at the station. Turning to his subordinate, the young man ordered him to return and follow him. On the way, looking around, the guy noticed strange things for the ritual, and most likely, the opponents need dead people. Sonwo had great hope that he would be able to catch every single one of the pests and monsters involved. The werewolf ran through the city streets, increasingly spraying dark smoke, which was very harmful to the environment. The enemy picked up all the people who were poisoned along the way, but he defended himself with a mask. 200 throughout the city, each time bringing them to his laboratory for experiments. The leader said that they needed to collect as much as possible, and ordered them to search on other floors of the building. The stranger asked if they would become research materials, but the monster did not have this information. He shared that he simply heard that they were collected to gain experience. He also said that since they were able to become monsters, it is now clear that everyone can, and the beast next to him confirmed his words, since he initially felt like a rat. Suddenly a message came that a massive suppression was being carried out in the selected territory, and the summoning of the dead began. The monster tried to see and understand what was going on, but then a strong hand grabbed his comrade. The subordinate skeletons attacked their opponents to kill them and take their lives, but no one understood what was happening. The hero looked up and was incredibly shocked as claws and bright blue flames appeared above him. The strangers struck with great confidence and skill, each time causing more and more damage to the enemies. The beast did not understand what the undead were doing to him, and most importantly, why. And what scared him most was that he could not fight back. Taking a closer look, the monster noticed that he was completely surrounded by skeletons with very sharp weapons. The only way out of this situation the hero chose was to run away, and frankly, it was not his best decision. The handsome man was once able to summon the dead, who moved according to his command and easily caught up. The enemy, raising his head, declared that he was stronger and let the necromancer immediately come out for a normal battle. At that very moment, a spear flew at the enemy, which pierced him through and caused a lot of damage. The beast was furious. He understood that he was now on the verge of death, but he did not want to give up just like that. The handsome man came closer and asked if he was ashamed to waste gas so thoughtlessly. Not hearing an answer from the enemy, the young man finished him off with his weapon, for which he received 30,000 gold. The necromancer was surprised that for the second-level monsters they gave 10 times more than usual, and apparently there is a big difference between them. Having carried out the usual scheme, namely adding a new henchman, the guy understood that now he had a strong skeleton in his assistance. Looking around, the handsome man saw lifeless bodies of people who were wrapped up, but one man was alive. Sunwo ordered his subordinates to immediately take all the people outside and search on other floors as well. Without thinking twice, the guys did the same thing in order to try to save at least some of the strongest ones. Suddenly, a notification came that summoning magic was being used in the selected territory, and most likely this was part of a ritual. The handsome man understood that now he had no time to guess, and he only needed to act to stop his opponents. He tried to run as fast as possible to his destination, as he knew that this was where the epicenter of the problems was now. Coming closer, his face wrinkled at what he saw, since no one expected this. From under the black smoke, werewolves in suits could be seen sitting around a flaming drawing. Suddenly, someone from the crowd noticed the necromancer and reported it, but he did not understand why the smoke did not affect the young man. The leader pointed his finger and ordered the handsome man to be stopped, arguing that the scientists would be happy when they received his body. While the werewolves were discussing everything, the young man began to think, look around, and realized that the magic circle was summoning magic. The necromancer, without thinking twice, approached his opponents and declared that he did not have time to fight them. Luckily, it was night now, and the hero decided to use the Death Reaper, gaining the power of a lich for a while. Sunwo smiled slyly and said that he had a whole hour to spare, but 5 minutes would be enough to destroy them. The werewolves, not seeing this, began to panic as subordinate young men began to appear everywhere. The leader began to give orders to the monsters not to break the skeleton skulls. The wind must not win. Absolutely every subordinate who died was resurrected in the same second, and there was no sense in their deaths at all. The handsome man, looking towards his opponents, said that he could restore them infinitely, but even without this it would be easy for him to win. The leader of the crowd, the only one who was not afraid of this situation, was only glad, because he knew that the scientists would like it. The werewolf who sat in the center said that it was too late for the necromancer, and he didn't make it in time. The beast stated that they all knew that the boys had gone on a raid, and they had just wasted their time in Yawido. The opponents believed that, having taken advantage of this situation, the whole world now belonged only to them. Suddenly, sharp weapons flew into the monsters' bodies, causing them severe damage and literally rendering them motionless. With a huge roar, the enemies flew apart in different directions, but it was unclear why they were so relaxed. It was only after the group saw that the necromancer was easily dealing with them that they decided to flee. The handsome man did not plan to stop and decided to get closer to the wounded animal. The hero understood that he was now very vulnerable, and he needed to take advantage of the situation and ask what they were doing here. The werewolf, opening one eye, declared that all people would come to an end, including the necromancer. The monster's last words were a request to look at the great monster that they would definitely never defeat. The blonde drank the elixir of strength, but his condition has not yet returned to normal because he was on the verge of death. Remembering everything that happened, the guy knew that the handsome man actually died at that moment. The prosecutor tried to make Korea a safe place, but in the end he couldn't do anything, and he blamed himself very much for it. Suddenly the friends cried out that the minions of a necromancer who helps people were approaching them. The young man realized that he had been wrong before and had failed to assemble a decent group. The hero knew that if he tried to hold on to and control everything himself, nothing would work because there was no need to jump above his head. A notification came that a magical summoning was being used in the area, and all the black smoke began to disappear. The guys started running towards the epicenter of events to find out what just happened and why. The group of people understood that the handsome man was now in the building, but the station was about to collapse. Suddenly everyone was notified that a raid boss, an ogre warrior, had appeared and the guy would have to fight him. The werewolf laughed, as he didn't believe that they would defeat him after their raid, even using their minions. The necromancer silently looked at his opponents, captivating them with his appearance, which made their blood run cold. The daredevil said that the one who looked like him couldn't see anything beyond his magic circle, and he should have watched the broadcast more carefully. After such a fight, they now also have their own monster, namely the subordinate skeleton Drake. The opponents immediately began to attack each other, trying to win the bloodthirsty battle. The handsome man's henchman was really good. He easily coped with his task and dealt blows. The guys who were watching what was happening were very happy, as the battle was going in their favor. The werewolf, seeing this, could not understand what was happening, since he considered such an enemy literally impossible. The necromancer, without thinking twice, grinned and replied that it was their monster, and after those words it became clear that they were confident in themselves. The friends were happy and shouted that this would be the end of it, as there would now be a battle of monsters. The prosecutor had been focused on himself all this time and knew that he simply needed to become stronger. The blonde wanted to stop relying on others for the sake of the Crusader team and learn to survive alone. The monsters fought each for their own benefit, but the ogre had less chance of winning since there was only one of him. In an instant, all the subordinate skeletons headed towards the enemy to attack him and take his life. The enemy was also strong enough that with one clap of his hand, he was able to kill one of the henchmen, causing him to disappear. The necromancer was surprised, because before he could restore everyone, but there was not even a trace left of it. And apparently, this is the power of a true boss. In this situation, it was a pity that the guy couldn't use Drake's breath. But still, such a replenishment of the team was successful. The opponents struck each other harder and harder with each passing second, trying to gain victory. Suddenly, the subordinate skeleton grabbed the bull by his hair and pulled him so hard that he began to scream very loudly. The handsome man watched everything that was happening and understood only one thing, that he would definitely be able to win. Taking such a big monster as a subordinate was the best idea, since he is agile and strong. The enemy resisted as best he could, and sometimes he succeeded, because an ogre is not a simple monster. Suddenly, Wright decided to join the battle to help the other skeletons defeat the enemy a little. Leaping high into the air, the elite goblin straightened his weapon and aimed straight at the center of the monster's head. The subordinate carried out all orders confidently and dealt damage skillfully, since there were dozens of killed monsters behind him. As soon as the opponent could not resist and fell to the ground, Drake caught himself and pressed him even harder. For the murder, or rather the hunt for the raid boss, the ogre warrior, the handsome guy was able to get 705,000 gold. After this fight, the necromancer increased his level to the 16th, and it was just amazing. Having drawn a card that made the zombie subordinate stronger, the young man was delighted, but he knew that the best reward was yet to come. Without further ado, the hero summoned the dead body of the ogre, who responded to his call and became his new minion. Handsome was able to obtain the bracelet, Blessing of the Thunder God. It consumes all the mana to create a powerful force. Drake's subordinate and the newcomer stood next to each other, and the young man assumed that they had become close during the fight or after death. The werewolf watched everything that was happening the whole time, and did not understand how the necromancer managed to do this. Sonwo turned around and replied with a smile that making friends with evil spirits was his main specialty. After these words, one of the subordinates hit the werewolf, causing him to lose consciousness. The hero turned around and declared that it was time to finish, but the enemy begged for mercy and for him to let him go. The necromancer did not want to spend much time sorting out this situation and finished off the enemy, and for this he was able to receive 30,000 gold. Friends were surprised that he died so quickly, and the beauty assumed that he tried hard to avoid interrogation. The blonde said that he was very sorry because they could have learned something important from him while it was not yet finished. Sonwo, without thinking twice, summoned the body of the dead werewolf, and it successfully responded to his call and became his minion. The handsome man decided to use his ability to check fragments of the undead's memory and take a look. Finding himself in an unknown place, he realized that he had succeeded again and was glad, but now he needed to find out something useful. The necromancer didn't know if he could move on his own, but for now he decided to follow how the system would lead. The guy assumed that this was a quest gimmick, like killing the leader of the bloodsuckers, and suddenly noticed a crowd of animals. One of them asked everyone to turn off their phones because they would be there soon, and that was unacceptable. The werewolf reported that now was the most interesting thing, because the team of crusaders was besieged. After telling his boss all the details, he addressed him as Mr. Handsome Wolf, which the boss didn't like. The monster said that he heard that Yongdungpo was being attacked, and not just to destroy the Liberators Guild. The hero, grinning slightly, declared that he knew nothing about it and did not want to guess at all. The werewolf was surprised by this, since how did he hear this news? And it was strange to him that the head did not know anything. The hero continued that earlier the captain said that the Liberators Guild should lose, and now is the best time for this. The monster heard that a group of scientists wanted to conduct their experiments there, and so they needed to follow the plan. The handsome guy, as soon as he heard the location, began to get angry, because this is the second bad ending in the Korean North. The wolf reported that his subordinate had been spending too much time in the community lately, but the leader had asked him to do so. The monster didn't understand why everyone went crazy after joining the scientists, even though it was fun. The beast also suggested that he thought that someone else was behind this, but suddenly his comrade asked him to shut up and not discuss it anymore. The handsome man returned to his world, after which his friends began to ask what he saw there and maybe learned something interesting. The station is a transfer point from the first line to the second. So many people used it every day. In other words, this is an excellent place to collect materials for research, which is what the scientists have identified for themselves. The blonde man was very happy, because there were only a few people left due to the proximity to Yongdungpo, and it was simply a paradise for an explorer. The rat asked, because he thought they needed more refrigerators, because the smell was starting to seep into the nearby sewers. The chief loudly declared that it was okay. They would get used to it. In a new world, it was better to adapt to everything new as quickly as possible. The beast was worried because his new appearance now gave him a very keen sense of smell, which created problems. The boss said that he was afraid to even imagine what he smelled like, and all the time he thought that he wanted to become human again. The monster was happy when he heard this, because he really wanted to, and he did not turn into a rat of his own free will, but only hoped to help the young man. The man said that the head office had notified him that it had started a study, and that his subordinate should also join in. Hearing this, the rat asked if he really wanted to be part of their experiment. The hero turned around and said with a slight smile that yes, after all, rats are usually used for experiments. The subordinate was very frightened by these words and hoped that he was joking, and that was the case, and he should not have been afraid. The young man asked him to think for himself, because living in the network of others, especially when it comes to the shadows of rats. The blonde suggested that even if the experiment succeeded, he would get to it last, since the life of such an animal was not that long. Having listened to the full speech of his leader, the monster bowed to him and confirmed that his words were completely true. Suddenly a dog ran into the room, screaming loudly that they were being attacked and were now under threat of death. The subordinate continued to tell that the dinosaur was destroying their building and smashing everything in its path. The boss asked if it had happened without his knowledge, or if some new werewolf had appeared among them. In any case, it was all apparently serious, and the hero asked to be taken there immediately to sort it out. All the animals tried to get to the scene of the incident, thereby activating a surge of energy, because there were many different types of them. The dog reported that he had just learned that the raid on Yongdungpo had failed, and the leader was shocked to hear this. The subordinate suggested that perhaps they were somehow connected, and upon seeing their opponent, the animals became even more frightened. Right outside the window stood a huge monster with blue eyes and a bright light around him that made your blood run cold. The blonde, seeing this, began to scream loudly because he thought that a real dinosaur was standing in front of him. The team of boys quickly burst into the room, and with deft movements of their weapons were able to immediately kill several animals. The man, having looked closely, realized that this skeleton was Drake, and they needed to run because they could not defeat him. The leader ordered to stop him as quickly as possible because he needed to collect his precious things. The blonde and the rat ran up the stairs to the laboratory because they kept a lot of valuable elixirs there. The rat stopped abruptly and reported that she suddenly smelled an unfamiliar odor, but assumed that she imagined it. The young man hastily collected all his things in order to save at least something, but his subordinate smelled the scent again. The beast began to understand what was happening and quickly grabbed the scientist, telling him that it was very dangerous here. Suddenly, turning around, they saw a black silhouette in front of them, which was standing and looking at them intently. The handsome man raised his head and declared that the delivery had sent the wrong address, and he had come to return what was intended for them. The boss asked him what he wanted to return, and heard in response that it was a monster that supposedly could not be defeated. Looking a little into the distance, the boys were able to notice a huge skeleton, a subordinate, who was standing behind the young man all the time. Drake was not alone, but was also sat on by the right one, who seemed to have saddled him and controlled him. The scientist, seeing this, simply froze in place, since he did not know at all what to do in such a situation, and understood that he was in trouble. The handsome man continued his conversation, declaring that it was in vain that he had sent him to him, because now he was on his side. Looking around, the guy assumed that he was now in a research laboratory. Inside were corpses not only of people, because earlier he imagined that this was possible when he read the explanation on the ampoules for transformation. Sunwo got very angry when he realized that for these guys, lives are just toys, and they take them away and then reincarnate them. The only thing that made me happy at that moment was that my friends didn't see this whole picture now. The scientist decided to ask why the young man had come to him, and he suggested that the man was ashamed that his terrible deeds had become known. The blonde was still scared, because he knew that whatever he didn't say would end badly for him. He also did not plan to give up, and began to accuse the hero of not daring to call humanity's attempts to tame the surrounding world terrible. The young man considered this the first step towards endless life for all people, and a very successful decision. The handsome man, without thinking twice, fired and said that the man's head worked well, but disgusting things came out of his mouth. The leader considered these words to be quite rude, after which his subordinate, the little rat, ran up to him. Suddenly the scientist opened one elixir and, thanking the beast for his work, said that he could now become more useful. After pouring the liquid on him, he began to turn into a huge monster, whose powers were unknown to anyone. The handsome man didn't think twice and decided to use the legendary class Shadow King's ring to clone. The enemy, as soon as he had completely transformed, began to run towards the young man to attack. His body was now incredibly muscular, and his movements were powerful and dealt a lot of damage. The necromancer understood that the enemy in such a form was very powerful, but he just didn't take something into account. Sharp fangs, yellow eyes, and large ears were truly frightening, but not for the young man. After all, his main trump card was Drake, who could easily deal with any opponent, and especially one like this. The handsome man was not afraid of him at all, and was able to receive 13,000 gold for killing the altered rat. The scientist, seeing this, shouted that he had become the leader of a very large project, and was not going to die now just like that. The necromancer did not want to continue this boring conversation, and began to attack the man himself. Having hit him, he declared that the next blow would be to the knee, if he himself did not want to become material for the experiment. At that very moment, Sonwo noticed that the leader had swallowed all the poison, and he confirmed his words. The blonde said that he had set the monster on him so that he could swallow the liquid, and his colleagues would be happy to receive the young man as material for an experiment. After listening to his opponent, Handsome smiled and said that everything was fine, and now he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty at all, and finished off the scientist. Handsome wanted to make him his minion, but a notification came that he could not make a living being subordinate. Suddenly the enemy's leg began to rise, and a crunching sound could be heard, as if an egg were hatching. The young man began to transform, and the youth noted that this was an idiotic pretense in such a situation. The necromancer did not want to see this circus, and said that it was time to end, but he offered to cooperate with him in order to stay alive. All these words were in vain, as the guy was not interested in working together, and he only thrust his sword into his chest. Having summoned him as his henchman, he answered the call, and now Handsome can see fragments of his life's memory. Having gone on observation, the young man found himself in a strange office behind the blonde man who asked to become the head of the experiment. The stranger agreed to his request, because now he would become a real professor and would manage an entire department. The necromancer was surprised, but now he knew who was behind all this, and his goal was to find him and kill him. The man continued the conversation, saying that once he got there, he would need to create more gas. The young man, after listening to the leader, asked if he really wanted to release as much of this substance as possible. The answer was positive, and the scientist was happy because this was his specialty and he could handle everything. Unfortunately, he has little experience in creating other items, but when it comes to gas, you can always rely on him. The boss's main goal was to create enough of the substance to catch those pesky midges. They want to leave the rest to the wizards because they will send a raid of bosses to Yongdyungpo via teleport. To ensure that everything would work out successfully, the man decided to make 3 monsters and send them there. Handsome was surprised when he heard this, because it was strange that they had so many raid bosses. The blonde was shocked, because he didn't expect that the leader would want to trust these creatures in such a matter. The stranger exhaled and said that he had to do this, because without them, their plan could not be carried out, especially without 4 doors, because they are stronger than the players who occupy the top 3 positions in the ranking, and they need their strength. The necromancer understood that he was talking about the 4 converted beasts, but he didn't know how they could be stronger than the top players. The converted did not choose a card. They were busy eating people and building up their strength, and his experience tells him that they cannot be stronger. Suddenly, a second thought came into the young man's head, but he did not know what else experience was telling him. Suddenly, the handsome man realized that the converted were not people, but developed differently, and now it became clear what was going on. These monsters also have their own tasks, which they carry out, adhering to all the rules, thanks to which they can become stronger, and in general with Sanwo, everything was exactly the same before. The scientist was surprised that they were stronger than the players, and he had a brilliant idea to make elixirs of power out of them. The main goal of this group was not to get rid of all the people, but to destroy their base so that they would have nowhere to return to. The blonde cried out happily, because he knew about the new Yawido, and this is exactly why he works so hard, because he wants to turn the plan into reality. Handsome began to understand that he needed to remember the words about the new race, because perhaps it was somehow connected with the additional quest. Suddenly the white wolf entered the room, who was a little unhappy, because the guys started the conversation without him. The hero noted that he had seen a white werewolf somewhere before, and it turns out that he is also an important person here. The scientist noted that this is one of the 4 beasts, namely the 3rd great magician, and his powers are incredible. The beast denied all the words, saying that he was not that, but no one understood where the light behind him came from. The monster assumed that the guys thought so because of his staff, but it was the same as Kwansu's. The blonde didn't understand how he knew his name, but the wolf didn't even know what to tell her in response because he knew a lot. The werewolf decided to demonstrate his skill, and touching the scientist, he began to glow blue. The young man did not understand what he had done, and when he asked the question, he heard that it was just insurance. The monster said that it would be safer this way, and it would protect him, and they would even be able to communicate now. Suddenly, a notification came that the psychometric state was disrupted, and the handsome man did not understand what had just happened. A stranger suddenly appeared in front of him, claiming that he had finally seen the necromancer Songwu. The beast continued that someone had interrupted his plans in Yongdongpo and Shindorim too quickly. The beast also asked if he could now see all the memories of the dead man. The handsome man stated that Shindorim was empty, and does this mean that the monster's body is now in another place? The stranger looked very fascinating. The young man had never seen such a creature before. The monster asked the necromancer to leave Yongdongpo and not to interfere with him, because it would be a long battle, but victory would be theirs. He also continued that the guy can be happy with his rating, but for them, he is absolutely nobody. The handsome man listened to all the statements addressed to him, but decided to find out who they were. The stranger came closer and asked to remember that their name was the Society of Evolution. The enemy was also sure that it would definitely go down in history and push the Necromancer into the abyss. Returning to his world, the guy was not thrilled that he could even use psychometry, and that was a very serious skill. These guys are going to summon 3 bosses, and maybe their plan will change after the first one attacks, but don't count on it. Suddenly, the right one approached the hero, holding out some kind of bundle, assuming that he had found him here. After unfolding it and looking at it, the guy realized that it was a map, and all the roads went to Yewido, and apparently the bosses appeared in these 3 areas. Earlier, the guys were able to destroy one of them, but the next one to appear is the winner, the orc. Upon closer inspection, it was said that the latter was terrible only in its appearance, which meant that the members of the Evolution Society were there now. The Crusaders worked all this time, trying to rebuild the city and build a safe place. A group of friends approached them, and all the guys began to greet them, as they were happy to see them again. The young lady ran up and said that they had returned very quickly and was interested in the results. The handsome guy said that they checked the community and found information about Bushian and Anyang, and want to focus on the bosses for now. The young man also said that he would like to talk to Chonghun and asked to leave them alone. Entering the office, one could see that the blonde was sorting through some papers. Most likely he was busy. The prosecutor looked up and said that the situation was special and that a lot needed to be sorted out, but he was interested in what brought the handsome man to him. Having collected his thoughts, the necromancer reported that an attack on Yongdyungpo was planned, and it would be very difficult. The instigator of the whole event is the Evolution Society, but in reality their goal is not the guild, but liberation. The blonde was surprised, as he heard this name for the first time, and did not understand why they were attacking them. The handsome man looked into his eyes and said that their target was Yewido, which made the prosecutor jump, because this was unacceptable in his plans. The hero tried to calm him down since there was no news yet, and this was only his assumption. Unfortunately, if this location falls, they will definitely face a second bad ending, and this cannot be allowed to happen. Lowering his head, the blonde asked if he could count on Songwoo, which was very sudden. The solution was to ask a friend to keep an eye on it, because only he can protect all people from this. The prosecutor was decisive, and also stated that he would give him 1,000,000 gold pieces, and even more. The main thing was that he would protect them. The handsome man understood that he was clearly trying to use him, but the money was good, and still he was not his enemy. Having thought about the decision, it was not a bad one, because he would at least gain such support to defeat the Evolution Society, and the young man proposed to enter into an agreement. Outside, people were talking, discussing the recent battles and waiting for the 2 leaders to come out of the room. As soon as his comrade saw Songwoo, he ran up to him and asked if he had really finished so quickly. Hanho said that all the people around him were very friendly, after which he was asked about being friends with any of them. It was really cool to go from enemies to friends, and looking at the whole situation, you could see that Jisoo was popular. Everyone said that her red suit suited her, and that her hair flowed beautifully in the wind when she swung her sword. Suddenly the comrade felt a vibration in his cloak, and this meant that a message had arrived from the community. After looking, the young man saw that the rating had changed, and the prosecutor had been removed from his position. Now the doctor with the 15th level was in 3rd place. The handsome man began to suspect something because this stranger's nickname was very suspicious. Remembering my visions, one could only assume that this was the man from the Society of Evolution. At level 15, initial awakening is possible, which was very inopportune at the moment. The hero didn't know if this was for all players, or just for those with 5 stars in their skill development level, but the doctor had definitely achieved it. Sunwoo learned that he had to get stronger before he could level up, when suddenly a voice from behind him distracted him from his thoughts. Turning around, a beauty stood before them, and the necromancer assumed that she enjoyed being with the members of the other guild. The comrades did not like these words because it seemed as if he was accusing their friend of something unacceptable. Hanho began to remember and tell how she cried a lot when she thought that he died, but in fact it did not happen. As soon as the friend began to understand what he had just said, he realized that he had opened his mouth in vain, and it would be better for him to remain silent. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Song Minhaeum appeared and fell right in front of them, for some unknown reason. The young man said that he just wanted to check what was in those strange bottles, which made him feel sick. Having seen the huge clay vessels, it was really interesting what was there, because the name was, At the Improved Breath of the Abyss. The handsome man hugged them and said that these were his gifts from Shindorim and asked them not to touch them, please. The hero had no intention of doing anything to them, since he was the deputy head of the Liberation Guild and would now be their informant. The red-haired guy said that Songwoo was very important to them at a time like this, but the guys knew that he had been demoted. After listening to all the conversations, they headed into the room, and on the way the handsome man asked if his girlfriend was really upset about his death. A friend confided that she had started crying and then he had made fun of her, but the young man assumed that it was the other way around. Hanho shared that he only cried when Wright died because he has a cold heart, and next time he needs to make a spare skeleton like that. The friend instantly ran up to his subordinate with hugs, and Songwoo understood that in a dangerous situation he would save him, not the hero. The blonde knew that the handsome man had become his contract employee, but he would only work for 1,000,000 gold, and Chong-hoon had disappointed him. During the attack on the raid boss, they immediately went to beat him, leaving the rest of the pawns behind. After this incident, the prosecutor's reputation may suffer, and he will never be able to defeat Songwoo. Now, not only the Necromancer has a fan club, but also Pravi, because he is his closest henchman. Suddenly, a notification came about a special quest for the heroes to prepare for a holy war, and it must be completed before the Tree of Life grows. A special quest for the Crusader team was created to awaken those who already have 4 or 5 stars. This meant that the blonde needed to complete it faster than the others, because that was the only way to beat the other 5-star players. There were as many as 30 people, 14 of whom died in battle, and only 16 remained, and it was unknown how to pump them up to level 10. Remembering the Necromancer's powers, the young man knew that it was difficult for him, but not for the handsome man. He could do anything. The prosecutor decided to take this task very seriously, and he must definitely try to complete it. Gathering all their Crusader subordinates, they stood before him, placing their hands on their hearts. The blonde turned to his assistant, stating that they were starting the hunt tomorrow and needed to bring as many people as possible. The guys were surprised because they were now trying to restore the station, and if they went hunting, nothing would work. The leader said that they had to be faster. Otherwise, they would be overtaken, and that would be bad for everyone, including them. The biggest enemy is the Evolution Society, and Sunwoo will fight them, as he is the only one who has any hope of victory. They are now the largest guild on the Korean peninsula, and must win by any means necessary. Entering the room, the handsome man began to look around and search for some clues. He needed information. Suddenly, the allies ran up and reported that they had found something about the Sosa area in Bukcheon and the Pomgae station in Anyang. The guys said that they were able to find out that someone from SOs saw the boss, and he was intended for a new raid. It was said that it was only noticed on the second stream, so there is very little information, and most likely, someone deliberately removed it. The handsome man suggested that black smoke and zombies had also been spotted at the station, and his words were suddenly confirmed by the young man. The Necromancer continued the conversation, but something else caught his attention. Turning around, everyone froze in place. In front of them sat a comrade who had taken possession of all the smartphones, and they circled around him, thereby showing his dependence. Hanho said that the village was clean, and he warned Taesung that no one should leave the safe zone now. The hero began to think that since the people were safe, and the areas he needed were also cleared of bosses, then only Pomj Station remained. He had previously seen a community post asking people not to approach this place, all because there was poison gas and zombies there. Surely this is again the breath of the abyss, which means most likely the Society of Evolution had its hand in this. Turning around, the handsome man announced that he had one request, and everyone became curious about what he meant. For the next steps, the young man needed a helicopter, which the Crusaders Guild had, and it would help him a lot. 2 guys were running through the city streets, as if trying to hide from something because they had huge bags. The strangers kept saying that they needed to run away as quickly as possible, because they were now in danger. The enemy seemed to be attacking at every step, and the civilians were very panicked, because there were many of them. Suddenly, a voice came from the window that a group of searchers had arrived, and they would now deal with these bloodthirsty zombies. The young men attacked with everything they could, throwing stones, because it would definitely be the end for them if they did not stop them. The opponents were strong, their big advantage was their numbers, which was considerable, and they also had a lot of energy. Seeing people hiding along the way, they called them to them, since it was a little safer indoors. The enemies were breathing down their necks, rather than moving incredibly fast, showing off their sharp teeth. The group of people were simply stunned and panicked, as they knew that they definitely could not cope alone. These guys had to be stopped or they would get inside, but the only chance was to kill. The young man suggested splitting up and running in different directions, killing everyone and entering the shelter area behind. The young lady gave the civilians food and asked them to take care of their families while they dealt with the monsters. The guys, having straightened out their weapons, loudly declared that these monsters were finished and were already ready to attack them. The zombies continued to advance, growling loudly and frightening with just their gaze, since their eyes were red. Suddenly, one of them looked up because he saw something strange and something that could destroy them. She was a beauty who appeared out of nowhere, but was as determined and confident in her abilities as always. The civilians did not understand who she was and where she came from, since they might have to fight her too. The next person that could be seen was Songwoo and his subordinates, and the fear grew even more. The handsome guy warned his girlfriend to be careful, as he wanted to use his skill. The heroic level bracelet summoned a very powerful bolt of lightning, causing all the enemies to scatter in an instant. The young lady also had no plans to retreat, but was already ready to attack everyone with her sharp sword and flaming one. The drake's large paws crushed the zombies with every step, taking their lives and saving the safety of peaceful people. The strangers watched everything that was happening from the window and did not understand what was happening, since they were seeing skeletons for the first time. Suddenly, someone from the crowd screamed because he was able to recognize the Necromancer because he saw him on the broadcast, and earlier he caught 2 raid bosses. The handsome man is surprised by such fame, as it was nice to hear that he is known and considered a real hero. Friends and parents were waiting for the children in the village, armed with a poster congratulating them on their victory and wishing them a bright future. The comrades showed up first and said that their hero had returned, but despite all the worries, he and Songwoo had overcome all the problems. The father was shocked because he saw only his son and did not understand why he had arrived alone and without a team. The young man said that the boys were afraid for the safety of the village, so they went to kill the monster. After all, you need to add some gold to maintain the safe zone, and the mother was happy that their son was killing goblins and kobolds, making a good living from it. Also, the friend, opening the bag, said that everyone considers him a non-entity, but the handsome necromancer believes in him. The right one came out of the bag in an instant because he was sent to help Hanho with the task, because when they are together, they work much better. Seeing this, the parents were happy, because the skeleton can definitely be trusted, and it will be easier with it. As soon as the young man untied him from the rope, the henchman began to disappear somewhere through a blue portal. Inside the room, the children watched the necromancer through a small window and tried to eavesdrop on his conversation. The beauty noticed that there really were a lot of children there, and she could not imagine what would have happened if they had not come. Suddenly, Songwoo noticed that there was blood on his girlfriend's face, and a small mark from it remained on her cheek. The young lady, wiping away the remains, noticed that she had long since become accustomed to the smell of blood, and this prompted the thought that she had changed a lot. Despite the time they spent together, the handsome man understood that he still knew very little about his girlfriend, only basic information. The hero decided to fix this and asked if it was true that she was from Jeju, to which he received a positive answer. The young man continued asking about her plans for the future and whether she wanted to return home. Jisoo wasn't very pleased with this conversation, since she didn't know herself, or in general, whether she could do it and what it would change in her life. The beauty could only assume that her family was probably living on its own, singing along, without even remembering her. These guys who surrounded her all her life were terrible people, which is why she left home earlier. As soon as the girl got the freedom she wanted, the world turned into this, and she was never able to enjoy life. The necromancer understood that since his friend had such problems with her family, he could be sure that she would stay. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and turning around, the guys saw that someone had entered the room. It was a couple who immediately began apologizing for keeping the team waiting for them, and then introduced themselves. The handsome man extended his hand as a sign of politeness and noted that the man standing in front of him was the local chief. Suddenly, the blonde turned to the beauty and said that she was a red witch, which surprised everyone. The hero asked for forgiveness and said that the children came up with such a request to somehow designate everyone, These guys mistook the girl for a witch because of her clothes, her fighting style, and the man really didn't want to offend her with his words. The beauty smiled and said that she was simply curious as to who exactly came up with this idea, and that she really liked the nickname. The head continued that the guys looked really cool in the video, and for their children they are now heroes, including the dangerous dagger. The young man hastened to explain that this was a nickname for another guy from their group, and the handsome man understood that now these people definitely couldn't be saved. So suddenly there was dead silence. The blonde exhaled and said that he needed to tell something very important. The first thing that came to mind was to thank the team for saving them, but they needed to leave the area. The guys didn't understand what was going on and why there was such an urgency to leave safety without any purpose. Suddenly, the man said that for the last 4 days, zombies have been appearing here endlessly, and they cannot hold out here any longer. The beauty was surprised and asked why they couldn't just ask for help to get out. Gritting his teeth, the chief said that it was all a damn quest, and the young man realized that this time trouble had not passed him by either. Now this is a territorial quest, and all local residents have received it and are simply obliged to complete it. The main condition was that they had to fight the zombies as they left the building, but there were more and more of them. Unfortunately, half of the population was made up of old people and children, and the guys simply cannot abandon them, so there is no point in asking for help. The handsome guy didn't understand what the problem was with working in a group, because if you come across such a quest, then everyone will either survive or die. Usually, the strong die for the sake of the future generation, but if the strong die here, the weak will definitely not survive. This quest was literally a death sentence for the locals, but it definitely couldn't be left like that. The man continued to insist that the boys should leave as quickly as possible so as not to give them false hope. The handsome man, having listened to everything, loudly declared that this would not happen, because they had come to completely clear out this station. Hearing this, the young people rushed to the team with words of gratitude, because now their families at least have hope for the future. The blonde chuckled and said that it was already late at night and the guys needed to rest, but there was just one problem. The beauty asked if they would mind sharing one bed with Jisoo. Friends started to panic a little and realized that it was better not to do this. I beg you, find a second one. Having figured out how to resolve this situation, the young couple left the room and wished good preparation for the fight. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the children, with eyes filled with joy, asked if they could come in. The beauty could not refuse these cuties, and with a smile on her face, she agreed to their little request. The children immediately ran up to their friends and began to admire them, since the witch and the necromancer looked very cool in their eyes. One boy who approached Sonwo asked him to show him the skeletons, and the young man was a little surprised. After thinking it over, the boy knew that there was only one subordinate he could show to the children, and that was the one on the right. Seeing the necromancer's minion, the kids quickly ran towards him with cries of admiration and surprise. The boys hugged him, and sometimes it even seemed like they would take him apart piece by piece. The only thing that could be done in this situation. After a hard day, the handsome man was finally able to lie down on the bed to rest a little and think about his plans for the future. Looking back on this evening, everyone present was very happy, and it was amazing that there were still places like this in the world. Suddenly, a message came about a territorial assignment, namely a city where death had come, and it was necessary to either escape or submit. Suddenly, a second one followed, this time warning that changes were being made in the selected territory for players above level 15. The door to the room swung wide open, and a beauty could be seen there, who declared that something was wrong in the city. The early girl had already experienced different sensations and had never failed, and decided to try to immerse herself in her thoughts this time. Vibrations were heard near the building and a little further away, but they resembled more the naked crowd. All the people quickly jumped up to save the lives of the children first of all, as the zombies can track the players inside and outside the building. The young people turned to their friends, reporting that these monsters usually do not attack indoors. The handsome man knew that all this happened because of him. All the difficulty increased because of such a strong player. The only way out of this situation is to show the power of the necromancer, and now they must survive together and prove that this is nothing to them. There were dozens of opponents, and they did not speak very loudly, but a new panic and fear gripped all the civilians. The blonde ordered to take everyone who is not fighting to the roof, because zombies can call ghouls with them. Ghoulies are usually considered a form of undead, but in the fantasy world, They are no more intelligent than zombies. Although this game is not exactly like a fantasy world, you need to be very attentive to everything that happens. The young man heard the voices of his children and asked them to go to the roof because they would be safe there. The daughter and son started crying because they realized that they were being attacked by zombies and, most likely, the situation was very bad. The leader tried not to panic and said that Dad would protect them and their favorite necromancer would be with them. Hearing this, the children were happy because they knew that their father and Uncle Sonwo could do everything, and they only asked them to take care of themselves. Finally, the boys waved their hands to their loved ones and relatives as they set off to battle their opponents. Suddenly, one of the guys noticed that the enemies were already very close, and they were about to break the door down. It was necessary to check very urgently whether all the windows were well closed, and we needed to try to block all the passages. The monsters were very bloodthirsty. They attacked from all sides of the building, trying to find as many victims as possible. Blondie assumed that there were at least 200 individuals outside, and the handsome man didn't like it, because being in a small room, he wouldn't be able to summon large skeletons. Having collected his thoughts, the necromancer declared that he needed to go outside immediately, because there was no point in fighting here. If the battle dragged on, then everyone would be in danger. The leader said that he knew that you can't survive in this game if you don't play, so he decided to trust the necromancer and his team. This situation was very difficult because the corpse explosion that the young man loved so much did not work on zombies. These guys weren't dying because they were already dead, and it was a little different from the previous battles. I'll have to show the handsome guy real death, using all my subordinates and powerful shields. The two opposing teams were already very close to each other, and with every passing second they wanted to attack. A notification has been received that low-level creatures are receiving a 30% reduction in stats due to their exposure to true death. The guy's minions began the battle, scaring all the enemies, causing them to run away every time. The necromancer knew that if a zombie was paralyzed, it would immediately become infected, and Minseok said that he had to kill such people. A huge plus was that skeletons can't pick up anything on themselves because they are made entirely of bones. The subordinates carried out their task perfectly and continued to crush all opponents, which also showed courage. Players used all their best abilities, wind attacks, and many other different types of attacks. The handsome man noted that the blondie was fighting like a leader. If he had a knight class, then he probably already had 3 or 4 stars. The best solution in this situation was to give the order to use the skeletons as a shield and advance further. The opponents were completely uncontrollable, since they were dead and did not possess the instinct of thought and self-defense. The necromancer noted that it was strange for him to say such a thing, but he nevertheless decided to do so, and said that he wanted to check whether there was death after death. Without thinking twice, he used the corpse explosion to dispel his curiosity, and everyone around was surprised by this effect. Now, you have to be careful with this ability, because there are a lot of children, and you don't even want to imagine what will happen if he destroys the building and scares everyone. The crowd of people were talking to each other, that the zombies were starting to attack again, and each time there seemed to be more and more of them. The handsome man knew that in order to win, he had to use more space outside, and in that case, if he manages to capture such territory, he will be able to attack much more strongly. A notification came that a grand plan was being used in the selected territory, after which the subordinates began the battle. Everyone around, people who were fighting and just watching what was happening, were shocked when they saw Drake. The young man's minion easily killed low-class monsters, each time receiving 300 gold for his master. This whole spectacle was simply incredible, and none of the civilians had ever seen anything like it or understood how it was possible to kill so many at once. Handsome ordered his allies to get everyone off the roof, as buses were already prepared in the basement parking lot. Suddenly, the guy received a notification that his minions were returning to eternal death, and this was unexpected. Looking ahead, one could see that the battle was very treacherous, and strength had to be spent wisely. The necromancer knew that he had no doubts about his abilities, but there were too many enemies, and he needed to try the answer of death and the call of the Dark Reaper. No one understood how it all ended, and in this situation the young man decided to call his girlfriend to go ahead. The beauty was very prepared, and for her own safety she put on a mask and said that she was serious. The young lady used her flame weapon to create what appeared to be fire barriers for her opponents. Sonwo noticed that his friend acted quickly and clearly, not giving him any chance to counterattack, and she was stronger than anyone he had ever met. The buses were already ready to take people away, because they managed to stop the first zombie attack. They needed to take everyone away right now. The beauty asked them to fasten their seatbelts and be quiet, because there was a chance that zombies might follow them. The hope for salvation and a good future never disappeared from the girl's head. She tried to encourage everyone. Suddenly, the handsome man received a notification that the ghouls were now following the smell of fresh meat, and it was shocking. The necromancer knew that these guys were worse than zombies, and they needed to be stopped because they would definitely attack the weak and children. One of them had previously broken the car window and taken the blondie's son so quickly that they didn't even have time to do anything. The head understood that if something like this happened this time, he simply wouldn't be able to bear it anymore, because family is the most important thing for him. The handsome man understood everyone's worries and said that he would do everything to ensure that this did not happen again. Blondie began to wipe away his tears, thanking, because now he too will try to do everything to protect his family. The boys sent the cities along with huge skeleton subordinates for everyone to watch. The main thing was to move slowly to lure the monsters. This is the best solution in the current situation. To win this terrible game, you need to lure all the zombies. Only in this way will you be able to complete the quest without casualties. There was silence all around, and it was frightening. Only yesterday at lunchtime this place seemed safe, but now everything is destroyed. Suddenly the young lady turned to her friend, stating that she felt that someone was near. The young man looked forward and declared that these were they, namely the ghouls, who were very strong. Someone's voice from behind asked everyone to be quieter, because then they would be able to put their plan into action. The guys began to understand that it was no longer possible to turn back time. The only way out of the situation was to prepare for an attack. The beauty suddenly pointed her finger to the left, making it clear that the blondie should look there. Indeed, right at that very second, a huge monster with very long fingers jumped on him. The children who were sitting on the bus the whole time were terrified as they watched everything that was happening. The young lady tried to help absolutely everyone and fight with all her might, since safety is the most important thing. Seeing this, the handsome man noticed that the girl had a very excellent reaction, and it was faster than he expected. Looking ahead, one could see dozens of monsters, which included ghouls and zombies. The guys were very shocked and even a little scared. There were many more enemies than them. Suddenly, the young man decided to ask the necromancer if his subordinate skeletons could lose consciousness. Turning away from such a strange question, the young man said that as far as he knew, this was simply impossible. Looking straight into the handsome man's eyes, Minsu said that he had a small request for him, but a very important one. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by screams and columns of smoke, as the monsters were already very close and attacking everyone. Henchman Drake was already prepared to attack and protect all people, as this was simply his goal in life. The huge downside to this battle was that the enemies were incredibly fast and more. The monsters surprised me every time with their decisions. Their movements were impossible to predict or control. Suddenly, a girl from the bus screamed that Ghoul was now on the roof of their vehicle, and they were advancing from behind. The skeleton werewolves immediately began to drag the monsters as far away from the people as possible, trying to avoid casualties. Unfortunately, not only were the numbers of opponents decreasing, but also subordinates were sent to eternal death. The enemies smiled their black smiles every time after killing the minions and people. The young man understood that he was now entering the battle only for the safety of his children and wife. Suddenly, the handsome man shouted to his new friend that Ghoul was now right behind him. Luckily, the man was able to think and quickly covered himself with a shield to prevent the attack. Everyone who fought had good skills and experience, but this was not always enough, and you had to be on your guard. Having fought off one of them, Minsu had at least some hope that he would be able to save those around him. The guys didn't understand since when ghouls could regenerate so quickly, but these were already their dead bodies. Noticing this, the handsome man declared that he would now deal with these opponents, since their strength was somewhat equal. Without further ado, the necromancer summoned a death knight, a dark reaper for 1 hour, and received the power of a lich. Previously, he wanted to leave this for the last resort, but it came too quickly, and he needed to act as quickly as possible. Some of the ghouls were now on the boy's side, since he was able to summon them, and this was a huge plus in the battle. With each passing minute, the battle became more and more fascinating, as the opponents were of the same level and class. The monsters had no plans to retreat, and the only defense in this situation was the blondie's Wall of Courage ability. The handsome man noted that the leader had very precise strikes. He hits enemies right in their weakest spots. The hero understood that his lack of experience was very obvious, but even with such skills, he could compete with Choi Jung-hoon. The young man was incredibly determined. He acted clearly, no matter what the circumstances. His main goal was to protect children, because he could not allow one of his relatives to be taken away again. The guys understood that in order to win, they needed to act in concert with the skeletons, and then everything would go better. The hero knew that they could win with time, but such a long fight reduces the number of survivors, and only he, Jisoo, and Minseok give a proper fight. Drex, summoned ogres, fight against zombies, but they will not be able to fight ghouls, since they are in different categories. At the moment, the opponents fight on equal terms only because people are fighting for their lives. The first awakening is definitely not enough, and the guys must become stronger as quickly as possible to win. Suddenly, the monsters were able to break into the building where civilians were located and tried to go after the children. The blonde's wife screamed that these monsters had already penetrated inside and they were in complete danger. Hearing this, the wounded man shouted for the shadows not to dare touch the younger ones and tried to attack them. The young lady watched all this happen with tears in her eyes and heard her son calling for his father. Unfortunately, the young man was unable to use his ability because the recharge time had not ended. Seeing that his closest people were now in danger, he screamed loudly and quickly ran towards them. Using a sharp weapon, the blondie was still able to pierce one of the ghouls through the neck. Suddenly, during his fall, he somehow grabbed the man with him and they fell from the roof. The necromancer was surprised, as the leader rushed to fight the ghoul with his bare hands, which was very difficult. Going down, the handsome man saw the dead body of a ghoul, from which a dagger growled, and people nearby. The daredevil understood that he urgently needed the elixir to save his friend's life, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Blondie turned around and said that he knew perfectly well that nothing could help him anymore, and that he had lost hope of living. The young man recalled that he had to protect his family, and reminded his son that he had not given an answer earlier. His last words were a request to protect his family instead of him, and permission to use his body as he wanted. The handsome man watched as the leader left this life and simply rolled down the wall in a pool of blood. A notification came that due to compliance with all the conditions, the guy opened an additional quest in the name of the night. The handsome man remembered that this was exactly the same task as the one he had once given to the professor. The necromancer didn't know what to do in this situation because Minsu was truly a good person. The only solution was to fulfill the man's request, but he did not know how to tell his family about it. But it was necessary for the survival of all of them. Blondie found himself in a world unknown to him. He was floating as if in space and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly it dawned on him that he had indeed died and was now in the afterlife. Suddenly, a skeleton in a cloak appeared in front of him, who stated that he had not yet completely left his life. To this reproach, the young man replied that he remembered how he died and would no longer be able to see his family. All his life he dreamed of becoming a good father and husband, but when the world was destroyed, his dream was destroyed with it. Suddenly the chief noticed his body, and the stranger told him that the necromancer wanted to make him undead. The hero was truly surprised by this decision, and the silhouette only asked to leave his family in the world of the living, after which, make a decision and return to the embrace of death. Forgetting about them, there is no need to worry and be afraid of this. The young man had already agreed with this condition because he knew that the handsome man would be able to protect his loved ones, and he should forget everything. Suddenly, the head couldn't take it anymore and started to cry, his memories of his family, because he should be worried about their safety. Death told him that it was stupid, because the necromancer was stronger than him and would definitely be able to fulfill his will, and he needed to give up hope. Minsu continued to cry, agreeing with every word, but he believed that protecting the family was the father's duty first and foremost. After listening to all the words, the stranger said that this time he wanted to see if he could go. At that very moment, the young man flew closer to the light and did not understand that something could not happen now. A message came that a contract had been made with the Death Knight. His creation had been saved, and he was able to become a minion by fulfilling the conditions. Having transformed into his new form, the subordinate, to his surprise, was able to speak and stated that he had listened to his request. The handsome man found it very strange that this skeleton still had consciousness, and he was the most unique undead. The necromancer still had many questions, but he needed to deal with his opponents, and it was time for the knight to prove himself. The beauty fought with full force against these vile ghouls, who attacked from all sides and were very fast. Her movements were completely honed to the pinnacle, and she knew how best to attack each type of enemy. Someone would have turned to the Red Witch for help, because they needed to clear a path to the boss. At that moment, Jisoo realized that she had gotten a little carried away by the battle and agreed to follow the guys. The road was not easy, as enemies were constantly in the way and getting under the team's feet. The skeleton was given the order to stop the goal immediately and protect the bus with all his strength. Every second, the monsters burst into the room where there were civilians with children and old people. Suddenly, the monster, which was already ready to attack, was wounded directly in the head with a sharp weapon. The enemy fell to the ground in that same second, and behind him appeared a death knight that no one knew about yet. The woman, who was trying to protect her children, covered her mouth with her hand because she did not understand who was standing in front of her. The new subordinate skeleton was completely surrounded by enemies, but this did not frighten him at all, because now he was much stronger. The only thing that was surprising to him in this situation was that he could sense the hearts of the undead after death. The Death Knight is currently one of the most powerful species and is incredibly difficult to defeat. The ghouls simply feared the minion and were jealous, and this was strange because even the undead were not subject to these feelings. The monster growled in a terrible voice, frightening everyone around and causing panic, but the hope for victory did not disappear. After each kill, 9,000 gold was received, and the remaining time until proof of worth was reduced. The skeleton was very irritated, as these creatures were dying every minute, but as if, suddenly, people noticed that a new subordinate had appeared, and they could only imagine how difficult it was for the others to fight him. The guys were distracted for literally a second, and turning back, they did not notice that the ghouls were running in their direction. With one movement of his hand, the knight was able to create a magical field and use his ability. One of the main privileges of this player was the creation of purple chains that would bind the enemy in a second. The battle was very amazing, as different types of creatures had different skills and used them very skillfully. The handsome man watched all this and remarked that it was very good that he trusted the Dragon Slayer. Minseok said that it was very strange for him to fight without a shield now, and he would need to find one somehow. Suddenly, Jisoo's voice was heard, saying that they were most likely already finished with these ghouls. Suddenly, something else caught her attention, and understanding his friend's questioning look, the young man said that he would explain everything to her later. The necromancer also continued that if necessary, they could rest, but it would be better to go to the aid station as quickly as possible. Now is the time to attack, and there is not a minute to lose because everything can get out of control. And those guys had to go for a long time, but soon they finally got to the place where this quest should end. The black smoke was too thick, and it worried the guys a little, as it could create some restrictions for them. The handsome man decided to ask the blonde if he planned to tell his family about his new look. The skeleton said that he was not ready to do this yet, because something could happen, and he did not want to give false hope. When his family is completely safe, he will definitely let them know, because he is sure that they will hold out until that time. The necromancer understood that he still had consciousness, but he was still a skeleton, and most likely, his wife would soon figure it out. Suddenly, the beauty became very ill and began to cough, because the smoke penetrated her lungs. Even the mask did not help. The smoke was completely unbalanced, and if Jisoo got close to it, she would be of no use at all. There was no balance at all in this game, but this can be used to your advantage. Entering the room, the handsome man noticed that it was quieter than he thought, and there wasn't even any security. Looking around, the young man suggested that perhaps they didn't need the guards at all, and they were betting on this smoke. The only thing that was completely unclear about this situation was when these people were going to release the boss. Ghouls and zombies are definitely not the main monsters of this quest. It is unlikely that they managed to accidentally kill him during the fight. The knight suggested that they were moving too slowly, and that they needed to finish the quest as quickly as possible, as he was worried about his family. Jisoo stayed to protect everyone at the top, since there was the least smoke there, and the guys had already dealt with the zombies and ghouls. When night fell, the necromancer knew that he would finally be able to summon the Lich again, and this would make the task easier. The Evolution Society is betting big on their boss, and by meeting him, the guys will be able to avoid losses. The road was very difficult, because no one knew what awaited them ahead, but the friends did not plan to give up and went to the end. Suddenly, something strange appeared in front of them, and no one knew what it was. And besides, there was some kind of letter hanging there. After reading it, one could assume that it was from the government, and these people worked for it and were somehow connected to each other. The hero thought they were just a group that moved to South Korea, but maybe they were created here, and they can't be trusted at all. Opening the door wide, the guys went inside, examining the room carefully, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, a notification came that they had met the raid boss, the Ghoul King, and a very strange creature appeared before them. Looking at him, the young people did not understand what had happened to his arms and legs, as they were completely strange. Suddenly, another notification came, which said that a crack in the abyss had appeared, and now it became clear where the zombies were coming from. Looking out the window and examining his surroundings, the handsome man realized that all these guys were coming from here and moving towards the city. The knight was incredibly shocked and wondered who could have created this place and, most importantly, why. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind, which said that he had been waiting for the necromancer for a long time and was finally able to meet. The man continued that he had sprayed so much smoke just so that his material for the experiment would come to him. The blonde said that before he wanted to get down to business, he would rather offer the deal to the handsome guy. The hero continued that the necromancer is directly connected with death, and he studies everything connected with it. The stranger said that he was studying through the energy of the abyss, because this is the force that is connected with all living things. All these actions are just a new branch in human evolution, a test that they must necessarily pass. The guys believe that this can be done by abandoning the human shell, race, and forever. Listening to everything that was said, the team began to understand that the new race, the movement, all this was connected. The team uses the system, and the Ghoul King is able to help them. Considering that the necromancer himself came, they consider it fate. The man continued that the game seemed free, but it was manipulating them, and it was not by chance that the two of them were here. The hero loudly declared that the handsome man had come to him for an answer and a happy ending to this game. The young man was surprised that such a thing existed at all, but he assumed that they had learned about it through the prediction stone. The stranger offered a deal, namely to join them, arguing that it would be better for him. The necromancer was shocked by this statement, because he understood why he should cooperate with them for their own purpose. Becoming a pawn in the name of creating a better society by joining a gang of scumbags who use people as they please was a bad decision. The heroes have never seen a villain who hides behind great goals, and he doesn't care about their beliefs, because he is not going to move forward at the cost of invisible lives. The leader stated that if this world were normal, he would try to convince himself by giving a lecture, but nothing could be done. The handsome guy decided to play a joke and said that he was already studying for a master's degree and had had enough lectures. The blonde began to understand that there was no point in talking further and called over one of his subordinates. Handsome Songguk entered the room and announced that he was ready to free the Ghoul King at any moment. The necromancer did not want to listen to this any longer and ordered his subordinates to stop the young man immediately. The young man, in turn, still boasted about his perfect body, thereby producing activation. Due to the magnitude of the sacred power, the skeleton's stats were greatly reduced by as much as 60%. Seeing this, Songguk realized that his opponent was a priest, as his abilities were very similar to a Hanho. The power of the undead did not work against the sacred attribute, and it was necessary to kill it now, because it was unlikely that it was similar to its comrade in terms of protection. The spear of all the subordinates at the same second flew at the blonde, trying to wound him, or rather take his life. Suddenly, a young lady intervened in their conversation and declared that it was a very interesting weapon and she wanted to take it for herself. The handsome man tried to create a new weapon, since the girl had telekinesis, and this is a supernatural ability. The Death Knight couldn't just stand there and watch everything and decided to start attacking the group of people. The young man first decided to try a holy splash in order to somehow prevent the skeleton's blow. At the same moment, Min Seok flew straight into the wall, which caused him to take a little damage and left the battlefield. Songguk still felt like an idol, and believed that the healthier the body, the healthier the spirit, and this flattered him very much. The room was filled with a lot of materials for scientists to study, and this attracted them very much. Suddenly, the knight also noticed this, and decided to take advantage of the situation to somehow get closer to victory. Walking inside the room, he was able to notice an orange dome in which the remains of various people were floating, and he recognized his son's shoe. The blonde ordered his subordinates to attack further and form a formation, because the undead needed to be removed, and the necromancer would be left alone. Suddenly, purple chains began to wrap around their necks, putting them in a very awkward position for fighting. At that very second, the guys began to lose consciousness, because this equipment squeezed them and completely blocked their breathing. The powers of a level 1 Death Knight were used, and the stats of all undead increased by 10%. Minseok understood that he would never leave these people alive, and would never forgive them for everything they did to civilians. The young man was confident, because he knew that no matter what, his opponents were dead, and his sacred magic would destroy them. The handsome guy tried to come up with a plan of action and at the same time create weapons so that their shields wouldn't disappear. Thanks to this team play, the synergy effect was activated, which played a very positive role. The young men did not understand what was happening and why their spell was not working, and they had to immediately change their formation and try again. The Death Knight knew that he could still feel the damage that had been done to him, but at least it wasn't as great. This will surely be enough for him, and he will finally be able to avenge his little son. The blonde began to realize that everything was getting out of control, and these horrible bags of bones were getting in his way. The Death Knight began to use the second-level life force and increased the stats, causing the holy power to disappear. The opponents began to realize that they were in a dire situation, and the only way out then was to call the guards for help. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them, and the subordinate ghouls began to attack and attack. The young lady did not understand how it was even possible for a necromancer to defeat them. Taking a closer look, Minseok was able to understand that this girl was in control of all of this, and she needed to be exterminated first. She tried to use her abilities to somehow prevent the damage, but it didn't work well. The skeleton recalled that it was she who used his son simply for an experiment, and there was no mercy for him. The blonde screamed at them to immediately move away from her and not even dare to come closer since they were monsters. The knight did not stand and watch for long. He acted quickly and skillfully using his weapon. For killing such a player, 12,000 gold was received, and the girl's lifeless body fell to the ground. The professor, seeing this, began to applaud, standing up, and added that the whole spectacle really did look cool. The man added that he did not want to interfere, because it is difficult for him to participate in battles due to his lack of skills. After which, without further ado, he threw the unknown box right into the epicenter of the action, after which everything began to sparkle. The handsome man was surprised that he was actually able to create an attack item in the same way, and it was unclear what else awaited them. The enemy was confident in himself. He was left alone with all his enemies, but he was not at all afraid. Suddenly, right in front of the subordinate skeletons, some kind of tree began to grow, illuminated in green. The necromancer did not understand what he was planning, but he knew for sure that he needed to get rid of him as soon as possible and obtain the power of the lich. The man, seeing the guy's new appearance, realized that he had gone too far, and perhaps he would have to back off a little. Throwing it right into the epicenter of events, the daredevil was surprised, as a flashbang grenade was used against him. The professor covered his nose with a rag and thought that this object would blind everyone for a short time, and he would try to get away from here as quickly as possible. The man tried to get to the exit as quickly as possible, but something suddenly distracted him, something he did not expect at all. The necromancer rushed after him to take revenge and finally gain victory, and he succeeded in doing so. Sonwo's thoughts that he had used his gas and would even be able to see through the smoke turned out to be true. Suddenly the handsome man came closer to his opponent and, swinging his sharp sword, wounded him through and through. The blonde finally said that he had chosen a good card, and there was no better class if you wanted to survive alone. He also continued that protecting others was a bad idea because they had already summoned zombies, ghouls outside. The knight did not understand how he could act like this, being a human, but in response he said that the system was similar to the ordinary world. The man began to remember that the first weapon was created by man, and after that it needed to be tested. Earlier he wanted to test his weapon. He wanted to torture the Ghoul King. It's a pity that everything will end like this, and he won't be able to see it. The blonde also said that true strength isn't just about longevity. He just wants to see who he'll fight when everyone dies. The necromancer didn't want to hear it anymore and asked Minseok to finish him off. And to tell the truth, the young man was waiting for these words. The man chose to say with his last words that they would definitely meet again someday. 13,000 gold was received for killing the clone player, and after that, it could be realized that it was not a dead body. The handsome guy didn't understand what was happening because he had clearly seen him in the community under the nickname Dr. OU. The young man noticed that there were 5 such doctors in the rating, and as it turned out, they were all the same person. Now it became clear how they were able to expand their organization so quickly, because when you use clones, it is easy to be everywhere and always. Suddenly the knight called out to his comrade and informed him that they had no time to think at all now. Because right in front of them, a huge ghoul king rose up, and he was already ready to attack the guys. On the outside, the beauty easily dealt with her opponents, because they were not as strong as she was. Jisoo tried to exhale as little smoke as possible, because it was really poisoning her, and to fight to the end. A young man from the crowd, looking at the whole picture, assumed that all the enemies who were attacking were already gone. Hearing this, the young lady refuted his words, as she felt that the monsters were still coming towards them. The man was surprised because he didn't understand where they were all coming from, and they had to kill so many just to get here. Looking ahead, one could indeed see dozens of zombies and ghouls approaching. The beauty understood that she couldn't allow even one of the boys to die. The whole of Sanwoo trusted her, so she had to cope. The handsome guy is currently fighting the boss, so you need to cover his back, and the girl will not stop and continue to move forward. Her main goal is to keep up with her friend, and she must make every effort to stand next to him. The subordinate skeletons tried their best to help and somehow hold back the opponents, but there were too many of them. The huge downside of the situation was that the subordinates died without a necromancer, and there was no one to revive them. So suddenly the guys noticed that the henchman had managed to recover and continue the fight. The beauty understood that all this happened because Sanwoo used the Lich's fire, and she needed to take advantage of it. The main tactic was that right now you need to hit with all your strength even faster than usual. People who watched all this commented on what was happening by saying that the Red Witch and the Necromancer were the best couple on the Korean peninsula. Jisoo had been hearing their conversations all this time and didn't understand where such thoughts could even come from. The allies did not understand where the fire was coming from, assuming that it was the girl's power, but did she really want to destroy everyone herself? The beauty stood and looked at the blazing fire that she had created to deal with her opponents. Suddenly everyone noticed that the ruthless ghouls began to surround the bus, and they could not leave the children in trouble. Having gathered herself, the heroine jumped into the air and straightened her weapon, starting a battle with 3 people at once. The girl was doing well, but her allies sometimes had difficulties, and she had to worry about them. Ghouls are very cruel monsters. They attack quickly and dexterously and move extremely skillfully. With a quick movement of their paws, the monsters were able to tear in half a bus in which innocent people were sitting. Suddenly, a purple chain landed on the neck of one of the opponents, immobilizing him and causing him to fall. This action was performed on many enemies, and the knight was able to take their lives very skillfully. The skeleton came closer to the bus and asked the people if everything was okay with them and if there was anyone injured. The children, hearing the voice, immediately realized that their father was standing right in front of them and began to call him to them. The only thing that was unclear in this situation was why he looked like a skeleton and glowed with a blue flame. Coming closer to their own dad, the kids began to look at him because he had transformed and did not look like himself at all. The boy was very happy because now he considered his father a real hero, just like the necromancer. The man, placing his hand on his son's head, said that Uncle Sonwo had helped him with this, and that he would now always look like this. All the children, hearing this, started shouting that they also wanted to change like that, and the only answer he gave was that only adults could do that. The friends met together, and the handsome man said that he always knew that the girl would definitely cope, and it was not in vain that he trusted her. He also continued that the beauty tried very hard, but in response he heard that it was more difficult for him than for her. The young lady said that he had defeated the king in just 2 minutes, and she was very proud of his actions. Handsome knew he had to tell them that King Ghoul had been restored again, and that things had been tough for them. All the guys were ready to attack, as they knew perfectly well that they had to catch this boss. The enemy was very strong and large in size, and his attack was clearly different from the previous ones he had to fight. In an instant, he was able to spray everyone with red liquid from his mouth, thereby incapacitating them for a few seconds. Fortunately, the enemy was exhausted, and the young people assumed that he would soon die, since apparently they did not have time to pump him up much. The knight only had to finish off the enemy, and they were grateful for such a gift. But people are still scary, and creatures. The necromancer didn't even know what to say, and the only thing he added was that the battle was truly difficult. The notification came about the main broadcast, namely the meeting with the Great Destiny, and it was ended ahead of schedule. It was reported that all rides were completed in less time than was answered on the Korean server. There was also a rating posted of which players and how many monsters they killed, and the guys definitely didn't like that description. The man wondered if the rankers had fallen asleep, and someone from the crowd noted that they were definitely not human. The next message came about the monster commanders that appear in various places on the server, and now it became clear why the mission ended so quickly. The necromancer said that they need to keep moving forward, and this means that the end really does exist, and this quest is just some kind of path with endings. The knight understood that all changes were dangerous, but the reward was much greater, and this was a great chance for Sonwo, and he needed to seize it. The goblins straightened their little daggers and listened as someone scolded them for good behavior grades. The monsters didn't understand what all this was about now. Their main goal was simply to survive, and not to follow the rules. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a comrade who burst in and easily scattered them to the sides. The opponents didn't even have time to catch themselves, as some were already lying dead in a pool of blood. Hanho didn't understand why in such a situation he had to run from the goblin, when he was capable of doing more. In the village, a boy shouted to his friends to come back as quickly as possible. The father heard this, ran, knocking everyone off their feet, and literally fell as soon as he crossed the threshold of the safe zone. The strong shield easily withstood the small goblins who wanted to break through and kill everyone. The man, turning to his son, said that he had previously said that he could handle 100, 1,000 of them, but he had not succeeded. The hero recalled that when he fought with them, he almost suffocated from their stench, and he had to return so that no one would worry again. The opponents continued to try to break through the shield and break into the people to deal with them. The boys, seeing all this, understood that they needed to immediately prepare for battle and take their swords, sending the magicians and archers to attack from behind. The young man knew that they could no longer and would not rely only on Sanhwa, but would be able to fight the monsters themselves. The shield began to crack incredibly quickly, and the comrade thanked his father for raising him. The man said he was glad to hear this, and even if they died today, it would be a very dignified death. Hanho was surprised to hear this, since he was actually planning to continue living, knowing that the unfortunate goblins would not be able to kill him. The young man also continued that his father would also live, and deftly threw a dagger at one of the opponents. Having transformed into his image, he understood that he would become a legend of this day, and easily activated the shield. Every second the enemies died, for which 30 gold was received for each, since they were soldiers. Fortunately, the number of opponents really did become much smaller, because they were very weak, but their numbers were considerable. The comrade was very happy that everything was working out for him, and he could deal with all the goblins with his bare hands. Realizing this, he raised his hand and shouted that he was the best player in all of Korea and wanted to be attacked even more because he was only getting stronger. The heroes didn't like that the enemies started attacking him from behind again and surrounding him faster and faster. The daredevil exhaled and said that the first time he was simply confused, and they managed to distract him and put him in a dead end. But this time he knew for sure that he would be able to deal with everyone himself, and the long-awaited end would come to them. Sergeant Kim watched the whole thing and noticed that the man really did have a cool son. Suddenly the father started shouting that he was a freak and couldn't call him his son when he was in such a state. If you looked closely, you could see that the guy seemed to have 3 heads, and he looked like a 3-headed demon. The comrade continued to report that he hated goblins, and that a good goblin was a dead goblin, and nothing else. Suddenly, the young man saw the one on the right and noticed that only he was beautiful, but he did not know when he had managed to arrive. There was a loud sound, and turning around they saw the skeleton of Drake, which was incredibly huge in size. Behind the subordinates, Sonwo and Jisoo began to appear, making a dramatic entrance into the village during such an attack. The comrade, seeing his friends, was very happy, but did not understand who was next to them, because he should have been in his place. Gathered in a room, the group of guys began to discuss their next plan of action and survival. Kensu said that the new stream had just started, but there was already complete chaos there, and survivor groups across the country had suffered heavy losses. Hanho noticed that even now, Yeondongpo had to fend off attacks from thousands of orcs, and it seemed that while there was a lull, They were all trying to find the handsome guy. The necromancer agreed with these words, because they have a deal. But in this situation, they are all on the same side. If evolutionary society were to enter such a time, they would be much worse off. But they themselves would be in a difficult situation because they cannot side with the monsters. Suddenly, soldiers entered the room and announced that they had found a goblin stronghold. It was Mount Paldalsan, and judging by the movements of the monsters, their base was located there. It was good that there were only goblins around the village, because if they turned out to be red orcs, like in other areas, it would have made the task more difficult. It was impossible to count them all, but the preliminary count of all the opponents was more than 3,000, and among them were also seen magicians on wild boars. Goblins are the weakest monsters, but there are far fewer guys now, and they also have a division by status, such as centurions and captains. This meant that now it was necessary not to rush, to carefully go to victory, but the handsome man declared that I also needed to win the battle. The young man said that it was important to get as much gold and experience as possible, and the young man noticed that he had a completely different view of the situation. The necromancer also noted that it was not he who was going to kill them all, but the guys should do it. For them and the people from the village, this was a great chance to gain combat experience, after which the guys began to worry a little. Walking through the forest, one could notice dozens of yellow eyes peeking out literally everywhere. Coming closer to the building, the necromancer noticed that the entire command had gathered in the abandoned factory. The handsome man also continued that they made his job much easier, because he didn't know how to kill them all one by one. Under the command of a high goblin, even small squads were terrifying. They all obeyed only one. He didn't know how to command those who didn't even have a head, and then he decided to summon his giant ogre. The opponents, seeing big blue eyes through the window, were very scared, because they did not know what was happening outside. At that very moment, the handsome man decided to take advantage of the blessing, thereby striking lightning straight at the enemies. In 1 minute, dozens of monsters were defeated, and quite a few thousands of gold were received for them. The leader was very shocked, and since he did not want to die and lose his tribe, he decided to run towards the exit. The Death Knight noted that he had not seen the Goblin Lord for a long time, and asked for permission to personally dispose of him. The necromancer, having heard this, asked to do it as quickly as possible and summoned a dark spirit, receiving the power of a lich. With a quick blow from the island's weapon, the enemy's head was cut off, after which 105,000 gold was received. The little goblins, who had already become subservient skeletons, were crawling around, and the young man noted that it was time to end this. 1,000 enemies were already ready to attack the village to kill civilians and take their lives. The boys saw that they were already being attacked, and they had to prepare to repel the attack, despite their large numbers. The young man said that they were just soldiers without a commander, and that they had to be methodically destroyed one by one. The shooters were very accurate. They could kill a goblin with one hit. The boys were very happy when they saw that it was much easier to take their lives, and they now had hope of victory. A notification came about a defeated soldier and several other categories. Because of this, the enemy's strength decreased. Winning with very weak monsters was easy and even interesting. Friends coped with it and successfully got gold. Sergeant Kim noted that hunting was very easy for him, but it was all thanks to Sonwo's help. The average level of the villagers was about 4th, and the gap in levels between everyone gradually increased. All groups have them, but they depend on the others, and can soon become winners in fights for life. Cooks, farmers, and other classes have their own jobs, but the difficulty keeps increasing, so it can't go on like this. Previously, the handsome man was worried when he sent Hanho to the village first, because he knew that his comrade was not very experienced. But soon the young man knew that they could solve even this problem, because even the weak could become strong. The system of this game was still terrible, but it was still a system, and a solution could be found in this situation. The young lady encouraged her grandfather not to worry, to aim more carefully, and also taught the children to shoot. The boy was very happy because he was able to increase the level to the 2nd, and he called his mom, dad, and brother to tell him about it. The first battle with military monsters on the Korean server was successful, and the guys were still able to defeat their opponents. A message came in that a large-scale battle was won, and additional gold will be given to all participants depending on their contribution. The necromancer knew he still liked moving forward alone, but something was stopping him. When he thought about the whole situation, The young man noticed that going into battle together and winning was not as bad as he thought. Having met the guys in the village, the handsome man said that now they need to reach the 8th level. The hero continued that they were able to kill the local lord and the rest of the commanders, so the hunt would not be difficult. The young man decided to speak harshly but directly, and said that he could not take responsibility for the weak and that one could not live in the village, turning a blind eye to what was happening around. Absolutely everyone must now try to protect themselves at least, and after hearing this, the young people agreed. The handsome man sincerely didn't know what it would be like to be weak, and what it would be like to completely rely on others for his life. Suddenly, a comrade shouted loudly that the helicopter was already here, and the Crusaders were waiting for them. It was time to hurry. The Necromancer said that they were supposed to protect each other for a certain time earlier, but now, in the end, they began to help the Renaissance Guild, since uniting with them is not the worst idea. The blonde asked his subordinates how the situation with the battle boss was now. Having carefully studied the whole situation, the young man said that very soon he would be visible on the northern border. These guys had a big advantage in technology, and they used a magic drone for surveillance. Suddenly, the young man noticed trolls walking along the city streets, and there were about 200 of them together. The young lady, addressing her commander, stated that their drone had been hit by a projectile weapon. "We need to block the bridge. Both sides were attacking, but they can't fight that much," and the prosecutor suggested catching the trolls first. The beauty said that the shadows were weak opponents, and their strength was in regeneration. If time was wasted, a real war would begin. The leader knew well that there would be losses, but he could not refuse such an experience for himself. It was an exclusive quest for Crusaders of level 10 and above. It was simply a great chance, but some guild members died due to successful decisions. To compare with the Necromancer at least a little, he understood that he could not be cautious, but needed to act. The assistant said that even now the squads are gathering all their forces, leaving only the number of people for defense. His subordinates interrupted their conversation, informing him that he had been told that a helicopter with a handsome man would arrive soon. The young lady was happy, because she understood that now they could stop the rolls together, and they would deal with the orcs later. The young man noticed that the Necromancer said to go to the orcs, and this made the girl very angry. The deputy continued that he wanted to first collect the bones here and only then go further into battle. The helicopter started approaching, and the guys didn't understand whether this transport was needed, and they didn't even believe it a little. A notification has come that in the territory of the activated great appearance of spirits, and also the answer of death. The young man did not understand what was happening and who these huge monsters were. He only had a hunch that these were giant trolls. The subordinate skeletons easily dealt with opponents, both large and similar to their children. The dead bodies of the enemies immediately became the guy's minions and went over to his side. The Necromancer had been very strong before, but now especially, and the blonde began to doubt that even having received the first awakening, he would not be able to bypass him. After the war ends, the gap between them will increase so much that they will never be able to catch up with him. The prosecutor knew perfectly well that the handsome man had death itself in his hands, and this was his greatest advantage in everything. People watched through binoculars and assumed that the Rebirth Guild had asked the Necromancer for help. It was very strange because the group of people was not small, and due to the message of people in the community, both sides ended up in complete chaos. Thanks to teamwork, a synergy effect was triggered, thereby greatly increasing the strength of the skeletons. Suddenly, a notification came that the battle monster Troll Chieftain had arrived at the battle site. The monster was very confident in his powers and was already ready to attack, waving his sharp blade and large axe. The young lady was able to see that a boss had indeed appeared, and noted that it would probably be difficult to fight him. The blows of his axes produced bean leaves, and this meant only one thing: his weapon was enchanted. People began to assume that the battle would be ominous, and everyone wondered if the Necromancer would be able to stop him. The enemy, as soon as he met with the subordinate skeletons, immediately received several blows to himself. The minions acted very quickly, dexterously, and confidently, and were not able to easily inflict great damage. The boss became like a punching bag for skeletons, and it all looked simply amazing. The handsome man noted that attacking without understanding the difference in strength is a direct path to anyone's defeat. The young man delivered the finishing blow with his sword, and his time to qualify was shortened. The guy was able to easily fix another minion for himself, and reported that the Rebirth Guild was waiting. They needed to go. Approaching the meeting with the prosecutor, The handsome man said that he had arrived a little late, but he thought he had made it. The blonde understood that he wanted to become stronger while using the necromancer, but he himself had already managed to level up. The prosecutor said that a detachment of orcs was coming from the west, and they tried to block the roads using various objects. The leader knew that the entire Korean server was watching and evaluating him now, and he couldn't lose face. He had to prove that he was worthy of being the commander of this battle. The beauty understood that it was becoming increasingly difficult to contain the community, and many medium-sized small guilds supported and exchanged information about the necromancer. The guys discussed that a group of survivors from Ilwan would also join, and they had about 200 people who managed to hide. They also contacted us from Nam Yatnju, and they have 5 buses, and they are already on their way here, which we had to agree to. The number of Gimpo's red orcs is difficult to even reconcile, and survivors report that they have moved east and are already approaching them. The beauty knew that she had to convince the leadership of each group to be on the 6th side. With this thought, the assistant entered the room to talk to all the bosses present. The blonde declared that it was high time to begin the main meeting and asked his deputy to report the situation. The heroine said that the Rebirth Guild has blocked most of the bridges and is using sitting devices on each of them. The group specifically tracks enemy movements using drones to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. The necromancer had been listening to what was happening all this time, but he felt very uncomfortable with so many looks in his direction. The beauty knew that the guy was helping them, but the situation was not the best, because he was working individually, and all the commanders were looking at him closely. Suddenly, one of the subordinates burst into the room and asked the commander for forgiveness. He exhaled all the air, collected his thoughts, and reported that one survivor had arrived from the west. The blondes were interested in this news, but he was interested in how he was able to fly to them. The men looked at each other and listened to the fact that this transport was very unusual, and no one had used it yet. The necromancer didn't understand what was going on there, because even the Rebirth Guild uses smaller helicopters and wyverns. The prosecutor said that he wanted to meet him, because everyone was interested in hearing what the survivor had to say. Go outside, friends were simply shocked and even a little scared, because they had never seen anything like this before. The unusual vehicle the subordinate spoke of was a griffin, which the stranger was able to ride. The young lady reported that everything was fine, and that her beast did not bite unless attacked first. The commander was a little shocked, as he saw a refined girl in front of him, which was very surprising. The beauty turned around and immediately stopped asking the blonde for help, trying to barely stay on her feet. The necromancer suggested that there was another group of survivors, who were now surrounded by red orcs. A few hours ago, a huge number of players from China appeared in Gangwagon, and the guys need help. The stranger said that they moved the players from Gangwado to Gyodondo, because it is a small island, and if it can be saved, it will be a safe place for people. Previously, she knew that there was a fairly large force on the island, comparable to the guild, but she tried to live quietly. All this happened because of the garbage attack on the continent, and of course everyone was scared and close to Seoul. The handsome man understood helping each other, but such cooperation has many pros and cons. The girl continued that a few hours ago the invaders landed on Gyodondo, and now it is dangerous there. There were a lot of them, and they were able to detain them, but they could not win, because the road through which they planned to retreat was also blocked. The blonde listened attentively to the storyteller, and decided to ask how many invaders there were. Vitsa exhaled and said that there were about 1,000, but it seemed to her that most of them remained at sea in boats. China has a very large population, so they have a lot of players, and most likely this is a very big problem because they can attack. The assistant denied these words, recalling groups that attacked other players, and it was unlikely that there would be so many of them. The necromancer said that these guys are dangerous anyway. They can kill the weakest just for gold. The guys, hearing this, confirmed his words and began to understand that they needed to come up with something and act somehow. The group had a hard time with the red orcs as it was, but it's not yet clear whether they were really invaders or just that. The man asked what would happen if they crossed the Han River and attacked them, since it would be impossible to fight 2 opponents. After thinking for a bit, the blonde decided that for now they would just focus on the orcs and deal with them. Monsters will already be penetrating Gimpo and Kensoga, and the invaders will only come after some time, and you just need to keep an eye on them. The young lady was simply shocked to hear all this, and upset at the same time because she heard a refusal to her request. Beauty, there was nothing left to do but fall to her knees and try to think of something to protect her people. Suddenly, the necromancer suggested another option, namely to send one squad to attack the invaders and the other to attack the red orcs. The commanders noted that a simultaneous attack was a good idea, but they did not have enough men for it. If you go to the island by helicopter, you won't be able to attack unnoticed, and the plan will fail. Suddenly, it began to dawn on the man that the handsome man had been talking about the Batak all this time and was going to act alone. The blonde, looking at the guy with a little contempt, asked if he was really so confident and could really do it. Sonwo said that he can fight with a lot of people thanks to his skills and abilities, which are very cool. Now we need to get as much information as possible about the players from China, because if they cross the line, it will be difficult to stop them. To destroy the orcs, it is enough to remove their leader, as he did last time, and still the Lord controls his subordinates from afar. The handsome man leaned over the girl and asked her if he could defeat them if he flew on a griffin, and he heard a positive answer. The prosecutor had no choice but to agree with this plan of action and begin to implement it. The beauty began to prepare her beast for flight so that it would help the necromancer carry out the plan. The comrade was upset that his friend had abandoned him again and asked him not to at least take the right one. The hero said that the griffin would not be able to withstand more than 3, and he had no choice, and that they would meet again during the battle. Sunwo continued that he was confident that Jisoo would succeed, but Hanho shouldn't rely too much on his defense. The beauty, putting on her glasses, declared that if everyone was ready, then they should go, and heard a positive answer. The griffin received the order to rise and began to accelerate with the help of its massive paws and sharp claws. Without any difficulty, this strange vehicle managed to take off, and the guys flew successfully. The young lady forgot to tell them earlier that they would have to wait on the beach until it was completely dark. Because now terrible monsters have arrived as invaders, and they are examining the entire island very carefully. The young people tried to fix the lamp, and with a little effort they finally managed to do it. The strangers discussed the light emitted by this object and how they managed to obtain it. The men were pleased with the pleasant atmosphere, but if it weren't for the captives, everything would have gone much better for them. One of them suggested that the others were having a lot of fun right now and weren't forced to sit there. The hero said that when they got to mainland Korea, they would have a chance, because there were women and gold there. Suddenly one asked to look at the sky and make sure there were no scary birds, because the leader likes to look at everything and watch them. The stranger said that he was actually glad that they had left the continent, because he was tired of fighting the strong. It was better to earn money here by killing weaklings. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by one of their comrades, who asked them to be quieter, because he heard something. Looking into the distance, the friend said that there was someone there, and remembered that he was a human hunter by class. His feeling now tells him that something is clearly happening there, and this made the guys a little wary. As a necromancer appeared behind them, he was already swinging his sharp weapon over their heads. Turning around, the young man screamed, as he was incredibly scared, because he had never seen such players before. At that very moment, a purple chain began to wrap around their necks, trying to strangle them and take away their vital energy. The Death Knight was very good at this, as he used his ability very often. The skeleton noted that there were others in this area, and they needed to try to be as quiet as possible. The necromancer suggested leaving this group of people alive for now, and as soon as the territory was cleared, they would deal with them too. The griffin was a little nervous and intimidated everyone around him in this area with his appearance and voice. The beauty began to stroke him and tell him to be quieter, because everything was fine, and then he would be able to eat everyone. Luckily, thanks to the system, the guys should understand each other, and he wants to warn in advance that he can watch the memories of the dead. So the young man approached the man and said that he had 2 options: tell him everything honestly or kill him and see for himself. The stranger in the white cap was very angry and shouted that 90 had disappeared a person in just a few hours. He ordered that an immediate check be made to see if any of his prisoners were missing, and that a ship be sent to see if another had arrived. The hero did not know who his enemy was, but he did not understand why he thought that he could hide from him on this small island. The leader ordered his strange birds to immediately find and bring to him the one who dared to do this. The man sat and waited for some kind of answer to come to him, and he would be able to punish those who came to the island. All this time the birds were flying and looking for the one their boss was talking about, but so far everything was unsuccessful. The stranger was angry because he didn't know who that guy was, but he knew for sure that no one could hide from him in such a small area. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that they were able to find the missing people, and it was surprising that some person was able to do this faster than him. The hero said that all these people were dead, and they found them on the ship, lying under a gray blanket. The man became angry because he did not understand who dared to hide his people on his own ship in such a situation. The boss thought that the decision was very strange because he could have simply dumped the dead bodies into the sea, and it all looked like some kind of challenge. The subordinate ran up and said that bodies were found not only on this ship, but also on others. Pointing at one of the vehicles, he said that it was on this vehicle that the first ones appeared. Suddenly, there was a very strong explosion, and everything began to burn with yellow fire, destroying everything in its path. The young man said that their ships began to explode, but it was visible to absolutely everyone. Hearing a loud cry above the sky, the boys understood that in order to save their lives, they needed to run quickly. The man shouted loudly that there was gas everywhere and that it was coming out of some strange vessel and poisoning everything around. Looking up, one could see that the source was a room with an open window. It was the breath of the abyss that black magicians use, and if they inhaled it, it would be the end of them all. Birds are sending signals from all parts of the island, which means that enemies are everywhere, and escaping by car will be difficult. It was a very large-scale attack on these people, and it was clear that someone was going to kill them all. The men complained that the Koreans were using biological chemical weapons on them, and that if they were isolated on the island, they would not be able to wait for reinforcements. The only sensible solution was to escape from here and wait for reinforcements to arrive with the admiral. Anyone arriving across the bridge had to travel as quickly as possible to reach the mainland on time. Suddenly, right in front of a huge stream of cars, a necromancer appeared out of nowhere along with a subordinate Drake. The man did not understand what was happening, because he had never seen anything like it, and he was very scared. After examining them, the handsome guy noticed that these were defeated players from the second Chinese server, and it seemed that there were only 3 of them in China. Most likely their goal is the mainland, and given the memories, they want to create a large group of their own here. They are the first group that is going to get to the mainland and help the rest of the team arrive. The commander jumped out of the car and ordered everyone to do the same and immediately prepare for battle. Hearing this, the hero said that they would hardly succeed, because he would kill them all right now. A notification came that the Great Spirit had been activated in the selected territory, and a death response also followed. The strangers didn't understand what was happening and why their whole body was hurting. I guess it was a curse, and they had to be careful in battle. Suddenly, dozens of skeletons of different sizes and types appeared out of nowhere, and everyone was very scared. The group of people noticed that the opponents were actually starting to run towards them, and their lives were in great danger. The commander ordered everyone to defend themselves, but he himself did not know how to act, because he had never encountered such huge monsters. After some thought, the man said that they needed to run away right now, and that it was better to return to the island than to die on the bridge. Unfortunately, it was already too late and there was no turning back, as right in front of them stood a whole wall of subordinate skeletons. The leader cursed, wondering if he was the only one who could do something in this situation. A group of people tried to fight the necromancer's minions, but to be honest, they were not very successful. The monsters began to destroy the zombies, trying to somehow achieve victory over them and believe in the future. The handsome man began to carefully examine the birds that Hai Young had spoken of, and they did seem a little strange to him. He tried to grab one of them, and the young man succeeded. He grabbed her tightly by the throat, immobilizing her completely. The subordinate skeletons, especially the ghouls, acted very quickly and accurately due to their speed. The handsome man noted that these birds are not that strong, but are somewhere on the level of weak zombies. The subordinate skeletons were able to kill dozens of such beasts, causing their bodies to fall lifelessly to the ground. The leader, noticing this, did not understand how someone could treat his beloved birds so cruelly. The necromancer summoned these beasts as his minions without any hesitation, and he succeeded. The men, seeing that they had been resurrected, began to panic even more, and did not understand what to do in such a situation. The commander asked everyone to stand down and said they needed to get out, trying to jump off the bridge to contact the mainland. Having crossed the line, he was picked up by a subordinate bird and helped to survive in this situation, flying into the distance. The man was very angry and he ordered her to fly as fast as possible because he needed to get out of here. In this situation, it didn't matter where he ended up, but the main thing was to get as far away from this place as possible, so that he could at least survive. Suddenly, the animal released its owner and began to emit a blue color, which was very bright. The commander did not expect such an action at all and began to fall from a great height into the abyss, realizing that death could not be avoided. Having fallen to the ground, the leader hit his back hard, which is why he simply could not move, let alone walk. The beauty told the necromancer that all the people of the village were safe, and they would return the weapons and fight too. The handsome man was amused by these words, after which the young lady continued to thank him, because she knew that all this was because of him. Coming closer to the commander, the young man did not understand what was wrong with these people, because now he definitely would not be able to answer his questions in such a state. Swinging his sharp scythe, the boy asked how Admiral Zhonggan was, hoping that he would appear in the stranger's memories. After committing the murder, the necromancer was able to increase his level to 18 and decided to check the fragments of the dead man's memory. The next second, he found himself above a very huge ship, on which stood an army of people. The handsome man noted that this group even had its own uniform, and they looked very respectable. Ahead of them stood a long-haired young man who was wondering where they were supposed to go. The hero assumed that this was the admiral, but he did not look like the psychos, scientists, or vampires he had encountered before. The second server was devoted to the elementalist, while on the first, the self-proclaimed emperor was gaining strength day by day and calling for unification. Clenching his fist, the stranger stated that the third server was almost fixed, but what should they do in this situation? One of the solutions was to ask for help from other countries to somehow solve the whole problem. The young man began to ask why they were now fleeing across the ocean, since they had neither strength nor power. The only expression in this situation was to take her away from someone and take the entire continent, like real demons. He continued that if they ran out of land, they could simply take it from others, but right now there was no territory on the continent that they could take. The man standing behind suggested that they start with the islands first, having them, and they could capture them, and then work on the peninsula. It was indeed a good idea, since the leader of the entire group had also previously thought about this plan of action. The young man ordered to immediately deal with the islands around China, because while the strong ones are busy with the monsters, they will take control of the sea. The general was tasked with leading a small force and establishing an outpost on the peninsula, to which he agreed. It was also necessary to deal with local resistance in the area before the admiral arrived. To do this, you can use as much pirate energy as possible because they are much stronger, so they should collect more gold and spread the word about it. The list with energy claimed that gold was doubled after killing players, increasing the chance of loot from others, and now it became clear why they were killing everyone. Looking at the last quest they were given, there can be no talk of any nobility in such chaos. The admiral considered this to be complete stupidity and did not even want to think about something like that again. Now they are going to follow the path of demons, not nobility, and ordered to rob everyone without a twinge of conscience. The handsome man understood that he could not trust a man who spoke of empty, but supposedly noble things. By drawing a card, the young man raised his ability level to professional, and now the death response is even stronger. The necromancer understood that it would be nice to become more powerful, but he did not want to cooperate with other people. Suddenly, a beauty standing behind him interrupted his thoughts and asked him what he would do next. After thinking for a moment, the boy replied that he wanted to end it here and start a real war in Gimpo. The monster was very angry, and steam was literally coming out of its mouth, and its sharp fangs were shining in the sun. The group of people did not know how to act in order to quickly take the life of their opponent and avoid casualties. The comrade had already begun to be afraid, because there were a lot of enemies, and they were stronger than ordinary orcs. The commander was very angry, because he understood that this was only one of the enemy's advanced detachments. The troll approached and destroyed everything in its path, trying to attack a group of people and take their lives. The young man shouted that the orcs had gone so mad that they had decided to use the same monsters as slaves. The friends, having gathered all their strength into a fist, took up the battle. Together with the subordinate skeletons, they were confident of victory. The beauty delivered very precise blows and demonstrated all her skills and abilities in action. The enemy, although very large and strong, still could not resist the island of weapons. Hanho had already transformed into his favorite form, and now he knew that he could defeat the monster. The hero tried to protect the ordinary crusader warriors, since they did not have such experience and strength. The young man, who was a magician, decided to use a fire wave to set his opponents on fire, and they burned alive. Every second orcs and trolls were dying, and this flattered the sorcerer very much because he felt cool. The commander came up behind him and told him not to be distracted by self-admiration, but to act. An order was given for all melee fighters to move forward so that they could not protect the mages. The big problem was that there were so many enemies, and it seemed like they were never ending. Monsters do not know the feeling of fear and only enjoy the battle, as this is their direct calling. The comrade rethought all his actions and tried to analyze each subsequent move. The young man knew that he was just like that, and he liked to go into battle and show his all. The commander was ordered to keep the soldiers in formation because it was very important for them to survive this battle. The priests were supposed to create a protective barrier on their accounts, and they did it very well. Suddenly, the young man screamed and asked everyone to immediately look into the distance. Looking closely, one could see several opponents in strange costumes, namely, these were orc shamans. The task was to stop them and use their magic on the abacus, because the guys are really strong. Suddenly, a huge explosion was used to disable the monsters because they can move inside. The spectacle was not the best, as the opponents literally mounted the werewolves and moved towards them. Comrade, as soon as he saw what was happening, began to realize that they definitely wouldn't stop them this way. Suddenly, a guild of crusaders appeared, who entered very effectively and were confident in their abilities. These guys could crush an orc with their breakthrough formation, and that was a great privilege in battle. Shamans are very dangerous creatures, especially in the body of orcs, because no one can calculate their next move. The young man ordered the archers to act immediately and restrain this kind of monsters, because they are strong. The soldiers, who had already lost hope, were again happy, because this was exactly what they expected from the Crusader team. The young man said that they needed to help immediately, and there was no need to sit back and save mana, because the priests were supposed to buff everyone. Blondie was serious. He knew that every victory had to be his in order to improve his level. The prosecutor gritted his teeth and began to attack, as he knew that he would be able to complete this exclusive quest. Having completed it, he took another step closer to the Necromancer and used his cross spear. During the battle, the young man realized that today was the day of his awakening, and he could not fail. Suddenly, one of his subordinates called the commander over and informed him that he was now at level 10. The blonde was incredibly happy because he finally managed to make all his people stronger. Suddenly, a yellow light shone after completing an exclusive quest, illuminating everything around. Friends began to cover their eyes because they began to hurt, because something was descending from the heavens. An unfamiliar silhouette of yellow fire glittered in the sun and was getting closer to the boys every second. A holy war zone was declared on the territory, causing all allies to receive an auto-heal effect. Suddenly, the group began to realize that it all came from their prosecutor, and it was he who was able to illuminate everything around. The young man was glad that he and his team had managed to survive, and now his self-esteem had finally risen on its own. He had previously given up a great power and chosen a group power because their broken world needed someone to lead them all. This was the beginning of a change, because people will have to get used to it after some time. The blonde understood that he wanted to help everyone and provide everything, after which there would be only one guild left. The young man ran up to his mistress and reported that news had arrived about the defeated band of marauders. He continued that these bastards weren't satisfied with the chaos in the Chinese north, and now they've switched to Korean. The young lady was angry because she thought it was a monster in human form, and she didn't want to let this trash into other countries. The army said that they didn't blame her at all, since the girl saved them from monsters, so they let her go. Moreover, according to informants, the Koreans managed to stop them, which was very surprising. The beauty was a little shocked to hear about such talents of the Koreans. She was interested in who exactly could compare with them. Every minute the number of monsters became smaller, and the guys received a certain amount of gold for killing them. The blonde was now, after his first awakening, deftly mastering his new skills. The guys were glad when all the opponents were finally gone, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. The subordinates considered their commander to be the best, since, with the exception of a few who entered the city, they were able to deal with everyone. The prosecutor, turning slowly, asked how things were going with the losses on their side. After doing some calculations, the young man said that 3 crusaders and about 100 orcs had died, but this was much less than expected. After thinking, the handsome man said that they should reduce the number of losses because death is the end for a person. Now they can't constantly replenish the ranks of their army like a necromancer, and even if it is a player they have invested their strength in, his death will be a loss for all of this. The man suggested that they should first get some proper rest, since they couldn't run into orcs in such a state. Suddenly, the prosecutor began to notice something strange in the distance, and tried to carefully examine what was happening there. As soon as everyone turned around, the boys noticed that there was another wave of enemies, but there were too many of them to fight. The enemies were advancing very quickly and had different types of weapons, which made the task incredibly difficult. The comrade was shocked, since the previous battle was already large-scale, and most likely this was part of their main forces. The man said that it was too risky to engage in battle, because even if the Crusaders took the blow, they would not be able to cope with them. The blonde understood that the enemies were unlikely to follow them to the end. Most likely, they would go to the station, where more people had gathered. The beauty, lowering her head, declared that monsters will be where there are large crowds of people, and that is how it always works. Having served everyone, the prosecutor loudly declared that in this case he would not be able to leave this place, and would fight. Suddenly the boys began to notice that the opponents were indeed approaching very quickly. Jisoo tried to calm all the people down, believing that they could still resist the monsters. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an orc fell from the sky right onto his allies, causing them to freeze a little in place. There was a huge explosion that dealt a lot of damage to the enemies and immobilized them for a while. No one understood what was happening, and why giant blue birds, which no one had ever seen before, were flying in the sky. The orcs, raising their heads up, began to get very angry, as they now understood that their victory was under threat. The friends, seeing this, were very happy, because they saw their friend the Necromancer, who had returned for a task. The handsome man appeared very effectively with new subordinates, with new strength and fighting spirit. The blonde noted that this was an aerial bombardment, and before this appearance it was a battle of cold weapons. The reporter, who was broadcasting via drone, commented on how a skeleton knight, riding a drake, was conquering the battlefield. The young lady suggested that he was known for his recent collaboration with a necromancer, and that he might be a player. The man said that before this, his favorite skeleton was a small goblin, but now this may change. The number of views of the broadcast grew very quickly, because people were worried about the condition of their heroes. Suddenly, something incomprehensible burst into the room where the correspondents were sitting, which definitely threatened their safety. A moment later, the beauty asked to lower their weapons because they were from the Liberation Guild. The guys started arguing so that they would immediately stop the broadcast. Otherwise, they would do it themselves. The man was furious because he believed that this was a ban on free speech and that players had the right to tell the truth. The heroine continued that such a broadcast had previously been used during the times of terror, and the power, and the location, and the alliance classified information. The young man was a little scared by such pressure and asked to leave, promising that he would definitely stop the broadcast. One of the subordinates turned to the deputy commander, but she immediately replied that she knew it was too late. The girl understood that the others would also start broadcasting, and everyone knew that it was the necromancer who would lead them to victory. Also, no matter how difficult it may be, the enemies also observe everything that is happening and mark it for themselves. At the guild camp, all the people went to their tents to rest after such a tough fight. Suddenly, a comrade shouted that the beasts and mad scientists had united in the south. An army of orcs was raging in the west, and the pirates were ready to attack from the sea. Hanho was upset because he knew that this peninsula was a nightmare, and he had chosen the wrong difficulty level at birth. The beauty said that they were the strongest on the Korean server, but she didn't know what place they occupied in the world. The necromancer said that if you look at it on a global scale, they are still babies, and then it was clear that they should hunt as much as possible. The young man smiled and supported this idea, since his goal was exactly the same all the time. Let what they chose not change since they left the university, and now they will fight and become stronger. The Korean server is not big, and the gold and experience reserves are limited, so you need to perceive this war as a hunt for gold and experience. After thinking for a bit, Jisoo said that in tomorrow's battle they must kill the most. Handsome understood that after this war they would have to fight against each other, and he discussed this with Junhong quite a lot. Players' actions cannot be predicted, and after defeating the monsters, if movement between servers is established, they will not avoid another war. No one knew what would happen, and whether we would still meet after the players, or perhaps this would be the end of the game. The young man ran into the building and asked if anyone had heard the noise, but received a negative answer. Running outside, the man encountered a huge problem with roots growing everywhere. It looked like a new kind of monster that attacked and was very invulnerable because it was made of plants. The beauty, without thinking, ran into the necromancer's room to tell him this terrible news. Suddenly, the guy shouted that there was danger behind his friend, which made her heart stop for a moment. Jisoo was a great player, and her reactions were very fast, so she straightened out her weapon and began to attack. The Crusader Guild gradually emerged from their rooms because they did not understand what all the noise was about and whether the orcs had returned. When they went outside, a large number of opponents were noticed, but no one understood how they got there. The comrade shouted that the orcs were coming from the direction he pointed with his finger, but this did not make their task much easier. After looking a little closer, it was clear that these were not just roots, but they were creating portals for their monsters. The handsome man saw this for the first time and was even a little confused, but they had no time to think at all. The necromancer only recalled his subordinates, because no one had any idea that they would suddenly attack them here. The tanks were ordered to take up their positions immediately, but for some reason the men's trenches were broken. The opponents seemed to sense where the main one was and took his shelter as a target. Suddenly, everything around was illuminated in yellow, causing all the enemies to fall, throwing away their weapons. The blond man appeared before them in his best form and was already ready to attack and deal with the orcs. The young man delivered very precise and sudden blows, which confused the terrible monsters. Someone in the crowd said he thought they would die from the attack, but what else could he expect from the prosecutor? The male commander began to scream loudly, as if he was on fire, and his body was filled with power. The opponents also did not think of retreating, because they knew that they would be able to defeat the players. The warriors attacked with a variety of weapons, including archers, who were very strong opponents. The blonde decided to use one of his best abilities, namely a wave of fire. After such a blow, the portal was eliminated, which meant that the number of opponents could not increase. The commander was injured in the last battle, but now he was strong, and this synergy healed and increased abilities, and it felt like he had leveled up 2 levels at once. The buff affects all comrades within a certain radius, and this is truly an unrealistic cheat skill. The young man shouted that 2 portals had already been destroyed and that the rest needed to be destroyed as quickly as possible. After looking a little closer, the young man noticed that the others were gone altogether, and he did not know where they had disappeared to. The handsome man, together with his subordinates, the skeletons, quickly reacted and was already able to neutralize the enemies. The guild didn't understand how the necromancer had destroyed them all until only 3 were dealt with in due time. The blonde understood that he had woken up later, but at the initial stages they had been on equal footing, and now their difference was not so great. Suddenly the beauty called out to her friend and asked him to look at what was happening in front of them. Black smoke began to come from the stones that lay around, and one could assume that it was he who launched the portals. It really did look like a black magic artifact, because that was what happened in computer games, and it meant that the orcs were starting to play dirty. Having picked up such an unknown object, a notification came that the stone contains dark energy, and with prolonged contact a negative influence accumulates. Also, everyone was notified that the orc lord was using a large-scale spell. If it was not stopped within a certain time, then all the orcs would be strengthened. The comrade did not understand why the system was playing with them again, and these were no longer just battles, but very brutal ones. The dark magic of the orcs was similar to the monster they saw at the university, which was a little alarming. The handsome man remembered and knew that he would definitely be able to have fun with this monster and was already eager for battle. Suddenly the young man noticed that he had received an emergency message from Manhwa, which was strange. After reading it carefully, the young man cried out, because he did not understand why the opponents decided to go a different way. Addressing his prosecutor, the guy stated that they must leave there immediately. The main opponents at the moment were the V and Verna, who were already flying here. People sitting on the street tried to somehow cover themselves and hide from them, since the opponents were already above them. The man noted that they appeared at the most inopportune time, but he had to be quieter so that they would not hear them. The beauty, turning to the commander, said that although there were targets, they should wait a little longer. "You're right. There were too many, and there's a chance they might notice the guys and just come back." The blonde stated that time was running out, and there was nothing they could do about it. Only by waiting could they come to something. The comrade asked the handsome man if it would be good if they killed, but until they learned to fly, it would be too much. Jisoo said that it's one thing to have 2 or 3, but dozens is difficult, and besides the sky is almost impossible. The alpha male wyvern and his minions took over the skies over the Korean server, making things difficult for everyone. And for their presence, the guys' plans go down the drain, but I would really like to catch one such monster. In the morning, the young lady reported that they could move out, and given the speed, the enemy should already be on the other side of the Han River. Having listened to all of his deputies' suggestions, the blonde agreed because he knew that they had already lost enough time. A comrade said that the community is writing that the Gimpo Plains, where orcs appeared, began to turn into a desert. This used to be a green area, but something terrible happened overnight. The beauty said that informants report that they are gathering at Gimpo Airport as they are preparing to meet them. The prosecutor loudly declared that in this battle all forces were equal, and they must overcome them without any doubt. The necromancer suggested that they should be careful, because they don't know if they will use the tricks they did before. The blonde understood this, but time was not on their side, and they had no choice as they needed to finish as soon as possible. Dozens, even hundreds of orcs were ready to attack, and their appearance did not give any hope for any victory. The guys, seeing this, began to understand that these were the main troops, and they expected that there would be a little less of them, but there was still an opportunity to escape. Handsome understood that no one would be indifferent to such an army, but now they couldn't just take and avoid it. If the group casts this dark spell, it will be activated, and they will definitely not be able to cope with the strengthened orcs. The blonde was thinking up attack tactics and suggested starting with bombarding the enemy with bodies. While these guys are standing in a crowd, it's worth a try, because even if these are stupid monsters, they should still remember this attack. The necromancer agreed to this idea, because he himself became interested in seeing what would come of it. Using his corpse explosion ability, he received a backlash, and most likely the enemies are using the protective membrane. This was one of the dark magics of the orcs that they were able to master and now use successfully. The enemies do not approach even after blocking his attack. They need time to activate dark magic. This meant only one thing, that the guys needed to go there themselves, and although this was not a good idea, everyone supported it. The beauty was very worried because it was necessary to find a way to minimize losses, and even if they won, it would be a big problem. All enemies will immediately start to act as soon as they sense their weakness, and this is too risky. The necromancer decided to ask if the prosecutor was afraid of enemies from other countries, and he answered positively. After this battle, you won't have to worry about other countries and just focus on managing the alliance. The prosecutor did not understand what the handsome man was talking about now, since such thoughts had never occurred to him. The young man said that the time has come and he thinks that in the future, groups like Jun Hu's group should be strengthened. Due to new monsters, survivors have begun to form teams on their own, and they need to be united and directed. These guys are weak, so they will die because of the system if they don't help them, and this needs to be done as quickly as possible. A large community that people can rely on in these unforgiving times is all the blonde wants. The prosecutor did not understand why my pocket was offering him such a mission, but he would do everything possible to carry it out. The pirates were targeting the Korean peninsula. Based on the memories, these guys weren't world conquerors, just losers. Third-rate marauders who have been driven out of their own country. If we act now, we can destroy them before they gain strength. One day there will come a time when the boys will face a great enemy, and then they will have to do better. Handsome knew that the larger the scale, the longer the battle would last, which is why it was necessary to clearly organize the forces to quickly replenish combat power. One small town in Suwon is enough for me, because I need a group that will bring in a lot of capital. A state-level guild is the best idea, and the prosecutor has been thinking about it for a long time. I remember that the necromancer offered his help. The young man understood that this was no longer just courage, but absolute trust. All the experience and materials in this world would not be enough to surpass him, and thanks to him, the blonde would be able to achieve the power he had always dreamed of. Let them be employees for his purposes. The guy is ready to use the sun as he pleases. The friends were glad that the guys were able to come to an agreement, but the comrade realized that this was an evil laugh from an internal rage. A proposal was made to discuss the details later, since a whole crowd of opponents stood right in front of them. The main tactic is to minimize losses. The method is a little different, but the handsome guy has one idea. Having collected his thoughts, the young man turned around and announced that he proposed to shoot all the enemies. The allies talked, discussing the feeling that there was a sense that there would soon be a slaughterhouse here, or that they were alone in front of an entire army. The beauty, a little jokingly, said that apparently they would have to work in this battle. Hanho was a little scared, because he thought there were too many pigs to slaughter here, and he had to be on guard at all times. Suddenly, the opponents gained courage to attack and ran towards the group of people to take their lives. The prosecutor began giving orders to his subordinates, namely the positions they should take and prepare for the attack. For some reason, people lost hope of victory, but it was too late to retreat, and in this battle, everyone was ready to die. Previously, the guys have won countless battles from the very beginning of this game up until this point. These battles are a continuation of past victories, and you should never give up, because if you don't try, nothing will work. Blondie was confident in his abilities, as he had long dreamed of becoming the strongest, but without work, he definitely wouldn't succeed. The young man said that the battles would become more and more difficult, and that there would be more problems each time. Giving up right now is the worst decision, as it would show weakness rather than demonstrate your defeat. Hearing such a monologue, all the subordinates began to shout encouraging words, and that they would finish off the boss and meet with the admin. The beauty understood that they had already come a long way and had seen a lot of death, so they could not simply give up. Blondie raised his hand and shouted loudly that victory would be theirs today and activated the temple's possession for 1 hour. The opponents were already ready to attack people, and suddenly they saw a bright yellow flicker. The guild was terrified as the number of enemies was not decreasing, but they had to continue their offensive, because if they lost now, all of Korea would come to an end. The boys encouraged each other to endure this battle with dignity and try to at least survive it. The monster began to attack from all sides, which made the task a little more difficult, but there was also a solution to this situation. Suddenly, shamans appeared, and it was necessary to prepare to inflict damage on them because they were incredibly strong. The next ones to show up were the rhinos, and they decided to use crossfire against them to break and destroy the formation. It was very close, but the guys were able to stand. Even though they were barely standing on their feet, they fought back, and this battle is very important for the future of Korea. The air forces also began to attack, and these monsters did not even hesitate to take out all their trump cards. There really were an incredible number of opponents. Their equipment was simply impeccable, which amazed everyone. Blondie continued to fight back, using the blind faith realm to cause the enemy's weapons to fly off. The prosecutor ordered to hold on and push their troops aside as much as possible in order to attack normally. The main goal was to take away the soldiers who surrounded the orc lord. His victory will be behind them. The necromancer and the girl were flying on a griffin and talking, saying that it seemed like the time had come to implement their plan. The height was very great, but the beauty knew that it was perfect for everything to happen. The necromancer was able to transform into his image on the fly, which he uses during battles. The monster, seeing that they were being attacked straight from the sky, were surprised, as they did not expect this at all. The handsome man began to get a little worried, because he understood that the enemies had noticed him, but it was too late to retreat. The only thing you can do in this situation is to summon a skeletal ogre to attack you. A heroic rank thunder blessing was summoned to formulate a powerful wave strike. For each orc mage, the system gave out 1,800 gold, and using his abilities, the young man did it very well. Killing a red orc warrior gave 1,200 gold, but killing a red orc guard gave one 1,500. A sniper plan aimed at the orc lord. The twist was to use cannonballs in the attack rather than bullets. There was a notification that a monster, the orc lord general, had appeared, and he looked quite terrifying. The necromancer decided to play a joke and asked him why he was angry and whether he could really offend him. Seeing that the leader had appeared, the orcs began to retreat, and now their goal was to protect my master. The young man was very happy when he saw this, and suggested that he strike them in the rear to disable them. A notification came that a giant spiritual regeneration had appeared in the area, and along with it, a death response. During the battle, a huge list of synergies was activated, which increased the effect of power and defense in attack. The young man used more than 50 skeletal giants, and this greatly helped him in the battle, adding to his chances of victory. The subordinates were well grouped. Their armor was made of bones and very strong, which added protection. The opponents did not understand how the necromancer and his minions could so easily kill their kind. The main boss of the monsters had to enter the battle in order to deal with the enemies as quickly as possible. The comrade sat on the griffin and laughed at the monsters as he used the breath of death, a disinfectant killer. The handsome man was always positive, even in such difficult moments, and noted that it was very beautiful and cozy now. The necromancer, addressing the boss, apologized for the intrusion, which made him even more angry and attack. The hero stated that he now wanted to have a one-on-one dialogue, just him and the monster, hinting at a battle. After his words, Sonvo apologized because he was a little mistaken, and it would not be he who would conduct the conversation, but they, hinting at his subordinates. The guys worked very confidently and delivered all their blows precisely and to the weak points of their opponent. The Death Knight noticed that the enemy was easily crushing everything around him and destroying everything in his path. It was surprising, as one would think that he was somehow different from the other boss monsters. Even if that was the case, he couldn't resist the right and Minciok at the same time. It was just checkmate. The subordinate goblin skeleton flew up, straightening its sharp weapon and swinging it straight at the enemy. The knight was able to easily use his ability and wrap the purple chains around his neck. Having delivered the final blow, 900,000 were received gold for killing the monster, the Red Orc Lord General, and the qualification wait time has been reduced. The right one got a little angry, since he was usually the one who dealt the finishing blows, and seeing this, Minciok changed, since he didn't want to steal his victory. The skeleton subordinates continued to attack the Red Orcs, killing more and more of them every minute. The opponents began to lose their strength, because this was the main side effect of killing their leader. The beauty, without thinking twice, shouted that it was necessary to attack and act as quickly as possible. One of the downsides is that the enemies were of different types. Along with the orcs, they were also accompanied by trolls. The young man, despite not having much experience in battle, showed himself very well. He ordered all his allies to quickly reload and enter the fire to defeat as many monsters as possible. Blondie, seeing the whole picture, was delighted, because he knew that this was a victory, and at this rate they would be able to defeat everyone. Suddenly the young man's phone rang, and it was very strange that someone decided to disturb him with an urgent call. The only solution in this situation was to contact the commander and tell him the whole incident. It was reported that the tracking team was able to discern that enemies were heading this way right now. The prosecutor was shocked to hear this, because these opponents were incredibly strong, and it was unknown how close they had gotten. The heroes reported that the enemies were about 3 kilometers away, and they would be very close any minute. The young man began to suspect that their enemies had deceived them, because all this could not be a simple coincidence. The monster was tracked, and they waited until they left the city and found themselves in a wasteland. Everything was planned in advance. The leader ordered an immediate retreat, and for everyone to run to the airport in a moment for rescue. The team of boys did not understand what the commander was talking about now, and why they had to retreat so suddenly in the midst of the battle. Everyone received a notification that the boss monster alpha male wyvern has appeared, and it will definitely not end well. Unfortunately, it was too late to run and save their lives, as the enemy had already begun to attack. These were some of the most powerful monsters you could ever encounter, as they could also fly. The monster grabbed people, dragged them along and killed them. No one could predict their next move. The necromancer was a little shocked, because he did not understand why this had to happen right now, at such an inopportune moment. These guys needed to be shown that they just wanted to fly here and eat everyone in a row. The skeleton subordinates tried to confuse the opponents by deceiving them and attacking them simultaneously every minute. The handsome man ordered the catapult to be launched immediately, and hearing this, the blondie repeated his order to his crusaders. Having come up with a plan of action in an instant, all the guys began to carry it out, since they simply had no other option for events right now. The young man's minions acted skillfully and attacked the enemies in order to neutralize and defeat them. As soon as he absorbed the orc, it immediately exploded in his mouth in a second, causing the enemy to receive enormous damage. It was gratifying to see that it was still possible to defeat these monsters, and one had already been shot. The necromancer, without thinking twice, ordered the Drake to finish them off, and he did as he was told without any doubt. Drake easily walked up to one of the enemies and bit him right on the neck, causing him to bleed. 754,000 were received. Gold, because these opponents were truly huge and strong. The beauty began to rejoice, as she believed that this was a success. They were able to do it, and the handsome man defeated the wyvern. Sonwo realized that this was a monster that was impossible to defeat, and now it was in his hands. Without further ado, the necromancer summoned the dead body to his service, and it responded to the call. Taking advantage of his new minion, the young man decided to try out the sky for himself and fly with it. Finally, the guy was able to conquer the skies, and in comparison with the griffin, although it shakes, its size truly ensures stability. The Death Knight decided to ask the Necromancer if this time we would really be hunting these creatures. The handsome man, without further ado, replied that they should also be the prey for the players. The enemies were flying everywhere, and not shouting loudly, scaring everyone around and causing panic, but it was no longer so scary. The monster looked incredibly large compared to the people, and they, in turn, looked like small bugs. Suddenly, looking around, the hero was able to notice one monster, which for some reason separated from the group. This was his very big mistake, since they have no sense of self-preservation, despite the death of one of their own kind. Minseok had to aim for the wings, as this was a huge privilege for this enemy, and he had to shoot there. The Death Knight used his ability without further thought and threw his purple chains at the enemy. The young man was about to finish them off, but then the handsome man realized that he was not alone, but that there were now two monsters. Their enormous size was simply mesmerizing, their claws were incredibly sharp, and their scales were very strong, like armor. As soon as the boys managed to kill one enemy, another one immediately flew up to them to avenge its kinsman. The crossbow was completely useless, since they couldn't finish him off with attacks like that now. Suddenly, the enemy threw the Death Knight down, and he began to fall into the abyss, trying to call for help from Sonwo. The boys tried to kill the wyverns using every ability they had, and they succeeded with some effort. The biggest problem was one of them. He was very stubborn and did not want to give up until the end, and fought against people. One of the solutions to this situation was for the right one to go on the attack, as defeating him was quite a task. The skeleton flew up without thinking twice to prepare for the attack, but something in his actions seemed very strange to everyone. Wright's plan of action was unusual. He knew what he was doing, but no one could fully understand what the meaning was. Someone from the crowd shouted that the skeleton had most likely grabbed the enemy's spine. Thus, having realized his plan, he was able to strike him straight along the entire body, disarming and causing damage. Due to such severe bleeding, the wyvern began to lose control of itself, because its entire body was injured. Without waiting a second, the other subordinates quickly jumped in and began to attack to finish off the enemy. The guys did it successfully, and the Necromancer was able to fix another minion for himself, and in total there were already 3 of this type. Suddenly, a message came that a boss monster, an alpha male wyvern, had appeared, and just the sight of it left much to be desired. The group of enemies was large and strong, and players should attack only those who separate from the general herd. It would be easier to kill them all one by one, because attacking an entire group would be akin to suicide, and it would be better not to do so. The leader of these monsters was larger than usual. The wingspan alone was incredibly powerful, and his body was muscular. All his subordinates then watched him fly and literally expressed their admiration for the ruler. The skeletons tried to attack and kill more and more wyverns so that the Necromancer could make them his minions. It seemed that at that moment it was almost impossible to defeat the monster boss, because he was not alone, but surrounded by many others like him. The Death Knight asked the handsome man if he thought the whole situation was getting too heated. Having studied everything, it was possible to calculate that there were more than 30 enemies, and it was simply impossible to break away from them. Since the guys can't escape, it means they all need to be exterminated, and the breath of the abyss was activated for this. This action greatly angered the opponents, which made them attack even more quickly and confidently. Using the elixir, the Necromancer hoped that he could at least bring them a little closer to the long-awaited victory. Seeing the black smoke, the enemies actually began to retreat a little due to the fact that their visibility was completely blocked. The black gas had an incredibly strong effect on the wyverns, and something very scary began to remain with their bodies at the moment. The friends were glad that they had weakened, but this was not enough to fight them off, because for now their animal instincts would not allow them to come closer. The knight noticed that they were acting as if the players were disgusting to them, but most likely in their eyes, they looked like food stuck between their teeth. The terrible monsters began to get used to the irritating smoke a little, and having completely gotten used to it, they began to attack again. Handsome said that they were doing this in vain, because he still had many jars of breath of death, but in fact there were very few of them. The boss of these monsters was already ready to enter the battle, but something suddenly stopped him, and they decided to retreat. The Necromancer and the Death Knight watched as these monsters flew away to the opposite side. The handsome man, who had transformed back into a dream, said that they could now return with peace of mind. It made my soul very happy that the number of subordinates was replenished, and even with such cool types of monsters. Returning to all the people, they were very surprised and noticed that all the existing monsters were gathered in one place. The blondes knew that it was a short man when he said that he would take care of the pirates, and now he could be completely relied upon and trusted with all external affairs. Notification came that the Monster General event was successfully completed on the Korean server, and the best participants are the Necromancer. Now the rating was also important, but we need to focus more on skills and experience, and the physical strength upgrade card will be useful for fighting other players in the future. There was too much information about the handsome guy's work, and from now on he will be everyone's #1 target, and he needs to keep his skills at their best. Also during the hunt, the young man was able to obtain a new item for himself, namely a ring with a black pearl, which increased the damage from curse magic. This decoration will really come in handy for him now, because he has the curse of death and the answer of death. The young man began to consider what would happen if he got something better after completing the dark magic spell, but it was unlikely to be something like the Bloody Devil Stone. The boys couldn't wait for that spell to finish, and the best thing to do was to stop before things got any worse. There were only 492 members left, which was not even a third of the original number, since half of the group had died, and the Sundong team was completely destroyed. The blondes listened to all the talk about the other commanders and noticed that the survivors had become much stronger. The man didn't even want to say a word, since the situation was not the best, but no one was planning on giving up either. The prosecutor said that something similar would happen in the future, and based on today's battle, they should create a larger and stronger organization. Those who were able to survive in such conditions became stronger. It sounds cruel, but in fact, that is what happened. The beauty reached level 15 and was quite strong. Hanho, although slow, was also not far behind, and is now at 12. Judging by the ratings, the friends occupy 7th and 27th places, but something about this clearly bothered the handsome man. The comrade was arguing with the system because he was upset that only cards with 4 stars were worthy of awakening. Micromancer, hearing this, noted that his friend had 2 chances, and he had chosen a weak card for himself twice, but he didn't even want to listen. Suddenly, a group of crusaders burst into the room, trying to find their commander to tell them something important. The young man said that they were able to find a store at the airport, but there was only one problem. The thing was that a window appeared that forbade them from approaching it, and nothing could be done about it. The handsome man, hearing this, found it very tempting, and the more unusual the store, the more interesting the goods in it. The man said that even if they couldn't get close to the store, they should definitely try, since they were already stuck in this gotcha. The blondes asked several leaders to go and check what was going on there and sent some of the strongest. As you approached the designated place, you could see a bright purple color that illuminated the entire room. The prosecutor thought that it was all really strange, especially the system icon and the store icon, because it was covered with a chain. The commander didn't understand why the system was prohibiting them from approaching at all, and they could only find out once they entered. They received a notice that a closed store coupon was required to enter, and the guys really couldn't get inside. The handsome man began to examine it carefully, and then the realization came to him that he had previously been able to get something like this coupon. Touching the glass, a question appeared asking whether the young man really wanted to use the closed store coupon to enter. The hero received it as a reward for awakening, but there was a limit of 50 people, and most likely, Jin Hun did not receive it. The young people did not understand why this guy was able to overcome everything here, and why everything was happening the way he wanted. Entering inside, the handsome man saw a huge screen in front of him and a chair in the middle of the room, which was empty. A notification came from the system for the young man to sit down, and this was definitely different from the usual stores. 5 items will be presented in order, and you will need to indicate if you would like to purchase any, but you will only have 10 seconds to make a decision. The first item was the parchment for creating a golem. By using it, you can get the skill of creating a golem after using it. The handsome man, without further ado, as soon as he saw that his time was running out, shouted out that he wanted to buy this item. He had 10,565,000 gold in reserve, and the purchase of this product was still 1/10 of the total amount. The second item was a set of 3 panations. The young shaman received it during a hidden quest, but decided to skip it because his skill already protects him from diseases. The third item was to increase the rank of any skill, but if the guy bought this, he would not be able to buy the next 2, the price would increase. The fourth item was the Shadow King's bracelet, which increased endurance, agility, and most importantly physical strength and added teleportation. Without further ado, the Necromancer bought it and was pleasantly surprised because he received a wide variety of buffs and will be able to complete the task of the Shadow King. Literally in a moment the last item was supposed to appear, and the handsome man, to tell the truth, was even a little nervous. A fifth item was also provided, and the young man was a little surprised, as he could not even imagine that they were selling something like that here. A resurrection scroll appeared in front of them, and in case of death, it can resurrect the user in the desired location. The description of the scroll was incredibly cool, but its price was 5 million, which made me a little hesitant. Resurrection is the Necromancer's specialty, and it is thanks to this that he can achieve awakening by killing Drake. The cooldown lasts 31 days, so it won't be outright cheating for the handsome guy, in his opinion. This skill has a lot of disadvantages. First of all, it has a long recharge time, which makes the battle more difficult. Even if the hero has already used the skill and is waiting for recharge, if he dies a second time, it will be the end. Secondly, one of the problems is the lack of control. If he uses it and dies during the fight, then the situation will be very bad. No one knew for sure whether the Necromancer would resurrect in the same place after death, because if a strong boss killed him, wouldn't that prolong his torment? Thirdly, it was that he could only resurrect himself, and there would be no second chance at life for Hanho or Jisoo. These two are the only ones the handsome man can completely trust, and not only with pain in his life. To survive, they must become stronger, and to become stronger, they must face danger, and the resurrection scroll will be a great safety net. After thinking it over a little more, the handsome man immediately began to buy this item, as he considered it very necessary for the competition. A notification came that all the goods were sold out, and the young man would leave the store in 10 seconds, which he was very happy about, because he bought everything he wanted. The blonde always performed in front of paparazzi and various people with the motive of creating a zone for a group of players in the subway. In the village, the boys fought against opponents, trying to improve their skills and gain as much experience as possible. The school children had a privilege because it was their transport. They could move quickly using their motorcycles. The friends were happy because they could finally rest and think about something other than hunting. The handsome man noted that while they were resting, they should not forget about collecting information, because the next battles would be no less large-scale. Suddenly a griffin appeared in the sky with a girl, and she was very worried, reporting that the pirates had finally appeared. Hearing this, the beauty realized that at this point their rest had come to an end, and it was time to take action. The prosecutor heard news that pirates had appeared in the Eastern Sea, and he needed to come up with a plan as quickly as possible. The Necromancer suggested that it would be a good idea to destroy the strangers before they reached the coast. The comrade said that these guys won't go straight for the head if they have any brains, because they've already beaten them once. Jisoo didn't agree with this statement, because if the enemies knew about Songwo, then nothing would stop them from changing their tactics. All the pirates were going to capture Korea, and they probably didn't collect information for this purpose, and not only through broadcasts, but also with the help of prisoners. The beauty assumed that her friend had not been sitting idle either, and had found out something about them that was the pure truth, since he had looked at the memories of the dead. These guys are a group of marauders who were driven out of China, and they call themselves generals of heaven, earth, and people. Looking at all the news on the computer, one could notice that it looked like the Yellow Turban Rebellion, just like in the games. The comrade did not understand why this name was chosen, since they could have chosen to be Bi, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. It seemed like the boss was brainwashing the low-level players too, because they all praised him like fanatics. The Yellow Turbans also used blind fanaticism to take over the country, and perhaps that is why they called themselves that. According to their memories, each time they forced new people to drink centipede liqueur, and this could be a brainwashing poison. The blonde said that even if they couldn't capture everyone, they had to get rid of their commanders. To begin with, it was decided to move to Kyondo. This time everyone is together and must act together. The comrade was a little irritated, as he felt that he would have preferred a safer helicopter than a griffin. The Red Witch, without thinking twice, said that she thought it would be fun, but her friend knew that she thought so because she was an athlete. The prosecutor came closer to his friends and said that he wanted to leave this work to the Necromancer and his minions. The young man agreed, but they knew nothing about the plans of the Evolution Society, so the blonde had to take care of it. The commander agreed because he also owed them something, so he always had to be prepared and very attentive. Approaching the men, the boys asked if they were sure that they had seen pirate ships here recently. The stranger was frightened, but said that he saw them with his own eyes, and it was definitely a pirate ship. The young lady herself did not trust her father very much, but he continued that his uncle, who was the leader of the travelers, was sat on by a nasty bird. The new leader of Gyeongdo is Lee Mu-yong, and it is said that he only has a grudge against pirates, that he gave up hunting monsters and became a member of the Coast Guard. Recalling the drone footage, the man noted that it was about 12 hours ago, and they appeared from that side, swam past the island once, and then disappeared behind the coast. The hero is sure that they still want to occupy their island and cause a lot of harm to the civilians. The beauty stated that they could not ignore this opportunity to capture them on another territory, something like a strike from the southern side of the island. The comrades said that in their situation, it would be better this way, and with the exception of the center, the problem with the monster generals has not yet been solved anywhere. All people have been evacuated, and only monsters remain in these territories which will be protected by them. The handsome man reacted negatively to these words, because the area that would be under attack was one that they could not simply leave. Pirates cannot take over other servers with the same confidence. It is literally beyond their power to believe at the moment. The leader plans to conquer the server's center and quickly increase his forces by killing ordinary people and subjugating them. The hero decided to ask if everyone was planning to stay on the island even if the pirates attacked. The man loudly declared that they had already lost once, but it would not happen again, and they would pay back double. Most likely the next place where the enemies will moor is the coast of Gangwon-do or the islands, so we need to leave Gyeongdo and prepare for the meeting. Sonwo, knowing that a large fleet would come for the research team he destroyed, must be prepared for anything. The beauty decided to ask if there were any shops or a forge nearby, because they had prepared carefully and had accumulated a lot of gold. The man, with complete indifference on his face, replied that there should be a forge somewhere in the city, and they could follow there. Suddenly, one of the henchmen came running and reported that the pirates had already united, crossed the island, and were preparing to attack. The heroes did not understand why everything was happening so quickly and what they should do in such a situation, because they were not prepared at all. Suddenly, the handsome man had the idea that this was not reconnaissance, but reinforcements, and they were in a great hurry. It turns out that the guys either didn't find enough information about the Necromancer, or they don't take it seriously, and in that case, they have to act quickly. The young man with a microphone in his hands thanked everyone for waiting, and was already ready to speak to the audience. The hero loudly announced that this was General Earth's fleet, and the next one would be General Sky's, and today they were in the middle of the ocean again. In this situation you should not relax, because terrible monsters are hiding in the depths of the sea, and you need to be on your guard. They head through the terrifying waters to the shore to join the takeover of the Korean peninsula. The man expected such a reaction from the people, because they were driven out, but they would find out who the true winner was after they captured Korea and returned to China. Their only big problem was a terrible villain called the Necromancer, and some time ago their reconnaissance team had already fallen at his hands. The young man knew perfectly well that they never lost twice and was completely confident in his abilities. General Nerod's reconnaissance group was destroyed by Handsome, which greatly angered the commander. Reconnaissance is reconnaissance, the men understood, and they would not retreat just because some small detachment had been destroyed. The hero filmed all his words on camera and declared that the vile elementalist Li Wei should not get cocky about capturing the second server. The pirates were confident that they would defeat Korea and from there go to Manchuria, and they called on everyone to do this. The young man said that he would film himself killing the Necromancer and that they would be prayed for when everyone realized that the Red Revolutionary Army was still alive. Suddenly, the man began to notice that the ships around them began to burn and simply sinking under the water. Looking up at the sky, one could see that the dead bodies of monsters were falling from the sky and simply exploding. After carefully examining the whole situation, a necromancer was spotted in the middle of what was happening, flying on a wyvern. The handsome man looked simply flawless. His appearance literally made his opponent's blood run cold and their breathing slow. The first to attack him was Jahyun, who was a sniper and an ice wizard. The soldiers began to call for the Earth General because they expected him to do such a thing, but they knew that they could fight back. Seeing that their enemies began to resurrect, the man ordered to create a shield and leave here immediately. A notification was received that a giant shield had appeared in the region, thereby protecting the ships from attack. The necromancer was a little shocked, but he knew that it wouldn't be a big problem for him, and he would still manage. A group of people had already started to panic and pray to God for help as they noticed that the handsome man was returning. The commander noted that they had suffered huge losses too quickly, and this would greatly affect their victory. The hero said that the necromancer has exploding corpses, and after killing the general of the people, he received his birds. He had previously thought that he had learned enough from the Korean prisoners, but it was good that they had sent reconnaissance ahead, because intuition was essential here. The subordinate said that they had just lost 8 ships and too many people died. The commander knew that they could not retreat under any circumstances and could simply recruit more people. Spread such compromising information just so that it won't be stopped during the broadcast. In order to return the general to the continent, it is necessary to have a personal reputation. The man noticed that the beautiful Li Wei had already left a vile comment on the broadcast, and they had disgraced their general. The only way out is to film them destroying their opponents twice as fast, and to show that they were just lucky today. This was a great decision. They need to cut off the necromancer's head and show it to the world. The man called his best subordinates who worked underwater and carried out all orders precisely. The commander ordered to prepare the game because they have to invade Gangwado, launch the game, and kill Handsome. He also asked if they could go to the island, and for them it was actually very easy. Even if the enemy were to watch them from the sky, he would never see them underwater at this point. Upon arrival back, the group of people began to greet Handsome with joy and praise him for his amazing work. The hero understood that now was not the time to celebrate a small victory, because the pirates were a much more organized force than he thought. Even the general of the people's reconnaissance group was at least 1,000 strong, and now there are about 3. It was unclear how big the organization was if it wasn't their main force. Even though China had lost an unimaginable amount of people since the game started, there were still more of them. The man stated that they had finished preparing for the fight back, and while they were busy attacking the pirates, they could now set off. The guys decided to move out as quickly as possible, because they needed to start preparing to meet the pirates in Gangwon-do. On the coast of the peninsula, several subordinate skeletons were flying in the sky, examining the entire situation. The group of survivors at Gangwon-do numbered only 258 people, and about 100 were capable of fighting in battle. All this happened because many were captured or killed during the first attack, and it was not that the young man needed much support, but the number of opponents was tense. The man did not understand why the necromancer asked them to just watch, since there were many enemies. The hero explained that the pirates could attack at any moment, just like they did before, and he could handle everything alone, but more people were needed for observation. The coastline of Gangwon-do was much larger than the girl's father had thought, but if they couldn't fight, they could watch over the children. It won't be possible to completely block the enemies, but they shouldn't know where they're going, so you need to head to the shore immediately. The children began to make noise, declaring that they also wanted to fight, but their comrade tried to calm them down, arguing that they were too small. The beauty said that they are members of the families of those killed by pirates, and there are even children who saw the death of their own parents. Jisoo said that they understand their feelings, but if the time comes when the children have to kill, they will lose everything. Suddenly Sonvo remembered that he had never found the forge and once again asked where it was. The young lady agreed to take the boys there, because they had collected a lot of materials and needed to finish the preparations. The enemy had already begun to advance, emerging from the ocean as they had reached there through an underwater route. Once they got to the shore, the boys took off their masks to catch their breath, because it wasn't easy to swim for so long. The leader turned, and after checking that everything was in place, announced that they should go into the forest and stay close to the cloak of concealment. The subordinates began to ask their captain if they really would use this, as they considered it too much. The hero said that on other islands, items of twice the rank were used, and there were more enemies, but they were destroyed after being defeated in a mini-game. The boys must take advantage of this chance, because this is the best strategy for a small group like them against a large enemy, and they cannot let their general down. The game was announced with a loud bang of a stick on the ground, and the entire territory of the Korean server was scanned. Everyone received a notification that we are not a game, King Thunder has been activated, and when the territory is completely conquered, a special buff is activated. The friends were shocked because they did not understand what kind of new minigame this was, since there were no such games before. The beauty, turning to the Necromancer, reported that pirates had been discovered on the south coast. The girl's father reported on the radio that they had reappeared and were quickly approaching the coast. Handsome thought it was strange that they appeared together with the minigame, and perhaps it was not only the system, but also the pirates. The young lady continued that there were fishing boats on the west coast, which made it clear that everything was going too smoothly, and most likely, they were definitely built by the enemy. A notification came that there was an image of a zone called C nearby, and no one understood what to do and how it was possible to play the game. The handsome guy stated that he doesn't know what's going on, but the goal is to conquer all the areas, because these guys want to win with numbers. Jisoo asked what they should do in this situation, but the Necromancer needed to think, because he didn't often play computer games. The comrade smiled broadly and declared that they had a master, and it was he, since he had previously played similar games all day long. A meme with a dagger, which chose both the thief and the priest cards as 1 star according to the general opinion. These were the 2 most useless professions. Having said all these words, the handsome guy asked if he really called himself a game master, since he hadn't done the most basic thing. Hanho didn't like this statement, and didn't understand why he was being called a loser, even though he hadn't even spent the whole night in a gaming cafe like the boy did. Hearing this, the beauty noted that this was too much, because the guy could not walk, as he was busy earning a living. The guy continued that at first he was a bit taken aback because he had never played a gacha game before, but he is a pro at games like this. The Necromancer realized that his friend's gaming skills were much better than his performance in college, and so he decided to trust him in this matter. Having discussed the entire plan of action and figured out how to act in this situation, the guys set off on the wyverns. Jisoo noticed the flag of Zone B right in front of her. This was the central territory of the entire game. Compared to pirates, they have greater mobility due to skeletons, and first they need to capture nearby territories. However, it was necessary to think about the fact that there could be monsters here, and after carefully studying the territory, they were not there. A notification came that the guys cannot attack at the moment because all skills were deactivated. Previously, the comrade understood and warned that if there was no monster there, then we should prepare for some kind of trap or puzzle, but he turned out to be right. The beauty noted that in the future it is worth listening to Hanho's predictions, because he guessed very accurately. Suddenly the girl began to feel something, and told the Necromancer that something was about to approach them. Remembering his friend's words, he said that since there were more pirates, they would try to occupy the entire area at once using teleportation. Seeing that there were only 2 opponents, the beauty was delighted and was ready to attack them. The young lady tried to calm herself down because she was a little worried, but she knew that she could get rid of them in 1 minute. With a quick movement of her island of flaming weapons, the girl was still able to finish them off and take the lives of the players. There were a lot of enemies around her, who attacked from all sides and shouted that they needed to immediately kill the beauty and not wound her. Jisoo was a professional at this, her quick sword swings killing more and more enemies every second. The men were even a little confused because they had never seen such professionalism and decided to focus on killing the guy. Leaving half of their soldiers behind and asking them to hold out to distract the young lady, they went to the young man. The soldiers understood that until they finished off the Necromancer, they should not act and carry out everything clearly. A surveillance notification has arrived, and now, after the enemy moves, they can predict his location. The man did not understand where the Red Witch came from, who killed their ally with such ease, and decided to surround her. Attacked from all sides, the beauty fell into a trap, and it seemed that she no longer had a chance of winning. The subordinates informed the general that all preparations were complete, and they were fully prepared to attack and win. The man was delighted when he heard this, and they should go and capture the zone from here. Just by looking at this huge army, one could understand that their main tactic was to have an army that was superior in strength and numbers. In this world, the general became Kanan, but he now likes the role of king of the earth much more. Since childhood, he dreamed of becoming a Go player, wanting to be the one who would lead the country to victory in small battles. However, the path of a professional is long and thorny, and no one could have predicted that he would remain at the amateur level for 50 years. For the hero, a man who had lost his best years, the system became a second chance, because at 60 years old, He considered his life meaningless. The general has no time for such trifles, but he can manage everything with his brain. The man continued that they were people from a small country and had survived for so long up until this point, but they finally met him. Suddenly a message came that Zone B was captured by enemies, and a buff was added to the enemy, making reoccupation impossible for 5 minutes. The young man was very shocked and noted that they were very fast, but the generals assumed that they would capture one of the zones. He also continued that the Korean army's luck would end there, and all subsequent victories would be theirs. Suddenly, a second notification came about the loss of the second zone, and the guys did not understand what was happening and how this was possible on Earth. The commander cursed, assuming that the enemies did not know the rules of the game, because this could not be, because this item was obtained after a special mission. The young man said that there was no time to think, and that their priority now was numbers anyway. The hero ordered to send another group to capture the neighboring point while they attack Zone A, and quickly inform them about the capture of Zone C. Suddenly, the pink-haired man asked everyone to stop, because what he saw in front of him was completely unexpected. There were dozens of dead monster bodies lying right in front of everyone, and it was assumed that they had specially planted them here. After the guys got closer, there was an explosion, and then they began to understand that this was one of the Necromancer's traps. The man didn't think he would be so reckless, but there was no point in taking risks, and he needed to get around the bodies. As they headed in the other direction, the group of people noticed that they were literally everywhere, and they were now surrounded. The commander was incredibly angry and considered his opponents to be cowards, since they dared to prepare such a thing. After much thought, the general decided that they would move forward, burning all the dead bodies in their path. The comrade, together with the beauty, who were on the territory, did not understand what to do, because the enemies were making their way here to them. These bodies were just a defensive barter. The main tower observer would know the enemy's location even without drones, tracking them by fire. It may be a pretty obvious trick, but they'll still have to dispose of the bodies if they don't want to explode. The guys decided to just use the corpses of the monsters, and if nothing works, they will simply retreat, and the children will help them with this. If the friends gave up the point, they would not be able to win the game. But in reality, this was a bit of a false belief. The comrade smiled and said that this game is not designed to win, it is only to anger the enemy, outnumbers them anyway. And even if they lose the point, they need to focus on maintaining the balance of power. Everything else will depend on the Necromancer, who has more power, and he will be able to defeat everyone further. The enemies were already approaching and were almost there. Even if they looked a little closer, they could see Point A. The guys saw a handsome comrade in the distance, who was called a meme with a dagger, which was very interesting. Hanho started laughing and calling the pirates pathetic, thanking them for their hard work on their way here. They made their way to them, fearing explosions, although the Necromancer was not even here, and the young man assumed that they had no one with brains. It was risky, but the boys would have an advantage if they could shake the enemy's mind this way, because playing with the enemy's psyche is the best part. The general began to get angry, calling the young man a damn gnome and believing that he would not be able to compete with him in brains. The hero continued to shout insults in response, because he did not consider himself a gnome at all, but thought that he was angry because he was a loser. The man stated that he had already switched to personal insults, and had previously heard that their country was polite, but it seemed that he had been lied to. The commander could not stand it, and ordered his subordinates to immediately kill their comrade, after which he began to flee. A notification came that Point A was captured by the Allies, and although they missed the gnome, they were able to capture the point. One of the subordinates reported on the radio that they had arrived at Point C, but there was a Necromancer here, and they would contact as soon as they defeated the enemy. The young man began to laugh and assumed that they were not expecting them, judging by the fact that he could not move, capturing the point. The handsome man was very determined all this time. He was waiting for the moment when he could carry out his plan of action. Suddenly it occurred to the pirates that all the skeletons that were there were Sanvo's subordinates. The soldiers noted that if they met the young man face to face, they would suffer more losses and needed to kill him as quickly as possible. The man knew that if he had captured points before, he should understand that he was helpless at these moments, but he was still standing in the capture and was not defending himself in any way. As they got closer to their target, the young man realized that they had arrived in time, and the capture point was still not occupied. It was unclear why the system was sending these messages, but the handsome man knew that all this was not just like that. Suddenly, someone from the team started shouting loudly, telling everyone that they needed to retreat immediately because it was a trap. Out of nowhere, subordinate skeletons appeared and very quickly began to attack and kill their opponents. Handsome had previously been a little skeptical of his comrade's strategy, but using the flag itself as bait was a good idea. Sanvo recalled how he told and suggested different ideas for attacking from underground and using bait, because the main thing was to play on their minds. Now the guys can come out of the ambush and begin the offensive, because earlier they hid to watch the enemy's reaction. Now the most important goal is to kill the enemy and leave their army no chance of victory. The young man tried to use his abilities because he had no choice and summoned sea animals. These monsters were incredibly huge and very interesting. No one had seen such creatures before. Everything around began to fill with water, as the minions could only attack in it and attack the skeletons every second. The fish were terrible. They looked like piranhas with sharp fangs and huge yellow eyes. The man noted that the necromancer clearly did not expect to receive such a powerful blow from water in the mountains. All the sea monsters that were previously summoned are now dead, and they need to destroy all the bodies as quickly as possible. And if they are lucky, they will be able to kill the handsome guy. After all, the main privilege of the opponents was that the young man did not have the swimsuit synergy that they did. But first it was necessary to find Sanvo, and the purple-haired guy ordered to find his body, and if he was alive, to kill him immediately. Suddenly, the necromancer came closer to them and declared that there was no need to look for him here anyway, and no one understood where he came from. Sanwo was able to save himself because he used the skill of simultaneous teleportation and warned that it would be better to find better things. The men shouted that despite the fact that he was saved, all his skeletons were destroyed, and such a player without the undead is an empty space. Moreover, they continued that the area was now theirs, and even if this land was without water, they were able to move freely. The handsome man said that shadows are the only ones who are free to move, because there are things that allow you to move freely both on land and in water. The young people who were surrounded by their fish minions did not understand what was being discussed. Suddenly, the young man called upon the dead bodies of the sea monsters, and they responded to his call, thereby beginning to become skeletons. The hero noted that these monsters are much stronger than the summoned animals, and even though there is little water here, the skeletons still do not need it. Killing an enemy and making him an ally is literally the nature of a necromancer, which made everyone around him very angry. Suddenly, a drone could be seen in the sky, flying and filming everything around, and most likely it was Quan's scout. The men began to realize that they were very much trapped, and tried to call upon the Earth General to save them. In response, the commander reported that after their expulsion from the continent, the young man's team was good, but they were forced to say goodbye. After finishing the conversation, the leader said that he had to recreate their team, but the death of the guys would not be in vain, because they could help understand the strength of the enemy. The man put down his radio, but the sounds of his subordinates asking for rescue were still coming from it. Thanks to this action, he was able to learn a little more about the necromancer and sacrifice his subordinates badly, but he received useful information. The command can always be dialed again, and point C, where the enemy is located, will now be occupied for some time. Having provided adequate defense at point A, passing through point B, they will be able to capture point C, since part of their forces are already performing this action. While their enemy is at point C, the team does not need to fear the explosion of dead bodies and can take the opportunity to catch the gnome who escaped. Sounds began to come from the radio, which reported that the team to capture point B had arrived and that they had successfully completed the task. Suddenly, the man raised his head and noticed monsters right in front of him, which caused his body to literally tremble. The comrade and the beauty easily pounced on their opponents and began to attack them with their sharp weapons. Hanho, in full transformation, stated that their plan to capture had failed, and the young man conveyed that they were now completely defeated. The general did not understand how this was possible, because he had thought out his plan very carefully, and it was difficult for his strategy to fail so easily. The young man wondered what to do in such a situation, but the main thing was to think and come up with a new strategy for action. Jisoo and Hanho easily eliminated all the pirates in the area, leaving only lifeless bodies around them. The young lady thought it was amazing that the boys were able to get rid of all the pirates without any losses. The beauty couldn't even suspect that the meme with the dagger actually turned out to be useful, and he was very flattered by these words. Suddenly the young man realized what he had said and began to justify himself, because he always tried to help his friends with all his abilities. The friend said that she did not know how they should proceed further, but suggested that they could continue to destroy all enemies in their path. Although the comrade was keen on this activity, he understood that in this situation it was time to stop completely. In games like these, you have to act quickly. If the game goes against them, they will start blaming each other and destroy the entire system from within. It was unknown if the enemy had any special items with which he could change the course of the battle. Everything was too vague. In this situation, the guys should just finish everything that's happening as quickly as possible and go home. After raising the flag, the friends began to talk with Sonwo, exchanging information and the current state of the battle. The beauty asked the necromancer to defeat all the opponents with very brute force, as she wanted to avenge all the civilians. The young man understood this perfectly well and was already ready to act together with his subordinate skeletons. The man turned to the Earth General, telling him important information that the necromancer was already flying in their direction. The leader considered it literally impossible, because they had already lost the honor of the army. But fortunately, there were still many more of them. The soldiers reported that the young man was not alone, but that players from the Korean peninsula were moving here from Point B. The commander did not understand why they left points B and C and directed all their forces towards them, because now he could capture them even with small detachments. There was only an assumption that the guys wanted to win by going all in, but he would still remain second in rank despite such actions. As the man had previously thought, the players from the Korean server were weak. They had just been unlucky up until this point. The forest area is located almost in the center of their territory, and because of this there were many privileges, since they could see literally everything. The soldiers started screaming because they saw skeletons on their way, and they needed to start using magic immediately because everyone thought they were already dead. A giant subordinate appeared right in front of them, and then the team realized that they knew too little about that team. But this was not a hindrance for them. If the summoner moves away from the summoned, then control over him weakens or disappears altogether, and apparently the young man really did give up. The general didn't know how many teleportation scrolls they had left, but they needed to find the flag immediately, and after capturing it, begin an attack on the enemy. As they walked along their path, the boys began to realize that everything had suddenly darkened, and a huge shadow had covered their territory. Raising your head up, you could notice someone unknown and even a little similar to a robot from the games. If you looked closely, you could see and understand that there was a necromancer behind this monster, since everything was illuminated in blue. The soldiers were shocked, as no one had told them about him, and most likely the legendary hero was their enemy, and they turned out to be the villains. The chief ordered them to stand still, calm down, pull themselves together, because right in front of them was not the golden hero. Looking closer, one could see that from a distance it really did look like one, but it was a fake and just a golem. Realizing the whole situation, the young man ordered his henchmen to finish him off immediately, since someone dared to mislead them. The golem could only move on command, even if it was far away, and so killing it was no problem. The enemy was made of fragile clay, and the pirates were confident that they could easily overcome the enemy. Suddenly the team began to notice that after each damage he received, he still recovered. His regeneration was at the highest level. The monster was able to easily lift one of the opponents and take him hostage, causing the young man to scream loudly. The golem said that the man had misunderstood him, and with his limited capabilities there was no point in taking hostages. Previously, he received an order to guard Point C, and now all enemies would be destroyed because he was like a programmed death machine. The handsome man understood that their opponent's regeneration was not unlimited, but the only drawback was the consumption of mana. The necromancer and his subordinates moved confidently towards their goal, killing everyone on the way. The skeletons acted incredibly quickly and dexterously, and they easily managed to destroy their opponents every time. The hero knew that although his minions were draining his mana, there had never been a day on the battlefield when he ran out of it. The general of the earth was able to see through his monitor the main enemy, who looked into his soul as if through a camera. The man didn't understand if he had always been this strong, or if he had previously possessed such abilities, but his strength didn't match the data they had collected. If you gathered all the people from whom they took information, and they did not lie, it was hard to believe that the guys were able to increase their powers in such a short time. The leader had already bragged about his work done to the General of Heaven, but everything was not going according to their planned scenario at all. The soldiers tried to somehow save the whole situation, but it was incredibly difficult, and even freeing up space at the feet of the magic did not cope with the attack very well. After thinking about the whole situation, it was decided to deal damage with ice, thereby freezing the subordinates. The Death Knight could no longer sit back and watch all this with the right, and informed the handsome man that it was time to act. The young man was already ready to straighten his sharp weapon and begin the long-awaited duel. As soon as the opponents saw the skeleton knight in front of them, they immediately ordered to call tanks, and also did not understand why the dwarf was so strong. The commander ordered everyone to focus all attacks on the necromancer, and all the monsters would disappear if they defeated him. The special reason why they wear their traditional clothes is because of the synergy effect, and it might be possible to defeat the enemy with the help of its bonuses. Having moved up behind the necromancer, the men noticed that he was left alone, without his subordinates, and knew that they needed to attack him from behind. Without further ado, the soldiers straightened their daggers, knowing that he was a weakling summoner, and that they were superior in numbers and physical strength. Suddenly, the enemy swung his sword with a flick of his wrist, killing several enemies who had crept up on him. The handsome man noted that they were most likely comparing him to his subordinates, but this was a huge mistake, because he is on a completely different level, especially when he is in the lich state. Sonwo was not a master at handling a scythe, but with such a difference in characteristics, he did not need to have any special skills. The commander continued to watch the battle through his TV screen all this time, trying to come up with something new. Suddenly, he decided to ask his allies if they were broadcasting live right now, and he heard a positive answer. The man ordered to immediately change the channel and tune it to show point B, because it was more profitable for him. He also recommended showing only what would raise the morale of their army, after which he received information that the point was being saved by a strong golem. The team had Heiran, and he is the strongest swordsman of their fleet, who came to specifically capture point B, and although he is not so active, but when it comes to wars, he has no equal. The guys began to watch the video carefully from a given point, but suddenly they saw a woman standing in the middle of the clearing. The young man told the army that they were wrong to retreat, because there was a lonely girl there, and it seemed that the Koreans had completely abandoned their rear and were attacking the main base. Heiran is so strong that he has earned the nickname Black Master, but women do not like him at all, and in this situation, only scenes of victory need to be shown. There are about 100,000 Chinese players watching the broadcast, and only scenes like this should be shown. The beauty didn't even notice that a drone was approaching her, wanting to film the entire scene. After a careful inspection, the general saw his best subordinate, Heiran, but his body was lying lifeless on the ground. Jisoo began to notice something strange and listened to what was causing trouble and where she needed to start worrying in time. After striking with their sword, the young men realized that their drone had been destroyed and that they needed to stop the broadcast immediately. Otherwise, the fighter's condition would drop. The buffs from capturing point B will be applied soon, and you just have to wait because they are already planning to capture the next objective soon. A notification came that Mr. Heiran had fallen, and he was the best warrior in their army, and from that moment on, everyone began to worry a lot. No one understood how it was possible that the strongest could not survive against some girl, and thoughts of losing became even more obsessive. The Earth General could not stand it any longer, and shouted something unintelligible about the necromancer and ran away. The man was very determined to kill his opponent, and asked him to come out and appear before him as quickly as possible. There was no need to wait long for the handsome man, because at that very moment he and his subordinate skeletons came closer. The commander was pleased that he had found his enemy so quickly and was already ready to attack in order to end the battle as quickly as possible. Using his ice weapon, he fired a shot, but it was to no avail as the attack was simply blocked. The handsome man knew that he couldn't fully absorb the damage since his body was frozen, and even after blocking, he was still hit. The enemy had no plans to retreat and shouted that he would turn Sunwo into an ice statue because he was sure that he would not be able to withstand it. The comrade watched everything that was happening from the bushes and did not understand why his friend was wasting his time on a loser, because they should show this noob how things are done. Seeing Hanho, The general became even more angry, as all this happened because of him, and his original strategy was destroyed. Without further ado, the man began to attack the boy in rage, his body shaking as all his blows missed. The commander was completely focused on the young man, and did not even notice that his main opponent had already begun to gain strength. As he got closer, the necromancer stated that one should never take their eyes off their enemy during battle. With a deft movement of his sword, the handsome man was still able to strike the Earth General, causing him to fall. The young man also continued talking, saying that it would hurt, but he should always smile, because he was being filmed by a camera. The hero, who was responsible for the video recording, said that he had no choice, and he was doing all this only for the sake of his leader. The handsome man stated that Ja Hyun's plan had failed, but he was confident that his army would continue to fight no matter what. The Sky General said he was sad that they had let them down like that, but they were satisfied with the way things were going now. The young man continued that they had received a lot of data about the necromancer's skills and his comrades, and everything was not so bad. Now they have a huge advantage, and the hero can move the pawns as he wants. Suddenly, the chief heard very strange sounds on his radio, and decided to listen in order to understand what was happening on the other end. Sonwo apologized for interrupting the guy's conversation, but he needed to finish the game, and that's why it happened. If Korea still looks like a tasty morsel to these guys, then let them come there and he will deal with them himself. The army tried to continue fighting and not give up, because they are a revolutionary party and still outnumbered. The boss ordered to ignore the skeletons that the tanks were already dealing with, because first they needed to deal with those who had gotten too close. The soldiers even killed civilians, mocking them every time, because there were even children there who were easy to deal with. The man was happy, because he was getting a pretty good reward for being a weak player in this game, and he already put a dagger to his face. Suddenly, a notification came that Team Korea had captured Point A, and the buff was awarded to the winning team. The list of buffs in the minigame was very large and included many privileges that helped in battles. Suddenly, the young man who was being held hostage grabbed his opponent's hand and asked him why he called him a weakling. Comrade has finally transformed into his best self, and now he looks far from being just another player. All the control points had already been captured by the enemy, and the team understood that they were losing literally dry. The handsome man carefully studied the entire list, and now it became clear to him what his victory buffs meant. It's hard to call such numbers part of some minigame, and it's funny that a group of people who were driven out of the country decided to subjugate other islands. I received a notification that this event will end in 8 hours, which is more than enough time to get rid of all the gnats. Many dead bodies lay in the forest, pierced through and through by the sharp daggers of the friends who had defeated them. The man also decided to take hostages in order to further carry out their plan of action and learn as much as possible. One of the correspondents, who was about to speak into the microphone, realized that they had truly come to an end. The soldier reported on the radio that everyone except a few deserters had been killed in the battle and they had lost. The handsome man noticed a stranger's phone ringing nearby, and it was a call from the emperor, whom he had heard about for the first time. He was a loser from the first server who settled in Shanxi and Beijing, after which he began to call himself the emperor. In the community, people said that the boy looked like him, and most likely it was because he could also control multiple summons. Most of the 5-star professions were set up to create an organization, and the vampire lord controlled people, and the crusaders through perception. Sonwo was different from them because he could control monsters, not people, but the dead, and he did not find any common similarities with the emperor. The handsome man, in order to understand this situation better, decided to ask what profession the young man had. The hero understood that the strongest on the Chinese server would not allow information about himself to leak just like that, but everyone already knows about him. The comrade was very happy when he saw the new items, because that enemy called himself the general of the land, and it is clear that he had a lot of them. The first thing that could be seen was a heroic rank dwarf cannon, which poured out mana when fired. Hanho dared to get 2 of them, so he happily shared them with his favorite right skeleton. After this, the hero also began to understand that the second weapon should be given to the handsome man, because it would be more useful to him. The guy decided to take everything else that was left for himself, because even though it was just small stuff, there would definitely be something useful for him. The young man noticed that he was a thief, but he was the same, and at that very moment he made himself new henchmen. Sonvo, without further ado, wanted to view the fragments of his life and found himself in a conference room inside the ship. The men discussed finding a statue of an angel, which was good news since they had only seen a statue of a devil on the first server before. A young man burst in shouting, saying that they had received a hint of a superior race, but did not know what effect or function the statue had. Suddenly, the handsome man began to remember that angels and demons had been mentioned earlier, namely, that they would appear. The general continued to say that the General of Heaven could contact the statue, and according to him it was a quest, but he did not go into details. The hero was a little angry, as he did not understand why he did not tell his ally more details. The commander continued that he said that it was all difficult to explain right away, and he would share after the capture of Seoul. The main topic of discussion is that Hui's team uses the scroll in Seoul after capturing the island through a minigame. The men who heard these details were misled, as they did not understand what was being discussed at all. One of those present began to assume and ask the General of the Earth that this was all called the Gate of the Beast. The hero confirmed these words, and they used the scroll, after which the Gate of the Beast will open for 24 hours, and all the monsters will come out from there. There was also a condition that they would disappear after the same amount of time, but it would be enough to destroy the entire system on the server. If they are lucky, they will be able to capture the desired ones without losses, and although this item that opens the dungeon is not of a high rank, it is an excellent strategic weapon. The young man assumed that these were some strange winds. They, he thought, were using him in vain along with the minigame. The commander said that if they captured Korea, they would get back everything they had lost, and of course the general agreed. The handsome man didn't understand why these particular memories surfaced, because usually fragments give him important information for solving problems. But it was here that he did not understand anything, when suddenly the meaning was knocked out of him by the voice of a girl who was flying on a griffin and reporting that the reconnaissance was over. The young lady continued that the pirates were preparing to leave for China, and there were only a few soldiers left on the ship. Many magicians remained on board the ship, and they want to wait out the remaining hours on the coast to save their lives. The large protective barrier helped them with this, and since it was in the middle of water, it would be difficult to penetrate using skeletons. Suddenly, the necromancer began to remember that if he thought about it a little, he had something useful for this situation. The men suspected something was wrong because it was too quiet, but they couldn't relax, because until the game was over, the enemies would attack. The leader understood that since they were able to survive the last attack, they would cope with this one and be able to escape from this hellish Korean peninsula. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a necromancer appeared along with his friends, who were already ready to attack the enemies. I tried to run as fast as possible and create a protective barrier, and I also had to remember to drink a mana potion. Whether it's the explosion of corpses or the undead, the young men won't be able to do anything, because now these guys are in the middle of the sea. Handsome noted that, as he thought, the enemies would try to hold back their attacks and stall for time, and destroying the barrier would take a lot of mana. Air penetration was completely impossible, but underwater invasion could be tried. The heroes, approaching the edge of the ship, began to notice something strange under the water, which was approaching them faster and faster. Someone suggested that they were mermaids, but in reality they were necromancers' conscripts who were ready to kill. The subordinate skeletons immediately rushed on board, and despite the fact that they were of average level, they easily destroyed everyone. Just the sight of the henchmen made the blood run cold, the heart start beating very hard, and everyone panicked. The handsome man noted that it turns out that the sea is a real treasure, and he didn't know that so many monsters lived there. Suddenly, not just fish emerged from under the water, but entire huge underwater snakes, which were almost impossible to cope with. The sea serpent is an underwater monster almost 10 meters long. Its strength was incredible, and its power captivated everyone. Only the hunt for him took a whole hour, and during the battle he used all his subordinates, barely defeating him. The soldiers began to panic, because the barrier began to flicker, and they needed to quickly deal with the skeletons and help the magicians. The strangers said that they were judging in vain, because all the subordinates would not be able to do anything with them. Suddenly a girl appeared behind them, and they called her the Red Devil, which was very strange to hear. The men continued to shout that she was a demon in a woman's body, and that they needed to run away as quickly as possible because they couldn't defeat her. The young lady noticed that the game was almost over, and the handsome man suggested going down to the coast of the peninsula. The boys stood and watched as many people worked and tried to transfer the load from one place to another. Having looked around, the young man noticed that there was a lot of good stuff lying around, and since the ship had been turned into a base, there was a whole bunch of essential items there. Suddenly, the comrade screamed and asked his friend to look at the large charger he had found. The hero said that he was looking for it in the engine room. It seems they used it to power the entire ship, and there are several more of them there. This was all great, but the young man assumed that the most valuable thing was not hidden, and he needed to visit the ship's captain's cabin. The guys found a safe there, and when they opened it, there was a door to hell of a special rank, and the guy had previously seen it in the memories of the General of Earth. This thing had special properties and needed to be level 35, after which it became clear why they decided to use it. Using an item for its intended purpose is the best decision, and this dungeon offers great rewards for doing so. Now the necromancer understood that he couldn't handle this and needed to leave it for later, when suddenly his friend's voice distracted his thoughts. The young lady took out a special rank contractor's wallet, which had the effect of putting aside the gold earned by the player. The young man decided to take a closer look at it and was shocked because this product is ideal for fundraising. The hero noted that it would be nice to rent it out or sell everything since it looked pretty good. A notification has arrived that the land capture minigame is ending, Team A is dining, and the winners are receiving their rewards. The handsome guy was happy because he got a new level, and then a random skill, and it was the creation of a poisonous cloud. The necromancer understood that this skill was for a large area, but it would not harm allies, and considered this a sufficient catch, as it was a truly valuable ability. The hero is resting. The comments on the forum are the most powerful bandit, and seeing his favorite column of the day's news, he began to do this. The comrade did this publicly, and read out each title and text to his friends, but for some reason they were uninspired. The first news was that the Union of Capital Districts had been created, and it was headed by the prosecutor together with the Crusaders. Most of Seoul's survivors gather in Yeongdongpo after news of the establishment of the neighborhood union spread. All the players who survived to this day must be strong enough, so now the question was how to unite them all and direct them on the right path. The second news of the day is a secret letter from Gyeongsu, and it looks like the average population level of Suwon is 8. The young man boasted that he had reached level 11, and his comrade said that he had reached level 11 too quickly, since he had worked long and hard on his 14th. Friends heard this, did not understand when this had happened, and he argued that he had come up with a recent strategy and would no longer chatter emptily. Hanho considered himself almost an idol for the 1-star and 2-star people, and even learned the stealth skill, being an idol for the senior characters. In any case, the guys decided to talk about this later, and the next news was that the necromancer had finally reached level 19. Now the handsome guy was on par with the first player in the ranking, which was very suspicious, and aroused even more interest. Unfortunately, a notification came in that Han Kanseok was able to increase his level to 20 literally an hour ago. The comrade began to tease his friend to work harder because he supports him, and looking at the results, he becomes sad. Beauty in it really became interesting because a friend constantly hunts with his skeletons, and many people saw him. No one knew how Han Kang-seok could remain number 1 when no one had seen him or understood what he was doing to quickly level up. The hero understood that this one was just hunting, and alas, the rank was not higher because he worked harder than they did, although it sounded wild, but he attracted all the strong monsters to himself. Suddenly a comrade called out to his friend, saying that he had never seen a sword on her belt before. Jisoo smiled softly and said that she had received it just recently, and it was a heroic rank, true silver sword. Hanho remembered that the beauty now had 3 weapons, and asked her to share one with her right hand. A group of people were going about their daily business when they suddenly heard strange sounds coming from helicopters in the sky. As soon as one of them landed, the friends immediately started running towards him as they understood who had decided to visit them. The crew of Crusaders ran out joyfully, reporting that they had heard the news of how the young man had dealt with the pirates and thought it incredible. Sonwo thanked them for such words, but suspected that the guys had other reasons for coming here early in the morning, and this was true. The young man exhaled and said that the first stranger in the ranking had shown up and come straight to them. This made the handsome guy wary, since the first rank appeared at the very moment when the guys were able to create an alliance. The hero assumed that the prosecutor was most likely very tense about this situation, because the man really did appear out of nowhere. The young man also said that the gentleman demanded a meeting with the necromancer, that is, with the boy who was just on a mission. The deputy also continued that he said that their meeting was very important, and that it could completely change the fate of Korea. The young man noticed that something was moving away, and number one, but it was too impolite to say that he would not tell anything until they brought the necromancer. After listening to the whole speech, the handsome man, without further ado, asked to tell the stranger that he would have to wait. Sonwo continued that he now had a lot of forging and repairing to do, so he had to go to the forge first. The hero did not understand this attitude towards the situation and asked if he thought it was too difficult, since this was the requirement of player number one. The handsome man knew that they shouldn't do everything he says, just because he's number one, and it's the beginning of their relationship, and they have to show their position. Having heard this side of the coin, the deputy nevertheless noted that these were the right words, and he was asked to tell him to wait. He didn't understand what kind of tense battle there was between the first and second numbers in the rankings, and he felt like a shrimp being squashed by two whales. The group of crusaders stood in the room, waiting for some answer and thinking over their entire plan of action for the future. A man burst in and said that they had received a call from the adjutant, and the girl became interested in what he had said. The subordinate continued that the necromancer was asking to wait because he had urgent matters, and he could not do anything about it. The beauty could not bear to watch the young man's idleness, so she sent him on an errand, but he could not even cope with that. The deputy understood that it seemed they had no choice, and would have to wait until the handsome man could join them. Unisha understood that rank 1 Han Kanseok had always been above him, even after Sunwoo had surpassed him. The stranger was the kind of person the blonde wanted to meet at least once, and it still happened. The prosecutor certainly did not expect such a situation, because a notification came that an unknown energy began to spread in the area. Walking out into the corridors to see what was going on, a silhouette with a huge cloak was noticed, which was illuminated. People were talking to each other, saying that when they joined the Union they dreamed of seeing him, because he is a leader who can solve all possible problems on the Korean server. Suddenly, the necromancer's team came out of the helicopter, along with him, looking simply impeccable and attracting all eyes. Having met the handsome man in person, the civilians directly felt the difference in levels, and now it was clear why he was second in the ranking. The commander suspected that he looked a little different than at their last meeting, but most likely he was simply dressed in high-class clothes. Sonwo did indeed have new items, such as the repeating dwarven crossbow and the robe of the Prince of Shadows, a legendary rank dragon scale. Looking at the sky, the necromancer understood that all these eyes were literally burning him, and it was very difficult to be there. The Shadow Prince's robe, reinforced with drake scales, a crossbow reinforced with the dragon heart he found, and topped it all off with a level boost stone. On top of all this, he was now going to meet the top 1 player in this ruined world, which was a little exciting. Friends who were looking out the windows were surprised because everything had changed, and there were also significantly more players. And 6,000 people had joined them, and some had united in the group. Most of them are just representatives of groups, so the number of allies will gradually grow upwards. Handsome understood that there were a lot of people there and Junhui must have a hard time, but as soon as they form a base, such a population will only play into their hands. Suddenly, the guy pointed his finger forward so that everyone around could look, because there was something fascinating there. The military base was incredibly large. People worked and guarded it, putting forth and using all their strength. These guys are called the Reform Alliance, and these people are a real thorn in the side of the Crusaders. All those who participated in this group were not soldiers, only some of them, and at least that was good in such a situation. These players are from Uijeongbu and Namyangju, and since some of them are military, it looks like they are uniting the military forces of northern Gyeonggi-do. This is a big enough alliance that no one wanted to submit, and now they are trying to compete with them in politics, and instead of joining, they are preventing them from developing. There have already been people who are negatively disposed, and in the novels that the young man read, when this happens, the world is in chaos. The road was not very long, and yet the guys were able to arrive at the new Yandipo Guild, where the meeting was to take place. As you entered the room, you could hear screams begging to meet the top player in the rankings. A group of people tried to break through the Crusaders, not understanding why they were stopping him, but it was for his own safety. Nobody understood why everyone suddenly started wanting to meet him and trying to get through despite all the obstacles. The young man asked his lieutenant what was going on, since it was impossible to stop two players from interviewing each other. That's why these men are demanding a vote and a change in the Alliance's policies, because no one wanted to participate and rule a dictatorship. The heroes didn't understand why they thought they were forbidding you to meet him, because Han Kanseok himself didn't want to see anyone, but they didn't believe him. The stranger continued to claim that he would get not only the Necromancer, but also the top one player, and they sent Sonhwa to the pirates to meet him themselves. Suddenly the handsome man could no longer watch this and remain silent, and decided to get involved in the conversation, wondering who was trying to get whom. The residents did not understand what had happened and when he managed to arrive, because no one could have suspected that their hero would be here. The young man said that he joined of his own free will, and no one forced him, since he rather uses the guild for his own purposes. The stranger stood his ground and suggested that the guy was under some kind of delusion, trying to convince him to change his side. The man continued that it only seemed to him that he was acting of his own free will, since he still had a hammer, or he needed to think about it. Maybe they were just playing with it. The handsome man did not want to tolerate these empty words addressed to him, and, approaching, asked permission to give advice. He got angry and said that you need to think with your head before you speak, and that they are very wrong if they think that after such words they will be let go so easily. The strangers were very frightened when they heard these words, and a tremor literally ran through their bodies, and their hearts began to beat very quickly. The only solution was to leave the scene, but they shouted after him that they would not give up so easily. There was no need to ignore them. The young man said that these were people from the Revolutionary Alliance who were trying to achieve something incomprehensible. They were probably sent here by a representative, even though the guys haven't yet identified his identity, but he's constantly trying to force them to act. Before entering the Necromancer's office, they asked to be careful, because someone from the Evolutionary Society might penetrate. The handsome man entered the room and was already prepared to see the worst, but fortunately their meeting had not yet taken place. The blonde met his friend and was very glad to see him, as he had been waiting for a long time, and there were a lot of things that they needed to discuss. The prosecutor didn't look very good, since he had a few more cases planned, and it seemed that they had decided in vain to choose him as the main one. The hero had many questions regarding the Chinese server, but first the young man had to meet someone. The commander turned around and said that he was here to determine the fate of the Korean peninsula and no one knew his identity. During all this time, the unknown has not exchanged a word with them, so they hope that at least the Necromancer will be able to talk to him. Now their fate may be determined by this conversation once and for all, and they must be very vigilant and watch their words. A message came that an unknown energy had appeared on the territory, and this surprised the handsome man a little. Having started to study the sign, the blonde said that he also sees it, and has no idea what it means. The players have no idea. The skill level was lowered due to an unknown energy, and it was strange to feel such a debuff just by entering the room. The young man asked his friend to hurry up, because the more he was exposed to this energy, the worse it became. Opening the door of one of the rooms, it was clear that the person with whom the negotiations were supposed to take place was inside it. The boys noticed something strange, namely a fairy one day, who was very happy while eating sweet cakes. The fairy was delighted when she saw that guests had come to visit her, but after that came the question of where the Han Kanseok was. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared in the room, summoned by this small creature, flying quickly and waving its lids. The handsome man did not understand what was happening, because he saw a glow or even some kind of vision. I assume that this effect is created by the system. The dark silhouette against the bright yellow light added a little panic, and the heart literally stopped when someone crossed his gaze. A notification has arrived that the Necromancer has met with a deity, and his skill level allows him to meet with him. With each passing second, the skill level was reduced due to an unknown energy, and the young man began to feel really bad. The stranger extended his hand and declared that he was glad, since the Necromancer was finally able to see his essence. Sonhwa never thought that the top one player would be a half-back, and if you base it on the qualifications of the profession in the system, there are questions. It can be assumed that this young man had drawn a 6-star card in advance, which is why he was able to obtain such an ability. There was a strange feeling in the hero's body, as a demigod was standing right in front of him now, and he was incredibly powerful. The handsome man did not understand that the system had a name called demigod. Perhaps it was based on the class, or maybe something completely different. Jun Hong remained waiting outside, and the plan was for the hero to be able to talk to the stranger completely alone. Being around Han Kanseok was much more difficult than the boy thought, and he found it hard to bear his presence. The hero asked if his guest wanted a cola, or since it was not his house, but as long as he paid the rent, he would take care of him. The necromancer exhaled and said that he just wanted water, but the fairy in the background was very happy and asked for as much Sprite as possible. The young man warned her not to drink too much, as it would not do her any good at all. The main downside to the amount of drink is that she won't be able to fly if she drinks as much as last time. The stranger said that he wanted to meet the necromancer because he truly considered him to be a rising star of Korea. The handsome man was scared and tried to be more careful, as he needed to know more about the entity. But first he looked at the accessories, and they did not look high-ranking. Even if the guy isn't armed now, you can still tell how good his equipment is, but he was no pushover either. The hero thanked him for being able to come to meet him despite being busy, and added that he was amazed while watching his fight in Yoido. The fairy was always angry when she was called a Nabi, because she didn't like it, but she also confirmed that Banya was really cool. The little creature asked if she could ride the drake later, even though she could fly. The stranger confirmed Sonvo's words that the fairy was just an object, although he didn't like that at all. The young man asked if the necromancer had played Tamagotchi, since his happiness level increased if he was fed cakes and Sprite. All this together incredibly saved his depression and at one time really helped him get rid of stupid thoughts. The assistant was still angry that she had been called an object, and she believed that he could not act like that when addressing her. The handsome man understood that it was necessary to start a conversation and told how he heard that something was approaching that could destroy the fate of their island. Hearing that the necromancer decided to get straight to the point was a little surprising, but first the young man wanted to talk about his equipment. While hunting, he accidentally saw a prophecy through the crystal, and it was called, I think, Bad Ending Number 15. Sonwo remembered because he had also touched him earlier, and judging by his reaction, the young man realized that he had seen him. It was a bad ending, where the Lich won and the world tree was destroyed, after which everything around began to turn into chaos.